please quit with the masquerade. Hey, not here with the past the same. I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the Target. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park. Think about life through Cherokee Park. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a cheap as Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good.
party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sea la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo, puesto pa'l discotequeo. Si salimos quiero romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta, que yo traje todas las herramientas pa' bregarte con esa tormenta. Porque escuché que dijiste alerta, que se abra la compuerta. Más vale loca que muerta. Te voy a pisar si te suelta. Hasta los 70, perreando en la lenta. Yo sé que tú no te portas bien, que ratas bajo y yo también. Te vas de party todo el weekend. Entren ahora que caben 100. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo, puesto pa'l discotequeo. Si salimos quiero romo, así que esto se puso feo. Te sueltes pa' que me baile, no te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas detalles. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Pa' que te sueltes pa' que me baile, no te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas detalles. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo, puesto pa'l discotequeo. Si salimos quiero romo, así que esto se puso feo. Hay un tequila, mami.
Ella se va de la casa, de la casa.
Mafio.
Ella se va de la casa.
Rich music. Dímelo, baby, baby.
Ella se va de la casa, de la casa.
Ahora pata abajo, pata abajo,
Ella
pata
se
abajo,
va de
pata
la
abajo.
casa.
Yeah.
Check me out now. Tony. Yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounces. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a rich, the clothes off. Pull up to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Hanging with Paul Bear. Turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair. This just a small shell. Hold up, make sure it's all there. I go to sleep in designer. Psych, I go to sleep in yikes, telling it honor a lie, right? Soon as I left, I got right. This a precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounces. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a rich, the clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This like gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. ITD like Coach Carter. Hey, tell my no soda. Girl with me want some products. I pull her on turning hands. I close the curtain once she turn her nose. This off white. I be rocking virtual clothes.
Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounces. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a rich, the clothes off.
Welcome everybody, Oakland Coliseum here for this opening matchup on ML Bop Ball. It's going to be between the Baltimore Orioles and the home Oakland Athletics. You want to take over?
Thank you very much, Kyle. Matt Price alongside Kyle DeSantis here with you to bring you the first game of our 7-game slate here on this wonderful Thursday, wherever you are around the country and around the world. We got some Major League Bop Ball for you. Baltimore Orioles again against the first place Oakland Athletics, who lead the American League Western Division. And Kyle, when you look at the Oakland Athletics, they came off a pretty exciting and thrilling series against the Miami Marlins. They did win 2 out of 3, but last night they showed the offense once again, winning the game 7-0, and they had beautiful pitching from Sean Manaea, who threw a one-hit shutout.
Yes, both their offense and their pitching was out in full force. Manaea, as you mentioned, threw a one-hitter against the Miami Marlins. 7-0 victory. First game of this 3-game set, I believe, today. Urias, a 2-0 count to him. I think the vintage uniforms that both teams have on today, that's for sure. And a bit that's from the past is 3-0. Tander, he's going to be on deck.
These are very interesting throwback uniforms. Of all the throwback uniforms I'd seen the Orioles wear, this is new for me as a 3-0. 2 Iglesias is outside, ball 4. So a good start for the Baltimore Orioles as their leadoff man is on against Frankie Montas. Montas, a 4-5 pitcher this year, 3.77 ERA. He was acquired from the Dodgers with minor leaguers Jarrell Cotton and Grant Holmes for Rich Hill and Josh Reddick in that trade on August 1st, 2016. He was one of the top pitchers in baseball up until the middle of last year as the first pitch to Anthony Santander as a ball high, count 1-0. So far, Frankie Montas having trouble finding the strike zone.
He is having trouble. 5 5 straight balls. Pitch going to be the first strike of the day for him through 6 pitches. Chance for the Orioles here. Off base runner.
Oakland Athletics wearing some nifty throwback uniforms. White with some, I think that's a blue outlining on there with the elephant, the Oakland elephant. 1-1 coming to Santander, and it's in the dirt, gets away from the catcher, throw to second, and not in time. That'll be a wild pitch, as Austin Allen could not handle the pitch in the dirt, so Iglesias is on second with no one out. Now the 2-1 is grounded to third. Chapman Fields throws to first. 1 away.
Not really the best of starts for Oakland. That pass ball caused Iglesias to move on to second, but as Nunez steps in, they do have 1 out now. Santander grounding out. Nunez, he's going to step in, the third baseman today.
Nunez, you see his numbers against lefties and righties. Right-handers, 231, but still decent numbers when it comes to home runs and RBIs. As the first pitch is low, and count is 1 ball and no strikes. Orioles coming in to this series, first game of 4-game set, after getting blown out by the Yankees, and I mean that literally. After a close game on Monday, in which they lost 1-0, as the 1-0 to Nunez is a fly ball, right center. Chasing the ball out there is the right fielder Robbie Grossman, and that is out number... You know, I apologize, everyone. I thought that ball was a fly ball. My screen, for some reason, was jittery. The ball was off the wall, so that's an RBI double for Renato Nunez. Scoring is Iglesias, and it's 1-0 Baltimore. I apologize about that, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why that happened.
Yeah, that's one thing where that's happened for a couple of the Pop Ball broadcasters, where the screen has not exactly been the best help. I remember in one of the games I had before, it was a no-doubt home run, and I had to call it with my screen freezing, and that actually ended up getting part in the call, and it was just getting right on the spot.
Well, it seems the problem's fixed now as the 0-1 to Dwight Smith Jr. is fouled away, count 0-2. So anyway, back to my point about the Orioles. So they lost 1-0 on Monday to the Yankees. Then they got blown out by the Yankees on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, which was yesterday, they lost 9-1, as that's a fly ball in the deep center field. Going back, Laureano, still back, track, wall, leaps. See ya, a 2-run home run for Dwight Smith Jr., his 9th home run of the year, just over the leaping try of Laureano, and the Orioles, right out of the gate, take a 3-0 lead.
One thing, taking advantage of the opportunities that they were given. Now, 2-run homer there. I believe 3-0 lead last game. They only scored all of 1 run against the Yankees, so definitely a great start for them.
The first baseman.
Yeah, that was exactly my point. The point I wanted to finish, as the first pitch to Rio Ruiz is low ball 1. As you see, Ruiz's numbers on the year, 238 average, 7 homers, 24 RBIs, OPS of a 726. The Orioles got blown out literally in all 3 games against the Yankees combined, getting outscored 23-1. And that 1 run they scored last night in a 9-1 defeat. Next pitch is a strike on the outside corner at the elbows. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Now the 1-1 is grounded foul. Count 1-2.
I think for the Orioles coming into this series, obviously against the Yankees, you say blown out 23-1, the total score in that set. They want to make a statement. They might not be in the best. Never mind there.
Ruiz down on strikes. First strikeout of the night for Montas, and that is out number 2.
The right fielder. Number 24.
Like I was mentioning before, as Stewart, he's going to step in. The Orioles, I think, for this series, they're going to want to, obviously, anything you could go up. The last series against the Yankees, something that they're going to want to remember. Already started out pretty well here, 3-0 lead.
The 0-1 is a ball high, and the count's 1-1. 1-1 from Montas. Ground ball, right side. And it's a foul ball. Montas trying to get out of this long first inning. The 1-2 is strike 3. And that ends the frame as Stewart is down on strikes, but 3 runs on 2 hits. One of the big hits right here, a 2-run shot by Dwight Smith Jr. at the end of a half inning of play. Orioles 3, A's coming to bat.
The pitcher for the Orioles, Asher Wojciechowski. 15th start on the year. You see his stats on the right. He was a former first-round draft pick of the Jays in 2010 and came over to the Orioles, gained for cash considerations, and the starting lineup is going to face Marcus Semien. Off.
Semien 59 RBIs on the year, as the first pitch to him is foul as he whacked at a curveball. And the count 0-1. Semien had a hit in last night's win over Miami. Right now batting a .293. He has had a great first half of 2020. 0-1 in there for a strike. See the Orioles last place in the AL East, just over 30 wins on the year. 0-2, low, 1-2.
The thing about Semien, last year he was 3rd place in the AL MVP voting. Not necessarily considered a front runner in that scenario, but to get in top 3, pretty good.
Semien fouls it off. Count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now the 1-2. Semien lays off on that, and it's high, 2-2. Semien one of 5 major leaguers with at least 10 homers and 10 stolen bases in each of the last 5 seasons. As the 2-2 is fouled off again. Good battle by Semien to start the bottom of the first.
Talk about that stack here. He's in good company. Mookie Betts, Ryan Braun, Francisco Lindor, and Mike Trout. That's some players you want to be known or in the same conversation with.
Count now full to Semien. Trying to repeat that stretch here on dot balls. The 3-2 is high for ball 4. So Semien battles back from an 0-2 count and works a walk to start the night for Oakland.
Complete different at bat for leading off for the Orioles. At least, in this case, the Orioles did a walk on 4 pitches. In this case, a leadoff walk for the A's. It was a long, hard at bat, but either way, a man on first, no outs.
Now Ramon Laureano steps to play, and that's a ball, 1-0. Laureano, great night in his last appearance. Last night, 3 for 4, a double, and a couple ribbies. He can do it all for Oakland, offensively and defensively. Now the 1-0 is low, 2-0. Now I'm gonna have I really hope that I don't have a problem saying Wojciechowski's last name. I need your help here, partner.
It's Wojciechowski and then ski. So
Wojciechowski. Wojciechowski, got it. As the next pitch is a strike, 2-1. It makes me think of the days when we had to try to pronounce Jared Saltalamakia's name. And that name was long. As now doing some play-by-play is Kyle DeSantis. Kyle, take it away.
All right, 2-2 count here to Laureano. Semien on first after getting a walk there. Pitch, a slider, popped up behind the plate. Richmond going to get under it. He's going to make the catch for the first out of the bottom of the first inning. Beautiful view of Boone Coliseum from the center field camera. Stepping in, Chris Davis, 24 homers on the year, first on the Athletics. It's already beating out his last season, which is a total of 23. Had consecutive seasons of 400 home runs and 100 RBIs. That first pitch to him. Break 0-1. Thing to keep in mind, Davis on the season has grounded out into 11 double plays so far, and we're 10 days out of the All-Star break. He's out of the All-Star game, I might add. Pitch. Be a fastball outside. And 1 count. Semien still on first, 1 out in the bottom of the first. Pickoff attempt. Semien gonna dive back in safely. Wojciechowski already up to 15 pitches Montas got into 20 before getting out of the interesting start for him. Fastball inside, 2-1. Pitch outside by a mile. It'll be 3-1, and I think you're going to want to walk Chris Davis here, although he might be a dangerous hitter. You got Chapman on deck. Fastball blown right by him, 3-2, full count again. Fastball on the outer half of the plate. Strike 3 called looking. Wojciechowski's first strikeout on the game.
Batting fourth.
The replay here. Just watch that one go right by him. Doesn't look too happy at the call, but either way, he's going to go back to the dugout. Up hitter today, the third baseman, Chapman. Pitch to him. Hey, he's going to hit the zone. The former Gold Glover. He's won Gold Gloves in back-to-back seasons, 2018 and 2019. The third baseman position. One pitch. Low. 1-1. Semien still on first. 2 outs. The bottom of the first inning. Here from Oakland Coliseum. 1-1. Curveball. Semien off to the races. He's going to be gunned. It's going to be the end of the first inning. Orioles an early lead of 3-0. Here through 1 at Oakland Coliseum.
Leading off for the Orioles.
Here in the top of the second, it's going to be 7, 8, and 9 for the Baltimore Orioles. Now the center fielder Austin Hayes is going to take that slider outside. He leads the Orioles, actually second on the Orioles in average. 57 for the season. Ball outside. To go back to the 2-seamer. No now. A pitch. It's going to be in the zone. Going to be a swing. Going to be a miss on that slider. 2-1 now. From Montas. Which was low. Is swung right over it. All knotted up at 2. To another slider high and away. Be a full count to the former third-round pick. Have the second baseman, Hander Alberto, on deck. Count, no outs, top of the second. From Frankie Montas. Inside can be a little dribbler. Be rounded. Barreto, who's going to throw to Olsen at first for the first out of the inning. The second baseman, Hander Alberto, today in the 8th slot. To him, be a little grounder. Semien on to Olsen again. They're out. We're up to 2 on the top of the second. And 9th today, the first overall pick, the 2019 first-year player draft, catcher Adley Rutschman. Stats: 5.93 OPS, average of .227, full homers with 5 and 17 RBIs on the season. His first. Be grounded to third base. Be Chapman onto Olsen. Be ground out for the Orioles. We go to the bottom of the second. The Orioles still lead by a score in nothing.
Leading off for the A's, the third baseman.
4, 5, and 6. The third baseman, Matt Chapman, stepping in. Going to be Mark Canha, the left fielder, on deck, and Matt Olson in the hole. Pitch from Wojciechowski. Ball looking to get him to chase. No count. Last 4 games, Chapman, a pair of home runs. Solo shots. Could be looking for one here as they're down 3-0. A pitch. The curveball this time. The desired effect was received. Swing and a miss. 1-1 count. pitch lined foul. It's still technically Chapman's first at bat. He did get up in the first. Semyon went to steal second. Stealing. 3 of 7 on the season. There's that pitch. Low fastball inside. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Wojciechowski's second pick out on the day.
Batting fifth, the left fielder.
Second in a row if you count. Look at this. King. Last inning. And be Marcano, the left fielder. Gonna step in. First time today for him. 22 home runs. That's 9th in the American League. Pitch high inside a fastball. 1-0. A curveball, or actually a changeup. Wojciechowski's starting to warm back up after that. He's continuing to, just as he did last inning. One after that changeup. This time, fastball inside. That didn't bite. 2-1 count now to our first round pick. That pitch outside, or actually I believe inside again. In one now. First baseman, 2-time American League Gold Glove Award winner. And Olsen on deck. One pitch outside. Be the second walk for the A's. Third walk of the game if we think of both teams. Leadoff walk by Montas back in first to Iglesias. Be the first baseman, Matt Olsen. He's going to step in. Only third in the AL first baseman all-star vote. Be the Cleveland Athletics mascot, the elephant there. Jumping on the dugout, he's having some fun. Olsen's got a man on first with Canna. Curveball going to be a little chopper. Wojciechowski's going to put it. Oh, Urias at first. Bouts, the runner did advance in the form of Canna. Got a runner in scoring position, 2 outs, bottom of the second. Reed Grossman going to step in, a former Twin. Out with the Oakland Athletics today, playing right field. That pitch outside is going to be a little liner. That's going to drop. Canna is going to round the corner. He's going to run home. Or won't be in time. A bit off line either way. That could have been safe. Be 3-1 now. An RBI single from Robbie Grossman. The catcher, Austin Allen. Step in, first pitch to him, fastball, swing and a miss, strike 1. Time favorite players are Chipper Jones and Manny Ramirez. Interesting to see that as that pitch outside 1-1. For Jones, an infielder, Ramirez, an outfielder. Allen in this case, catching today. One pitch from Wojciechowski. Be lined to right field for a base hit. Back-to-back hits. Now second and first. Full. For Oakland Athletics. They are currently down by 2 runs. Then Burrows stepping in, whose last 4 games hasn't been his best. For 15 combined in the hitting department. 1.33 average, as you see his overall stats. The hair under 250 average, 2 home runs, 8 RBIs. It's going to be lined up the middle for another base hit. Be another opportunity for the A's to score. Cut off. It won't be in time. 3-2, back-to-back-to-back hits. And it's going to be a pitching visit. The pitching coach, Doug Brocale, he's going to come out to starter Asher Wojciechowski, who currently, I'm going to say, being on the Orioles is the longest last name with 13 letters in Orioles history. Taking out Arnie Portocarrero, 12 letters being the previous longest. Pitch to Semyon, walked back in the first, held off. Big opportunity for the shortstop here. A little grounder. Iglesias is going to bobble it. All runners will advance. Bases are now loaded with 2 outs for Laureano. Scores decision. That's a base hit. Think about getting back into this game. 5 straight base hits. Wojciechowski still on the hill. We got Laureano, the center fielder, who just missed on robbing Dwight Smith Jr. of that 2-run home run back in the first. Out in the first. Pitch outside, 1-0. No, again outside, 2-0. For 16th round pick. Bases are juiced. Men on. 2 outs. Come in the second. Oakland scored 2 runs. Don't think that's a scoregami, but it could be pretty close. No pitch. This ball fouled off on the first base line. 1 now to the center fielder. Slider, this time outside. 3-1 count. First thing you're going to want for Wojciechowski, in this case, if you're a pitcher, you don't want to walk in the tying run. Only 3-2. Baltimore got out to an early start. Wynn's been charging back in the bottom of the second. Inside, fastball fouled off. Count 2 outs, bottom of the second. Bases loaded. The hometown Oakland Athletics. The pitch from Wojciechowski. All runners going, swing and a miss, strike 3. A fastball. Orioles dodge. Good bullet. The way Oakland scored a pair. Down only by 1 run, 3-2. The top of the Oriole lineup, 1-2-3. Iglesias now, obviously. The 4-pitch walk back in the first inning. Pitch to him. He grounded down the third base line, bobbled a bit by Chapman. Iglesias has enough speed to beat it out. It's going to go down as an error, an E5. And that's how we're going to start. Off base runner for Anthony Santander. Tendare. 1 on the day. He grounded out back in the first. From Montas, fastball outside. He shot up high. He pulled out in front of the bullpen. Oakland home bullpen, that is. Foul. Santander. Home runs on the year. Top 2. The Oriole lineup. Got Nunez up to 15, leading the team. 1-1 pitch. This ball outside. 1. Time 2-seamer, 95 on the radar. Another pitch, another swing and a miss. That time change of speeds with the slider. 2. Iglesias on first. See that error. Pitch inside, slider. I'm gonna say it hit him. Get that replay here. Yep, it hit him on the inner thigh. Now, first and second. Dado Nunez. He's playing third. Wold. RBI double. Pitch is shot high up into the air. Oh, either way, Olsen, he's going to run under it. Make the catch for the first out at the top of the third.
The designated hitter, Dwight.
In this case, for the Athletics, Dwight Smith Jr., he's hit a home run today. Montas, if you're the Athletics, if you're Bob Melvin, in this case the manager, you're going to want your team to force a double play. Up spot today, up at the plate. Dwight Smith Jr., first pitch inside. No. Jr. And off of waivers back in 2019. Who's today so far hit that 2-run home run. pitch inside. It's going to be flied out into shallow left. Hang on, as Canna, he'll make the catch. Both runners will return back to their respective bases. Still first and second, this time 2 outs.
Rio Ruiz.
Now going to be first baseman Rio Ruiz. Struck out looking. Montas is just his first strikeout of the game. Inside, gonna be fouled off, lined on the first base line for the former 4th round pick. One side again, gonna be flied out. Be running on to make the catch. Bobby Grossman. Be 3, 4, and 5 for the A's. It's Chapman and Canna as we go to the bottom of the 3rd here. Welcome back to ML Bopball. Matt Price, Kyle DeSantis on the call. Heidi Watney from the sidelines, reminding you to donate. All voluntary. Not getting paid. We're doing this on our own free time. We just love baseball. We're a community of baseball lovers. Currently simulating the 20 season if it were happening. Davis, he's going to step in. He was caught looking. And first on a side fastball by Asher Wojciechowski. Pitch to Davis, flied into left center field. Case is it to put a bit, make the catch. One
Now
pitch,
batting,
1 out.
The 3rd baseman, Matt Chapman.
For the Orioles yesterday, they lost 9-1 to the Yankees. Also lost one of their starting pitchers in Alex Cobb. He strained his finger. Kremer, he's taken over in the starting pitcher position after Cobb's injury. It could be a week till he gets back up and ready. First pitch to the former 1st round pick, Matt Chapman. Gonna miss fastball. Count. Another fastball this time. Held off. Base line. 2. To that pitch, high. Men just watched it go by. And 2. Only 1 out. Went on here in the bottom of the 3rd. Pitch. Change of speeds, curveball, strike 3. Housey, that's his 4th pick out.
The left fielder, number 20.
Okay, so far, gonna miss there. Chapman, he struck out twice already. Both of them swinging. Oh, Mark Canna walked back in the 2nd. He's gonna have his first at bat, technically on the day. Fly that foul as well. $25, thank you for joining the stream. The jerseys are looked like this because it is a throwback day. 0-1 pitch, outside 1-1. Spiced up the jerseys in this case. Instead of going normally, we went to the throwbacks.
I got 2-1 to count.
Curveball, outside again, 2-1. If you're asking why the jerseys are like that, it's because they're both throwback jerseys. Gonna be lined into right field, gonna drop for a base hit. Great stop there by Stewart. Gone easily to the wall and been a double. He's gonna have to stay with a single. Now Matt Olson from 1, he grounds it out in the 2nd. Gonna step in. Our 47th overall pick. 2012 draft. It was as compensation for the loss of free agent David DeJesus. 2018, Olsen played in all 162 games, which you don't really see that too much anymore. Pitch. Ball for a strike. The first baseman. We'll still lead 3-2. On first. Outs. We fly to right field. That's going to be going off the wall. One hop off the wall. All runners advancing. Canna, he's going to go for the plate. He's going to go home. Go in. Not in time. That is an RBI double. And Matt Olson at a tie ball game. That ball right in between the fielders. One hopped off the wall. For the cutoff man, Alberto, the second baseman, threw in. They're sliding with the hand tag in time. Richmond didn't have too much of a chance of making the play. And on second for Robbie Grossman. Remember, he had an RBI single, so scored. Pitch strike. Okay. 1. Ball, grounder. Nunez on to Ruiz. That's gonna do it. Through 3. Up to 4. Matt Olson ties this game up. RBI double. That one hopped off the wall here at Oakland Coliseum. 3-3-3. Oakland. More tied. DJ Stewart struck out back in the first. The right fielder going to step in. Frankie Montas, the starter in this case for Oakland Athletics. Pitch, that one outside again with the slider. But no, Montas not necessarily having the best of his command with him. Fastball on the inside corner. Stewart took that one for a ride. Go foul. 1-1 now. Tied up. Lead off the 4th inning. It's time. Slider low. 2-1. Now. Slider. Gonna miss though. 2. 2 pitch. Fastball low. They're going to give it to him. 3 looking. Montas is the strikeout. The road to the show report. The Midland Rockhounds lost to the Sod Poodles. Aviators ended up defeating the Grizzlies. In Kemp hitting it 37 in his last 10 games. Don't be surprised. Former player. To see him on the show, Austin Hayes, he's going to step in. Fouled off. Slider outside.
Well, you've done a great job doing some play-by-play, my friend. Great job. 3-3 game. Hayes coming back after an early 3-0 hole. Again, to you and everyone watching at home, I apologize that I've been MIA for the past few innings. Something important that had to be taken care of, but from what I'm understanding, from what I'm hearing, Kyle, you've done a great job, my friend. How about you do the rest of the 4th inning, and then I'll take it from there.
Got it. Fly it out into left. Canna gonna run on. He'll make the catch. Outs now. The 4th.
The second baseman, Hunter Alberto.
Gonna be the second baseman now. Alberto, he's grounded out previously in the 2nd inning, 0 for 1 on the day. No men on here. An opportunity for a little 2-out rally to get the Orioles back in front. Skied into third base foul territory. Chapman, he's going to make the catch, making up for that error he had earlier. Here, going to the bottom of the 4th. A game here in Oakland. 3-3. Be 8-9-1 for Oakland Athletics. So now on Franklin Barreto and the shortstop Marcus Semien. Austin Allen, he's stepping in. 1 for 1 on the day. Top 10 in the AL All-Star vote for the catcher slot. pitch be higher up in the zone. The way called on looking 1-1. Pitch. Change up, outer half, 2-1.
Allen with a big hit his last time up.
He's got a barrage of singles. Second. Got that double. Leaves. Double. At Olsen, I was mixing up Olsen and Chapman. Tied it up, 3-3, 2-2 count. It's going to be a fastball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Wojciechowski's 5th on the day as we see the pitch speed comparison. Within the 90s, with Wojciechowski at 94, Montas just one off of hitting 100, triple digits.
I gotta give these pitchers a lot of credit, even though it's a 3-3 game. They've really given every hitter they faced all they've got to keep their teammates in this game.
There's going to be a righty and a lefty up in the Baltimore bullpen as you see Wojciechowski. That was his 65th pitch. The righter, Sir Harvey, and the lefty block.
Wojciechowski's pitch count at 65 pitches. If everything goes smoothly for the rest of this inning, he could pitch at least 5 full frames as we continue on the night.
Ball outside low. 1 to the second baseman. 2-2. We're going to watch that fastball get in the zone. These straight fastballs. Be a full count. Stop Marcus Semien on deck. Number 70 from Wojciechowski. This ball, it's going to be high. Straight fastballs. Walk. Semien, he's singled. Also got caught stealing earlier in the game. It's going to come in.
Well, great at bat by Barreto to get himself on base and to possibly start another inning of damage for Oakland.
Go for a pitch out here. Too much. Barreto, if you want to know, in the stolen base department, he's 7 attempts, 4 of them was safe successfully. 4 of 7 on the year. Pitch out, this time throwing on to Urias at first. Then doing. A fastball outside. Both starters having their best days of command. 2-0. Being up in the count. Another pickoff opportunity. Barreto's still going to get his hand back in.
Barreto, one of the fastest runners in all of baseball right now. Orioles definitely keeping a close eye on him.
5, going to be 4. It's going to be 3. Ending double play. Good replay of it here. 4 here at Oakland. And 3. Tied up.
Leading off the Baltimore.
Adley Rutschman, the Oriole catcher. He step in for his second time today, 0 for 1. Pitch outside for a strike. Last game, Rutschman 0 for 3. K's against the Yankees. This ball fouled off. 1-2 now. Pitch fouled off again. Time inside, low fastball.
Burrows right now just looking for something, Kyle. They have not had a hit since the first inning when Dwight Smith Jr. hit that home run. Well, there's a hit.
There's a hit up the middle. Good off base runner again. This time in the form of the catcher, Adley Rutschman. Hyped up, and I believe the Orioles are hyped up after that first inning of dominance they show with the 3 runs. Have to get back into it.
That is just the hit the Orioles needed. They've just been looking for something, as I just mentioned, in that first inning. And now we'll see if Jose Iglesias can start a rally here for the O's, who have just been struggling offensively, not just since the first inning, but throughout the entire week.
So pitch now 1-1 to the hit leader on the Orioles. Only 92. Seamer fouled off, 1-2.
Iglesias right now the best hitter in that Orioles lineup. He leads the team in hits on the year. He's 0 for 1 though so far in this game.
Time a slider, swing and a miss, strike 3. Costa's 4th strikeout on the day. Good replay of it here.
It was a fastball right below the knees, and Iglesias just whiffed and missed on it. Good pitch by Montas to get the first out.
Be Santander 0 for 1. He was hit by pitch in the 3rd. Now 0 for 1 the count. One inside Seamer, 0-2 to the former second-round pick.
Santander can be a force to be reckoned with. You just never know at what time he will just tee off.
Gonna tee off. Pitch high. Fredo, he's gonna go into shallow right center, make the catch.
Up next for
B.
the Orioles,
Bouts
the third baseman,
for the 5th.
Renato
3-3 ball game with Renato Nunez stepping up to the plate. Golf attempt to train at first. Ivanese back. Seamer fouled off. 95. Yesterday, Nunez went 2 for 4, had a double. Though the Orioles ended up losing 9-1. Slider, side and 1. Both pitchers, I mentioned it before, their command issues. Both of them, their sliders, their breaking pitches, and had the best of luck. This ball low. 1. Rutschman still on first. 2 men out.
Nope. That's inside.
Inside. Looked close. Way could have been just a hair out of the zone.
And Montas and the A's wanted that one. That looked like strike 2 from Montas' point of view.
Shot high into left center. Triano is going to make the catch. Be Laureano going to be leading off after he made that catch. 2, 3, and 4 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. A ball game.
All right, Kyle, you did a great job doing play-by-play. Hope you don't mind if I take over for the rest of the contest.
Good with me.
Bottom of the 5th inning, 3-3 game, Orioles and A's. Ramon Laureano, number 2 hitter for the Oakland A's in their lineup tonight, leading off. He's 0 for 2. As the next pitch from Wojciechowski is ball 1, count 1-1. Now the 1-1 is a grounder to the right side. Ball fielded by Olsen. The flip to, or not Olsen, excuse me. It was the first baseman, Rio Ruiz. For some reason, I thought the A's were in the outfield. It's Rio Ruiz, who's at first, and he just flipped to the pitcher on a nice flip for out number 1.
All rare 3-1 ground out. That's not a play you see every game in baseball.
Chris Davis now steps up to the plate. The A's leader in home runs. Currently behind the count 0-1. Now the 0-1 is a ball, count 1-1. Good pitch from Wojciechowski. As he approaches 80 pitches, you see his ball-strike ratio on the afternoon. 3-3 game. Orioles and A's first game of a 4-game set from the Coliseum. As a 1-2 swing and a miss. Davis down on strikes, 2 away.
Up next for Oakland.
Second time today that Davis down on strikes. Time swinging in the first inning, caught looking. Wojciechowski ain't in this game, although his pitch count is getting up there. Orioles have a few guys in the bullpen ready to relieve him. Looks like he could get through 5 as Chapman steps in.
Changeup is fouled behind the plate, count 0-1. Just want to remind everyone the rest of our 7-game slate. 6 more games after the one we are doing here between the Orioles and the A's, as the 0-1 is ball 1 to Chapman. White Sox Blue Jays at 2 o'clock. Gio Gonzalez against Tanner Roark in that one. Should be a great pitching matchup. McCullers and Mike Memis on the call for that. Then at 3:45, we got Justin Rock and Mike Man 91 calling the Reds and the Dodgers. Then at 5:30, Giants Mets. Hayden Blank and Zoe Alter doing the call on that, as it's now 3-1 to Matt Chapman. On deck is Mark Canha. 7:15, we get into our primetime slate. Brewers Cubs. Duggo will have the call on that. He's flying solo, pulling a Finn Scully tonight. Give him a lot of credit for that. As the next pitch to Chapman is a strike, count 3-2, count is full. Then at 9 o'clock, Twins Tigers, Cookie Eater 45 and Beardy Buddha. And then at 10:45, Astros Indians, Tim Moore and Cook Guy 40 with the call on that. As that ball is ripped down the right field line, it is foul. So great slate of action today here on Major League Bot Balls. The 3-2 is inside, ball 4. Good at bat from Chapman, as the A's have a 2-out base runner.
Seems that Endon Hyde, second year manager, has been the pitcher. He was trying to get him through the innings. That was his last batter. He walked him. Wojciechowski, he's going to come out.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the
New pitcher now for the Orioles. It is Hunter Harvey. He is 0-3 on the year in 17 games pitched, an ERA just over 8.5. And his strikeout to walk ratio, not too pleasant. 15 strikeouts, 17 walks. And right-handers do really well against him. They bat a .385.
Right-hander, I believe he's going to be stepping in. And another thing about the pulse to strikeout ratio, obviously, if for pitch out of the bullpen, you're going to want that ratio to, you don't want it to be 1. You want it to be lower than that for sure. Strike 1.
Interesting changeup from Harvey. Chapman thought that was below his knees, but nevertheless, it's 0-1 as the next pitch is a changeup, and it's 0-2.
Breaking balls back-to-back against Canha. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to throw in a fastball here for some change of speed.
Harvey trying to keep this game tied. The 0-2 to Chapman. Another curveball, and it is foul to the backstop. So they'll do it again. Let's see if Harvey throws another curveball. 0-2. Curveball, swing and a miss. Got him. What a job by Hunter Harvey to get out of this inning and to keep the game tied. No runs, no hits, 1 left. We go to the 6th. 3-3, Orioles and A's on on Major League Bot Ball. We enter the top of the 6th inning. Dwight Smith Jr. to lead it off against Frankie Montas. Smith has the biggest hit in this game for the Orioles. It is a 2-run home run as a part of a 3-run first inning. He had the Orioles' second and only hit up until the 5th inning, as Smith pops out to Olsen for out number 1.
After a rough start for Montas, the athletic starter, he's sort of settled back in. Haven't seen the A's put a guy up in the bullpen yet. I'm not trying to jinx or anything, but looking to get through 6 innings here after that interesting start in third.
Well, he does have 66 pitches. Coming up is 67, as that's low 1-0. And I just want to correct myself. Smith had the second and only other hit for the Orioles up until the 5th inning. Go ahead, Kyle.
Broadcaster jinx strikes again. As soon as I say that, I see 2 righties up in the Oakland bullpen.
Count is now 2-0 to Ruiz. Gotta love those broadcaster jinxes. You love them or hate them, you know, you gotta admit it's pretty amazing how they just happen. Count now 3-0 to Ruiz with DJ Stewart on deck. Orioles just looking for something after a dismal series at home against the Yankees. 3-0 is low ball 4, so 4-pitch walk to Rio Ruiz, and the Orioles have a runner on first with 1 out.
And pitch walk on the day for Montas, going to be the right fielder Stewart. He's strikeouts on the day, looking for his first hit.
First pitch to Stewart, swing and a miss. Down 0-1. Stewart, first round pick in the 2015 MLB draft. As the 0-1 is a chopper to second. Barreto flips to short way. There's one on to first, not in time. They won't get the speedy DJ Stewart. But the A's get the lead runner, and that's out number 2.
Second baseman, if you're Barreto in that situation, that's one of the harder spots where you have to think, do I go for the force out at second or do I go for the guy at first? In this case, the idea on Barreto to get the lead runner at second. The Orioles actually had Bay, but as I say that,
line drive down the left field line. That's going to fall in for a base hit. Going to third is Stewart as the ball is fielded quickly out there by the left fielder Mark Canha. So because he played the carom so beautifully, the Orioles only have runners on second and third with 2 men out, and that is going to bring up the dangerous Austin Hayes.
that is second broadcaster's jinx in this half inning.
And Bob Melvin has seen enough. He's going to go to his bullpen. Montas was 1 out away from going through 6 innings, but he's unable to get the job done. The runners on second and third are his responsibility. A's go to the bullpen, with the game tied at 3.
Similar situation there. Wojciechowski was an out away from getting, I believe, 5 or 6 innings, as well as we see Chris Bassett been called upon. Originally drafted by the White Sox in 2011, made his debut with them in 2014. Came over in 2014 after a big trade with the White Sox with Josh Fegley, Ranger Ravello, and Marcus Semien. Case for Jeff Samardzija and Michael Inawa.
You see Hunter Roberto foul off the first pitch down the left field line. Foul?
He fell. 1 pitch.
Now the 0-1 from Bassett inside, 1-1. Alberto? Swing with runners in scoring position, batting a .217. He's in a big spot here as the Orioles have not scored since the first inning. As he chops one, going to be slow roller, going to be a tough play. Fielded by Bassett, throw to first, got him! Great play by Bassett to retire the side. Orioles leave 2 runners in scoring position. On to the bottom of the 6th. 3-3 game. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Matt Olson to lead it off for the A's. Game tied at 3. Matt Price alongside Kyle DeSantis. First game of our 7-game slate here on ML Botball. Thank you for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, wherever you are. First pitch to Olson is ripped down the right field line, but foul. See Olson, by the way, over his last few games, he's been on a tear, batting a .417.
An RBI double today, and for the Oriole bullpen, they do have 2 pitchers up. Thank you for that right there. Miguel Castro, a righty. Tanner Scott, the lefty. In relief if Harvey falters, as last inning he only got through in 4 pitches.
Now the 1-1 to Olsen. Swing and a miss.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Count 1-2. Hunter Harvey still out there for the Orioles after
2 balls,
getting
2 strikes.
getting Mark Canha swinging on strikes. Now the 2-2 to Matt Olson. Swing and a miss. 2 up and 2 down via the strikeout via Matt Harvey.
The right fielder, number 8.
Matt Harvey, Hunter Harvey. I'm thinking of the former Met, Matt Harvey. A lot of Harveys out there.
So former, I believe he was with Cincinnati near the most recent years after his Met run.
And he was also with the Angels. And in fact, I believe he was with Oakland for a short time.
Interesting story for Matt Harvey. Interesting story indeed.
Robbie Grossman fouls off the first pitch. As the next pitch thrown by Hunter Harvey. Counts 1-1. Robbie Grossman, 7-year MLB career. Astros, Twins, and now the Athletics. 1-1, just high, 2-1. Now the 2-1 to Grossman is a breaking ball outside, 3-1. On deck is Austin Allen. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, please donate to RAIN. RAIN is a very, very important organization I'll talk about in just a sec, as there's a ground ball to third, and Grossman is retired for out number 2.
Still staying strong. Not away from getting through 2 innings of work in a big-time situation here. Tie game in the bottom of the 6th. Austin Allen, the catcher. Plate.
First pitch to Allen is low 1-0. Again, back to RAIN. All in caps, RAINN. It is the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization, from assault to rape and any form of sexual violence you can think of. Please donate. It is a very important organization and needs your help. Just please. Next pitch is a strike, 1-2 to Austin Allen.
Just something that I mentioned earlier in the broadcast is that Matt and I and all the other broadcasters that about with ML Ball, this is all voluntary. We're all doing this because we love baseball and we want to about. If you could donate, be appreciated.
Fly ball to left, and Allen is retired to end the inning. We go to the 7th, 3-3 game in Oakland. We go to the top of the 7th inning. Number 9 hitter, Adley Rutschman will lead things off for the Orioles. Chris Bassett back out there for the A's in relief. As the first pitch is ground foul, third base side. Count 0-1.
This case for this half is going to be a big hurt for both teams. It's tied 3-3. Not better half, but the majority of this ball game, after this, we're going to go to the 7th inning stretch, and one's got to break and come through.
Count now 1-2. Orioles have only had 2 hits since the first inning.
Curveball. The strikeout. See a good replay here. Diving action there. They're just swinging. Rutschman, I might add. Out there, the Iglesias for 2 on the day. Also walked and scored. Pitch side, low sinker. 1 count.
I apologize about that. My screen froze on the strikeout pitch, so I missed it. So thank you very much, Kyle, for backing me up. 0-1 count now to Iglesias. And it's a ground ball to third. Chapman. Over to Olsen. 2 away.
Second out of the inning. Matt throwing on to Matt. 5-3 down in the scorebook. Santander, the right fielder, stepping in. Again, hit by pitch in the 5th.
First pitch to Santander is grounded foul on the sinker. Count 0-1.
Season, Santander did pretty well with outs. He hit 307, 43 for 140.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Home runs and 31 RBIs in situations where there were 2 outs on the board.
1-1.
2 balls, 1 strike.
2-1.
Count.
And the 2-1 is ripped into right field. Back near the wall is Grossman at the wall. It's gone. Santander. The Orioles' first run since the first inning, and it's his 11th home run of the year to put the Orioles on top 4-3.
We say broadcasters jinx for the 3rd time today. I was just talking about how in 2-out scenarios, Santander did come up through the clutch. This time, up in a big home run here to the right field seats.
And that was an absolute laser.
Now batting, the third baseman, Renato.
0-1 the count.
Now it's Renato Nunez with 2 outs in the 7th. And it is a strike swinging, count 0-1. Now the next pitch is a sinker at the knees for strike 2. 0-2 coming. Curveball, Nunez just got a piece. Now the 0-2 fouled away. Bassett sets and deals. Low, 1-2. I'll tell you what, Kyle, for the Baltimore Orioles, despite being dead last in the AL East, they've really given the A's a run for their money tonight, as the next pitch is in the dirt, 2-2.
Yeah, there are teams where at first glance, if you see them in the lower half of the division, you might not take them, not necessarily not take them as seriously, but you might not think of it as that much of a challenge, where out of nowhere can give you a challenge, and as you mentioned, gave them, are currently giving them a run for money, as he has held off that pitch too. It could have been a homer as well if it didn't curve foul.
2-2 is a fastball inside. On deck is Dwight Smith Jr., who has the Orioles home run of the night. 2-run shot in the first. 3-2 to Nunez. Chopped foul. Well, the Orioles got the hit they needed with 2 outs here in the 7th. Home run by Santander. Now the 3-2 is a chopper to third. Chapman, he's had a long night. And he makes another fine defensive play to end the frame, but not before with 2 outs in the inning. Anthony Santander with a laser home run into the right field seats. It's time to stretch in Oakland, where the Orioles have a 4-3 lead.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Baltimore, number 50.
Well, new pitcher for the Orioles, and it's going to be the hard-throwing right-hander Miguel Castro. You see his numbers on the year. 1-1 record, 37 games pitched on the year. This is his 38th appearance. The Orioles also have 2 lefties warming up in the pen. Paul Fry has joined Tanner Scott, as Franklin Barreto will lead off the 7th inning. He's 1 for 1, and the first pitch is on the outside part of the plate for a strike. Count 0-1.
Talking about Castro's game this season, last year he appeared in he had 65 appearances, which were the most on the Orioles. 19 lefty Paul Fry, who's currently warming up in the bullpen, and 23 of the 55 appearances were lasted more than an inning.
Castro trying to get a big hold here. The A's trailing 4-3. I want to talk about the A's for just a second. We go back to the game they played against Miami on Monday, as the 2-1 to Barreto is cut on and missed badly, count 2-2. The A's gave up 4 runs in the top of that inning as Miami took a 6-5 lead, but then Oakland responded big with 6 runs in the bottom of the inning. So you never know when it comes to this Oakland team. No matter who's on the roster, you just never know who will come up clutch or what kind of heroics the team will have all together in the late innings. Right now they're down by 1 here as the next pitch is low, 3-2. Marcus Semien on deck.
The reason why some of these teams are up there in the standings, in this case, Oakland, the AL West, where they're going to be put in scenarios where they're going to have to fight back and pull out a few runs. In this case, if they've done it before, there's obviously the chance where they can do it again. I don't know if that was a jinx there because I've jinxed 3 times this game, but pitch.
Strike 3. Barreto thought it was ball 4, has some words for the home plate umpire, but that is a big first out for Castro and the Orioles.
To hold up a check swing, I believe he did, but either way, just caught the zone. Out now.
Here's Marcus Semien, 1 for 2, singled back in the second inning. (4-3) Orioles. As the 0-1 is swung on and missed, 0-2. Castro not fooling around so far here in the 7th. (0-2). Chopped foul. Semien stays alive for at least another pitch.
Just staying low in the zone. Be surprised if he changes it up, goes a bit high, and catches Semien looking.
Swing and a miss. 2 up and 2 down via the strikeout for Miguel Castro.
Number 22.
That time it was a slider. It dipped out of the zone. Semien took the bait. Came up with nothing but air. It's back strikeouts, like you mentioned. Be Ramon Laureano for his first hit on the day. 0 for 3.
Now Ramon Laureano, 0 for 3. Grounded out his last time up. The first pitch is a strike. Now the 0-1 is a ground ball, slowly hit to short. Throw to first. Great play by Iglesias to end the frame. 1-2-3 go the A's. Great job by Castro on the mound. Dwight Smith Jr. to lead it off for Baltimore. It's 4-3.
Leading off for Baltimore, the designated hitter.
Dwight Smith Jr. set to lead it off for the Orioles in the top of the 8th. He and his teammates have a 4-3 lead over the Oakland Athletics. First game of our 7-game stretch here on Major League Botball. There's an eephus pitch thrown by Chris Bassett, and that is inside for ball 1. Wow, you rarely see those on Major League Botball. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. There's a sinker, and the count's 1-1. Go ahead, Kyle.
Interesting choice for Bob Melvin, the manager, keeping Bassett on the hill. Give up that home run last inning that resulted them in being down 4-3. They have 2 righties up in the bullpen. They're Petit and JB Wendelken. Interesting choice to keep Bassett up.
Count 2-1. Smith homered back in the first inning. It was a 2-run shot just over the leaping try of Ramon Laureano in dead center. As he fouls it off to even the count at 2-2. Bassett sets and deals. Strike 3 call. 1 away.
The starter comparison so far, both pitchers lasted 4 and 5 innings respectively. Both gave up 3 earned runs. Wojciechowski had more hits, walks, and strikeouts, but both left with a 3 tie. 4-3 Baltimore as the first baseman Rio Ruiz steps in.
Ruiz 0 for 2 on the night. And the first pitch to him is outside, 1 ball and no strikes. 94-mile-per-hour fastball thrown by Bassett. And the next pitch is hit the opposite way to third. Another play for Matt Chapman. He has had a great night defensively. 2 away.
Number 24.
That'll bring up DJ Stewart, who's 0 for 3. Grounded out his last time up in the 6th. The A's will have the heart of the order coming up in the bottom of the inning, 3, 4, and 5. As the first pitch to Stewart is rocketed to right field. Back is Grossman diving, and he cannot make the catch. Ball one hops the wall, and Stewart will be at second with a 2-out double. Wow, Robbie Grossman came so close to making one of the greatest plays you would ever see.
Definitely an A for effort there. Did bounce over, it went over Grossman. Time Ruiz's first hit on the day, a double, 2-out double. Our Orioles have another chance to put their runs up to 5 with Austin Hayes. 2 innings ago.
Hayes doubled his last time up as the curveball is in there for a strike. Hayes 1 for 3 overall on the game. In the game, I should say. I get my grammar straight. The 0-1. Breaking ball, strike 2. Orioles dugout not liking that call, but nevertheless, Bassett is ahead in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Now the 0-2. Fastball ripped foul in the Orioles bullpen.
The ball of Bassett's in the high 60s, low 70s. It's a good change of speed if you mix it up with the fastball. Fastball before, will you see the curveball here?
Well, it's a excuse me swing on a fastball that broke Hayes' bat, and the ball lands right behind the plate. Now the 0-2. Hard grounder, foul, just past third on the left side of the foul line. And the count's 0-2. Bassett sets and deals. Another grounder foul. Hayes is battling. We're on second, 2 outs, 4-3 Baltimore. 0-2. Line drive, caught by Simeon to end the inning. Bassett gets out of the jam. No runs, a hit, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 4-3 Orioles.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Orioles.
Well, new pitcher in for the Orioles. It's the left-hander Paul Fry. You see his numbers. This will be his 18th appearance. He's only thrown 13 2/3 innings. He'll face the heart of the order for the A's, Chris Davis, Matt Chapman, and Mark Canha. If anyone gets on, it's Olsen. Davis 0 for 3, struck out back in the 5th inning. Swing and a miss, count 0-1. The A's haven't had anything going since the 3rd inning, as we see Michael Givens and Tanner Scott warming up in the O's bullpen.
Givens, the closer of the Orioles, currently 17 saves out of 21 appearances. Be looking on for the save here.
0-2 now to Davis. Oh, my apologies, Kyle.
Continue. It was just a 4-3 Baltimore lead.
Fouled off by Davis, and they'll do it again. Orioles lead 4-3 on the go-ahead solo home run by Anthony Santander with 2 outs in the 7th. Next pitch is swung on and missed. Davis thought he fouled that ball off, but it was foul tip into the glove of the Orioles catcher, Adley Rutschman. And that's out number 1. So that'll bring up Chapman. He's had a long night defensively, but he's been silent at the plate. 0 for 2, and he also walked. Now the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good pitch from Fry. A changeup in the 80s. No balls and 2 strikes.
Necessarily saying panic time as of yet for the A's. They're currently down to 5 outs. And then strikes out here. It could be 4. Pitch.
Chapman rips it foul.
There's only still down to 5 outs. They're going to need someone to... They could have to string a few hits together or a home run here.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
0-2 is low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Chapman for now represents the tying run. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Fry gets Chapman swinging on a fastball on the outer part of the plate. 2 away in the 8th.
One of the Oriole pitchers in this bullpen has 14 holds on the year. Going into the game, had 2 walks to 11 strikeouts with a pair there. Up to 13 on the season. Mark Canna, the left fielder, stepping in.
Canna 1 for 2, singled, and he's crossed the plate twice. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it off. Count 0-1. Now the 0-1 coming from Fry is fouled away. No balls and 2 strikes. Oh, 2. Look out, it hit him. Obviously no intent there, as Canna did not like getting hit. Fry 1 strike away from retiring the A's in order 1-2-3, and instead the inning will continue. He's going to have to face the lefty, Matt Olson.
Second hit by pitch of the game is Montas hit. Montas had by pitch he earlier on in the form of Santander. Had the home run. Spot for Olson here.
And Olson swings at the first pitch and flies one out to left. Back on the track is Santander. He's right in front of the track, and he makes the catch to end the inning. So for now, the Orioles can breathe a sigh of relief. We go to the 9th. The A's leave a man on. It's 4-3, Baltimore.
Your attention, please. Now,
Well, new pitcher for the A's. It's going to be their closer, Liam Hendricks. You see his numbers on the year. 33rd appearance. He is 3-0 on the year. 22 of 27 save opportunities.
Only this wouldn't be a save situation. At this point, been the Baltimore Orioles scoreless this inning with the chance of Oakland walking it off in the bottom of the 9th.
First pitch is a fastball to Hunter Alberto, leading it off for the Orioles. Alberto 1 for 5 lifetime against Hendricks with a couple of strikeouts. Trying to get the Orioles going here in the 9th as Baltimore leads by 1. Next pitch is way out of the zone, goes to the backstop, count 1-1. It'll be Alberto, Rushman, and Iglesias. If anyone gets on, it's Santander, who is the reason why the Orioles have the lead, as the next pitch, Alberto, is grounded up the middle through for a base hit. So that's only the second career hit that Alberto has against Hendricks, and it is a leadoff single to start the 9th.
the catcher, Adley Rushman.
Be the start of something here. Hendricks has been on a bit of a hot streak going into the game. Leadoff single for Rutschman. He's 1 for 3, looking for his second hit of the night.
First pitch to Rushman is high and on the inner part of the plate. Count 1-0. Rushman, first round pick in the 2019 MLB draft out of Oregon State, as the 1-0 is inside 2-0.
Picture of Bob Melvin here in the dugout. Maybe couldn't read too much with that inside call. The way 2-0 now to Rutschman, the catcher.
Now the 2-0. Fouled away. High fastball. 2-1. Next pitch is a strike, 2-2. You know, one thing I want to correct myself on, I made a mistake at the beginning of the broadcast, and I think I said this in the game I called between the Marlins and the A's back on Tuesday with Mike Man 91. I keep on calling the field the Coliseum, as the 2-2 to Rushman is in the dirt, 3-2. No advancement by Alberto, throw to first, but Olson wasn't covering. I keep on calling Rickey Henderson Field the Coliseum. Now, while it is technically still the Coliseum, when the A's play, it is Rickey Henderson Field. So I just want to clarify on that. I apologize. As Rushman swings and misses, and that is a big first out for Hendricks.
The bat, number 11, short time.
strikeout there. Iglesias, he's going to step in. 0 for 3 on the day. And got back to it. It's interesting to think that it's called the Coliseum, but when A's play, it's known as Rickey Henderson Field. I remember a field where it's has different names for different teams coming in. Is it the first time you've ever heard that?
It is funny. You think about it, and remember before the MetLife Stadium was built, Giants and Jets, I know this is football, and I'll continue my story in a sec, as the 0-1, there's strike 2, had a fastball at the elbows. The Giants and Jets, they both still play in the same stadium before they play in the same stadium, and it was just called Giants Stadium. And when the Jets played, they didn't change it to Jets Stadium or anything like that. It just remained Giants Stadium. So it's a good point that you just made, Kyle, as that pitch is fouled off by Iglesias. They'll do it again.
So is it just going to become Rickey Henderson Field full-time, considering that the Raiders have moved on to Las Vegas?
Well, isn't that the question of the day, as that pitch is also fouled off by Iglesias. And you have to wonder, how much longer will the A's play in this complex, because obviously Oakland looking to see if they can find a new home in the Bay Area. Next pitch is outside, 1-2. Coliseum has been there for years and years and years. 1-2. Ground ball to the left side. And the out is made at second. Throw to first, not in time. They cannot retire the speedy Iglesias. So 2 outs now. Great play by Simeon to try and turn the double play. But Barreto unable to get the throw to first on time after getting the out at second.
The fielder's choice of the day.
So that'll bring up Santander. He's the reason why the Orioles are out in front. A home run back in the 7th with 2 outs. Takes a first pitch strike from Hendricks. Count 0-1. Now the 0-1.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
1-1. Just looking ahead to the A's in the bottom of the 9th, it'll be the bottom of the order. Robbie Grossman, Austin Allen, and Franklin Barreto. If anyone gets on, it's Marcus Simeon. Swung on and missed by Santander. Count 1-2. Now the 1-2 inside, just missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hendricks tried to fool Santander on the slider. Runner on first, 2 outs, top of the 9th. Orioles up by 1. The 2-2. Just getting a piece on the curveball is Santander. They'll do it again.
Throwing a few breaking pitches here. Don't be surprised if the fastball tries to blow right by him.
2-2. Breaking ball high, 3-2. So that's going to release the runner at first. That's Iglesias. If Santander hits one in the gap, you can assume that Iglesias would be most likely to score. Dangerous pitch here, 3-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on a high fastball to end the inning. No runs. On 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Last licks coming up for the A's. It's 4-3 Baltimore.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for Baltimore.
Well, new pitcher
60, Michael.
for the Orioles. It's going to be their closer, Michael Givens. 2-1 on the year through 23 games pitched. And he has 17 saves on the year, but he has blown 4. And he'll have to face 2 lefties and a righty. Grossman and Allen, and then Barreto. As the first pitch, fastball cut on and missed. Grossman tried to tie it up right off the bat. And the count's 0-1.
Vins was a part of the USA or Team USA in the 2017 World Baseball Classic, where they ended up winning the title. K to walks ratio 35 Ks to 6 walks. Keep that in mind here.
Fouled away, count 0-2. (0-2) coming. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not, says the third base umpire. Ball 1.
that's the correct call so far. It looked like he held back just in time.
Next pitch is fouled off. A's looking for something. They've only had a few hits, but have not scored since the 3rd inning. They have 6 hits altogether in this game. 1-2. Inside. Givens wanted that call. It was a slider on the inner part of the plate.
In his time for that one. Get the call he wanted. And get Grossman right here.
2-2 delivery. Outside, 3-2. So Grossman, after getting behind the count 0-2, is now ahead 3-2. Pitch from Givens. Strike 3. Grossman down swinging on the changeup. 1 away.
The catcher, Austin Allen.
So that'll bring up Austin Allen. With 1 out in the 9th, he currently represents the tying run. First pitch is a ball on a fastball, 96 miles per hour from Givens. He can throw that hard. 2-0 now. Don't forget, coming up next, it'll be the White Sox and Blue Jays. Great pitching matchup. Gio Gonzalez against Tanner Roark. Mark Colley and Mike Memis will have the call. 2-0. 3-0. And this is a dangerous pitch coming because on deck is the winning run, Franklin Barreto.
Not exactly a power hitter if Allen gets on with the walk, but he does have some speed to his name.
3-0 to Allen. It is high, ball 4. So after Givens is able to fight back and strike out Robbie Grossman, he walks Austin Allen on 4 pitches. And now we're going to have a pinch runner. So Austin Allen's night is done. Chad Pinder, who does have speed, will be on to pinch run. So I'll bring up Franklin Barreto. He represents the winning run. 4-3 Orioles, bottom of the 9th. First pitch is a strike. Barreto looking to at least advance the runner. 0-1, high, 1-1. Barreto not known for home run power, but he is someone who can run fast on the bases if he can get on. 1-1. 2-1. Orioles have been looking for a win all week long after getting outscored 23-1 in all 3 games against the Yankees back in Baltimore. They're up 4-3 here in the first game of 4-game set against the A's. Inside, 3-1. On deck is Marcus Semien.
Mine Givens has only had 6 walks on the year, 7 if you count that last walk. Not necessarily a picture that puts people on.
3-1 is a liner caught by the second baseman Alberto, and that is out number 2. That is a big second out for Givens, and the A's are down their final out.
Not necessarily what A's wanted, but in this case, the one thing we can keep in mind is game could be over if Barreto grounded into a double play, and now they got the player they want up at this time, Marcus Semien. First pitch to him.
And it is a strike. Count 0-1. You see his numbers against Givens, 2 for 5, including a home run. What can Semien do here? Next pitch, inside, 1-1. If Semien is able to at least continue the inning, whether the tying run scores or not, the batter would be Ramon Moriano.
And Chris Davis, who hasn't had the best of games, if Laureano now gets on as well.
1-1. Inside corner, strike 2. Orioles a strike away. Along with Kyle DeSantis, I'm Matt Price. You're watching the first game of our 7-game stretch here on Major League Bot Ball. We got a good one here in Oakland. Orioles lead 4-3, first game of a 4-game set. Givens and Baltimore a strike away. The 1-2 is strike 3, ball game. Givens gets Simeon on the slider, and the Orioles, after a terrible series against the Yankees, come into Oakland and take the first game of the 4-game set against the A's in style, winning this one 4-3.
The Orioles coming out of dugout in the first game of the series today, as you mentioned. You see the Oakland A's not too happy. That game was close for most of the time. Box score there. Harvey, he's going to get his first win on the season. The losing pitcher is Bassett, 2-3, and Will Givens save makes it number 18 on the season. Here of the game, Michael Givens. Strikeouts, he also had a walk at the bottom of the ninth. He got the save as well. He's going to be the player of the game.
Now, you got to give a lot of credit, Kyle, to this Orioles bullpen. You look at where they were in the third inning with the game tied at 3. The Orioles bullpen after the third inning gave up no hits throughout the final 6 innings. Only a couple of walks, actually 3 walks to be exact, and a hit batter. That was it. The A's had nothing going after the third inning. Let's take a look at the highlights. We see Renato Nunez in the top of the first inning, an RBI double to get the scoring started. Off the wall and right. That was able to bring home Iglesias from first, and then the very next batter, Dwight Smith Jr. with one of the biggest hits of the night for Baltimore, a 2-run shot just over the leaping try of Laureano, and that, for the moment, had put the Orioles at a very good spot, Kyle.
They did have them in front. In the second, the Oakland A's did come back with a bloop single by Robbie Grossman, the right fielder. That resulted in an RBI. Another single in the same inning. Similar spot, similar hit off of Barreto. Hit 3-2. Was a bunch of singles in the second that got them back into this game. And then it was this RBI double in the bottom of the third off the bat of Matt Olson, the first baseman. Did this game up at 3 after 3.
And from that point on, it was all about the pitching. Basically, on both sides, it was 3-3 up until 2 outs in the 7th when Anthony Santander did that. A laser home run into the first row just over the scoreboard and right. As you can see, the ball did bounce back on the field, but it was already too late as the Orioles took a 4-3 lead. And then with runners on second and third, the 8th, the A's for the moment got a big out they needed with 2 outs, a line out to short. But then, in the bottom of the 9th, after Grossman struck out, there was a walk to Allen. He was put in or taken out of the game for a pinch runner. But then Franklin Barreto with a line out to second, and then with the tying run at first, winning run at the plate, and Marcus Simeon. Givens able to get Simeon to chase on a slider, and that would do it as the Baltimore Orioles, after getting outscored 23-1 in the 3-game sweep against the Yankees, they come into Oakland, first game of a 4-game set, and take this one against the Orioles take this one against the A's, by a score of 4-3. Kyle, any final thoughts?
Anything for the Orioles, this could be the little turnaround that they've wanted. They want to do anything. They want to do anything that's better than that last series against the Yankees. They're off on the right foot here, 4-3 win. In Oakland, I might add. This was on the away visiting. And I believe they're going to have a few more games in this series. I'm trying to see if... Hold on here. The next 2 days, I don't believe we're going to have any of the games live streamed on Bot Ball. You're going to be able to find it out through videos. And we go. This game starts at 2. It's going to be the White Sox and the Blue Jays. Gio Gonzalez, Tanner Roark, the pitchers. Mark
That should be a great matchup.
see Mark Colley here in the booth. Mark, you want to give us a little introduction to the next game on this hip-hop ball?
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you guys for calling that game that just occurred and for tossing it over for the next game. But yeah, Blue Jays, White Sox. The White Sox won the first game of this series on the 30th, the last day of June, and then Canada Day yesterday, the Blue Jays took the win against the White Sox by a 4-1 score. Then here we are today. The Blue Jays are trying to take away this series, climb in the AL East. They've been doing really well as of late, but the White Sox have also been doing really well. They're on a hot streak of their own. You can see their record on the screen there, 55-32, top 5 teams in all of baseball. So it should be a good one as they line up to play today.
All right, well, that sounds like a great matchup. White Sox a game out, along with the Indians outside the Twins for first in the American League Central. You see the standings on the left side of your screen, while the Blue Jays 7.5 out in third place in the AL East behind the Yankees. Let's get you out to Toronto. It is the White Sox against the Blue Jays. For Kyle DeSantis, I'm Matt Price. Again, the final score from our game: Orioles 4, A's 3. Don't forget to donate to RAIN. Very, very important. For those of you who may not hear our voices later in the weekend, have a happy Independence Day. Now let's send it out to the guys calling the second game of our 7-game stretch. The White Sox and the Blue Jays, Mark Colley and Mike Memis. Guys, it's all yours.
Well, thank you very much again for that call on the Orioles and the Athletics. And here we are again, the Blue Jays and the White Sox facing off after the Canada Day matchup yesterday. And in the booth joining us here today for this game in downtown Toronto at the Rogers Centre is Michael. How are you, Michael?
I am doing well. Excited for a very good matchup. We're going to pitch a matchup to very young teams. Lots of guys who are going to be future stars or even current stars in the MLB. So it's going to be a great matchup. Both teams having, kind of surpassing expectations, and big game for both of them here, as they're both fighting for a playoff spot. White Sox 1 game back of division lead and tied for the wild card, and the Blue Jays been hot as of late, but still pretty far back to the division.
Yeah, for sure. The Blue Jays have been on a roll as of late, but it hasn't been quite enough. They've kind of stayed where they are in their division in the AL East, but looking to climb a little bit today, keep that hot streak going as Tanner Roark throws the first pitch of the game, a swinging foul from the batter, Leury Garcia, and just like that, we're underway.
Yeah, and as you see this in throwback uniforms, the White Sox uniform almost reminds me of the Phillies powder blue uniforms, which I really like.
Powder blue making a comeback this year, and in a few years prior, of course, the Blue Jays bringing their new blue, powder blue jerseys back to prevalence. We've seen them a few times this season. That one shot down the left field line. It gets down and it's fair. Leury Garcia is rounding second. He'll stand in there with a double to lead off today's game.
And the White Sox lineup, ever dangerous. You see Garcia, one of their great hitters, and just slaps it down the line. And with his speed, you're going to get a double every time.
And speaking of speed, Tim Anderson now up to bat, hitting .351 this year, and the majority of those hits, and of course the most exciting of those hits coming as of late. He is currently riding a 37-game hit streak, one of the top 10 longest in Major League history, and looks to extend it today. In his first at-bat yesterday, he extended it. So we'll see what he does here in the first at-bat of today's game.
Yeah, well, I don't think he'll break the record because the time he'll come in as a pinch hitter. Just an amazing streak for him, and another great season for Anderson.
Count is 2-1.
That one missing outside, 2-1. Anderson sending that one foul to even up the count. Tanner Roark on the mound for the Blue Jays, an ERA of exactly 3 so far this year, as this one's popped out into right field. Teoscar Hernandez throws the ball in, and that's the first out of the ball game for the Blue Jays.
Batting third.
And
The third baseman.
Garcia decided not to run on that. Nice arm by Fernandez. Don't want to risk it with a lot of great hitters coming up, and you're already in scoring position as well, and you're going to score basically on any single unless it's so hard hit that it's, you know, almost immediately in the glove off one hop.
And of course, as you mentioned, the White Sox with lots of great batters as the top of this lineup, as the throw back to second base isn't in time. And this guy up to bat, Yoan Moncada, is struggling as of late. We saw the numbers flash up on the screen, 4 for 32 in his last few games. So he's struggling, but that doesn't degrade the value of some of these guys in the top part of the White Sox lineup. And of course, the guy coming up after Moncada is none other than Edwin Encarnacion.
Yeah, and Moncada still in the 3-hole despite his struggles. Manager showing confidence in him despite this. A young player, he'll get it back together. He's still having a pretty good season.
It's now 2-1 on Moncada. Of course, Moncada, the former Red Sox, played 8 games with them in 2016, so a little bit of familiarity with the AL East, but of course only 8 games, so not a lot of experience here in the AL East. Quickly shipping off to the White Sox early in his career. Chips that one away, 3-2.
Yeah, and in terms of experience, I mean, Roark, I believe it was only 1 game against the White Sox pitch in his career, so he also doesn't have experience against his team, although most of these guys are new anyway.
Yeah, you mentioned how young this White Sox team is. Later in this lineup, we'll see Luis Robert come up. He's batting 9th today. He was ranked the number 2 prospect in all of baseball heading into this year by Baseball America, number 3 by MLB Pipeline. So he's a guy that is part of this new crop of talent that the White Sox are looking to rely on so much. And same goes for the Blue Jays, but these are 2 exciting young teams as Tanner Roark gets the strikeout of Yoan Moncada, his first of the game and the second out of the first inning.
Perfectly painted right on the inside corner. You know, Moncada not very happy with it, but it looked like it did cross the plate on that pitch.
And it brings up the guy we were talking about, Encarnacion, who swings on the first pitch, sending it foul.
And breakout season for him. I mean, he's never hit above 290 in his life. He's hitting 324. I don't know if it'll stay that much, but it looks like he's gonna maybe his best season ever. He's still keeping the power up as well.
Rounds this one on the left side of the infield, but Guerrero with a quick grab will end the inning. So just like that, there's a double and nothing more for the White Sox. We head to the bottom of the first. The game is tied 0-0. Gio Gonzalez making the start for the White Sox today. His 18th of the year. A pretty good year for him this year. 3.31 ERA over just over 100 innings. And you'll see his whip there, 1.32. A little bit high for a guy like Gonzalez, but nonetheless getting the work done for the White Sox. And he'll be facing Bo Bichette leading things off.
Ball 1, no strike.
Bichette with a stellar day yesterday, 4 hits, 2 RBI, and 2 of those 4 hits being a double and a home run. He was a player of the game yesterday for the Blue Jays in their 4-1 win over the White Sox. Sends this one right to the first baseman. Very similar to the line out that ended the last half inning. Bo Bichette lining straight out to the first baseman. And it brings up Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
And Gonzalez looking to become the team leaders in wins, currently tied with Giolito, and he's up there in the league overall as well.
1-0.
Guerrero didn't have a hit in yesterday's game. Takes that one, 1-1.
Yep, that ball went out.
Guerrero hasn't shown the power this year, but is still hitting for average. 262 on the season so far. Swings at this one, pops it up, into shallow right field. The second baseman comes over, makes the catch for the second out.
Two quick outs for Gonzalez. You want to get through that first inning quickly, kind of just sets the tone for the rest of the day, and so far he's done that, but facing a pretty tough hitter in Travis Shaw.
Yeah, the top part of this Blue Jay lineup is tough. It wasn't tough earlier in this year, but this team is heated up as of late. As I mentioned, they are 13-4 in their last 17 games. And that hot streak, they're looking to continue it today, but it's because of the hitters in this lineup. The pitching has always been there all season, but as of late, the hitting has come there. Bo Bichette has heated up a little bit. Travis Shaw, who is grounding this one to the pitcher and will end the inning, he's been heating up as well. So the Blue Jays have been getting a lot of offensive production from the guys at their top of the order, and that's pretty much the main reason why they've rebounded as of late.
Yeah, and that makes sense because you think about their starting rotation, it's limited. You got two really good guys in Ryu and Roark. After that, it's kind of question marks. Bullpen, you have Giles, but the rest of it, you kind of don't know as much. So the hitting has been a big deal because when your pitchers may falter, now you got this lineup that can score a lot of runs in a game.
Although I will say the starting rotation for the Blue Jays has been a pleasant upside of this team. You have Hyojin Ryu, who started yesterday, brought his ERA down all the way to 1.63, which is the lowest in the American League by far. And you have him followed by Tanner Roark, who's starting today, whose ERA is right around 3. And if you told me, last year whether I could get a pitcher for what Roark is signed on, which was a 2-year, $24 million deal, and have a pitcher who's at a 3 ERA, is 7.3 record, although of course records don't really matter, I would have taken that as an ace of our rotation, but you still have a pitcher who is half his ERA in front of him. So the pitching has certainly been a pleasant upside of this team so far. Jimenez fouls that one off, 2-2.
Yeah, you talked about the starting pitcher, and the question is, who's going to be that third guy that you're going to rely on? Is it Pearson? Is it Anderson? Someone else we haven't seen yet?
And Jimenez swings and belts this one to deep left field, and you can kiss that one goodbye as Jimenez rounds first. He rounds second with a 410-foot home run here in the second inning, and just like that, it is 1-0 for the Chicago White Sox, who get a quick lead off the bat of Eloy Jimenez.
And Jimenez looked like he was expecting that high pitch. You try to sneak it past them, but if they're timing that high pitch, that's going to be hit very far, and it was hit very, very far, over 400 feet. And, this White Sox lineup dangerous from top to bottom, so Roark's got to be careful when throwing those high pitches, to kind of make sure to mix it in enough, the low pitches, that they're not going to be guessing it.
Count 1-0.
And Jimenez didn't have a hit in yesterday's game. The Blue Jays were successful against him, but not the same story in today's game, getting a home run in his first at-bat and putting the White Sox on the board as Yasmani Grandal, who is second in All-Star catcher voting in the American League, steps up to bat. Swings at this pitch, sends it into center field. Randall Grichuk will play it on the bounce, and Grandal will hold at first.
And you can see why they gave Grandal all that money. He's a great hitter. He's a great catcher overall. Kind of weird with James McCann on the bench. Maybe a trade target, maybe get a back of rotation starter or reliever for him, but nothing concrete has developed yet. But it seems like the White Sox could trade him down the line. It doesn't make really sense having 2 all-star catchers on a team when there's a lack of great catchers in the league.
Brayu swings at this one, and he's waving it fair. Will it stay fair? And it does. It's another home run here for the Chicago White Sox in their second inning. So it was a home run from Jimenez, a single from Yasmani Grandal, and then a home run from Jose Abreu, and just like that, the Chicago White Sox now up 3-0. Tanner Roark struggling on the mound here in the second.
And you can tell the White Sox just don't want to lose this series. They're just crushing the ball and right down the middle, a little bit inside, and absolutely hammered by Abreu. And now the White Sox got a 3-0 lead, and you got a great pitcher on the mound, so trouble early for the Blue Jays.
And Roark has done a good job this season in, yes, allowing base runners as this one is sent into deep center field, but Randall Grichuk will shift over and make the catch for the first out of the inning. And as I was saying, Roark has done a good job this season of, yes, allowing base runners, but stranding them a lot of the time. He's had a lot of starts where, you know, he'll give up 7, 8, 9 hits, but only give up 1 or 2 runs. But today, that's just not the story for him. He's given up a lot of long fly balls so far in today's game. That fly ball pop out to Randall Grichuk, he getting lucky and not having all the contact on that one, but, you know, not getting lucky on 2 of the other fly balls we've seen so far today and having them hit for home runs. This is another deep fly ball. Randall Grichuk is running back. He's on the warning track, makes the catch, and it looks like Roark is struggling with the long ball here today.
Lots of big fly balls hit off him, and you know, I think he's just got to shake off this inning because you want to limit the damage, not give up more runs, let the offense kind of take control of this game. But yeah, not a great start for him, not a great just inning in general.
Well, it brings up the top of the lineup again for the White Sox. Leury Garcia.
Already behind 2-0 on him. Not a good start. You don't want to get another base runner on for this middle of the lineup.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Garcia, we saw, hit a double his first time up, so he has the ability to hit the ball. He has a .254 batting average so far this season. Takes a strike there, 2-2.
I count this ball.
Danny Jansen is behind the plate for the Blue Jays today. He has been playing well as of late, and they are going with a hot hand in today's game. Reese McGuire staying on the bench.
Nope, that's inside. Ball 4.
Taken inside for a ball, so he walks the leadoff batter, Leury Garcia. And even with 2 outs, Tanner Roark continuing to struggle here after giving up 3 runs early in this inning.
Yeah, now you got Tim Anderson up, and he has power as well, even though he's more known as a guy who hits for average. So we've got to be careful here.
What an average it is this season. I know I mentioned it before, but .350 batting average today after his flyout in the first inning, and still looking for that elusive hit today, and will look to extend his hitting streak to 38 consecutive games as Tanner Roark already at 41 pitches here in the second.
Yeah, and that's not good. You got 40 pitches, and it's that's not good pace. But if you could limit the damage here, other innings, you hope to get like 15 or so pitches per inning. You could go 6 or 7 innings, but just has to get out of here.
And like I said, he's shown the ability to, put rough innings behind him in his past starts. So we'll see if he does it today, as this one's skied into deep right field. Teoscar Hernandez is going back. It gets down, and rounding third, heading home, is Leury Garcia as the White Sox tack on another run here in the second.
And the Blue Jays not your second best starter. You don't want this. Anderson just crushed it into the gap, and he kind of knows. You just have to wait for the pitch, because Roark hasn't thrown anything convincing these hitters that they need to be aggressive. They just wait for their pitch.
Count 1-0.
Yohan Moncada struck out in the first.
Oh, that's off the plate.
Takes that ball outside, 2-0, and again, Roark falling behind on this batter.
Moncada, part of that Chris Sale trade that then the White Sox have a good amount of prospects, kind of spurred by Sale ripping up those throwback jerseys. Matt Albert's happy to pitch, but he was also a possible trade target anyway, but that kind of sealed him being traded.
Ball inside.
Now 3 balls and 1 strike to Moncada with a runner on second, and the damage might not be done yet for the Blue Jays. They have a relatively well-rested bullpen, only used Anthony Bass and Ken Giles for 1 inning each in yesterday's game, but losing Roark early in the game, as he's already given up 4 runs and 47 pitches, would be a devastating blow as they look to climb in the AL East.
Yeah, likely they'd put in Barucki, but I'm not 100% sure, so it could be someone else as well.
It's grounded to the left side of the infield, and they get the out at first by a step with a good throw from Bo Bichette, but the White Sox adding 4 runs to their lead here in the second with 2 home runs and a double from Tim Anderson to extend his hit streak to 38 consecutive games. And now the Blue Jays are in a big hole here as they step up to the plate in the bottom of the second.
And Gonzalez, you just want to shut down the Blue Jays hitters. For the Blue Jays, you just want to kind of scratch 1 across at least, not making it look like you're kind of laying down and giving up. You have the middle of the lineup to do it, so you have enough hitters. Gonzalez is a pretty good pitcher, one of the better ones in the American League.
Gonzalez, a guy who throws a changeup 31% of the time, also works a 4-seam fastball, sinker, and a curveball in there, and draws comparisons to Hyunjin Ryu for his movement and velocity as this one is skied into right field. The right fielder, Nomar Mazara, is under it, makes the catch.
Yeah, and Gonzalez, he's been in the league for a while. Kind of like up and down seasons. You can't say he had almost a prime, because it seems like he had a few bad seasons. Now he's back to being good again. So just a very interesting career for him all around. Sometimes he's a solid 2-pitcher, sometimes he's kind of a liability.
And this one taken deep into left, but again caught on the fly by the left fielder Eloy Jimenez, and Rowdy Tellez is retired.
It's where you want to hit it with the kind of outlet shifted over, but kind of just hung up long enough that Jimenez would be able to catch it. But still a nice contact, kind of something to take into account next time. As you can hit it he was able to hit it pretty well off Gonzalez.
Now Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who is hitting .351 in his last 9 games, and he had a home run yesterday. .1-0 pitch taken deep, but foul. Or excuse me, that stays fair. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. tricks us with a ball into the corner, and it gets just deep enough, just fair enough for a 361-foot home run. And you mentioned the Blue Jays slowly chipping away at this White Sox lead, but just getting 1 there might be what they need to realize they're still in this game.
Yeah, it looked like it was hit far. I thought it was going to go foul. Kind of a weird camera angle on that one, but just made it out of the ballpark. Kind of just hooked in there. And now the Blue Jays down by 3, a little bit more manageable deficit. And, also a confidence booster for this team, maybe shift momentum a little bit.
Now Randall Grichuk up to bat. So Lourdes Gurriel Jr., one of the biggest power hitters on this team, following Teoscar Hernandez, who leads the team with 17 home runs. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. tacking in another home run, his second in as many games. And Randall Grichuk can drive the ball out as well, 131 career home runs over 6 years. Grichuk has cooled off a little bit after his blistering month of June, and he of course cooled off towards the end of that, but still was a key part of driving this Blue Jay offense towards the bottom of it as he skies it deep into left field. Left fielder's going back, And right on the warning track, Eloy Jimenez makes the catch to end the inning, but not before Lourdes Gurriel Jr. sends a scraper down the left field line, gets it out, puts a run on the board for the Blue Jays.
And 3 long fly balls for Blue Jays to end the inning. 1 home run, 2 flyouts, 1 to the warning track in left center. So, Blue Jays are have been able to hit the ball a little bit this game.
As have the White Sox. A lot of deep fly balls for both of these teams. The White Sox, of course, just getting a few more feet where they need it to get the ball out. But again, the Blue Jays looking to chip away at that as we see Rick Renteria on the bench for the Chicago White Sox. Edwin Encarnacion will lead things off this inning.
Encarnacion didn't, kind of sneaky free agent signing, didn't command that much money because how he ended last year and his kind of less versatility, but he's been solid at that DH position, and he didn't have a couple of very strong hitters for that spot.
One of the best offensive hitters in his prime, and even though he is 37 years old, you look at his batting average this season, it's .324. It's the highest of his career to date. His highest batting average previous to this year was in 2007 with the Cincinnati Reds when he hit .289 in a full season. I think he played about 140 games that year. So he's really showing up this year, even at the age of 37. Swings at this one, sends it up the middle. Biggio on the shift will throw it onto first in time for the first out.
And you got players like Encarnacion that kind of their game transcends no matter how old they are. You think of Nelson Cruz, you think of Adrian Beltre, you think of even Miguel Cabrera. He's not as good, but he's still in the middle of the lineup for the Tigers. A lot of those guys, even though maybe they're not as athletic as they used to be, they still can hit the ball pretty well. And Encarnacion having almost a breakout season.
Yeah, I think Robinson Cano is another guy who pops into my mind as someone who has the age but also has the talent on his side, as this one's popped deep into center field for Randall Grichuk. And again, those long fly balls against Tanner Roark. But yeah, Robinson Cano, he's 37 years old, but he's still kicking. And these guys are guys that have kind of sneaky talent even in their increasingly elder age for Major League Baseball.
And now with the universal DH being in both leagues, at least for this year and possibly in the future, you're going to have these guys even have longer careers because they don't have to play the field.
Guerrero on the shift in the position of the shortstop makes a strong throw over to first, and that ends the inning. So the White Sox go down in order after a rowdy top of the second, and we're heading to the bottom of the third now. Biggio, Jansen, Bichette, 2 up.
And Biggio having not a great season, but he did have a nice game yesterday, and he's looking to turn the season around because he was great last year, and it's been a big struggle for him this year, just the entire season.
Taking your first pitch ball there, and yeah, Biggio has struggled this year for the Blue Jays. They've had pretty much competent production from every other part of their lineup except for Biggio. And in fact, when the Blue Jays went on their trip into the National League, when they were playing the Brewers and a few other teams, they sat Biggio for almost the entirety of that trip because his bat was not worth keeping in the lineup.
And you got a few guys who can play second base off the bench, most notably Joe Panik. So yeah, Biggio's fighting for a spot, and if he doesn't turn around, they may end up substituting him permanently.
He sends this one into shallow right field and almost beats out the throw at first, but just about a foot behind the throw from the second baseman, Lurie Garcia, and Biggio retired, and now Danny Jansen up to bat.
And second baseman, you have to have a strong arm on that. Though, you don't need it for most plays, but for those types of plays, when you're facing a fast runner going the opposite way, you need to have a good amount of arm power.
the big guy 73 in our Twitch chat. I didn't get to chat or catch the trivia question for today, and I think you just sent the answer, but if you could send the trivia question again, it would be much appreciated. I see Mike Flanagan as the answer, and Mike Flanagan, fun fact, is the uncle of my high school guidance counselor. Of course, he pitched for the Blue Jays for a few years, also pitched for the Orioles, I believe.
So the trivia question actually was, former Toronto Blue Jay was the 1979 AL Cy Young winner, but for another team, and that's Mike Flanagan. Interesting. That was a very interesting fact you had, that he was related to your guidance counselor. You know, what is it? 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. So you kind of felt like something like that.
Yeah, and I guess he won the Cy Young Award with Baltimore, I guess. And then I don't know the chronology, how things worked out in terms of time, but Jansen striking out for the second out of the inning, and it brings up the top of the order now for the Blue Jays, Bo Bichette.
Jansen just on top of that ball, kind of just swung above it. And nice pitching, nice recovery inning for Gonzalez.
1-0.
Yeah, Tanner Roark came out after the rough top of the second, came out in the top of the third, retired the White Sox in order, and not an easy part of the White Sox order, 4, 5, and 6, but got them 3 outs in a row. And then here in the top of the third, after the home run last inning to Lourdes Gurriel Jr., you have the Blue Jays coming back here and looking like now you're a strike away from getting the Blue Jays in order. The 1-2 count is grounded, a swinging bunt up the left field line, and it's missed by the third baseman on the run, Yon Moncada. And Bo Bichette is in there safe at first with what is scored a base hit. I think even if Moncada came up cleanly with that ball, Bichette would have been safe at first.
I agree. It's one of those dead spots in the infield where it's going to be an infield hit almost every time when you got enough speed. And that's what happened there. I'm sure that wasn't Bichette's goal, but it ended up working out for him, and now he's on first with Vlad Jr. up.
Those slow rollers working out for Bichette. In yesterday's game, on the very first pitch of the game to a Blue Jay, Bichette bunted down the left field line and got on base with a leadoff single. So it's interesting that he's finding success with those little infield squibblers in the past few days. And the Blue Jays, not a team that has a lot of speed, but they have some sneaky speed at different parts of this lineup. Bo Bichette is a guy who has some speed. Teoscar Hernandez, a lot of people don't think of him as having speed, but he was a center fielder before traded to the Blue Jays when he was with the Astros. And then Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Randall Grichuk, Kevin Biggio are all guys who might surprise you a little bit with their speed on the base paths. Of course, nothing crazy because the Blue Jays don't really have crazy speed anywhere in their lineup, but it's not as if this team can't run it all.
Yeah, when you have young guys, they're going to be able to run, and speed, it's nice, but hitting is more important. I'd rather have 9 Vlad Juniors than 9 Billy Hamiltons on my team.
And speaking of Vlad Jr., the good eye pays off. He takes a walk down to first. So now the Blue Jays have 2 on with 2 out here in the bottom of the third. And yeah, I would rather have 9 Vlad Juniors than 9 Billy Hamiltons. But I think when you have the opportunity, you can't pass up the opportunity of someone like Malik Smith in your lineup, because obviously I would not have him be a dead spot in the lineup just to get the speed in there. But if you have a semi-productive hitter to go along with great speed on the base pass, it's obviously an asset. But like you said, you got to consider the hitting talent before you consider the speed. Travis Shaw swinging at that one, sending it foul, 0-2.
One thing you don't want to do with Shaw is chase, because Gonzalez is in trouble this inning, and he's just given up the last 2 guys hits and a walk. Just don't give him something.
Well, he chases on that one. So Travis Shaw chasing it out upstairs and out of the zone. And it helps Gio Gonzalez get out of the inning. And here we go to the top of the 4th. I'm going to hand things over to my booth partner here, Michael, He'll be handling things for the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Take it away.
Thank you, Mark. Jose Abreu up for the second time this game. Roark in his 4th inning of work. First pitch high and inside. As you see, Roark up to 57 pitches. A tough second inning, but got through the 3rd relatively unscathed. See the second pitch, a little high up down the middle, fouled off by Abreu. Evens count 1-1.
Abreu led the American League with 123 RBI last year, but he also led all of baseball last year with, in terms of grounded into double plays. So a little bit of two sides of the same coin there.
Yeah, it's something he's got to work on as Roark. There's a 3rd pitch for a ball, and the 4th pitch swung on and missed. Inside pitch, Abreu trying to get around on that one, but wasn't able to. 2 inside for him, 2-2. And that ball hit into center field, and Grichuk is under it for the out. 1 out in the inning, and Nomar Mazara coming up, the White Sox right fielder.
And Abreu, obviously not the most speedy guy on the base pass, as we've been talking about speed on the base pass, so it's a little bit easier to get him out when you're turning a double play, but at the same time, he has the power in terms of his bat, and we saw earlier today he hit home run in the 2nd. So, I mean, it's I would take a few grounded into double plays if it meant more home runs and more RBIs.
Yeah, I would too, and the fact that they dropped him in the lineup means he's not going to be in as many pressure situations where he's going to ruin a rally at the top of the lineup. As the second pitch, as it's 1-1 on Mazara. Mazara hit a over 500-foot home run last year. He's got power. He was on the Rangers last year. Now on the White Sox, another young player for this team, but another one they acquired in a trade. As that pitch is a ball, and the 2-1 up high for a ball, 3-1. Roark behind on the 8th hitter in the White Sox lineup with Luis Robert coming up.
Yeah, you mentioned that 500-foot home run. It was 505 feet to be exact. It was against the Chicago White Sox when Mazara was with the Rangers.
As that ball is grounded to first, and Shaw takes it for the out. 2 outs here in the inning, and Roark kind of having a nice, gentle inning, just like he did last inning after that really just chaotic second for him, and just awful second for him. And you see Luis Robert, the center fielder for the White Sox, up. Not sure how long he'll stay there. You have, I believe it's Adam Engel coming off the DL, I believe in 10 days, so I don't know who's going to be, how they're going to their outfield once that happens. First strike up high.
Roark settling down in this inning, this is exactly what he needs. Even if you do have those rough first 1 and 2 innings, settling down and preserving the Blue Jay bullpen, especially as they go into a pivotal series tomorrow against the Yankees, it's important that you preserve it. So Roark going deep into this game, despite his early struggles, will help the Blue Jays.
And strike 3 on Robert, a low strike, and got him swinging. And we're through middle of the 4th. White Sox up 4-1 here on ML Ball. Second game of our day. We got lots of great games later. Reds, Dodgers, Sonny Gray versus Jose Urias. We got Giants, Mets, Jeff Samardzija against Steven Matz. And lots of great games going on throughout the day. So stay tuned in even after this game is over. Teoscar Hernandez steps in against Gio Gonzalez. Ball 1 outside a little bit and on the plate. Teoscar Hernandez, 3 home runs in his last 4 games. He's been hot as of late. You can see why the Blue Jays value him so highly. And pitch is a strike, low and in, 1-1 on the bat.
Yeah, and Hernandez is the longest tenured Blue Jay right now. I think it's my favorite fact about the Blue Jays because if you think about Hernandez, I mean, he came over to the Blue Jays in 2017 in a trade deadline acquisition from the Houston Astros, and you don't think of him as a longtime Blue Jay, but in fact, he's the longest tenured Blue Jay on this roster. Anthony Alford, another guy who is technically longer tenured than Teoscar Hernandez, is just in the minors right now, so it doesn't totally count, but the Blue Jays like what they see in Hernandez, and even though he may not be a star of this offense, he's been getting the playing time in right field.
As Hernandez beats the shift, gets it between the first and second baseman for a single leadoff single for the Blue Jays. And yeah, as you said, Blue Jays team at very young. Hernandez almost bridges the gap between the old team when they were made it to the ALCS and that old team. They kind of get dismantling that to the rebuilding team they have now, the very young team they have now, as Rowdy Tellez steps in for the Blue Jays.
And now is as good a time as ever to remind everyone that we are raising money for RAIN, which raises money and contributes to anti-sexual assault programming, and it's the largest organization of its kind in the U.S. So I encourage you to head on to the link below and donate to keep up their good work over at RAIN.
And definitely donate. We do different causes throughout the season. It always helps a donation to these charities. We're doing this all for free. We're doing this all to kind of, because we love baseball. We love broadcasting, and also for a good cause. So if you have some money, just chip in and help for a good cause. As Tellez is down 0-2 against Gio Gonzalez. Fouls off that pitch high, fighting off Gonzalez here, and still runner on first. Probably has some speed. Probably not going on this 0-2, but a threat on the base pass. If there's a short ground ball, you may have to go to first.
Nope, that's the ball.
That pitch is high, ball one. Tellez does not try to chase on that one.
Yeah, we've talked about the speed for the Blue Jays. Hernandez is one of the guys who's had speed, but at the same time, the Blue Jays, as just a general strategy, don't run much. Charlie Montoyo, their manager, coming over from the Rays, seems like he makes a concerted effort and a concerted decision to not have the Blue Jays run all that much. They mostly just stay put and let the hitters do the work.
As Tellez, strike three swinging. Gonzalez's third strikeout of the day. Blue Jays first out of the inning, as you see. Gonzalez, nice pitch inside, a little bit high, and Tellez just not able to make contact with that despite working it to 2-2 count. And now you have Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Hit a solo home run in the second, just inside the foul pole, and looking to do some further damage here as that first pitch called strike one. This is on the inside part of the plate. Gonzalez gets ready, and here's the pitch, and grounds it to first. Lines to first, catches it, but does not get Hernandez, who's diving back to first, almost turned a double play there. Sharply hit line drive, and Blue Jays lucky they didn't hit into double play with that one. But now you got 2 outs. Randall Grichuk up now. Had a long fly out in the bottom of the second inning.
Yeah, that looked like disaster off the bat. It looked like to me that it would be caught off the fly, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Teoscar Hernandez at first would just be, caught sitting there. And I think it's really smart and heads up of him to, be aware of the situation and be aware of where the ball's heading and dive back into first in time. So a nice heads up play on the base paths by Teoscar Hernandez, and it keeps the Blue Jays in this inning.
Yeah, you're taking the lead, so you're always going to be off the base on that, and luckily he was just able to get in time. But if he started going to second, he would be way out, so good reaction by him, as it's 1-2 right now on Grichuk. That pitch swung on and missed, a little low, a little bit of a chase, but strike three nonetheless. Gonzalez's fourth strikeout of the day. We head to the top of the fifth, and the White Sox are still up 4-1. As we see the top of the White Sox lineup, Leury Garcia, who had a double and he scored as well. And he also walked in the second inning. And Roark, facing this top of the lineup for the third time around, which could be a little bit of a struggle, but he has seemed to get into a groove the last 2 innings. It swung on and missed 0-2. And Roark, he's up to 70 pitches. Probably can go 1 or 2 more innings. But Blue Jays do have a lot of guys in relief, as you said earlier. So Montoya's not going to be hesitant to pull him a little bit earlier than maybe usual, as that pitch fouled off by Leury Garcia.
Yeah, Roark is a guy who can go deep into the games, and the Blue Jays, I think, before this season kind of saw him as guy at the back of the rotation who just eat up innings, kind of similar to Chase Anderson, and kind of just hold the fort down for a year or two until you have some other prospects coming up, whether it's Anthony Kay, whether it's Simeon Woods-Richardson, whether it's Nate Pearson. But so far this season, he hasn't really fulfilled that role. He's gone above and beyond and has been fantastic for the Blue Jays. Just a little bit of a clunker of a start here, but settling down since the second inning.
Yeah, and it made the Blue Jays window a little bit sooner. You kind of expect them to compete in 2 or 3 years. Maybe you consider them competing next year. They're already above 500. I don't think they'll make the playoffs, but they've been relatively competitive as that pitch was outside and high. Walked the first batter inning, which, as you know, never good, especially with Tim Anderson and the rest of this White Sox lineup coming up. Anderson drove in Garcia with a double last time into the right center field gap. This is a great season for him. Almost around a 1,000 OPS, which is outstanding for him. As that first pitch is low and outside, grounded to third, barehanded by Guerrero. Throws second onto first, but not in time. The Blue Jays get a force out. Anderson too fast for them to turn 2. But a nice play by Guerrero with that nice bare hand throw to second on the run.
Yeah, at least you get the leading runner in that situation. I just want to go back to what you were saying with the Blue Jays, being above 500 this year. Kind of surprising a few people, and surprising myself, honestly, after we saw how they were doing coming into the month of June. But, if you had the Blue Jays in a different division than the AL East, and of course the AL East, the Yankees leading this division with 52 wins, if you put the Blue Jays, say, in the AL West, you have the Athletics that are leading things 48 and 39, but then the Blue Jays wouldn't be that far back at 44 and 42. In fact, they'd be in second place, only a handful of games back. So this team is better maybe than a lot of people perceive.
As that ball is pitched out, and they get Anderson at second. They expected Anderson running. Nice throw, nice tag. And Anderson is a sitting duck. And now 2 outs in the inning. It didn't look like a hit and run there, just a straight up steal, and the Blue Jays saw it coming. It's a ground ball to second, thrown on to first by Biggio, and another scoreless inning for Roark. Nice recovery by him. We head to the bottom of the 5th. White Sox still up 4-1.
Yeah, and even though Roark did give up that walk to start off the inning, he eventually got the batters in order with that caught stealing. So that's 3 straight innings for him where he sent down the batters in order and faced the minimum. So again, he's settling down nicely into this game, and Charlie Montoya might as well just ride him to see how long he can go without making a mistake.
And as you see, Vlad Guerrero up here. Nice play last inning, and Blue Jays got in the middle of that lineup. They're hoping to scratch 1 or 2 more off Gonzalez during this inning, and Gonzalez only has 60 pitches, so he looks like he can go for a few more innings as long as he doesn't get into trouble here. The White Sox do have a lot of guys in their bullpen they can still use. And you see Kevin Biggio up, not Vlad Guerrero. Saw Vlad Guerrero on the screen. I thought he was up, but must have been some Heidi Watney talking about his interesting thing, putting him in the 2-hole, hitting a little bit more for average this year rather than power. As that first pitch was a ball. This pitch fouled away onto the left side down the line and gets into the stands.
Yeah, part of the Blue Jays' more recent success is their rejigging of the lineup. It was towards the beginning of June where they, shook things up. They moved around the normal placement. They had Bichette, Biggio, Gurriel, and then Guerrero, but they shook things up. They kept Bichette at the leadoff spot, but moved up Guerrero, moved up Shaw, and that really sparked a lot of changes, and so far it's been working for the Blue Jays.
And swing and a miss for Biggio. Another strikeout for Gonzalez, and Biggio continuing his struggles after a nice game yesterday. Chased it a little bit, but close enough where it may have been called a strike if he didn't swing. Now Danny Jansen up again, struck out in the third inning of this game.
1-0.
That ball is low. Ball one on a changeup.
This is something that might surprise a few Blue Jay fans. Danny Jansen, we saw a flash on the screen, 10 home runs this year. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., I believe, has 9 home runs this year. I don't think anyone coming into this season thought Danny Jansen would be hitting better in terms of power than Vladimir Guerrero Jr., but that's just the way things have gone this year.
I mean, Vlad, he has a lot of power, but if he doesn't hit home runs, he doesn't hit home runs. As long as he's driving the ball. I remember the Yankees fans last year complaining about Aaron Judge always going to opposite field. But he was hitting. He was more disciplined at the plate. Maybe not hitting 50 home runs, but he seemed like a better hitter just overall. That pitch was high, 2-2. And the pitch low, 3-2. Bo Bichette up Bichette up next on deck. And a 3-2 pitch for the 9-hitter in the Blue Jays lineup. And hit into right field, and it is going to be caught by Nomar Mazara. And gave it a little bit of a drive, but another running catch by the White Sox. And they're two-way in the inning with Bo Bichette coming up for his third appearance.
Yeah, and that 10 home run number for Jansen isn't totally representative of his entire season playing, because he did have a 4-game streak where he hit a home run in every single game. So, I mean, it looks impressive, those 10 home runs, and obviously it is impressive, but a lot of it came during that 4-game hot streak, which was, I think, last week or the week before when the Blue Jays were playing in Milwaukee.
As Bichette flies it to right, an easy play for Nomar Mazara, and the White Sox get out of that inning against the bottom of the Blue Jays lineup. We head to the top of the 6th, still 4-1 White Sox, as you see Ryan Borucki in there for the Blue Jays, a long reliever for this team. I guess Roark out of the game, a little bit surprising because he had found his groove, but getting up into the 70s in pitch count, and looks like Montoya will go with Borucki for at least the next two or three innings, unless the Blue Jays can close the gap in this game, as he faced the ever so powerful Edwin Encarnacion.
Yeah, well, that's the benefit of having a guy like Borucki in the bullpen. He's built as a starter. He came up in the Blue Jays organization as a starter. Not really that much room for him in the rotation right now, with the success of course, Ryu, Shoemaker, as we saw earlier today, not so much, but Roark and Anderson and Pearson and all these guys who would be in the rotation before him. But at the same time, he's found success in the bullpen as a long man for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, now facing a little bit of competition. You have Anthony Kay in the bullpen now. He did give up 2 runs out of the bullpen in the first game of that series, but he's another guy who can go long, although I'm not sure how the Blue Jays want to use him fully, because he didn't, he already got a long reliever. Maybe you use him more for one-inning things and see just how his stuff can work when it's more concentrated, as that ball's fouled off by Encarnacion, down 1-2 to Borucki. Pitch, and swung and grounded to third. Guerrero runs and gets it and fires to first and easily gets the pretty slow Edwin Encarnacion for the first half of the inning.
Chicago, the left fielder, Eloy Jimenez.
And you see in the Blue Jays bullpen, you got right-handed pitcher Trent Thornton, and as I mentioned before, Anthony Kay. As you see Eloy Jimenez, you see his home run in the second inning, absolutely crushed 410 feet, and gave the White Sox a 1-0 lead, which they later scored 3 runs in that inning, one on a 2-run homer and one on a double, but did get out in his last appearance, an ever-dangerous hitter, which is this entire lineup. As you see the bullpen there, got a righty, you got a lefty. Maybe they try to go matchup based. Maybe they're just basing it on how the Blue Jays hit next inning. But I think they'll keep Borucki in, at least for this inning, maybe even longer, as that pitch is low. Ball 1 evens the count, 1-1.
Yeah, and talking about Borucki being a long man out of the bullpen, both those guys warming are also traditionally starters. Trent Thornton started a lot for the Blue Jays last year, probably, I would say, one of the better starters of last season. And then Anthony Kay coming over from the Mets, he's built as a starter. So you have all these guys out of the Blue Jays bullpen that are finding success as relievers, but are built as starters. So it gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of how long you can use pitchers, although they have more shifted towards using Burrows in shorter instances, actually, and I think K they've tried to use a little bit longer.
Yeah, you think they may be priming K for some starting periods, maybe later in the year if the Blue Jays are out of it. Obviously, a young prospect, one of the top prospects for the Blue Jays. Big catch for him as that pitch is swung on and missed by Jimenez. Second out of the inning as Yasmani Grandal steps in a single and scored on a home run to a blast by Jose Abreu in the second inning. That first pitch is strike one. Nice pitch by him, just crossing the zone on that curveball and hit the inside corner.
Yeah, and Grandal, this is his first year in the American League, but he's second in AL catcher voting, so a good year for him, of course. He spent previous 8 years of his career, total of 879 games in the National League. That was with the Padres, the Dodgers, and last year the Brewers before coming over to the White Sox this year.
Yeah, and Grandal got a nice hefty deal, 4 years, so he's going to be with them for a little while. Get to see this team improve even more, and one of the big signings for the White Sox this offseason, and has paid off as that hits 1 and 2. And now this pitch swung on to right field, and it's going to be dropped in right in front of Hernandez, and a 2-out hit for Grandal. As you see, batting average leaders entering play. The White Sox are 4th in the American League, and Blue Jays are not on this list. They a little bit more reliant on pitching, but they have hit as well recently. As Jose Abreu steps in, dangerous hitter, and another shot to left field. He's waving it, and it's gone. A second home run for Jose Abreu. Not as far hit, but gone, long gone, and the White Sox now up 6-1. Not what you wanted there out of Burrows, putting him in, and Abreu 17th on the year, and scores Grandal, and Burrows almost out of the inning, but that one absolutely crushed.
Well, that was just a carbon copy of Abreu's first home run. He was waving his first home run fair as well, and it was just fair enough to go out. And then this one, a carbon copy, just fair enough to go out with Abreu waving it fair. And just like that, the White Sox are tallying on more here.
And Mazara hits it down the left field line and fair, and he gets a double. Another base runner. You got to see how long Roark gets to stay there. And maybe just be a sacrificial lamb now. It's a 5-run game, but you don't want to put him in there for too long, because maybe if the Blue Jays start scoring runs, you don't want to regret it that you kept him in too long. But you see, it went nice opposite field hit for Mazara, who's kind of known for pulling the ball a lot, but nice hit there, and you got another runner on second with Luis Robert up again. And that pitch grounds it to the pitcher, and Burrows will take it and fire to first, and 3 outs in the inning, but not before Jose Abreu hit his second home run of the day. 6-1 White Sox. We head to the bottom of the 6th, with the middle of the Blue Jays lineup up, and now it'll be Vlad Guerrero Jr. hitting, as opposed to earlier when it was actually Kevin Biggio.
That was interesting, the last half inning. Ryan Burrows got the first 2 outs pretty much no problem. He had a ground out to this guy who's batting now, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and then a strikeout of Eloy Jimenez. And then just like that, in a matter of seconds, things turned around. Yasmani Grandal with a single, Jose Abreu with the home run, and then a double that didn't eventually come around to score from Nomar Mazara. So things turned around really fast for Ryan Burrows, and he has been successful this year out of the bullpen, but struggling a little bit in today's end.
Burrows hits it down the line and fair, and he gets into second for the double. Went up against the left wall, almost identical in terms of the placement to Mazara's double, and his 22nd double on the year. And the White Sox back, they've been hitting very well today, and you can see why. I mean, they've beaten Blue Jays. That was their first win yesterday against the White Sox all season. They had lost their first 5 before, so White Sox have half the Blue Jays number, and Ryu, obviously a great pitcher, kind of defied that, but White Sox have they've crushed the Blue Jays. Even with Blue Jays hot, White Sox are an amazing team, and they're fighting for that playoff spot. As Travis Shaw steps in with a runner on second, no outs, we just have an opportunity here to maybe tack on a run, get back into it a little bit. That first pitch is outside for a ball.
Yeah, and if it's any solace for Blue Jay fans, the White Sox have crushed everyone this year. I mean, as I said earlier, they're one of 5 teams in Major League Baseball with 55 or more wins, and 3 of those teams are in the AL Central. So you can only imagine how good this White Sox team would be, also how good the Twins would be, how good Cleveland would be if they weren't playing each other all the time, if they didn't have to play this really good competition. So the White Sox, one of the best teams in baseball right now, if not the best. So, I mean, you can't really feel bad as a Blue Jay fan for losing 5 games coming into yesterday's game against the White Sox.
It's weird. You may have the 3 best records in the AL, and then one of those teams can be out in 1 game. The other 2 teams will be facing each other. The Yankees aren't too far behind, but it happened a few years ago with the A's and the Yankees playing the wild card game, and then the Red Sox having the best record in the league. Could happen again this year. The AL Central, surprisingly very good after last year kind of being a little bit mocked for quality of their teams. But White Sox have an outstanding year, their best year in a long, long time. Last time they had a winning season, I believe, was 2012, and last time they made the playoffs was 2009. I remember writing down my notes. I believe that's what it was. And maybe Manager of the Year candidate, Urias for the White Sox. 2-2 on Shaw. Gonzalez over 80 pitches right now. And swung on and missed by Shaw. And 1 out in the inning, 6th strikeout of the day for Gonzalez.
Now batting, the right fielder.
Shaw not having a very good day. 2 strikeouts and a ground out right back to the pitcher for him today. And then yesterday, he did have a single, he did have a walk, but we aren't seeing the sort of fireworks that we saw earlier this year from him, so he might be cooling down a little bit after his amazing performance earlier this year in the month of June, where he was the player of the month for the Blue Jays.
Oscar Hernandez steps in. First ball is strike on the lower half of the plate. Hernandez 1 for 2 in this game, had a single in the 4th inning, and has a runner in scoring position. A single will likely score Guerrero here. The pitch fouled off to the right side, almost caught by the ball boy. As you see, Hernandez signed out of Dominican Republic, one of the international signings for the Blue Jays on this team. A few of them sprinkled throughout their roster. So you get Jimmy Cordero and Jay Spry, a righty and a lefty for the White Sox, warming up. In case Gonzalez maybe getting into trouble. He's already over 80 pitches, and maybe a home run here may knock him out. You want to keep that the Blue Jays out of arm's reach. That ball grounded third hard and goes for wild, but still gets the pretty speedy Hernandez. But yeah, sharp ground ball, so kind of the reason that he was out on that. But not a great throw there by Moncada, and even though he had a good amount of time, Bradley Perez stepped into the plate 0-2 on the day.
Yeah, well, it was a hard hit ball, and it kind of snuck up on Moncada over there at third, and again, he really hurried with that throw, and he probably could have taken a little bit more time and paused for a second, lined himself up, got in a good grip, and thrown it on to first. But, I mean, regardless, apples or oranges, you still get the out at first, so and you still hold the runner at second in the form of Vladimir Guerrero Jr., so I don't know how much you can complain about that play.
As grounds that one foul down the first base side. And Gonzalez already almost up to 90 pitches. Could be his last inning. Maybe they'll try to squeeze one more inning out of him. But nice overall day, as that pitch says it was. Looks like he said he swung 1-2 count, and White Sox fans on their feet at their houses. Maybe some in the stadium, as that pitch just misses up high. 2-2. Nice patience for Tellez.
Yeah, it's a really good performance out here today for Gio Gonzalez. He entered today with a 3.31 ERA.
One is swung on and missed, inside changeup, and Gonzalez gets out of the 6th inning after a no-out double by Guerrero. We head to the 7th inning, and we'll turn it back to Mark for the play-by-play.
The second baseman.
Yeah, well, as I was saying, Gio Gonzalez with that strikeout, a good day for him. Even if his day is over, he entered today with 3.31 ERA, 9-4 record for the White Sox, and just really showing up today, going at least 6 innings and giving up only 1 run to the Blue Jays on a solo shot to Lourdes Gurriel Jr. So a strong day for him on the mound, as this one is skied into right field. Teoscar Hernandez makes the catch.
The batter, number 7.
Blue Jays keep Roark in the game. Down by 5 now, so not, you're not going to put in your high leverage guys. Maybe you put in K at one point if maybe next inning, but keep Roark in there. Only 20 pitches, so he can go a little bit longer.
This one sent right back the middle, almost goes through Brocky's legs, but manages to squeeze all the way through to Grishik. And it's a single here for Tim Anderson, who extended his hit streak to 38 games earlier in this game and keeps the hits coming. He had a fielder's choice and was on base in the 5th, and now on base again with a single there. And I just want to talk about the history of a 38-game hit streak, because he is now tied for 8th all-time in Major League Baseball with that 38-game hit streak. The last person to be 8th, or excuse me, to have a 38-game hit streak was Jimmy Rollins, of course, of the Phillies, who did it in 2005, 2006, split it between the 2 seasons. But it's a really impressive feat by Anderson so far here in this season.
Yeah, and, very impressive. I still don't think he's going to get too much farther. It's a long way to go for the record. And lots of great pitchers in in all the baseball that could shut out the White Sox one game. You see that ball? They turned 2. It looks like they did on that one.
And that's almost a carbon copy of a play we saw earlier on the side of the Blue Jays when they were on base. And a good play, a good line out, and tag him out as we see a new pitcher coming in for the Chicago White Sox. Jimmy Cordero, 37th game this season, and a few innings out of the bullpen. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. has a 1-run in for the Blue Jays today. That solo shot in the 2nd inning, and he'll be looking to kickstart things here again today as the Blue Jays are down to their final 3 innings to get anything done here in today's game.
And, the bottom of the lineup did have some nice swings earlier in this game. So now's the time, later in the game, you're going to get even better relievers to the White Sox. So now's the time to try to scratch something here, get a rally, start getting some hits, start getting some guys on. You just want to be patient here. You don't want to be giving these guys easy outs.
Gurriel had the home run, of course, in the 2nd. That made it 4-1. And then in the 4th inning, he had the line out to third base. And it's the play we were talking about, if I can remember correctly. Teoscar Hernandez was on first, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. lined out to the first baseman for the Chicago White Sox, Jose Abreu, and he almost got the tag in on Teoscar Hernandez, but Hernandez kept his head up and dove right back in before the tag could be applied. Fouled off by Gurriel, 2-2.
Gurriel just fighting it off late on the fastball. Off speed, maybe he's kind of, looking for that and just fouling off the fastball, but right, and looks like he did. He missed that off-speed pitch right there, though.
Lots of strikeouts for the Blue Jays today. The line is closed now on Gio Gonzalez. We talked a little bit about it earlier. 6 innings, 1 run allowed, and a handful of strikeouts as I count through them now. 2 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th for 4 total, 1 in the 5th, 5 total, so 7 total on the day, plus 2 in the 6th. So a good day for him, and Jimmy Cordero continuing the strikeouts of the Blue Jays with a strikeout here of Lourdes Gurriel Jr. now facing Randall Grishik with an 0-1 count.
Yeah, I to EB, and he kind of said, despite the fact the Blue Jays are doing good, they haven't really faced much of a test, and this is kind of their first big test. Besides that race series, they faced a lot of bad teams. This is a test for them, and they're going to have a little bit tougher schedule. So, they had that, hot streak, but it may have just been based on the opponents they're playing, as they're about to drop this series against the White Sox. And, not an easy road ahead to getting back into the playoffs.
This one is a dropped third strike, but the throw down to first in time. So another strikeout for the Blue Jays. And yeah, that's exactly right. The Blue Jays have been doing really well, but it's not like they've faced a lot of a challenge. But coming into this series, coming into the next series now against the Yankees, of course, against the White Sox here, they're being tested a little bit more than they have in the past. They're putting their hot streak up against some of the best teams in baseball with a 55 wins on the season, 52 wins on the season for the Yankees. So it will be a trying few days for the Blue Jays to see if they can keep this momentum going. But of course, they could win this game. It's not out of their hands yet. If they win this game, they come away with a series win. They're then 45-42 on the year. And then they have the momentum going into the Yankees series, where the Yankees, they are a good team, but they're not in the same class as the White Sox, the Twins. Of course, the Blue Jays facing the Twins next week, so another potential challenge there. But I don't think it's impossible for them to keep going through this streak of games with their hot streak continuing. But Gavin Biggio striking out there for the striking out of the side for Jimmy Cordero coming into the bullpen.
Yeah, the Blue Jays, they also have faced a lot of good starting pitchers. I mean, when they faced the Rays, they did beat up on Charlie Morton. A little bit surprising, but, you had to face Gonzalez today. You had to face Giolito in the first game of the series. You have to face Cole in the Yankees series. So, some tough starters, and it's going to test, how good this lineup actually is. I know they've been good recently, but, when you're facing an ace or even a really solid two-pitcher, how are you going to do?
Well, the Blue Jays have had Edwin Encarnacion's number so far this series. Yesterday, he struck out 3 times, didn't get on base, and in today's game, he's also over 3. No strikeouts, but 2 ground balls, 1 line out to third base. So a rough day for him, a rough couple of days for him, and his .324 batting average being held hitless here by the Blue Jays. Of course, coming up after this game, we have the Cincinnati Reds and Los Angeles Dodgers facing off at 3:45, and then 5:30 we have the Giants and the Mets playing at Citi Field in New York, and then 7:15 the Brewers and the Cubs, 9 o'clock Twins and Tigers, and 10:45 Houston and Cleveland as the walk is taken by Edwin Encarnacion. Charlie Morton looking upset on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, with this late in the game, and it's a 5-run game, umpires should expand their zone a little bit. And Barucki, he wanted that pitch. You don't want to walk the 4-hitter. Encarnacion has struggled today, and to face guys who have hit well today. Jimenez with a home run, Abreu with 2 home runs. So not easy batters coming up for Barucki.
Barucki with the pitch, lands it in the strike zone, 0-2. And Barucki, after giving up that home run in the 6th, has held the White Sox scoreless through a 1-2-3 7th, despite the single in the 7th. Of course, the double play that we saw there last inning, and then in the 6th, he gave up the home run, a double, but then got the final out. This one is grounded on the left side of the infield. Bichette bobbles it, and he can't get it to first in time. He runs past the ball trying to field it. It scored a base hit nonetheless for Eloy Jimenez, and that'll bring up Yasmani Grandal.
Huge. I mean, you go from no out, go from possible 2 outs, no runners on, maybe 1 out, 1 runner on, to no outs, 2 runners on, and now they have to change to Wilmer Bond, former Mets reliever, former many teams reliever.
Yeah, it's a little bit of journeyman on the mound, of course, formerly of the Rays, you mentioned formerly of the Mets. Bounced around a little bit, finding a home here with the Blue Jays last season and this season, and has been a steady hand out of the bullpen. We'll see what he does here, see if he can hold the runners on as Ryan Barucki's day is done.
Rookie already gave up 2 runs and possibly on the line for 2 more, depending on how Font does. So not a great appearance out of the bullpen for him, although one of those shouldn't be earned due to the fact that Bichette did cost at least 1 out to the Blue Jays last at bat.
This one sent up the middle. Biggio will run to second, run to first with the throw, and they get the double play. The runner will advance to third. Edwin Encarnacion standing in there for the White Sox, but a smooth double play and a nice play from Biggio will put the Blue Jays in an advantageous situation as we flash back to the 5th inning.
Yeah, and Abreu obviously those 2 home runs today, but nice, smart play by Biggio, just taking it himself. Grandal's not a fast runner, so you could take it yourself and get the guy first rather than trying to flip it. There could be something that goes wrong. Bichette maybe in his head after that, error last play. So just take it yourself, get the 2 outs, runner on third, but get the guy out. You're out of that inning.
2-0 count now, starting off Abreu.
I don't want to get behind Abreu here. Maybe you just walk him here. I mean, he already has 2 home runs. You don't want to give up a third. And Abreu seems to be seeing the ball very well today.
2 balls, 1 strike, the count.
Obviously a very potent bat, and yeah, it might be smart to just dance around him, walk him, especially because you have the space on the base paths. If you put him on to first, you can get the fielder's choice for the 3rd out of the inning, so it might be wise to just dance around him and walk him, as the Blue Jays seem intent on doing that with a 3-1 count now. Taken outside, so Abreu does indeed walk by the hands of Wilmer Font. Now the White Sox with a runner on first and third, 90 feet away with 2 outs. They'll be looking to add some more runs here with Nomar Mazara coming up to bat.
Yeah, and it made sense to kind of just pitch around Abreu. Another home run puts it even more out of reach, and Mazara has 1 hit today, but not as threatening of a hitter as Abreu, at least this game.
1-0.
Right now, I think for the White Sox, Abreu is probably the player of the game, since he has scored 4 runs for you on 2 home runs, both of them, of course, being 2-run home runs. So it's a good day for him at the plate, and I would much rather face Nomar Mazara than Jose Abreu, and it looks like Wilmer Font agrees with us. He's now 1-1 on Mazara.
And you can't hit into the double play if the ball is not in the ballpark. So I guess that was a little bit of a strategy for Abreu today, a guy who's notorious for hitting into double plays.
This one's fouled off. The White Sox looking to become one of 3 teams in Major League Baseball to have 56 or more wins, and looking to close in on the Twins. They're right now 1 game back in the AL Central. I've lost connection, but I've just got it back. Sorry about that. Didn't totally see what happened, but it looks like we're out of the inning, now heading to the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, just a casual fly ball to left, but gets out of the inning for Font out of that 1st and 2nd, no outs. Out of the lineup. See Danny Jansen up to Blue Jays.
Yeah, nice job by Font to come in and handle the situation well, get out of the inning without allowing a run, without allowing the White Sox to tack on more here in the late innings. And of course, at this point, a comeback isn't very likely, but it leaves open the possibility at least. So good job by Font coming out of the bullpen and handling the mess made by Ryan Brook.
Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Danny Jansen held hitless today in his 2 at-bats.
And a quick little bit of baseball news. Tyson Ross, brother Joe Ross, who's also sitting out. Tyson Ross will also sit out this season. He was a free agent. May have got signed by a team with some players sitting out, but decides to sit out this season. Both their parents are work in the medical field. One's a doctor, one's a nurse, so could have influenced their decision, kind of knowing the risks even more than maybe the casual player would know.
It's interesting to see as the news trickles in of what players are deciding to opt out as Danny Jansen takes the leadoff walk. And of course, opting out, it's a very personal decision. It's about your own evaluation of the risks of playing this season versus the rewards. And I don't think anyone is owing any disrespect or, offense to any players who choose to opt out, because it is ultimately about their own safety, about the safety of their families. And, we don't know the full picture, and I totally respect or even applaud someone who does choose to opt out and decides to take the safe route rather than the route that, might make them money, but in the long run might not be worth it.
Well, that's good.
Bo Bichette will try to keep things going here in the 8th as Danny Jansen has a chance to score with none out.
Yeah, and you also have to remember, if a player gets COVID, depending on how severe it is, they may have affected their lungs. So even if they're recovered from the illness, they may not be able to play baseball normal way. Maybe they could DH, but may not be able to run the same way. And if you have, I believe it's like 70% lung capacity, some people have had, it's going to be hard to play baseball that way. So it could be even longer than the kind of 14-day recovery time if the player does come down with COVID during the season.
Right, these are athletes that are at the top of the game, and if you have, a disease that gets your lung capacity down, that, maybe forces you to lose weight over you mentioned not just 14-day period, but sometime it can span for months. So that doesn't just have implications for this year, but for your whole career. So again, no disrespect, and of course, a ton of respect for players who choose to opt out and look at things perhaps more rationally than us fans might be prone to. But Bo Bichette is trying here with a full count to get on base, keep the game going for the Blue Jays, and get a run in here in the 8th inning. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and fouled off. We'll do this again.
We are already up to 28 pitches. Not sure how much longer he goes if he starts getting into trouble. And then you got a lot. The rest of the arms of the White Sox bullpen is available. Walks Bichette here. Runners first and second, no out. So a bit of trouble here for Cordero. Pitched very well last inning, struck out the side, but now getting into some trouble with his top of the Blue Jays lineup.
It's interesting that he's sticking in here to face Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Personally, if I was a manager, I would have taken him out after the back-to-back walks. He didn't pitch in yesterday's game, but he did pitch the day before in the opener of this 3-game series. So he is a little bit well-rested, but not showing it here with back-to-back walks to lead off the inning. Fouled off by Guerrero.
The pitch right down the middle. Kind of lucky that Guerrero wasn't looking fastball, or else maybe a 6-4 game.
And this one is popped up. It's deep into left center field. This one's going back, and it is gone. A 3-run home run for the Toronto Blue Jays off the bat of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. It just got over the wall, but it is just what the Blue Jays needed. It's now a 2-run ball game here in the 8th inning.
And when you leave a pitch high and you just throw a ball down the middle, the hitter is going to be aggressive, aggressive there. A vicious swing on that, and absolutely smashed. And now it's a game. It's a game again. And you have to wonder some plays. Keeping in Cordero in there, is it going to come to bite the White Sox in the butt?
Yeah, well, it also is a two-person discussion with that question, because the Blue Jays had some interesting decisions on their side of things in terms of their bullpen. They brought out Ryan Brucky giving up that 2-run home run. If he doesn't give up that 2-run home run, it's a tied ball game right now. At the same time, you have to credit Charlie Montoyo and Wilmer Font for coming out and holding the Chicago White Sox in the top half of this inning off the base pass, or at least off of home plate when they had a run just 90 feet away, and that makes it a 2-run ball game. So there's an interesting discussion to be had about both of these sides and both of these managers in terms of the relievers in this game.
And also with Roark not taking him out of the game when he probably had 1 or 2 innings left, but deciding he had enough, even though he kind of had settled down, and also not mound visiting him in the second, not giving him a mound visit in the second inning when he was struggling badly. So questionable decision by both managers, but with 6-4 game, with 6 outs left, or 5 outs left now for the Blue Jays, try to scratch a few more on the board.
Yeah, the Blue Jays can make all of those questions we're asking null and void if they can pick up another 2 or, of course, 3 runs to win this ball game. And if they do, we'll be talking about how smart the Blue Jays are and how smart Charlie Montoyo is and how good this offense is. But if not, we'll be questioning them endlessly. And if they come back to win this game, we're going to be questioning the White Sox. So we'll see what happens here. Teoscar Hernandez, a single already today, is coming up now, looking to get another run in for the Blue Jays, or at least get on base and pass the baton on to Rowdy Tellez.
Nope.
Aaron Bummer coming in here with his 6 pitches so far today and starts off Hernandez 2-0. Called strike, looks like it could have been outside the strike zone. That sinker in there for 95 miles an hour. It's now 2-1 on Hernandez. Hernandez with a home run and a single in yesterday's game. Swings and misses at that low pitch, just in the strike zone at the bottom part of the zone. Hernandez fighting on it. Doesn't get a piece of it. So just like that, Bummer comes in and is a bummer for this Blue Jay lineup. Back-to-back strikeouts. And now there's 2 outs.
Stole the pun right out of my mouth. I was about to say, bummer for Blue Jays fans, and then you're like, you got it. So, Bummer's coming in and just quieting these Blue Jays staff. Had that very Rowdy start of the inning as Rowdy is up.
1-1.
Tellez has not been on base today. He had a long fly ball into left field in the second. But that's it for him today.
I got the count 1-2.
Big cut there, 1-2. And another big swing, and it's back-to-back-to-back strikeouts for Aaron Bummer coming into this game. The Blue Jays with a home run from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. tack on 3 here in the 8th inning, but they're still trailing by 2. We'll see if any of that changes here. Now in the 9th, with Luis Robert, the number 9 batter, coming up, and Wilmer Font staying in the game.
Ball.
Font now at 15 pitches, gets a swinging strike of Robert.
Guerrero tied Jensen in home runs last inning. Still only 10 in the season, but you can see that power's still there for Guerrero. It's just maybe in just the spot of the order, he's kind of taking a different approach.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Swing and a miss now, 1-2.
Got quickly through last inning, so he could go this entire inning, and it'll save the Blue Jays a bullpen arm.
That's the ball.
Wilmer Font last pitched in the opener of this series on the 30th, but didn't pitch in yesterday's game, of course. Ken Giles, the closer, who you may have come out if this game goes into extras, did pitch in yesterday's game as Teoscar Hernandez makes that catch on the run for the first out of the inning.
It's nice having just an athletic overall outfield. Usually you kind of maybe put a slower guy in right field for some teams, but the fact that you have so many athletic outfielders, maybe you could put a guy like Hernandez in there who's maybe the fastest guy in this Blue Jays team and not sacrifice defense at the other outfield positions.
Font gives this first pitch swinging, again driven into right field. Hernandez right on the warning track makes the catch. So 2 fly balls, 2 outs now, and there's 1 out left for the White Sox, who look to tack on to their runs and perhaps make it a little bit harder for the Blue Jays to come back in the bottom half of this 9th inning. They're going to have to get the last out from Tim Anderson, the ever-potent guy in this lineup. He entered today's game batting .351, has only increased his batting average here today with 2 hits, extending his hitting streak to 38 games, the 8th longest streak in Major League Baseball history.
Yeah, and Anderson and Encarnacion both up there in like most statistical categories for hitting. So you have to wonder who's the better hitter, at least for this season. I think overall, you want Anderson to be a better hitter in the future, but both having great seasons. Anderson having the better game, though, but he does ground out there.
Yeah, so they get the ground out, and they end the inning as we look at the 10 hits for the White Sox, 5 hits for the Blue Jays. And the Blue Jays with Gurriel leading it off. We'll be looking for some late inning magic here against a new reliever into pitch, Alex Colomb.
And the White Sox using Colomb as the closer. Not too great of a season. You see his ERA pretty high for a closer. Usually you want it below 250, below 3 at least. But White Sox have stuck with him throughout the whole year, and obviously you see by the record, it hasn't. It still worked out for them overall.
Colomé starts Gurriel off with the ball. Big cut from Gurriel sends it foul. Aaron Bummer might be the hero of this game for the White Sox out of the bullpen. He stopped the bleeding in the 8th. Came out, got 3 consecutive strikeouts, and washed his hands, and that was it for today's game for him. But it's a good day for him, of course, out of the bullpen. The White Sox now going to Colomé, and quickly 2-2 now on Gurriel.
And although Bummer may be the hero, I'd say, player of the game, my vote at least, is going to be Abreu. 2 home runs, drove in 4 of these White Sox runs, and just a great game for him overall. Drove in Grandal twice, I believe, this game.
Yeah, certainly the player of the game, Jose Abreu, with 2 home runs, as this ball is driven into the left field corner. It's over the wall. Another scraping home run for Lourdes Gurriel Jr. And you can read it on the Jumbotron. It is out of here. A carbon copy again of his home run earlier in today's game. And just like that, it is a 1-run ball game. Randall Grichuk, the tying run, coming to the plate next.
Yeah, and that ball was supposed to kind of move a little bit more, kind of hung up in the zone down low, and nice drive there by Gurriel. And now 1-run game. I may have jinxed it by saying Abreu's in the game as well as no Red Wings saying that the game is over as well.
Well, Randall Grichuk has his work cut out against him, or for him, excuse me, and of course the pitcher, Colomé, also has his work cut out for him. We'll see what happens here. The Blue Jays have 3 outs to work with. They just need 1 run to tie it, send it into extras, of course 2 to have an electric walk-off win against one of the best teams in Major League Baseball in the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, and you wonder if they'll pinch hit for Biggio. Not having a great day, you got some options off the bench. See what happens after this batter.
As Grichuk sends this in the air to left field. It's caught quickly by the left fielder, Jimenez, 1 down.
Nice drive there. Another nice, two pretty nicely hit balls in a row, but right to the left fielder there.
It was hit hard, more of a scraper than a fly ball, but just good defensive alignment by the White Sox. Jimenez catching it on the fly. The Blue Jays sticking with Cavan Biggio in the number 9 spot. Might be a little bit of a questionable decision if it doesn't pan out for him in the batter's box.
On the other hand, he's due 0 for 3 today, so maybe now it's time for him to get a hit.
It seemed to work for every other batter in this Blue Jay lineup. As soon as they move them down in the lineup, they start hitting. It worked for Danny Jansen. It worked for Teoscar Hernandez. It worked for Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Randall Grishik. It hasn't yet worked for Cavan Biggio. This may be a turning point. Of course, Blue Jay fans hoping it's a turning point. It's a swinging strikeout instead. Cavan Biggio going down with a cut here against Alex Colomé. And there is one out left now for the Blue Jays to finish up this comeback.
And the McCullers, it's just so hard to hit because you kind of expect fastball and then it just gets in on the bat. And Colomé is relying on that a lot here, and now 2 outs after that leadoff home run.
0-1.
Danny Jansen has it all riding on him, needs to either pass the baton or hit it out. And we'll see what he does here. 10 home runs this year for Jansen. Of course, the electrifying streak of 4 consecutive games with a home run last month. We'll see if he can find some of the magic again here.
And Jansen, if you're Jansen, you just want to get a hit. You don't want to have to. You don't need to try to tie the game up because you got the top of the lineup coming up. So you could trust that. You could trust Bichette. You could trust Vlad.
He does have a walk-off home run. Of course, it was about a year ago, a couple of days ago. Celebrated by the Blue Jays on their Instagram and Twitter, and he would love to relive the magic now against the Chicago White Sox. Takes that ball low, so it'll be a full count. Bo Bichette is on deck. The 3-2 pitch from Colomé. Swung on, popped up into left field. Jimenez is under it. He'll camp there and make the catch. And the game is over. The Chicago White Sox hold on to win it 6-5 after the Blue Jays comeback falls 1 run short. And the Chicago White Sox will emerge from this series victors 2-1 in this 3-game series. They're now 56-32 on the year. The Blue Jays falling to 44-43. And it was a good game for both these teams, but the White Sox come out on top.
It looked throughout most of the game like a blowout, but then the Blue Jays kind of crawling back in there and got within 1 run off a couple of nice home runs. So White Sox do pull off the series victory, but Toronto just missed taking this series from them.
And if you're the Blue Jays, I mean, obviously it's hard to look at this game as anything but a win, or excuse me, a lose for them. But at the same time, I would, if I was Charlie Montoyo, I would encourage my team to find the silver lining in this. I mean, you took 1 out of 3 games against the best team, one of the best teams in baseball, one of the 5 best teams in baseball. And at the same time, you almost took 2 out of 3 with a electrifying comeback in the last game of this 3-game series. And then you're going on to face the New York Yankees tomorrow, and the Yankees are worse than the White Sox. You know, they've won a few fewer games. They haven't been as good all season. So I think the Blue Jays have the ability to turn this loss into something more than it is and look at the bright side and keep the momentum going into their next series against the Yankees as we take a look at some of the highlights here.
Started that off early, that very explosive second inning for the White Sox.
Jose Abreu, of course, had a home run there, his first of the game, but it would not be his last. That made it 3-0 White Sox early. Tanner Roark struggling in that inning, and then Tim Anderson later in the game extending his hit streak to 38 consecutive games with that double to right field. That made it 4-0 White Sox. That was the last they would score for quite a while until the 6th inning. But the Blue Jays picked up a run with this solo home run from Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in the bottom half of the inning. Also his first of the day, a scraper down the left field line.
You would flip to the Blue Jays, and they hit the ball pretty good that inning and kind of showed they could fall back a little bit after a disappointing second inning.
Jose Abreu scoring what proved to be the winning run for the White Sox with that 2-run home run in the 6th. and that was all she wrote in terms of scoring for the White Sox. But then the Blue Jays tried to crawl back. A big home run from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the bottom of the 8th. That made it 6-4, and then another home run, as we see here, from Lourdes Gurriel Jr. into left field. Another scraper and another homer for Gurriel. That made it 6-5. And Gurriel homering 3 times in the last 2 games, but that was it for the Blue Jays as they flied out with their last at-bat to left field. The White Sox holding on for the win. Again, they go to 56-32 on the year. They are now only a half a game back in the Minnesota Twins in the AL Central. We'll see what happens with the Twins game later today. It's scheduled for 9 against the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, and almost a must-win for the Blue Jays next series. I mean, you're 8.5 games or 8 games back to the Yankees. And if you get swept, you're over 10 games back and you're below 500. So you need to take at least 2 out of 3. You preferably want to sweep because then you're within 6 games of them. But a big series for the Blue Jays coming up.
Yeah, it is a really important one and a pivotal one for them because I don't think anyone really expects them to win the AL East. And if you don't win the AL East, you have no shot at a wild card because you're competing against the likes of Chicago and Cleveland, who are, just phenomenal. Or I should mention Minnesota if either of these teams takes over the AL Central. So it's really AL East or bust. And I don't think anyone expects the Blue Jays to, come from behind and win in the AL East. But at the same time, if you want this season to be a feel-good season, if you want to end above 500, if you want to be relatively close to the top of the AL East and parlay this season into more success down the line next year, the year after, I think it's important that they do well in this upcoming series against the Yankees. Because as you mentioned, if they don't, then they're 10, 11 games back of the Yankees. They're below 500. So it is a really important series coming up.
Yeah, and the White Sox, you're still in a big race, but the good news is you have a lot of cushion. So even if you don't win your division, you're going to be in the wild card. But you obviously want to win that division, so you don't have to face one of these other Central teams and in a wild card game. But the White Sox, a nice performance for Gonzalez. Bullpen did struggle there, so something you maybe want to keep your eye on. But really nice game for Abreu, nice game for Anderson, and a nice game, overall for that team, taking the series victory off a resurgent Blue Jays team.
Yeah, and you mentioned Gio Gonzalez, 6 innings pitched, 1 run allowed, 1 walk. 7 strikeouts, a good start for him. It'll lower his ERA. And then on the other side of things, Tanner Roark giving up 4 runs before leaving the game in the 6th. Before the 6th inning. And I mean, I think if we're looking back at this game and we're trying to pinpoint something that the Blue Jays could have changed to do better, I think I would honestly point out the decision to take out Tanner Roark so early, because I think he had settled down. He had retired the minimum in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th after giving up all those runs in the 2nd inning. So I think you could have kept him in for the 6th. His pitch count was fine. You keep him in for the 6th, and then maybe you go to Wilmer Font. Okay, and Wilmer Font is, as we saw in today's game, excellent. So I think if you keep the starter, Tanner Roark, in the game, I think you have the possibility to win this one. So I would pinpoint that as something the Blue Jays could have changed to win this game. At the same time, it's always easier in hindsight to determine what could have won the Blue Jays the game. So I don't think it's totally fair to say, yeah, it's obvious, keep Tanner Roark in. But I think that's something that could have changed, that could have given the Blue Jays the win.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible he stays and then he gets up, does have another 2nd inning almost. So,
right.
But you don't have Ryu pitch, the other day, or yesterday. So you're going to have, not as good starting pitchers against the Yankees, and you're going to have to use this bullpen more. So you kind of want to keep them out there to use less of the bullpen, but they only had to use the 2 guys out of the bullpen, Barucki and Font. So they didn't have to use too much of the bullpen. They're going to have most arms ready for the Yankee series and a pivotal series for them.
Yeah, we talked about how important this series is, and you mentioned it's the 3 worst starters for the Blue Jays coming out to pitch. You have Chase Anderson, you have Matt Shoemaker, and you have Nate Pearson. All 3 of those, of course, they're doing well this season as we look at some of the pitching stats here, but they're just not quite as good as the top 2 in terms of Tanner Roark. and Hyunjin Ryu. Tanner Roark, of course, entering today with a 3.0 ERA exactly, and then Hyunjin Ryu leading the American League with a remarkable 1.63 ERA. So, yeah, it is tough that they do have not their best pitchers starting these games against the Yankees, but that's not to say that these pitchers can't perform. Chase Anderson, Nate Pearson, and Matt Shoemaker, they have been solid arms for the Blue Jays, even if they aren't quite as good as the top of this rotation.
My question is it enough? Because you look at that Blue Jays bullpen, some guys overperforming. How long can they keep that performance going? I didn't expect these guys to pitch very well, besides Giles. But a lot of guys stepping up. But you want to get some more length from these starters as the season goes on. Kind of rely less in the bullpen. Maybe even extend Giles. Maybe have to go 4 outs saves for someone. But the pitching. Anderson has been up and down. Pearson has started off well. Last 2 haven't been great. Roark has been great. Ryu has been great. You see Schumacher, below 4 ERA, but you see Ryu's amazing numbers. Just probably Cy Young frontrunner. You wouldn't disagree with that, right?
No, not at all. I mean, he's leading all-star voting right now, and maybe he slides a little bit in the second half, but right now he has to be your number 1 pick for Cy Young in the American League. The next closest in terms of ERA, last time I checked, in the American League was Ryan Yarbrough of the Rays, who is around 1.9, right? So Ryu is leading him by almost 0.3 of a run. And it doesn't sound like much, but once you get down to like 1.6, there's not that much farther you can go. He's just been absolutely phenomenal for the Blue Jays. Their 4-year, $80 million investment this offseason really paying off as we look at, again, some of the leaders for Cy Young Award voting in the American League. Hyunjin Ryu, Andrew Heaney for the Angels, and Kenta Maeda pitching for the Twins. The Twins, of course, another great team in the AL Central. They're leading the AL Central by half a game right now. We'll see if that changes tonight at 9 o'clock. Minnesota and Detroit facing off. And then, of course, you look at that ERA, 2.18. Not as good as Hyunjin Ryu, and we see Hyunjin Ryu at the top of that list. But really impressive numbers from him so far this year. Look at the National League as well. Nowhere near the same ERAs as Hyunjin Ryu has.
Madison Bumgarner, big surprise this year. Kind of looked like he was on the decline of his career after that dirt bike accident. But signs of the Diamondbacks, and it's a big reason why they're competing with this Dodgers for the NL West. Walker Buehler, as you can see, also doing great for the Dodgers. Quickly on Ryu. Ryu had a great season last year. He was the Cy Young frontrunner for most of the season, and he kind of tailed off at the end, and DeGrom started got back to his dominant self and just kind of got the Cy Young at the end. So you have to see, can Ryu last the entire season, or is he going to have another tail off at the end? Still will have great numbers either way, even if he tails off a little bit at the end, but something to watch, especially if the Blue Jays start stay hot and find themselves in a pennant race.
For sure, and that's the dream for Blue Jay fans, but the White Sox are living the dream right now. They are half a game back of the Minnesota Twins, and with that, I think we can introduce our broadcasters for the next game. It's the Cincinnati Reds and the Los Angeles Dodgers coming up, starting at 3:45, just a few minutes from now, when we have Justin Rock and Mike Man 91 calling this game. Hey guys, how you doing?
I'm great, man. How are you doing today?
Doing pretty well. I'm a little bit bummed by this Blue Jay loss, but it was a good game regardless, so I'm enjoying being in the booth, and I'm looking forward to this game for you guys.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. The Reds going for a 4-game sweep. We were up late last night, Duggo and I calling a Reds-Dodgers game, but the Reds have played really well. Dodgers scuffling, so take or break right now for Dave Roberts' club.
Well, we'll see what happens, but I think Michael and I will sign off, and thank you, Michael, as always, for a very fun game, and good luck, guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mark and Michael. A great job on the broadcast as the White Sox to the Toronto Blue Jays this afternoon at 6-5, Game 2 of our big slate of contests here today on ML Botball. Justin Rock joined alongside Mike Man Unkwa Asonye here on the mic this afternoon. Unkwa, how you doing this afternoon?
You know what? It's Thursday. It feels like a Friday, and we get to talk baseball. I have no complaints whatsoever.
I have no complaints as well. It should be a fun matchup today between teams fighting for playoff positioning. The Reds coming into this game 2 games up on the Dodgers in the National League wild card hunt. Reds in the thick of the NL Central race, as are the Dodgers in the NL West. But Unqua, this is a huge game for LA to try and avoid being swept at home by a team that they're fighting for playoff positioning with right now.
And LA has been really the breadwinner in the NL West for the past few years. So for them to really lose footing against the Reds team that's really coming out of nowhere, that's not something you want to see at this point in the year. So I would be interested to see, especially with Urias on the mound, finally getting a chance to find his footing in the rotation. We'll see how well he comes out and pitches here.
He has pitched very well for the Dodgers as of late, has been on fire for them, but even with good pitching, the Reds have had some advantages in this series, a very offensive laden lineup. It'll be a great pitching matchup, much like it was last night. Sonny Gray for Cincinnati against Julio Urias of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And mentioned how this Reds team has sort of sprung up out of nowhere. They've had some really nice performances from unsung heroes in 2020. What sort of caught your eye, what the Reds have done to this point, Unqua?
So far, it's just been the fact that Joey Votto's really just continued to sustain in that lineup. Usually with hitters like that, as they get older, you kind of don't trust how well they do, but his plate discipline has really carried him on to this point. And Mike Moustakas, for me particularly, he has not really gotten the respect that he deserves as a left-handed hitter with pop that can play both second and third base. He provides a lot of flexibility and hopefully some defensive stability for a Reds team that hasn't really had that kind of prestige at the hot corner in a bit.
Well, they have not. It's been interesting for Cincinnati because they have so many players fill a finite number of spots in their starting lineup throughout the course of the season. Obviously, when the 2020 season ultimately gets underway, they'll have the added benefit of the DH in the National League this year to try and get some of the guys in the lineup. But Eddie Galvis right now, the odd man out for the Reds, not in the starting lineup. As it's been interesting, Eugenio Suarez, who had played a lot of third base the last number of years, originally came up as a shortstop, now playing short in order to get Moustakas and Nick Senzel in the lineup. It's an interesting setup right now for the Cincinnati Reds.
And because sometimes flexibility pretty much gets painted as having a lot of mismatched pieces, this Reds team has done enough to not just be in the thick of the race, but even though they're 6 games back right now, they could stand to turn things around, and they've done a great job going to play at Dodger Stadium, not an easy place to play, to knock out 3 straight. They'll try to complete the sweep this afternoon.
Yes, they will, and the stopper for LA this evening is Julio Urias. You look at the numbers, very good. A sort of breakout season for the 23-year-old native of Mexico. 8-2, 3.47 ERA, pretty good strikeout and walk numbers. He's been a guy that they've been high on for a number of years, and it seems like he's finally come into his own.
And they've been waiting for him to come. I know they really wanted him to throw lights out in the prime of the Clayton Kershaw years, but he may be ready to take the mantle.
We'll go Akiyama leading off for Cincinnati, and the first pitch of the ball game misses high and inside. Is 1-0, and we are starting exactly on time, 3:45 Eastern. Our first pitch today. Akiyama had a really nice game for the Reds last night, stole a couple of bases in that 6-3 victory as takes high and inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Nice day in Los Angeles, 69 degrees, clear skies. Beautiful day for baseball. It's a beautiful day in my neck of the woods in New Jersey. How's the weather by you, Unqua?
Oh, you're in Jersey? Watch this. I'm on Long Island.
Hey, very close, right up the road as Akiyama with a slow ground ball to the first base line. Urias able to make the tag and a first out for the Dodgers in the top of the first inning.
So right away, I like the fact that Urias is really going after hitters. He's attacking high and inside. And as a left-handed pitcher, your command of the inside part of the plate against hitters of your kind, that will really bode well for Urias.
It's interesting, the Reds lineup today There's 3 left-handers, but there are 3 of the first 4 guys in their lineup this afternoon, and here's one of them, Joey Votto, recently activated off the injured list as swings through that fastball 0-1. Votto had a great game last night for the Reds, the player of the game, 5 for 12 in this series with 3 doubles. As this foul ball, it's quickly 0-2.
And already, I know it's early, but just Urias' command of that breaking ball, the changeup in particular, I love the way he was able to attack Votto there.
0-2 pitch, and you talk about the breaking ball, and this time he snaps off a slider that has about 4 weeks in front. Strikeout of the day for Urias, and the Dodgers can with some gas early.
And listen, it's not easy to get Joey Votto that far out in front, much less strike him out in 3 pitches. I like the command from the young 24-year-old.
2 up, 2 down, and now here is Eugenio Suarez, National League leader in RBIs, as he fouls it off 0-1. Suarez during the day, 294, 25 homers, 75 RBIs. An impressive start to the season for the Reds now shortstop. There's a strike in Urias. You talked about his attack of the strike zone. He's done that with spades to start, quickly ahead 0-2.
And for a Reds lineup with plenty of power, you've got to try and keep them off balance as much as possible.
2 pitch, just misses outside. Live fastball at 97. It's 1-2. Now the lefty comes home, and Suarez swings and hits a high drive out to left. Back goes Peterson in front of the wall, able to make the catch in front of the scoreboard out there in left field, and Urias able to work a 1-2-3 top of the first. We're through a half. Reds nothing. The Dodgers coming to bat. Go to the bottom of the first inning out at Dodger Stadium. The Reds going it to send Sonny Gray to the mound this afternoon. The counterpart to Urias. He's had a fantastic season, 9-3, a sub-3 ERA at 2.88. I think Gray has his hands full, though, against a very talented Dodgers lineup. If you look at those splits this year, Umpqua for Mookie Betts, you'd expect him to be doing a little bit better at Dodger Stadium. A 100-point difference between his batting average at home and on the road.
I mean, it's a different world for Mookie Betts, though. He's going to a different league, a definitely less hitter-friendly ballpark, but he does have a lot of good experience against Sonny Gray, the former New York Yankee at one point.
There is that little piece of familiarity as it's just getting acclimated to the National League. Gray had his induction into the NL last year as the 1-0 from Gray to Betts is swung on, lined into left field. Coming on is Castellanos, and he'll put it away. The opening out in the bottom of the first.
And it's just so hard, to get used to those digs, and I can't imagine how much Mookie Betts is putting pressure on himself to produce at home. But nice short at bat for Gray on the bump so far.
That'll bring up Max Muncy. He's the top of the National League in home runs, as the first offering from Gray is high. 1-0. Muncy on the year, hitting at 264. 3 homers, 61 RBIs. You see, nearing that milestone marker of 100 career home runs, 2 shy. Going into the day as he swings and misses. The count evens up at a ball and a strike.
Justin, a lot of people were surprised at how quickly Max Muncy not just endeared himself to his teammates, but to that lineup. His flexibility in the infield has made him go from a super sub to really indispensable for the Dodgers.
1-2, and there's a strike. So a 1-2 count on the Dodgers' first baseman, Max Muncy. Sonny Gray, second year with the Cincinnati Reds. You mentioned Umpqua, former Yankee. They got him just before the beginning of last season as a fastball down and away, and peeled down the third, say he didn't go. But ended up being a great deal for the Cincinnati Reds. Got Gray and left-handed pitching prospect Ray-Iver San Martin in exchange for Shed Long and a first-round draft pick. He would then flip Long onto Seattle, but Gray really seemed to find his rhythm once again last year after really was up and down and probably had more plateaus than peaks during his time in New York.
And I think he got a really bad rap for his time in New York. I mean, he was expected to really come through.
Now 2 balls and 2 strikes on Max Muncy. It was an interesting trade. You go back and look at the deal that the Yankees initially made in 2017 to get Sonny Gray. 2 is inside, 3-2. He was supposed to be the last piece to that rotation. The Yankees ended up giving up 3 guys, and they haven't really developed into much of anything yet. Oakland, it was Jorge Mateo, who Oakland just traded this week to San Diego, the first post-COVID-19 trade in baseball, as Muncy. This one on the outside corner for strike 3 called. 2 out now, bottom of the first. James Kaprelian, who has been hurt pretty much his entire Oakland career, and Dustin Fowler, who has spent more time, I believe, in the minors than he has in the majors. So ends up, when you look at it, in retrospect, a trade that sort of hasn't quite worked out for either side, as Turner takes high for a ball.
And what I really like, though, about the deal for Oakland, they have a habit of buying low on really talented prospects and waiting for them to mature. Caprelli I like a lot from his days with Team USA, their national collegiate team. I believe he's also a graduate of Louisville University, the University of Louisville, rather, a fantastic baseball program. I can't wait to see what it'll look like once he's not as injured anymore, because he's got a lot of tools to help his team.
Yankees had high hopes for him and had gotten off to a great start to his pro career, pitching in the Florida State League for the then Tampa Yankees, and meeting Tommy John surgery, and it's sort of been one nick and bruise after another. Turner fouls that away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. No score out of the first inning. The final game of this 4-game series between the Reds and the Dodgers. Justin Rock, Unkwa Sonye with you here at Dodger Stadium as Turner goes fishing for a breaking ball and comes up with nothing but the lure, and the side is retired. So 6 up, 6 down combined in the first. We go to the second. No score out at Chavez Ravine. Top of the second for the Cincinnati Reds, Mike Moustakas, Nick Castellanos, Aristides Aquino. 3 scheduled to bat for the Reds in the second inning. And a bit of throwback Thursday action here on ML Bot Ball. The Reds and Dodgers going into the Wayback Machine. A lot like the first game we had today, the Orioles and the A's. These uniforms, I believe, the Brooklyn Dodgers, or they might not have even been the Dodgers at that point. I think this was from the 1910 decade. Might have still been the Brooklyn Robins or some other name beside Dodgers at that time. And these Reds uniforms, so old from the 1910 decade as well, that you wouldn't even know what team they are because they don't have any letter or name across the chest.
So here is what's funny. I'll wait for the next pitch to tell you what their mascot is.
2-1 inside ball, 3-2 Moustakas.
So we're not looking at the Brooklyn Dodgers, even the LA Dodgers. We're looking at the Brooklyn Superballs.
I know they had a whole bunch of different names. That was one that I did not remember right off the cuff. As Moustakas, an easy ground ball to second, and Lux throws him out for the opening out of the inning. Yeah, it's so interesting because the Dodgers have had this well-known, recognizable brand for such a long time, but if you're not a diehard baseball fan, you may not know that they did buy different names back in the early days. As you mentioned, the Superbas were the Brooklyn Robins at one point. I believe that it's probably not the only teams that I'm forgetting that they had during those early years.
And you know, just the evolution of all of these teams to this point. Sometimes you don't know whether to laugh, to shake your head, or at least nod and say, that kind of makes sense.
1 ball.
Actually just pulled it up right now thanks to the magic of Wikipedia, and you'd be stunned at the amount of name changes Dodgers have had since the franchise was first founded back in 1884.
Am I allowed to guess?
Go for it.
The number of name changes. I'm going to say 6.
Is more than 6. Now,
it's more than 6. Okay.
It's more than 6. See, it's interesting. They had, depends on which way you look at it. They have reused names multiple times, but they have changed the name more than 6 times. As Castellanos is high for ball 4 and he's on with a 1-out walk. That's the first base runner of the afternoon.
Well, first off, that's the first real loss of command that Urias has the whole night. But seriously, if it's even with the reuses, how many times?
With reuses, it is. See how good my quick math is. 11 times.
11?
It has been changed. The history of the Los Angeles Dodgers organization. As Aquino swings and misses in the count. 1-1 on the Reds' right fielder, hitting at 257. 14 homers, 40 driven in, as that's low 1-1. Dodgers were originally founded in 1884. Were known as the Brooklyn Atlantics at the time. And only lasted for 1 year. And in 1885, they became the Brooklyn Grays. That stuck around for 3 years. Until 1888, where they changed their name to the Brooklyn Bridegrooms. I don't know what in the world the story is behind that. There's a fly ball out into right, going back to make the play. Betts for the second out. And that they just shortened it in 1891 to just the Brooklyn Grooms. Okay, a little more manageable, not quite as out of a mouthful to get out.
You're generous, very generous.
And then they went back to the Bridegrooms, 1896 for another 3 years. It changed after 3 years, went back to the Brooklyn Superbas for the first time in 1899. That lasted. This is the longest tenure they had at this point. It lasted for a little over a decade until 1910. It was the first time you ever got the first mention of Dodgers in the name. It was in 1911 the first time it was brought up. The Brooklyn Trolley Dodgers was the official name for 2 years. It went back to the Superbas in 1913. It switched again in 1914. They had 3 different nicknames in 3 different years. As you see, Senzel foul it off. It's 1-2. So after 1913, they went to the Brooklyn Robins in honor of their manager, Wilbert Robinson. 1914 and 1931. Finally, in 32 was when they became more well-known Brooklyn Dodgers. Then, of course, 1958, they moved out to Los Angeles, became the Los Angeles Dodgers. But how insane is that? So many name changes. Could you imagine, right now, if any sports team, forget just baseball, any sports team in any part of the world changed their name 3-4 times in a span of 3-4 years?
Ooh, let's talk about it.
Senzel strikes out to end the inning. Urias, second strikeout. He does give up a base runner to the frame, but not much else after that. We're after 1.5. No score out in Los Angeles. Of the Dodgers, Cody Bellinger will lead off. Got straight lefties stepping up against the righties, Sonny Gray, Bellinger, Peterson, Lux, and should anybody reach Corey Seager. Be the batter for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the second inning. Justin Rock, Unkwa Asonye with you here for some mid-afternoon bot ball. Bellinger in the top 10 of the National League in doubles, and we're talking about the history of the Dodgers name and how it has changed so much as Bellinger swings and grounds one at first. Nice play by Votto. Balanced throw to Sonny Gray over to cover. Nice defensive play. Nice PFP shown off from Sonny Gray as well.
First off, excellent. Secondly, I do not like the Nike swooshes on the new Major League uniforms. I just do not. But that caused consternation for almost ever, it felt like, when it was really maybe a couple of weeks. I cannot imagine how crazy things would go today if anyone changed a name for 1 year. but consistent name changes. By year 2, they're calling for a change in ownership. It would be hilarious to sit through and shake your head at all at the same time.
I would love to sit through those meetings. I think Phil Knight and all the people at the Nike offices would throw a temper tantrum or try and back out of their contract. Major League Baseball or whoever the league is. I mean, we have to throw out all these jerseys we just made. Though, to play devil's advocate, is pitched low to Bellinger, actually, rather, Jock Peterson. It's 3-1. Seen it a lot more in basketball recently, is all these different uniforms and different styles. And it's, every team's got 3 or 4 different uniforms. Some of them change on a yearly basis, as you see the fly out from Peterson to left, second out of the inning. I think it's not as crazy as we think, because you look at the NBA, they come up with 2 different alternate uniforms that seem like to be new every year, so maybe it's not that crazy that somebody would change uniforms that frequently over a short period of time.
See, uniforms would be a lot of fun. In fact, I really wish more teams had alternate uniforms. Now, if we're talking team names and mascots, I think that would be a lot. But it would be an opportunity to inject just a little bit more fun and a little bit more excitement into this game. Now, I don't think
strike to Lux to the count 0-2.
I don't think we need to go all Arizona Diamondbacks on everything, but we do. Sorry, Duggo, but we do. We should definitely think about, like for the Yankees, for instance, they can't have one alternate uniform. I think there's a difference between tradition and being just stuck in the ways.
I definitely agree with that, and I think that's been an issue with many different places, and to sort of correlate it to a different sport. I'm a Penn State alumni, as Gavin Lux fouls it off, stays 2-2. And the big talk always at Penn State has been the football uniforms, the classic blue and white, and people don't like changes, but in the modern era of players liking some uniqueness and some switch-ups to the uniforms, the basketball team started wearing these alternate uniforms. They wore maybe 1 or 2 times a year, or the original school colors of black and pink, and the football players have been like, we want these types of we want a uniform like that wear for homecoming, and it's a big barrier to try and people to get on board with it, even though the players want it, as you see the strikeout of Lux to end the second inning. So scoreless 2 in Los Angeles as Sonny Gray is retired. All 6 batters he's faced at this point, as we take a peek at the pitching numbers for the Dodgers through pretty much the halfway point of the 2020 season.
And you take a look at those numbers real quick, the Dodgers have really pitched themselves into contention despite going down 3 straight games. But I would be interested to see, especially since Urias has allowed the only base runner to this point, how well the Reds can sort of run his pitch count up. He had a relatively short inning in the last 2 frames, so we'll see how they pull things off.
The 8-9-1 up Cincinnati here in the third. Kurt Casale, Sonny Gray, Shogo Akiyama. 3 scheduled to bat in the inning, as the 0-1 from Casale is high, 1 ball and 1 strike. Casale didn't play yesterday. Some PT in the first 2 games of the series. He had 227 for the year, 2 for 7 this set. It's got a lot of playing time as the Dodgers, a very left-hander heavy rotation, as Casale line drive in a left, and that one's down for a base hit. And the Reds not only had the first base runner of the day, they now have the game's first hit as well.
First off, great bat action from Casale. Managed to wait on that breaking ball. Didn't tail enough inside to tie Casale up.
Now here is Sonny Gray. You see the 100 average and 2 RBIs. Try and sacrifice the runner over. Is that one high and away? 1 ball and no strikes. Job by Gray pulling back. And Unko, when you're playing the show or watching the show, it can always be an adventure with these sacrifice opportunities.
Ugh. So I have a character in Road to the Show, and I actually made him a pitcher in the NL. I refuse to bunt with him because I bunted him 2 times, got a pop out, and grounded into a double play. So I decided to rake instead.
It's amazing as Gray takes inside 2-1 and had the same issue, whether it be playing Road to the Show, Diamond Dynasty, whatever it is, comes to trying to bunt with pitchers in a situation like this. The 2-1 is Gray bunts it foul. Yet again, it's 2-2. And the trick at some point in time, to, at least for me, has been, especially if you're playing against computer, you have to sort of send the runner on the pitch to make sure if he gets it down, they don't have to play at second base. As it tries a bunt with 2 strikes and ends up making out. That'll be a strikeout for Urias for the first out of the 3rd inning, but better than hitting into a double play on a bunt attempt, I guess.
I think you've got a point there. And now that you've given me something to think about next time I want to sacrifice bunt, I do feel like I don't mind letting the pitchers be a little bit more competitive swinging the bat. I mean, you never know, especially since not every pitcher is really great at bunting either.
It is very true. That's an interesting aspect, I think, that everyone just assumes in the game that because they're pitchers, they're going to be able to bunt it well down either line and sacrifice the runner, but not always the case, as Akiyama takes one on the inside corner. 3 pitches, and Urias has grabbed some pine meat to go out here in the 3rd.
And that's 2 straight Ks after giving up the base hit. And Urias is trying to make up for lost time. Great backdoor pitch to Shogo Akiyama as well.
Bring up another lefty in Joey Votto. He was the first strikeout victim of Urias back in the 1st, and that breaking ball is low. 1 ball and no strikes. Reds and Dodgers, final game of this 4-game series. Reds, after this one, will head down to Arizona, the Sedona State, to take on the Diamondbacks. Duggo's D-backs starting tomorrow night, and Dodgers will stay at home. They'll welcome the Miami Marlins to town for a weekend series beginning tomorrow afternoon. Ball, both those games in action on your screens tomorrow. Is that one high? 3 balls and no strikes on the Reds' first baseman.
And all of a sudden, the plate discipline for Joey Votto's trying to keep this inning alive. It's pretty hard, and Votto himself is trying to redeem himself after that 3-pitch strikeout back in the 1st.
The 3-0 from the southpaw, and that's low ball 4, and Votto, a tremendous eye as always, able to draw a free pass, second walk issued by Urias. The Reds have the first man in scoring position at any point in the game today.
This is the time where Suarez could really use some solid contact. Granted, there are 2 outs, so there's no scoring on and out, but you've got a real opportunity here, and the runners will definitely have liberty to go on contact.
Suarez taking low at that first pitch, 1-0. He has been run-producing machine. Suarez, last night's game, played well, had 2 RBIs in the victory. As that one, a breaking ball, finds the top of the zone for a strike, 1-1. Suarez in the series has driven in 3, 5 for 15, being his first at-bat. Casali at second on a single. At first, Votto, who walked, as Suarez drives one out into right field. Betts going back towards the warning track, and a few steps in front of that brown dirt makes the catch to end the inning. So Urias able to dance into and out of trouble. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. No score at Dodger Stadium.
Leading off for the Dodgers.
So we move on to the bottom of the 3rd. Bottom 3rd of the order up for the Dodgers against Sonny Gray. It'll be Corey Seager, Will Smith, and Julio Urias. But talked about Urias and his command. Did a nice job there, at being able to work himself out of trouble. Had some help. Nice play in the field by Mookie Betts to end it.
And that trailing by Betts. I mean, he's a gold glover out there in right field. And ironically, Castellanos, who really got roasted for his defense back when he was in Chicago, he's out in left field for the Reds. Outfield play is just so important, as is any position. But the ability to read from the outfield is just so important. And that saved 2 runs from scoring for sure.
That first step is so vitally important. Doesn't matter if it's virtual or real-life baseball. You make that bad read initially, it can cost you dearly, especially the major league level, as Corey Seager go ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Gray 6 up, 6 down to begin the day as Seager takes high, 3 balls and 1 strike. Corey, 240 on the year, 11 homers, 40 RBIs, has 3 hits and 13 at-bats in the series. Righty Gray winds and fires. Now the pitch, as this one is lofted in the air in a shallow center, coming on Akiyama, sliding feet first, and he makes a beautiful catch. The first out of the inning. A great play made by the young Japanese import.
And we talk about first step all the time. Akiyama read it off the bat, made sure he was in a dead sprint. And I know everyone loves those Jim Edmonds type catches where you lunge forward or you lunge backward. But coming in with the slide not only saved your body, it's a pretty good look.
That is a really, really tough play. I mean, everyone talks about the toughness of going back on a ball and how to make a leaping grab, and some of the catches Edmonds did make in his career over his shoulder. As Smith swings through that one, it's 0-1. Coming in, sliding the way Akiyama did there to make that grab, that is not easy to make the catch sort of off to the side of your body while also trying to angle yourself in that position. It's a tough, tough play, even though he made it look really easy.
And I'll say this. Everyone has sort of taken for granted how important speed is to the outfield, but instinct is huge regarding that as well. Because it's not always as simple as taking that first step and just running at full speed. You have to be aware of pretty much everything. So all of your senses are heightened no matter where you're tracking that ball. So adding that extra pressure for that ball to be put in play, don't ever take great defense for granted.
3-1 now the count on the Dodger backstop Will Smith, who homered yesterday's loss as he swings and fouls it off. Now 3 balls and 2 strikes on the Dodger catcher. We have seen some great defense and making those reads so overlooked. Some players, as the Dodgers at long last have their first base runner of the day, as Will Smith is aboard with a 1-out walk here in the 3rd.
And some great plate discipline from the Dodgers so far. And they have actually done a pretty decent job of working Sonny Gray's pitch count, now just north of 40 pitches through 2 in the 3rd innings pitched.
We'll see what the Dodgers do. We talked about it with the bunt when Gray was at the plate in the top half. Urias lays a bunt down, throw to second, and they won't get anybody. It's part of the issue sometimes with this, as you'll see the fielders be aggressive. Votto trying to get the lead runner at second base and cost him dearly. Now the Dodgers have 2 on, 1 out, at the top of their order coming to the plate.
First of all, it is a heady read by Votto, but a bad one, particularly because we saw Urias. He can really get down the line, and that was a perfect bunt in no man's land where all 3 fielders had to converge on it.
Mookie Betts fouls this away, 0-1, and look at the woeful numbers for Betts against Sonny Gray lifetime, just 2 for 21. But that is a play where you got to put some onus on the catcher as well. Yes, on Votto for making that mistake and throwing to second base, but as a catcher, it's your job to alert that first baseman as to where he should go with the baseball, and if Barnhart's telling him to go 2, that is a mistake as well. The catcher for Cincinnati, and actually not Barnhart, Kurt Casale behind the dish today, as Betts a ground ball to first. Another chance at redemption on to second for 1. Back to first, double play. Joey Votto saves his own ship. 6-3 twin killing, and the Reds get out of trouble in the 3rd. We move on to the 4th. No score at Dodger Stadium as we turn the play-by-play microphone over to my partner this afternoon, Unkwa Asonye.
Thank you, Justin. Good afternoon and happy Thursday to everybody, wherever you are. And thanks for joining us on ML Bond Ball. Mill the order due to hit for Cincinnati, lefty on lefty. As Urias' first pitch to Moustakas hacked at and missed 0-1. Quick view of the lifetime numbers for Urias. 1 for 7 is Moustakas, as our count's now even at 1 apiece. Justin, the story for Urias, we mentioned it near the top of the broadcast. Very highly touted Mexican prospect. Has really bounced between the bullpen and the rotation and really started to find his footing even in this simulated campaign.
Yes, he has been sort of one of those guys that they haven't quite figured out what they wanted to do with, partially because the Dodgers have such a influx of pitchers in their system.
Hack and a miss. Strikeout number 5 for Urias, 1 away.
And because they've had so many pitchers and arms, they've sort of like we talked about earlier with the Reds and the amount of players they have for a finite number of spots, only so many pitchers, 5 rotation spots, and at times he's been the odd man out, partially because of injury, but he has really taken advantage of his health here in 2020. He has been in the rotation all year. He has not missed a start. He has not missed a beat either. You look at those numbers in the beginning of the season into today, been very good in the middle of the Dodgers rotation.
Count now to Castellanos as the pitch from Urias. Fly ball in the right field. Coming in is Betts. He'll make the catch. And very quickly, 2 out.
Now batting, number 44.
I got an interesting trivia question going on right now in the Twitch chat via the Big Guy 73. This time frame, 1970, currently only 2 times the World Series has had 2 100-plus win teams face off. So the question is, who are the teams and what year do they happen? So which 2 years did 2 teams with 100 or more wins play against each other in the World Series?
We can talk about that on the other side of this break. 3 up, 3 down for Urias. We're still scoreless here at Chavez Ravine. Bottom 4 now for the Dodgers as they are trying to bounce back after having 2 runners on with 1 out. An inning-ending double play for Mookie Betts. The only bright side is that 2, 3, and 4 will bat for Los Angeles. Gray worked his way into and out of trouble last time, and he starts Max Muncy off with strike 1.
It'll be interesting to see how Gray does the second time through the order. Job getting out of trouble. A wacky 3rd inning.
Just missed inside with the slide piece. The count is even at 1-1.
Going back to this trivia question, one of the teams involved is playing in this game. My guess initially was going to be, the Red Sox and the Reds in 1976. Actually, 1975 was the year that they played in the World Series, Reds and Red Sox. The Yankees and the Reds was in 76.
2-2.
Wild hack in the miss from Muncy. Counts now even at 2-2. Missed inside with the bender. Now our counts run full. I am almost tempted to guess that if it's one of the teams involved in this game, I would actually go Houston, LA back in 2017.
I think that is a very, very good guess.
Muncy fouls it off. Our count remains full.
There's one other one that's I'm trying to get to come to mind. Big Guy 73 saying that is correct. The Astros and Dodgers in 2017 is one of the answers.
Fist raised high in the air. No fist for Muncy. He fouls that one off again.
We're missing the Reds World Series now. My initial thought after that was the answer was going to be the Red Sox and Mets in 86, because I know they both had really good records that year.
Line out straight to shortstop, and the shift beats Muncy this time. 1 gone. Here's Justin Turner, 0 for 1 with the K back in the 1st inning. The Reds looking to complete the 4-game sweep here in Los Angeles, winning 6-3 last night. Still another full slate of games here on ML Bot Ball, as Turner, the former Met, down in the count 0-1. Fouled off from Turner. The count is 0-2. Are there any more Reds World Series guesses that come in?
My first thought was the 75 Red Sox series.
As that pitch is popped up, nice read by Casale going up the first base line.
If that's not it, I don't think it was the 76 series between the Reds and the Yankees. They said it was not the 90 series between the Reds and the A's. Once you beyond those 3 World Series, it gets a little hairy trying to go back through the history. Guess maybe my only other guess that I can really think of for sure that I know the Reds were really good that year.
That's a high fly ball to right field, and everyone watches it go. Cody Bellinger, solo shot to right field, 415 feet. And Chavez Ravine leaps for joy. It's 1-0 LA.
Second straight game in this series with a home run for Bellinger. He hit one middle of the game yesterday. This time a little more prudent, giving the Dodgers an early 1-0 advantage, something they've not had much of in this series, and that is a lead.
Justin, one more look at the tower. Well, not really towering, more of a line drive from the powerful bat of Bellinger.
That was a 110-mile-per-hour heat-seeking missile. And hopefully they were paying attention out bleachers at Dodger Stadium. Otherwise, somebody probably lost an entire plate of nachos.
And Sonny Gray almost cost another fan as that fastball was right down the pipe to the powerful Peterson, counts 0-1.
The only other guess I could think of that would involve the Reds that immediately comes to mind would be the 1919 World Series between the Reds and the White Sox. Of course, that one more known for the Black Sox scandal than anything else.
We'll see what the big guy brings us as the final answer, because you've got me beat on going through all of those series. I was just going Astros Dodgers because it seemed to make the most sense, especially since the Astros at that time blew the league away. Blew the league away, I should say.
Yes, they did. Is any World Series champion, I guess it's from 1970 current, so Reds have been one of the series in 72 against the Oakland A's?
That sounds correct to me, because the A's at that time were a powerhouse.
You sort of forget the Reds made it before 75 in that stretch when the A's won 3 in a row.
Hack and a miss, so Gray bounces back after giving up the solo bomb. Cody Bellinger puts LA on the board. It's 1-0 Los Angeles through 4 innings of play. Back after this on ML Bop Ball. Thanks for joining us here. We wanted to remind you to donate to RAIN, an organization. It is our charity of the day, and it is a very important organization combating all sorts of sexual violence and domestic violence that our country is plagued with today.
We definitely encourage all donations to our charity of choice. It's been one of the best things noticed during my time working with Bot Ball. That has been the emphasis on charity and helping one another. And if you want to donate, you can go to our Twitch channel. It's the link to donate to the charity up there in just a matter of seconds. But it's stuff helping survivors through the National Sexual Assault Hotline. That big part of the RAIN message.
Now, while we return to play, a very unhappy Nick Senzel will take first base after getting a hit.
We saw a whole bunch of Reds grilled Dodgers yesterday. 6-3 Cincinnati win, so maybe a little bit of retribution from Leo Urias to begin the 5th.
The only thing I miss about real-life baseball is the ramifications of a pitch like that, as Urias' first pitch misses downstairs to Casale. I really wish sometimes that the game accounted for malevolent behavior like that, and it would come out to the crowd, and maybe we'd see at least a little push in the show.
Well, apparently the answer is not Reds versus Oakland. So that leads me to believe that the guess actually for the correct answer must be 1970. I think it was the Reds and the Orioles in that World Series. That's the only other guess I've got to come to my head. But talking about the impact of this series, obviously huge.
Senzel, pretty good speed, leading off of first. One gone here in the top of the fifth. Hack and a miss to even the count from Casali.
To go back to your point about how things missing sort of the retaliation for stuff like that, that's going to be the big bugaboo this year. The year of big guy, I believe, is 1970, was that Reds-Orioles World Series victory, the Orioles winning against the Reds in that classic. I think I saw a couple of them on TV on MLB Network recently. But obviously not allowed to charge the mound or have bench-clearing brawls this year. I really don't think that's very curious to see what will happen when someone gets drilled, because someone's going to drill an Astro at some point this year. And are players going to be able to control themselves in that situation? I don't know.
That remains to be seen. As Sonny Gray, who struck out last time he tried to bunt, now down rather ahead in the count, 1-0. So this, I'm not a big fan of bunting, Justin, but this right here is my favorite bunting situation.
I mean, if you're Sonny Gray, you're not an offensive-minded pitcher. To get this one down, you're down a run. Move those two guys into scoring position with the top of the lineup 2 up, but just don't screw it up.
And he did not. That bunt perfect down the third base line. Everyone moves up 90 feet. Score the 5-3 sacrifice bunt for Sonny Gray. 1 gone.
Nicely done. The Reds, a good first step after that bunt was laid down by Sonny Gray. Well done by the Cincinnati pitcher.
So now that will turn the lineup card over for Shogo Akiyama. As he swings and misses for strike 1. He's scored 4 runs in the last 5 games and is 0 for 2 currently on the day. Takes outside for ball 1. Decent speed on the bases. Well, not really with Casali at second, but great speed with Senzel over at third. And Urias is going to have to wiggle out of this one to keep that lead intact.
Akiyama has good speed, too. Top 5 in the National League in stolen bases, so gaps one. He could run for a while.
1-1. Fouled off third base side. Now count 1-2 in favor of the pitcher. At the belt is Urias. The 1-2. Looped into left field. Coming over. Making the catch is Peterson. Tagging and scoring is Senzel. Moving to third is Casali. Check that. It was a base hit. Sorry for the tough read on the screen. Akiyama ties it up at 1.
That was a tough one. That was a little Texas leaguer bloop into shallow left field, and I was with you. I thought Peterson was coming on to make that play, and I guess Jock pulling up at the last second, deciding to play it on a bounce. And that costs the Dodgers. Also, heads up base running by the Reds that Casali was able to get to third base on a ball hit in front of him.
So now all of a sudden, real trouble for the Dodgers as the dangerous Joey Votto steps in with runners at the corners. Tied ball game, 1 run already home for the Reds. And now Votto jumps ahead in the count 1-0.
Dodgers already with double barrel action in the bullpen. David Price, Adam Kolarek been tossing.
2 lefties, no less. As Urias, the young lefty himself, now running into a bit of trouble facing his own kind in the batter's box. This time notches a strike to even the count. Votto ready, the 1-1. Misses outside, and that fastball not having the same velocity it did earlier this game, Justin. It's one thing to go from 97 to 95, but only 93 then coming from the left-hander.
That's about a 4 mile per hour drop in. That could be reason why Roberts has his bullpen up and ready to go.
Outside, that's the ball.
Now real trouble for Urias as the count is now 3-1 with Eugenio Suarez standing on deck.
What you want if you're the Dodgers to have a righty up with the bases loaded potentially against the southpaw.
Half foul out of play. Now our counts run full. Urias is ready. The 3-2 pitch. Shot foul. We'll try it again.
Great job by the Reds this inning, giving up that run. Bellinger in the fourth and coming straight back with a rally of their own in the top half. Now a chance to take the lead.
One more time fouled off as you take a look through only 4 1/3, 78 pitches thrown. One more time the pitch. Fouled off behind home plate. I'm sensing a little lag on the screen on my side. If I missed it, I apologize. Count still full.
One just getting out of play behind home plate.
3-2. Fouled off yet again, and Joey Votto, a real nuisance at home plate. Now
they have made Urias work in this inning.
That's 80 so far. Pitch 81. Unlucky for Urias. It's ball 4. The bases are now loaded as Votto trots to first.
An ill-timed miss there. Tried to surprise him with a 3-2 breaking ball. It's low, and now the question is, what do the Dodgers do here? Bases loaded. Suarez coming up, and they pull the trigger on Urias, and it looks like they will.
That will do it for Urias. He's still responsible for all 3 runners on base. We'll see who gets the call for Los Angeles.
Your attention, please.
It will be the veteran David Price, redeeming himself back in that 2018 World Series with the Red Sox. Take a look at the numbers of the year, though. He's off to a rough start, Justin.
And this is the first time he's appeared out of the bullpen. He started earlier in the week and got roughed up, and the Dodgers ultimately making the decision to make some roster moves. They called up Dustin May from AAA and taken Price's spot in the rotation, and now David bullpen making his first relief appearance of any kind since 2016, just his 11th regular season relief appearance of his major league career.
And now he'll have to do that with the bases loaded, the game tied, hanging in the balance here even in the 5th inning. He notches his first strike of the at-bat to even the count. Suarez 0 for 2, 2 flyouts, but it's hit the ball hard. If he duplicates that, the Reds will have the lead. For Price, the first-round draft pick out of Vanderbilt. Started with the Rays, closing things out in their surprise run to the World Series back in 2008. 2-1 this time, not just the upper part of the zone, counts 2-2.
Still remember the day he made his major league debut for Tampa Yankee Stadium against the Yankees, and I believe one of, if not the first batter he faced was Derek Jeter, who hit a homer off of him. He would later hit a much famous one.
And, you know, he'll be a little more famous with Los Angeles as he'll hack and miss. Bases remain loaded with 2 down for Mike Moustakas. Moustakas takes low and inside. He is also 0 for 2 on the day. You see that number, 184, Justin, with runners in scoring position.
That is rough, and a job by Price against Suarez. Red hot, had a huge series. The strikeout in the left-right matchup, and now a little more comfortable lefty-lefty with Moustakas, and now in the thick of it at 1-1.
Dodger Stadium gaining some volume. They know how important this at-bat is. The 1-1. This is low and inside. Count now 2-1. Price a little shaky with his command, but any out will do as that pitch is fouled off first base side out of play to even our count.
It's a great at-bat. This has been a really interesting inning. Some great at-bats from the Reds. See pitches by the Dodgers.
That one's roped down the right field line, but just foul, and he missed clearing the bases by a matter of feet.
One was about a chin hair away from being an extra base knock for multiple runs.
Now things get more interesting. Counts now full at 3-2. The runners will be off with the pitch.
Merry-go-round goes in motion here. 3-2, 2 outs, tie game. The Carnival go.
Everyone goes. The pitch. High fly ball to center field. Bellinger makes the play as the ball's on the ground. 2 runs will score. Nice base hit to center field for Mike Moustakas. It's 3-1 Cincinnati.
Huge base hit for the Moose. Put Cincinnati in front. In this inning, the 2 base hits to drive in runs for the Reds. Sort of short hoppers right in front of Peterson and now Bellinger. 4 reads by the Dodgers outfielders, costing them the lead here in the 5th.
Those reads fooled me more than I would like to admit, but nevertheless, what a tough break it's been. And 3 of those runs will be charged to Urias.
Urias' line officially closed for the evening with 5+ and even.
Now another base hit to center field, but everyone will move up 90 feet as Castellanos comes through to add the pressure.
Number 44.
The Carnival continues for the Reds. Price got off to such a good start, getting that strikeout to begin his day, but since then, a couple of singles, and now the bases are full again.
And that will bring the powerful Aristides Aquino to the plate. And he'll hit that one to deep left field. Ranging back is Peterson. And it's out of here! A grand slam! Aristides Aquino touches them all. He bats around. The Reds go off. It's 7-1 Cincinnati.
Unbelievable. Aquino wasting no time. First pitch out in front, and he was able to keep his weight back just enough to yank it fair on that left field line. Peterson running out of space, and David Price's first trip out of the bullpen this year. As big a nightmare as his run in the rotation has been, as that one was the definition of a hand grenade, as the Reds in this one from a 1-0 deficit to a potential lapper, a 7-run for the 5th.
And now his day is done, and Adam Kolarek will begin Nick Senzel with ball 1.
What an inning for Cincinnati after pretty quiet throughout the early going. They have absolutely exploded. David Price charged for 4 runs now in this inning.
2-0 now the count. As Senzel, he's had a very big series. 2 homers in the series with 4 ribbies to boot. The 2-0. Hacked that and missed. Counts now 2-1.
Larrick making his 2020 season debut for the Dodgers, called up from Oklahoma City earlier in the day.
Now Kolarek in trouble now, down in the count 3-1.
Larrick called up the Dodgers after Caleb Ferguson took the loss. LA last night sent down a AAA, made 2 appearances in the series, and neither went particularly well.
3-1. At least hacked that and fouled off. Now the count's run full. The Dodgers in such a promising position at the start of this frame. Now in trouble as the 3-2 misses high, and the woes continue for Dodger pitching. It's ball 4.
Now batting.
The wheels have come falling off, and the train has gone rolling down the hill as the Reds now sending their 11th man to the plate in the frame.
Quick throw over to check Senzel. It'd be pretty gutsy to send him after scoring so many runs with your hitters, but you talk about the pitching falling off. Putting lefties against this lefty-heavy Cincinnati lineup has not gone well. Urias started the frame with a walk And then a single, then the sacrifice bunt by Sonny Gray. At least put 2 runners in position. Akiyama comes through with a ribby single. Votto then walks. They get Eugenio Suarez to strike out, but then Moustakas comes through with a 2 RBI double. The bases then load for Aquino, who clears the bases by touching them all with a grand slam.
Amazing inning for Cincinnati, and Dodgers have themselves to blame for a lot of it. 4 free passes this inning, a trio of walks and a hit batter. Leading to all of this for the Cincinnati Reds on the verge of a 4-game sweep in LA.
The 1-2 pitch. That one's hacked at and missed. And finally, mercifully, the inning is over, but not before Cincinnati takes the gloves off and goes right to work. 7-run score. We're halfway home in Los Angeles. It's 7-1 Reds. Justin Rock, Unqua Sonia, glad you're joining us here on ML Bot Ball. As the holiday approaches this weekend, hopefully you made your plans, have made some time with friends, and are being safe about the whole situation, because unfortunately, we are still in a pandemic, so please take care of yourself.
Wear your masks, wear your gloves if you got them, be safe, socially distance, all the stuff you got to do, but find a way to have fun somewhere along the line as well, because it's important too. Don't keep yourself locked up all the time.
It'll be Gavin Lux to lead things off, as Sonny Gray now has a heck of a cushion to pitch from. As he'll miss high to the highly touted second base prospect, now current major leaguer. As that pitch misses low 2-0. The guy on deck, Corey Seager, was really expected to be much more of an offensive contributor, but injuries have sort of knocked him off a bit. They're looking for Gavin Lux to try and supplement or even surpass Seager while he gets back into form.
He's been on the trading block a little bit, Corey Seager. His name has been thrown around there. There have been some rumblings about whether or not the Reds make a deal with the Dodgers to acquire Seager before Jose Garcia really blew up in spring training and sort of became what I had expected, and being the Reds' sort of shortstop of the future.
3-1 fouled off. Now our counts run full.
So funny, you talk about Sonny Gray and you look at his career history. This has been the antithesis of a Sonny Gray pitched game.
As Lux goes down looking via the backwards K. 1 gone here in the bottom of the 5th inning. As we take a look, Gray tied for 4th in the league in wins.
4-way tie with his teammate Luis Castillo, among a couple others. But what I mean by it being the antithesis of a Sonny Gray performance, if you're a Yankee fan, an A's fan, even a Reds fan last year, it always seems to be a guy that pitches just well enough to lose, where gives up 1, your team doesn't score any. If he gives up 5, your team only ends up scoring 4. In this case, Reds scoring 7 times for him and pitching with a 6-run lead. I feel like that's not been a common occurrence.
Well, he will take that as often as he can, as Seager pops out to Moustakas off of 3rd and foul ground. Boy, you want to talk about slamming the door. Imagine retiring the number 8 hitter to have the pitcher spot lead off next inning if Gray can pull it off.
Be the ideal situation.
Smith himself will foul it off.
Gotta love those shutdown innings to try and limit your opponent after breaking out like they did, 7 runs in 1/2 inning. Able to go 1, 2, 3 in the next inning. Exactly how the pitching coach Derek Johnson and his manager David Bell draw it up in the dugout.
Gray only 1 strike away. The 0-2 pitch.
Oh, that's out.
Just missed the corner with the slider.
Spot, good pitch. Take as well from Smith.
1-2.
Did it go?
Check swing, the appeal down to first. Smith did not go. Our counts even now at 2-2.
Thought that one was in the strike zone regardless of a swing, but apparently not.
He got his revenge with the hack and miss. Down goes Will Smith, and down goes Los Angeles here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 3 up, 3 down. The Reds in full command. They lead at 7-1.
Leading off for the Reds.
Here's the aforementioned Sonny Gray to lead off the top of the 6th inning. As Los Angeles still reeling from giving up all 7 of those runs just 1 frame ago.
And the worst part of it for the Dodgers, back of that inning, 7 runs on just 4 hits. The inning for the Reds, a triumvirate of walks, a hit batter, really allowing the Reds to set themselves up, and it cashed in big time against a multitude of Dodger pitchers.
And that is really, I think, even a bigger casualty for Los Angeles, as the count's now 1-2 to Sonny Gray. It's not enough that the starter was knocked out of the game, but they lost the bullpen arm in between. Kolarek had to clean up after David Price, as down goes Sonny Gray for out number 1.
Second strikeout for Kolarek in his 2020 Dodger debut. And yeah, David Price was expected to be the long man, come in and pitch up a couple innings after Urias couldn't get out of that 5th inning, but that strikeout, Price like a landmine there, blowing things up for the Dodgers.
And just on 1 pitch, Shogo Akiyama flies out to left field. 2 gone quickly here in the top of the 6th.
19, Joey Votto.
You know, Justin, as we take a look at how this series has started and how it looks really good for Cincinnati, they're trying to close the gap in the NL Central and have the opportunity to go at least closer to the All-Star break in full contention for a playoff spot.
They're in a good spot right now as you see Votto take his strike. They 2-game lead over the Dodgers in the NL wild card hunt, tied with the Braves for the top spot, but very much within striking distance of the Cubs, who themselves have played some really good baseball in 2020. Reds now, after having Votto out of the lineup for an extended period of time, have him back healthy, and no coincidence that as soon as they got him back healthy, have begun to take off, particularly in this series.
0-2, fouled off third base side. We'll do it all over again. Kolarek, the 0-2 pitch. That one's lifted to left field. Playable for Peterson, who barely moved. He makes the play, and that will be that. Breathing room for the Dodgers. They go 3 up, 3 down. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. They'll break the bats out and beat a 6-run deficit.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
With the pitcher spot due to hit, it will be Chris Taylor to stride to the box, ending the day for Adam Kolarek.
But a nice job done by the lefty, making his 2020 season debut. Came in, got outs, got the Dodgers out of that mess of a 5th inning, a quick and painless 6th. Like to see that, as though Price really blew things up for them, able to get some length from somebody in their bullpen here in frames.
You see if Chris Taylor, batting .255, 5 homers, 27 RBI. He became a real super sub for the Dodgers, as that one's blooped into shallow right. Aquino makes the catch, out number 1.
How about Sonny Gray today, Ukwa? Look at the numbers for him. Outside of that home run given up by to Cody Bellinger, he has yielded nothing. One other base runner, that was back in the 3rd. A 2-out, or rather a 1-out walk to Will Smith. Outside of that, he has been nothing short of flawless.
That'll turn the lineup card over for Mookie Betts, who was 0 for 2. Not meaning to kick the Dodgers while they're down, but And frame before that Cody Bellinger home run, with 2 runners on and 1 out, and Betts crowded into a 5-4-3 twin killing that ended the frame. The 1-0. This is low and outside to the newly minted Dodgers right fielder.
He's had a rough series, 0 for 12 in this set, including today.
Hacked at and missed. Not much heat from Sonny Gray, but 93 will do it against the right-handed hitting Betts. Two ones, high fly ball, but tailing well foul into the left field stands. Gray readies the 2-2. Swung on and missed, and Betts completes the trifecta of ways to get out with the punch out. 7 Ks for Sonny Gray, 2 down.
What a day for Sonny Gray, and getting back to that home run we were talking about in the 4th from Bellinger. Since then, he has retired 6 straight Dodgers in a row.
That'll bring Max Muncy now. He himself is also 0 for 2. His strikeout was looking back in the first inning.
Talk so much about the Reds batters.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, please, you go ahead. I try to leave space where I can. The 1-0. That one's grounded into right center field, a base hit. So Muncy reaches with 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th.
I'm going to say just the Reds, so much has been made about what they've been able to acquire offensively in this past offseason with Castellanos and Stakis, but they have done to overhaul their pitching, just their staff, but their coaching and minor league system as well has paid some huge dividends as Sonny Gray against a really good Dodgers lineup. Really, the pitching throughout this series has been stellar for Cincinnati.
Justin Turner now will bloop this one, rather hit it high and deep into right. Aquino goes back. It's off the wall. Around third comes Muncy. He scores. Turner pulls up at second. He's got an RBI double. Dodgers with some life still at 7-2 Cincy.
After I said he had retired 6 in a row, a single and a double right out of the gate afterwards. These are the first 2 base hits for the Dodgers outside of the Bellinger home run to this point. They're trying to chip away a little further.
And here is the aforementioned Bellinger. He grounds it to third. Misplayed by Moustakas, and he will reach first base safely.
Give Cody a base hit.
So now the Dodgers trying to answer back with a rally of their own. 1 run already home and 2 runners on for Peterson, who takes low and outside right on the corner. 0-1's our count.
Swinging the bat here, and all of a sudden you got yourself a 2-run ball game. Outs left to get.
And Peterson is one guy who can do it with 1 swing. Former participant in the home run derby back in 2016. One bounces in the dirt. Everyone stays put. Two-1 is blooped, but foul, and we'll do it all over again.
Huge pitch upcoming from Sonny Gray to try and get out of this inning.
Turner at third, Bellinger at first. That pitch is grounded to short. Strong throw over from Suarez, gets Peterson by a step, and that will retire the side. But not before Justin Turner adds another run to the Los Angeles offense. The Ribby double makes it 7-2 Cincinnati over Los Angeles.
Your attention, please.
With 3 more innings to go in the books, it's time to turn the reins back over on play-by-play. Here's Justin Rock.
Thank you very much, Unqua. Appreciate it. As you see the Dodgers making a call to the bullpen here in the 7th. They will bring in the right-hander Joe Kelly, take over for Adam Kolarek, who did excellent job in an inning and a third of work, striking out and yielding just one base runner on a walk. It will be Suarez, Moustakas, and Castellanos. 3 scheduled to bat against the righty Joe Kelly, and his first pitch of the night is a breaking ball that misses down and away, 1-0. Dodgers will have their bullpen up and kicking. Pedro Baez, Blake Trinan been throwing out for Los Angeles. To the final numbers, rather actually just the numbers for Kelly on the season in just a second, as Suarez kicks inside 2-0. Kelly in his 20th appearance, a 2.37 ERA for Los Angeles. Former Boston Red Sox and St. Louis Cardinal, the 2-0. And Suarez takes low 3-0 on the Reds shortstop here this evening. Kelly has pitched quite a bit in this series. He threw last night for the Dodgers, tossed a scoreless inning, and Suarez on 4 pitches is aboard with a leadoff walk to start the 7th.
Now, Justin, this is the final Red in the starting lineup, not named Sonny Gray, to reach base. Came in 0 for 3, but at least reached on a walk.
Good at bats from the Reds, top to bottom in their order. And say everyone now in the lineup has had a productive at bat, because even with Sonny Gray, at least that sacrifice that helped set up that 7-run inning, as Moustakas a hard grounder off the pitcher. He tries flipping it to Kelly, and he gets around. The base runner is safe at first base is Moustakas, and now they'll have to check on Joe Kelly, as Mike just played pinball with his lower leg.
Well, that was not very fun. Kelly's trying to keep the manager in the dugout and they'll try to walk it off. But more trouble for Los Angeles. And Cincinnati, they want to try and shut this thing down.
Castellanos takes a strike. It is 0-1. 101 flash across the screen for Joe Kelly. And Reds, if you remember, back in the 4th inning, gave up a run on the Bellinger homer. Very next half inning erupted for 7. If they can do it again, is this a base hit in right field? However, they'll go station to station, stopping at third. Suarez, Moustakas to second. Bases are loaded against Joe Kelly with nobody out, as the Reds look ready. They're back again.
And Castellanos, just a great opposite field swing. The question for him has always been where his glove would play best on the diamond, but that bat is nothing to play with.
Well, we've seen some history at Dodger Stadium in the past involving grand slams. Aristides Aquino, last time up, a grand slam against David Price back in the 5th. That made it a 7-1 Cincinnati advantage at the time. Comes up with the sack saturated yet again. This pitch from Kelly, and Aquino didn't get much help from the home plate umpire. That one nicks the corner. It's 0-1. Talk about grand slams at Dodger Stadium. Always think back to Fernando Tatis Sr., who was playing for the St. Louis Cardinals at Dodger Stadium against Chan-Ho Park. 2 grand slams in 1 inning. That pitch is low. 1 ball and 1 strike is the situation here. Castellanos at first, Moustakas at second, Suarez at third. At the plate, nobody out, and the Reds up 5. One offering. No, it takes low. Balls and 1 strike. Kelly has nowhere to put him here with nobody out in the 7th.
And he's already seen, you referred to it before, what Aquino can do with the bat in his hands. Even last year, he went for a week homering every day. So he can be very, very streaky. And you're already down 5. You don't need to go down there.
He deals, and Aquino with a high fly ball into center. Lifting back, it goes the center fielder Bellinger. He has room to make the catch. Tagging from third and scoring is Suarez. The throw to third to try and get Moustakas, not in time. It's a sacrifice fly for Aristides Aquino, his 5th run batted into the day. Reds quickly get that run back. It's now 8-2.
And I won't lie, once Aquino hit the ball, I started to gape because that had a lot of carry on it. Lucky for Joe Kelly had died right at the warning track.
Run across now, men at the corners. One away for Nick Senzel, who looks at a breaking ball outside. Is 1-0. Senzel in this contest is 0 for 1, struck out, hit by a pitch and walked. He's also scored a run as he's way late on the fastball. It is 1-1. And well, you looked at the roster for the Dodgers coming into the season, you figure the bullpen would not be as much of an issue as it has been for them this season, particularly in this series. We've seen them give up already 5 runs tonight. Is this a deep drive into center? Another catch made by Bellinger. Tagging is Moustakas. The relay to the plate, not in time. Other sacrifice fly. This one for Nick Senzel, and you can now make it a 9-2 Reds lead.
And this is why base runners are so important early on in an inning. The Reds managed to score 2 runs without the benefit of a hit, and they've just been very prepared. Their offensive plan has really been pristine to this point.
The fly ball out into right from Casali, but Kibet's able to run it down and end the inning, but not before the Reds add 2 more to their tally on the strength of 2 hits. 1 man left after 6.5. Time to get up and stretch in Los Angeles. It's the Reds 9, the Dodgers 2. Looks like the Reds about ready to make a double switch here. They hold a 7-run lead here and be the major league debut for former Daytona Tortuga. One of the Reds' top pitching prospects, that's the right-hander Tony Santillan. Will come in, face the middle to bottom part of this Dodgers lineup.
And for Tony Santillan, very well built, 6'3", 240 pounds. Gotta imagine he's got some heat to bring from the mound. He's been in the Red system the past 4 seasons, and finally getting a chance to show us stuff at the major league level.
There's a strike to Lux. It is 1-1. Santillan called up from AA Chattanooga a few days ago. That was when Cody Reed went on the injured list with an inflamed hip. It's the 1-1 from Santillan, and Lux tries to hold up, and looks like he did in time. It is 2-1. Santillan, 23 years old, 6'3", 240 pounds, from Arlington, Texas, the 2-1. It's a ground ball back through the middle and a base hit to center field for Gavin Lux.
And maybe this is the spark that the Reds need. They could do nothing with Sonny Gray out on the mound. Maybe some fresh blood will give them a chance. Like you mentioned before, how the bullpen woes have been really plaguing the Dodgers. I think it's the full reason that they're down to Arizona in the division by 2 games. I don't think that pound for pound the Diamondbacks are a better team than the Dodgers. When your bullpen can't come through for you, especially can't come through for you late, you're going to get overtaken. And Arizona's not going to let go of that lead easy.
And you saw that happen a lot with the Mets last year. And the issues holding leads late in games and having a good team as Corey Seager takes low. Balls and no strikes on the Dodgers shortstop. Santillan entering the season as the Reds' number 5 prospect, according to Baseball America, behind Hunter Green, Jonathan India, Nick Lodolo, and Tyler Stevenson, as that one is strike at the knees. It's now 2-1. On a former 2nd-round pick, Cincinnati has been a 3-time All-Star in the minor leagues. 2-1 to Seager. Is this a ground ball to second? Could be 2. Shovel on to second for 1. Over to first. Double play. 4-6-3 twin killing. And just like that, 2 down in the 7th. The first 2 outs. Major league career for Tony Santillan.
And those could not be any better for Santillan and any worse for the Dodgers. You finally get a leadoff runner on for the first time all game long and quickly erase from the second double play of the day.
That'll bring up Will Smith with nobody on and 2 outs. Smith, his ball game 0 for 1, struck out his last time. He has also walked at this point as that pitch misses low. 1 ball and no strikes, and the Dodgers' woes continued to find them here in the late innings as Will Smith drives one out into left field, but able for Castellanos, who makes the catch, ends the inning. Santillan, a scoreless frame in his first major league inning. We are through 7. Reds are in control, however, they lead 9-2. Freddie Galvis will lead off for the Reds here in the bottom half the top half, of the 8th inning. Galvis coming on as a part of a double switch just a little while ago. That was when Santillan came in the ball game, so Senzel out of the lineup as Galvis now over at second base for the remainder of this contest.
And I was really hoping we would get a chance to look at Santillan's pitching motion again. I think it reminds me a little bit of Cliff Lee when he winds up and pats the glove and then fires on his delivery.
Maybe get a chance to see him in the bottom of the 8th inning with the double switch, allowing the spot to move into the 8 hole in the order as Freddie Galvis, first at bat of the day, goes by without a whimper as fouls out to third. One away here in the top of the 8th. Back to the top of the lineup for Cincinnati, and Shogo Akiyama, 1 for 4 today, had an RBI single for the Reds in the 5th, flew out to left his last time in the 6th inning. As Joe Kelly winds and fires, and this one fouled away. Is 0-1. Going back to Sonny Gray, though, 6 innings today. Excellent job, gave up just the 2 runs. He leaves in line for what would be his 10th win of the year. 0-1. This one, a lazy pop into shallow left, coming out Seager to put it away, so 2 down now in the 8th inning. But it's an interesting stat looking at Gray. Coming into the 2020 season, Sonny Gray as the record has gone, this was the interesting stat, gone 6 or more innings, 116 of 177 career starts coming into the season, and gave the Reds 6 strong again today and are about 6 outs away from completing a huge sweep National League playoff race as Votto ahead in the count 1-0.
And that just makes him a walking quality start, which in this day with bullpens loaded with fiery arms, huge asset.
Easy ground ball to Muncy, and he'll step on the bag for the final out of the inning. A 1-2-3 up to the 8th for Cincinnati. We move on to the bottom of the frame. Dodgers have a lot of work to do. They trail 9-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Pinch hitting for the Dodgers. Number 11.
The pitcher spot due up here in the 8th inning. The Dodgers will make a pinch hitting substitution. It'll be A.J. Pollock to step up to the plate and grab a bat. He'll bat lead off here in the 8th inning as he has had a blowful 2020, hitting a 158 I should say. 3 homers and just 4 RBIs. That pitch is low. 2 balls and no strikes on A.J. Pollock.
And we were talking earlier in the game, Justin, about how the Reds had so many pieces to play different positions. The Dodgers almost had too many outfielders, and the question became who was going to play their way into the lineup because of Pollock's great speed and even sneaky power for his position. Well, we know that now with him coming off the bench here in the bottom of the 8th.
Balls and 1 strike on Pollock leading off. Pollock has twice in this series has gone 0 for 2 at the plate. Now the 3-1 from Santillan, a fastball grooved into left center field, going back Akiyama. This over his head, off the fence. He'll get it in to the cutoff man. It's a leadoff double. A.J. Pollock, and the Dodgers, the leadoff man on for the 2nd consecutive inning against the rookie.
I think he hurt him. But nevertheless, he made a very positive swing, took that one right in the left center. We didn't really mention how he adjusted in that batter's box. looked like he was sitting breaking ball after that last pitch, but he came up with the fastball.
Bring up Mookie Betts as that breaking ball bounces in there. Good block. Casale, the count 1-0. Mookie 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out his last time in the 6th. He is still hitless in this series at 0 for 13 with 3 strikeouts. On 0, and Betts gets under one in his shallow right center. As he played for Akiyama, who gets there for the catch, and there's now 1 down in the 8th inning. So once again, the Dodgers getting that leadoff man aboard, but they've had some trouble moving him around. He's through the last 2 frames.
Betts' woes continue. He's now 0 for 4 tonight. Hitting at home, actually, Bez Ravine has been very, very difficult.
It was right around 230 coming into the day, and that number certainly has plummeted below that threshold. Is this a ground ball through into right field, a base hit for Muncy? They're going to hold runner at third, down 7 with 1 out in the 8th. Not a bad idea. The Dodgers third base coach, Muncy, his 2nd straight hit, and there's now 2 on, 1 out for Justin Turner. Pitch to Justin is hit in the air down the line and right. Aquino gave it a look, but foul. It is 0-1. Turner 1 for 3, had an RBI double to drive in the most recent Dodgers run. That was in the 6th. Reds prospect Justin Turner, 0-1, is fouled away 0-2. That's the amazing thing about Turner is if go back and look, he bounced around a lot before he really set his footing in the major leagues long-term with LA. One of those guys that had that breakout year with the Dodgers, and I kept on waiting for him to fall off, but it never happened as changeup from Santillan drops in there for a strike, and the 23-year-old rookie from Texas, never forget that moment. That's his first major league strikeout. That one to the trainer and gived away for safekeeping is a moment that Santillan will have in his record book forever.
And that is something to be proud of. He got the chase from Justin Turner on that backdoor breaking ball, and it was too late for Turner to hold back his swing.
Now 2 away for Cody Bellinger, who's 2 for 3, and Santillan's breaking ball misses low. His 1 ball and no strikes. Bellinger for 3 with a single, a homer, and he's also grounded out to first base. 0-0, and Bellinger with a drive into right, but coming on is Aquino. He's got room, and he's got it. And the 8th inning, the Dodgers threaten again. They get 2 base runners, but leave them both stranded. Scoreless to begin Santillan's professional career. We go to the 9th. It's still 9-2 Cincinnati.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Dodgers, number 52.
A call to the bullpen for the Dodgers here in the top of the 9th inning. They will bring in the right-hander Pedro Baez. Take over for Joe Kelly. Kelly doing a nice job in relief for LA. As the new arm coming in to try and keep this a 7-run game at least for another half inning.
Baez is an arm that we're pretty familiar with, Justin. The fact that he's bounced around a little bit, settled in with LA for the past couple of seasons. He's got a heck of an arm. Routinely touches top 90s with that.
No balls, 2 strikes.
See that fastball poured in there for a strike. 0-2. Suarez, Moustakas, and Castellanos, the rescheduled to bat for Cincinnati in the top of the 9th, as this one fouled away. Is still 0-2 on Suarez. Justin Rock, Unqua Asonia on with you here on some mid-afternoon Major League Bat Ball. A reminder coming up in just about 15-20 minutes or so. We will shift to the other coast in the United States as the New York Mets will, the final game, their series against the San Francisco Giants. It'll be Jeff Samardzija against Michael Wacha. The Aiden Block and Zoe Alter on the call coming up in just about 15 or 20 minutes from now. 1-2, and that pitch is low. Balls and 2 strikes. Baez on the season, making his 30th appearance, a 2.7 ERA. 32 strikeouts, just 6 walks for the Leaf version of the human rain delay. 2. And Suarez takes high. 3 balls and 2 strikes with Mike Moustakas waiting in the wings on deck.
No.
3-2, high ball 4, and the Reds have the leadoff man on here to start the 9th as Suarez was his second straight free pass.
I mean, it's really not looking good for LA at this point. But I gotta admit, I was really blown away by their offensive performance today. I know it really came in one huge spurt in the top of the 5th inning, but the Reds have really shown that they mean business. And down the stretch, they're going to be a very tough team.
As Moustakas fouls it away on 1. And I see a comment in the Twitch chat saying Baez avoiding Votto by 1 batter yet again. There was some jokes last night about whether or not Votto would get a chance to hit for the cycle against the Dodgers, and whether or not Baez would get a chance to face Joey Votto last night. Didn't quite happen in that situation in the 8th inning, but missed by another batter again here in the 8th to 9th innings as Baez missing the batter right after Votto to start as Moustakas takes a strike. It's 1-2.
Well, circle this series for the next time these two teams square up, because I have a feeling we'll be seeing those two face off against each other very soon.
It was Baez who had at first base pop out from Votto last year. That game at Dodger Stadium was the first time in his career Votto had popped up to first, as you see a pitch in the dirt. Wild pitch at that. That will allow Suarez to advance into scoring position. Out now 2-2 on the Cincinnati third baseman.
And a good read by Will Smith to just go out and calm his pitcher down. At this point, you can't afford to dig yourselves any deeper. You might as well just settle down and go make the best pitch you can.
Baez misses again, 3-2. And part of the issue for the Dodgers bullpen tonight has been the fact that they just have not thrown enough strikes consistently. Most notably, David Price and McCullers falling behind some guys, allowing things to sort of snowball to where we're at, a 7-run lead as Moustakas fouls another one out of play.
And we talked about this too as well. Only 4 hits back in that 5th inning. A lot of walks, hit by pitch, just not real great command from Dodgers pitching today or really throughout this series.
Fouled off again, and Moustakas stays alive. Baez already nearing 20 pitches this 9th inning, and he has yet to record an out. They're 3-2, and Moustakas spoils yet another. The 9th pitch of the at-bat upcoming to the Reds' third baseman. They're 3-2 from Baez, and Moustakas gets jammed. High ball out into left. Peterson going back into his left to make the catch as the runner will hold at second base. So at long last, the first out of the 9th inning for the Dodgers.
Nick Castellanos.
To this point, there has really not been much fight from the Dodgers on the mound. It's good that Baez was able to get that fly out, but he's already nearing 20 pitches. He just recorded the first out. If I'm Suarez, I'm thinking to be a little bit more aggressive here.
The Castellanos foul that one off the count. 1-1. The Reds behind early 1-0 to the Dodgers. Cody Bellinger had a home run. It was in the 4th inning. It gave Los Angeles the early lead, and that indeed it was. The Reds came back. They sent 11 men to the plate in that 5th inning to take a 7-1 lead. The Reds were able to tie it on a bloop single by Akiyama. Then after David Price came in, Moustakas a 2-run single put the Reds up by a pair as this one through the left field side all the way towards the wall. Scoring is Suarez to second. Castellanos with an RBI double. The Reds machine keeps on beating the drum. It is a 10-2 lead.
Somewhere Johnny Bench and Joe Morgan have to be looking at each other, grinning a little bit as the Reds have totally mashed their way throughout this ball game.
Castellanos with his third hit and as many at-bats. Getting back to that fifth inning as Aquino takes low 1-0. But yeah, it was Akiyama that made it a 1-1 game. Moustakas, a 2-run knock, made it 3-1, and after a Castellanos single reloaded the bases, Aquino hit a grand slam. Give the Reds a 7-1 lead. They did not look back. The Dodgers would get a run back. A Justin Turner RBI hit. The Reds with a pair of sacrifice flies back in the 7th inning to make it a 9-2 game, and now another run here in the 9th to further push their advantage out to 8.
I got to count. 2-2.
No, takes low off the plate, 2-2.
Justin, right now at this point, I'm running out of cliches or words of encouragement because there's no playing for pride at this point. You're staring down the barrel of a 4-game sweep. You just kind of need to throw strikes.
And it is very hard to find your way to the win column when you consistently throw pitches outside of the strike zone, especially against a team as patient as the Reds, as Aquino can quite pull the trigger here as he's down on strikes for the second out in the 9th. Strikeout for Baez today.
And that was a gift. I think Baez has been trying to locate that slider all inning long. And Aquino staying as patient as ever. Just watch that one. And it's like, can't believe I missed that.
Interesting. Tony Santillan is going to hit for himself here. Santillan making his Major League debut here this evening. Santillan had been called up from AA Chattanooga earlier in the week when Cody Reed on the injured list. Santillan takes the 1-0 outside 2-0, and talk about the woefulness and lack of control. Now Baez hasn't thrown a strike to a guy who has very, very few professional at-bats. Five Reds prospect, and now it is 3-0 on the pitcher making his Major League debut today. And you look at the numbers, Santillan actually not a terrible hitter last year. The first year he really got a chance to hit as a professional. Season in AA went 5 for 18 at the plate with a double and 2 RBIs. So a better hitter than I was giving him credit for as he takes a strike. It's 3-1. 6 for 30 though. Lifetime in 33 professional plate appearances.
I do like the move to leave him here, though. There's no reason to burn another arm in your bullpen when Santillan has been pitching reasonably well to this point. Plus, why not get a 3-out save for your first Major League appearance?
It is up in the realm of possibilities for Tony. Can come on in the bottom of the 9th, then through it without any hiccups as Santillan swings, and a nice stab there at first by Muncy. Almost the first professional hit. Tony Santillan, at least in the major leagues, but the Reds will add another run on an RBI double by Castellanos. Last chance for the Dodgers to avoid a sweep when we return 10-2 Cincinnati. Santillan indeed staying on for the Reds as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Reds a 10-2 lead over the Dodgers. It'll be 5, 6, and 7 up in the inning for Los Angeles as need to score 8 to tie and 9 to walk off Cincinnati here tonight, or will suffer a bitter 4-game sweep and fall 3 back of the Reds. Race for the National League wild card, and eventually 2.5 and eventually 3 games back of the Diamondbacks in the NL West as Santillan plops a strike in there. It's 1-1. Peterson lines this one into the seats, foul. See the crowd at Dodger Stadium beginning to thin out. 8 innings with their team getting absolutely bludgeoned. 1 low and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Jock Peterson.
And I, to this point, have been very impressed with Santillan's composure on the mound. It's not easy to come up into Dodger Stadium, a real historic place to play baseball, and absolutely do your job.
Picks up his second major league strikeout here. It's Peterson looking for the first out of the ninth inning. Another good pitch by Santillan, who has held his own nicely in his major league debut.
And don't get me wrong, they're not going to keep the ball for the second K, but he's done well for this time.
A little chopper up the middle for a base hit. Evan Lux with his second hit of the day. Both knocks coming off Santillan. He had single the first batter that he faced back in the seventh. Now here is Corey Seager. A double play could end it for the Dodgers as Seager takes a strike at his 0-1. After this ball game, the Reds will stay out west. They will travel to Arizona, take on the Diamondbacks, the leaders in the NL West. So the Dodgers, the big Reds fans this weekend down at Chase Field. It'll be Anthony DeSclafani against Robbie Ray tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, here on Twitch.tv. It will be Duggo and Jake Dean on the call for that one between two NL heavyweights. And then the Dodgers looking like they will drop their sixth straight with a loss here this afternoon as Seager takes high 2-1. They will be in action in the early game tomorrow on Twitch on ML Botball. It will be the Marlins coming to Los Angeles, take on the Dodgers. Caleb Smith go for Miami. Dustin May will make his season debut for the Dodgers in the starting rotation. Game will start at 12:15 Eastern Time. Right here on Twitch, it'll be Dane Richardson and Chris Sachi. The call for that one. So Dodgers and the Reds not disappearing from the public eye after this one as Seager takes a strike to make the count full 3-2.
And with that roundup for Cincinnati, I mean, momentum is going to be everything for them. And it's even worse news for the Dodgers if the Reds stay this hot.
Seager fouls it off. Count 3-2. You figure the Dodgers would have some advantage. The Reds can stay hot into Arizona, maybe get some games on Arizona in the NL West race. Dodgers playing the Marlins over the weekend as Seager takes low for a ball. And out walk from Santillan, so 2 on and 1 out. And now here is the catcher, Will Smith.
Justin, if it's me, I'm thinking of getting somebody in that bullpen. Oh, the trigger's already been pulled.
Yeah, there was no sign of action. The Cincinnati bullpen, the Reds trying to get Santillan the save in his major league debut, but he will last just 2 1/3. An excellent performance, though, the 23-year-old righty in his debut as he seeds righty Robert Stevenson to try and get these last 2 outs. One and 1 away. And the first pitch from Rob to Will is a strike. Count 0-1. Stevenson on the year for the Reds, making his 48th appearance, his 62 strikeouts, 50 2/3 innings. Stevenson has pitched a little bit in this series, did not throw last night, got the win on Tuesday. Going 2 scoreless in that 3-2 victory as a swing and a miss out a slider. It's 0-2. Strike pitch, and Smith able to lay off. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Reds for a 4-game sweep. The Dodgers in danger, not only losing 6 in a row, but with a loss here today, Unkwa, would mean that their record at home for this season dip below the 500 mark at 23-24. Not what you would expect from a team like the Dodgers, who've had so much success at home. Recent memory is that is high 2-2.
Well, I definitely am on board for having Stevenson just have a better showing, or at least to continue the strong showing that he showed to this point. But going back to Cincinnati's upcoming trip to Arizona, I still think it doesn't bode well for the Dodgers because they still have to snap out of what looks like it's going to be a 4-game skid.
Base hit into left field, fielding it on a hop. Castellanos to get it in quickly. So after the leadoff strikeout from
Number 52.
Peterson, a single, a walk, and another single, and the Dodgers have him loaded with one out. And now here comes the pitcher spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. He's hitting for the Dodgers. Number 70, DJ.
Dodgers will bring up a pinch hitter in the form of DJ Peters, the rookie. Come up and try and keep this inning percolating for LA. Peters, recent call up from the minors, and he swings and fouls it off at his 0-1. DJ for his first 19 at the major league level, no homers and an RBI, 0 for 3 this series.
What an exciting time for Peters to be at the plate. A base hit makes things a bit more interesting.
1 and a filthy breaking ball has him out in front, 0-2. At Bowman, Michael Lorenzen up and tossing in the Reds bullpen in case they're needed. Here's 24 years old from Glendora, California. Going to come through with a big base hit, the 0-2, and I'm not sure where that missed. Great pitch from Stevenson, but the home plate umpire not doing him any favors.
And it's always tough to come right in from the bullpen and get squeezed like that. Maybe the argument was that it didn't quite break soon enough, but that looked good to me.
And high, 2 balls and 2 strikes now. And Stevenson's second straight batter, he's gotten ahead 0-2 and began to nibble and found himself even in the count. Up giving up a base hit to Smith. We'll see. Can rectify it here against Peters. The 2-2 outside, ball 3.
Oh, this is getting more and more interesting. Just when you thought that this game was over, Mookie Betts has another chance possibly to redeem himself if Peters can reach.
There's a former 4th-round pick of LA back in 2016 trying to come through with a big base hit. This is full, 1 out, the 3-2. Peters with a little jammer into shallow center, playable for Akiyama. Runner tagging from third, the throw up the line, and the swipe attempt just a little late. A risky move and an unnecessary move from Lux with the team down by 8 in the 9th, but Dodgers end up having it pay off. Peters gets the RBI. It's now 10-3.
Peters got just enough. And with Akiyama in center field, he's got a pretty good arm. If that throw wasn't up the line, the game would have ended on a double play.
That was why I was very surprised to see the runner going there. Thrown out, the game's over, and there's any other chance of the rally continuing as Betts takes inside. 1-0 with 2 on, 2 out here in the 9th.
I mean, I guess the rationale would be if you're going to send, like if you're going to lose, you might as well lose by sending. So that's the one side of it I see, but I'm with you on just being honest.
1-0 in for a strike, 1-1, and Mookie Betts very much looking forward to the Marlins coming to town this weekend. He has been absolutely stuck in the mud in this series. That's high inside, 2-1. Betts 0 for 4 this afternoon with eye out to center last time up an inning ago. He is 0 for 14 in this series. 2-1. And Betts fouls it away, and the Reds are 1 strike away from a sweep.
And as sad as it would be poetic to see Betts go down here to win the series.
2 pitch swung on, and there's the first hit of the series. Mookie Betts coming around to score from second is Seager. Stopping at third is Smith. Betts has an RBI base hit. The Dodgers have 2 across in the 9th, and deficit has been whittled to 6, 10-4 Cincinnati.
Betts just does a great job going to the opposite field. Saw fastball, sat on it, and thankfully didn't try to do too much. A lot of times in that situation, sometimes you want to pull it to knock it out of the ballpark or just try to put a hurting on it. Instead, he just made sure his hands got to the ball and scored a run.
Dodgers still down to their final out. Max Muncy will try and keep the merry-go-round alive. Here's at the corners. 2 runs in this inning and RBIs from DJ Peters, the sac fly, and the RBI single just saw from Mookie Betts as Muncy takes away 1-0. Muncy for 4 has singled and each of his last 2 at-bats, including scoring a run in the 6th as Muncy fouls it away. It's 1-1.
And Muncy's at least made solid contact today, doubled, and he lined out to accompany his 1 hit today, so he might be able to keep things going.
A low from Stevenson, 2 balls and 1 strike. Stevenson just the 3rd pitcher the Reds have used today. Sonny Gray went 6. Tony Santillan will be charged for the 2 runs in this inning. 1 1/3, impressive. Stevenson trying to get the last out as he misses away. 3 balls and 1 strike. He has had some command issues. He's coming out of the bullpen.
Maybe the Reds might have to duplicate what the Dodgers had to do back in the 5th inning and bring in 1 more arm to shut things down, because I'm not entirely sure you want to have a struggling Stevenson face Justin Turner with the bases juiced.
And that is exactly what will happen as Muncy takes outside, ball 4. Now all of a sudden the sacks are saturated with Dodgers. One swing here could make this a 2-run game, as here is the aforementioned Justin Turner, I should say, with Bellinger waiting on deck.
And in the craziness of all this, Justin, it still isn't even a save situation yet, and it won't be unless a run comes across the plate.
Turner takes inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Turner struck out. His last time up, he was the first strikeout victim in the career of Tony Santillan in the 8th. He also drove in a run with a double back in the 6th. 1-0, and Turner takes low. 2 balls and no strikes. The strike zone has shrunk up here. 2 down in the 9th inning. As you see, Stevenson has had to labor hard and long here in the 9th. Ben gave up a single to Smith, the sac fly to DJ Peters as a wave and a miss there. And the count is 2-1.
Turner fully in the driver's seat. Took a tough backwards K his last time up. I think he'll be looking inside.
2-1, fouled away, and once more, Reds are a strike away from a 4-game sweep. Gray in line for the win if they can get it. The 2-2, fly ball into right. Aquino going back. He will make the over-the-shoulder grab. The Cincinnati Reds go into Dodger Stadium and sweep former National League West champions with ease as they take the final game. It's 4-game series, your final score, Cincinnati 10, Los Angeles 4. What a performance by the Reds as they go on the road and take all 4. And that has been a mainstay in the postseason, the World Series for the last couple of years.
And not only was it a standout performance for Sonny Gray on the mound, but you mentioned how much power the Cincinnati lineup has. They came out to play today. The big grand slam from Aristides Aquino really setting the tone. But every single time the Reds had someone in scoring position, they had the at-bats to back it up. An outstanding performance all around to cap what was a great series for Cincinnati.
Take a look at the highlights in this one. It got started in the 4th. Cody Bellinger broke the scoreless tie with a home run to right field. And the moment you thought the Dodgers were looking pretty, had a chance to salvage the final game of the series, but that lead was short-lived as Shogo Akiyama started off that raucous 5th inning for Cincinnati with an RBI single.
And not only did that set the tone for Moustakas to follow that up, but it kept the pressure on Urias, who had already danced into and out of danger just 2 frames before.
The single made it 3-1, and then after another base hit, Aristides Aquino decided to say hello to the grandstand in Los Angeles. She's saying hello to the bullpen. Grand slam for Aquino made it 7-1. The Dodgers begin to chip away a little bit in the bottom of the 6th. Justin Turner, a double to the opposite field. 5 run, pulled them within 5, but it seemed like every time the Dodgers would score, the Reds had an immediate answer.
For the Reds, that answer came with the sacrifice fly from Nick Senzel. And he was even followed up with sacrifice fly after that. And we talk about the plate approaches from Cincinnati. They loaded the bases, and it enabled the Reds to score 1 run without the benefit of a base hit, but another run after that.
They would add another final tally in the top of the 9th on a Castellanos RBI double. That made it a 10-2 affair at the time. The Dodgers, the bottom of the 9th, would add some late runs. This is the first of the 2 they scored in the 9th inning. DJ Peters, a sacrifice fly into center. Chase home run. Peters with that RBI, picking up the 2nd of his major league career. Dodgers would add also an RBI base hit for Mookie Betts. That would be his first and only hit in the series. Ended up going 1 for 15 with his 4-game set for Los Angeles. And then finally, Robert Stevenson getting Turner to fly out to right to end the series. The final bow on a 4-game sweep for the Redlegs. Winning pitcher today was Sonny Gray. He went 6 innings and struck out 7 with the victory. Gray improving to 10-3. Julio Urias, the loss. This one, he will drop to 8-3. Player of the game, Aristides Aquino, for that grand slam. And as we look through the box score here and begin to wrap things up, any final thoughts on the game that we saw today?
Only really that Los Angeles is going to have to do a lot of soul searching. The All-Star break is right around the corner, and they are already staring at what could be a wild card opponent if they're not careful. Meanwhile, Cincinnati, what more can you say? You're going to want to try to keep the train rolling against the Arizona Diamondbacks too.
So as we are already about 15 minutes behind schedule a little bit, as our game ran a tad bit long, we are gearing up to send you out to Flushing, Queens, as the New York Mets get ready to take on San Francisco Giants. It'll be Jeff Samardzija, Michael Wacha coming up on Citi Field, as the Reds, with the win today, coming away with another impressive victory. They improved to 53-35. They now have a half-game advantage over the Braves for the top NL wildcard spot, 5.5 back the Cubs in the NL Central, while with the loss, the Dodgers dropped to 50-38. They're now 2.5 back Arizona in the NL West, and now 2.5 back as well of the Reds before the top NL wildcard spot. So for Unkwa Asonye, I'm Justin Rock saying so long. It is just about time to give the reins over to Aiden Block and Zoe Alter, as they will give you the play-by-play from Flushing as the Mets will meet the Giants. Samardzija and Wacha coming up. Unkwa Asonye, I'm Justin Rock saying goodnight. Zoe and Aiden, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Justin. If I'm the Dodgers, I am burning those uniforms. Not only are they just ugly, but they have brought the Dodgers some bad luck. A tough loss for them today. A bad loss to a team that, you're right, could be a wild card opponent. It does give the Diamondbacks the lead in the National League West. It would be the first time in a while that a team other than the Dodgers wins the division. It would be the first time in, again, a long time that the Diamondbacks take the division crown.
Dodgers have been in a little bit of a struggle lately. They also lost to, we're obviously covering the Giants game, but they lost to the Giants in the last series they played too, the last game of that series.
We are set for baseball in just a bit from New York City and 2 fifth-place teams, otherwise known as last-place Zoe. But I think this could be a very interesting matchup. The Giants not your typical last-place team, and neither are the New York Mets.
No, yeah, absolutely. Both these teams have the players to be really good, but they've definitely both struggled a lot. With the Giants, they have a couple young players that they brought in, but mostly they're sticking with that old World Series team they had. And for the Mets, they're mostly all young players with the exception of, like Cano and Cespedes, who I guess is getting on the older side at this point. but it's mostly about just working together. They happen to the Mets have this history of they get runners on base and they don't do anything with those runners. So today what they need to do is they need to make sure that when a guy comes up, you bring the other ducks on the pond into home.
We're going to keep an eye on that as we get set for bot ball. Believe it's a night game from Citi Field. Would make sense. It's a Thursday, not usually a midweek afternoon series. The Mets don't have a day off for a while. They're off next Thursday, a week from today, when they will take on, after they take on the Padres at home, and then the Yankees in that little home-and-home set that they always do in the Subway Series. Should be a fun weekend/week for them. We get set for bot ball, and we take you to Citi Field on what is a weekday afternoon. Maybe not the largest crowd we've ever seen, but a good one nonetheless. Set to see their Metsies take on the San Francisco Giants. Giants are 35-51. The Mets 38-48. Giants 16.5 back in the West. The Mets 17.5 back in what has become a very competitive National League East. And Michael Wacha takes the mound for New York this afternoon.
Michael Wacha started quite a few times this year. This will be his 16th start of the season. That ERA looking okay, not really too great, 3.39. He does have 76 strikeouts on the year, though, so we'll look for him to expand those today.
He'll face a very tough and veteran San Francisco lineup. Begins with Brandon Crawford, the shortstop. Set to hit. Foul down the line. Hard foul ball for the two-time All-Star. And this afternoon we are underway. Both of these teams in throwback uniforms. The Mets throwbacks a little bit more similar to what they would normally wear. The pinstripes, they just have the extra piping. They sit down the line. First hit of the afternoon. Turning around first. Going on to second is Crawford. Better pick it up. Throw coming through. He'll slide in safely. And a double 2 pitches into this game. His 9th of the season.
I knew these Giants were going to come out looking strong. They lost yesterday to the Mets 8-2, and they definitely weren't happy about that loss. The day before, lost another crushing blow to the Mets. They're definitely out for vengeance today to end this series.
Not only did they lose yesterday, they also lost the day before that. Down 2-0 in this series. Always humiliating to get swept. Even worse when it is by the Mets. Just rubbed it in that much more.
It's very true. Also, but you're still two teams that are last in their divisions. I know the NL East is hard, but the Mets are so far behind everyone else.
2-0.
Wacha misses outside. Longoria, a 12-year career, which is weird because I can remember back when I was a kid watching him, or when I was a little bit younger, maybe not a kid, but watching him play for Tampa Bay, and now he's off in San Francisco with a runner in scoring position to start this afternoon. Longoria, Yastrzemski, and Pence, the next 3 hitters in that Giant order. Wacha behind 3-0. Control issues early, but gets one in for a strike. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, and Aiden, you mentioned that lineup. Something to look out for today is that Brandon Belt was actually taken out of the top of the lineup, so that's also something interesting. He was batting 3rd when the series started, and now he's dropped all the way down to 7th.
It'll be a 3-1 runner on second. Pulled down the line, so he battles back now a full count. Down the line, and it's another foul ball. Tough one. And a close one, nearly brought in the run. San Francisco, as you mentioned, after a tough 8-2 loss yesterday, looking to do 2 things. Keep the Mets bats under control and get the offense pumping. I'll try to do one of those things right now with a runner in scoring position. Another payoff set to come for Longoria. It's into left field. It is down the line and caught. They will hold Crawford, who's not the fastest guy, at second base.
I enjoyed seeing
Longoria loses that long battle.
Michael Wacha looks a little off balance. I know he had control issues in the beginning. As we mentioned, he started that count 3-0. He battled back, but the ball was a little bit too much over the plate for my liking. I thought he was giving them a little too much to hit.
So now it's Mike Yastrzemski
.286 hitter with 17 home runs, looking to get in 56 RBIs if he can bring home Crawford on this hit. Leads the Giants in hits with 80 on the season. The 1-0. In for a strike, another low pitch. Ball and a strike.
You mentioned his hitting. He also had a home run in yesterday's game, so helped put up the few runs that the Giants were able to actually put on the board.
Down the line, foul 1-2. Made his major league debut in May of last year, so he's officially been in the big leagues for over 365 days, but this is his first full season. Ball in the dirt, and they hold Crawford up at second.
You mentioned it might be his major league season, but he does have a grandfather who played in the Hall of Fame, Carl Yastrzemski. So definitely has some blood in the baseball family.
Swing and a miss, and Wacha's got his first strikeout of the afternoon, so after giving up the leadoff double, he retires Longoria, and now Yaz. Hunter Pence will come up, cleanup hitter, trying to, clean up. 7th of the National League All-Star vote in right field, and a big swing at that first pitch misses. No balls at a strike.
Hunter Pence, also a guy who's been really scary at the plate, tied for 3rd in National League triples with 4. Doesn't sound like too many, but when a guy racks up 4 triples before the All-Star break, you should be a little concerned.
He was 0 for 4 yesterday, though. Looking to bounce back today. Misses inside, trying to work him off the plate. And with a guy like Pence, who has hit pretty well, 9 home runs, but 40 RBIs, you do want to kind of make sure that he's not getting too comfortable in that box.
Also, he did face Jacob deGrom yesterday, who 2-time back-to-back Cy Young winner, so there's something to be said about that as well.
Popped him up behind the plate. That's Ramos, and he does make the catch for the 3rd out, and a really good job to get out of that jam. Wacha strands him in scoring position as we warm up this afternoon. You see the planes going by on a beautiful day at Citi Fields. Zoe Alter and Aiden Blank, and Jeff Samardzija set to take the mound for San Francisco. You know the Cubs fans remember him. 6-7, over 98 innings pitched, a 3.48 ERA, not the worst, but certainly not something you'd like to stick.
He is a guy who's getting older in this league, as you mentioned, all his time with the Cubs and everything. But definitely look for him to be working the corners of the plate today. These Mets hitters are really good at getting things anywhere left near the middle of the plate, so if he's smart and on his game today, you'll see him throwing pitches just like that one, on the inside or outside corners.
Rosario, McNeil, Alonso Conforto, the top of this New York order. The Giants in the cellar of the National League West. There was a point back in May, June that maybe they thought they might be able to climb up in that National League West, but clearly things have not changed as they do retire Rosario for out number 1. They were 8-2 over a 10-game stretch, but they just couldn't pick it up. Now they're in more of a rebuild mode in the bottom of that National League West as they look to defeat the Mets and get a little bit closer. The West is very competitive, but such a division between the teams. You've got the Diamondbacks and Dodgers separated by 2, and then Colorado, San Francisco, and San Diego are all kind of just in rebuild mode at the bottom of that division.
The whole
Jeff McNeil.
The whole National League in itself is very, very difficult this year. If you're a mediocre team, you're not going to the playoffs.
Popped him up left center fields. Shallow enough for Crawford to come out from his perch at short, and 2 quick outs for Samardzija. Good afternoon so far for him.
Crawford doing a good job of covering ground in the field. He had a nice fielded and then thrown ground ball the first at bat with Ahmed Rosario, and then a nice play there too to cover some ground with Jeff McNeil's pop-up.
So now it's Pete Alonso, and look at that. 1 for 14 in his last 14 at-bats. Over 4 games with the Mets. I mean, that is... You can't expect a guy to carry the team, but 0 for 3 with a walk in that win yesterday, and the team won 8-2. He has just been mediocre in this last stretch. A close play at first, and they do get him. So a 1-2-3 inning for Samardzija. Brandon Crawford flashing the leather over at short. We go to the second on a beautiful afternoon in Flushing Meadows. Back for New York, and we'll see the heart to bottom of this order for San Francisco with Sandoval, Posey, Belts, and then the last two in Dubon and Samardzija set to come up. Pablo Sandoval leading things off. Hey, the Giants may struggle, but he's certainly had a hot stick, been a great bat for them to have. Take strike one.
He's always scary, you know. Big men step up to the plate, and you know they're going to hit far if they manage to get the bat on the ball.
Checked his swing, dropping very fast. Caught by Conforto out in right.
The catcher, number 28.
For out number one.
Even there, you see the power that he has. He literally checked his swing, didn't even finish the swing at whatsoever. Barely, like, moved his hips. That was just arms, and it still managed to go to, like, medium-ish to, like, short right field.
And you know he would love to have that at bat back. Now Posey standing in. 4 straight Giants have been retired by Wacha. Maybe a pitcher's duel this afternoon. Posey doesn't have great numbers on Wacha either, 2 for 10 in his career.
Wacha's definitely has definitely been a little underrated this year. I know he hasn't been like insane, but a lot of people come in expecting that they're going to do just fine off of him, and then they don't do as well as they think.
Nope, outside.
And for a ball, just barely missed. 3 balls, no strikes. Wacha was with St. Louis last year in 29 games through just over 126 innings. So if you're looking for a quality starter, which the Mets certainly were, he was a great pickup so far this year, 7-8. Just over 87 innings pitched at a 3.39 ERA. This one hooking foul down the right field line, and we'll do it again, full count. It's picked up after 6 seasons with the Cardinals out of free agency last year. Struck him out, and a big strikeout for Wacha, his second of the afternoon. Looking to get his first 1-2-3 inning.
DeGrom may have gotten the start yesterday, but Wacha actually turned 29 yesterday, July 1st. So this is his first start, you know, not being 28, if that says anything to him.
He certainly did celebrate a birthday yesterday, and we wish happy birthday to the real-life Michael Wacha. 2 balls and no strikes. All-Star in 2015, MVP of the 2013 National League Championship Series. A lot of people forget about that Cardinals team, or any Cardinals team from that decade, but they went to a number of National League Championship Series. They won a World Series in 2011, defeating the Texas Rangers. Played the National League Championship Series this past year, although they didn't prove to be much of a fight for the Washington Nationals, the eventual world champions. Bounced foul.
I mean, you mentioned the Cardinals, but the Giants are really a team that you could relate to the Cardinals as well. Over the last decade, they have been really good, but a lot of people just don't really notice.
Down the line and hooking foul, and I think that's because they just are so consistent. The Cardinals have been very good. It looks like it did get in for a base hit. It was so tough to see via the glare, but Belt does reach with his single. They've been so good that they're kind of, you just expect them to be good. A Giants team that maybe not won the division, but has played very well and finished high in the division, and a Cardinals team that played the National League Championship Series, and part of that was 2013. They won the National League, but they got outshadowed by the Boston Red Sox, who were so good that year. It just never kind of clicked for that team. They will get the force at second. Dubon retired via the fielder's choice. And we go to the bottom of the second. That's looking to get their first hit of the afternoon off Jeff Samardzija.
Leading up for the Mets, the right fielder.
So the heart of this Mets order with Conforto, Cespedes, and Robinson Cano set to come up. Conforto will lead things off for Samardzija, who had a very dominant first inning, 1, 2, 3. All of those balls hit on the left side of the infield, all of them hit near Brandon Crawford. A lot of sixes in the scoreboard.
Brandon Crawford last inning saved the Giants from a lot of pain.
This time a shallow fly ball to right field, and it will be Pablo Sandoval who comes out of his first base crotch and makes the catch. Looks like he had a little bit of difficulty with the glare, but he does make the catch, and Conforto is retired for the first out of the inning.
It's hard to see when you're looking straight up in the air and flushing. It can get a little sunny during the day.
Now you had a Cespedes who has struggled to say the least. A 174 batting average. Samardzija certainly feeling confident facing this Mets lineup that has just been in a slump that they couldn't get out of. Remember, this is still a season that in real life the Mets are supposed to do very well. They're expected to at least contend for a playoff spot. This one is down and nearly to the wall. Yastrzemski gobbles it up, and it is a double for Urias. But this Met lineup, who has been in a slump, I mean, the Mets have...
And hitting the double today. It looks like he might be getting back in his... I don't want to say anything because, you know, Cespedes, the Mets need him as a hitter, but it looks like he might be getting back into his groove after having, obviously, those multiple injuries with the Achilles.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to come out off an injury like that where you're out for an extended amount of time, but again, this is a Mets lineup that he kind of got thrusted into the 5 spot. Usually you could kind of hide those hitters in an 8 spot or a 9 hole. But you can't really do that in this New York lineup. Robinson Cano will stand in. This should get into the gap, and it most certainly will. Will one-hop the wall. It'll score Cespedes, and the Mets strike first. They are able to get Cano into second base. And a 1-0 lead for New York.
Back-to-back doubles right there. And that's what you can tell. That's one thing this Mets team, that they're doing really well today, is that you saw Cespedes get a hit and then Cano step up to the plate and just bombed one out for another double. That's something the Mets need to continue to do if they want to finish this series off strong.
So now it's Wilson Ramos. See, it's considerably better against those left-handed pitchers. See what he can do this afternoon. Samardzija only 13 pitches into this game. That's probably the one bright side. He had such a dominant first, only threw, couldn't tell you how many pitches, but it was likely single digits, and now he's having a little bit of a rough inning, but still able to keep that pitch count down, the 1-0. Popped him up this time on the infield, so it will not score the run. Crawford able to make the catch for out number 2.
He did have a good first inning, but all of the balls were hit into the field, and the field really made the play. Samardzija hasn't been able to really strike someone out yet.
Here's Brandon Nimmo in the 8th spot. 10th in that National League All-Star vote. Look at Mr. Med. Top of the first base dugout. Samardzija versus Nimmo with 2 gone in the second. Fouled away, 0-1.
Nimmo's settled into that 8th spot quite a bit. I think he expected to be higher when the season started, but he's kind of gotten a little bit of a hang of it there. Sometimes he'll have his slumps where he won't really hit or he'll have trouble. But in that 8th spot, he's been pretty good when he needs to be.
No balls at 2 strikes. Again, it's a Mets lineup that has had a tough spot, not today, but just in general this season. And it's a team in real life that is expected. A lot of people were heralding that they could possibly make the World Series, that they should be contending for a playoff spot. And if their lineup comes out in reality like they do here, they might finish with just single digits win. They have not been hot at any point in this season. Swing and a miss for out number 2. or beg your pardon, for out number 3. I was one off. Robinson Cano does get the offense rolling for New York, and they lead it 1-0 at the end of 2.
Leading off for San Francisco.
Pitcher versus pitcher for the first time today. Wacha and Samardzija, who's hitting a lot better than most pitchers, Zoe, at 222. He can hit better than a lot of players on that Met lineup.
That's definitely something I'm going to miss about when the DHs come into play for this season, this shortened season, is that we're not going to get to see pitchers hit, and that's such a fun part of the game.
Rod out to first to start the inning for San Francisco. Now it's Brandon Crawford. Doubled in his first at bat to lead off the game. Left him stranded. Didn't bring him in or give the Giants what would have been the lead at the time.
Yeah, he had that double.
New York.
He had that double, and then Longoria, Yastrzemski, and Pence went 1, 2, 3 and ended the inning.
Get a look at Citi Field this afternoon. Much more empty and dreary than what we would normally expect. Even in the show, it has been very full crowds, even for the worst teams, but not a lot of Met fans out this afternoon. They do get to see a good pitching performance, though, those that are here. See Wacha get his second straight out of the inning.
Wacha's doing a really good job of working that inside part of the plate on lefties, because that we saw him do that, and we saw him do the same thing to Pablo Sandoval. When he hit that, he had the check swing that kind of went into right field. The same thing, he's jamming them up on those inside pitches.
1 ball, no strikes. Seven Longoria flew out in his first at bat. Talked about jamming him up. He does so there. Now 1-1. Pretty good. A triple, 3 RBIs in his last 4 games. 2 balls and 1 strike. They have the power. The stars on this team, the Giants do. All-Stars, Gold Glove, Silver Slugger, World Series champion, all up and down that lineup. Just haven't been able to piece it together. 2-1. Fouled off down the line. And, of course, Madison Bumgarner, a huge loss for them in the offseason. Never really had too many pitchers that were household names, though, even at the height of their world championship.
They were always a hitting and fielding team rather than relying on the pitching staff to get them there. You know, it did its job, obviously, but they relied on their bats to get them where they went.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You remember Madison Bumgarner would be the only Giant that I could name that was consistently in that staff for the majority of those world championship runs.
Bumgarner hit the ball, too.
Down the line, fair to left, all the way to the wall. Tying run goes to second base as Longoria gets a 2-out double.
The center fielder, number 5, Mike Yastrzemski.
So he's definitely up there.
Yastrzemski, the guy who's just ahead of him on that doubles leaders list. Set to bat now, try to bring him in. Runner on, 2 out. Ball 1 inside.
Even with that double from Longoria, Wacha's doing a really good job of mixing up and using the speeds. He has a curve that usually hits about 75 miles per hour, but then he also has his fastball, which is always around like low 90. So he's doing a really good job of switching the speeds, bringing him on and off to keep those hitters off guard and not get comfortable in the box.
Two balls and no strikes. Swing and a miss. Now 2-1. Gotta love those Giant throwbacks. I believe they're from 77. The orange tops, the gray pants. Popped out and over the fence. It was a ball that really didn't look at all like a home run, but Yastrzemski has his 18th of the season, and the Giants grab the lead on a 2-run home run off Wacha.
We were just mentioning Wacha's good pitching. I guess that kind of went down the drain. The double and then the home run. But Yastrzemski, you see him flashing a little bit of the bloodline there. a nice home run hit over the fence. And you're right, it really didn't look like that was going over the fence. It looked like more of a pop-up that just carried out. But if you look at that swing, it was the extension after he made contact that really propelled that ball over the fence.
We have yet to get a official weather report that the show usually gives us from Virtual City Field, but would assume the wind is blowing out to right field quite a bit today from home plate, that is.
And we saw some fielders on both sides of the ball have some issues when they were in right field and first base, just tracking the ball and seeing where it was. So there definitely could be a factor with the wind.
2 balls and no strikes to Hunter Pence, who connects on a ball that's dropping quickly and drops down to left field. So 3 consecutive hits for San Francisco, and Pence continues the 2-out rally, getting on first, and Pablo Sandoval going to try and move him up as a member of Luis Rojas' staff is coming out to talk to Michael Wacha.
Just got to settle him down. You know, you can get a little worked up after that happens. Just take a deep breath and face it again. But going back to that hit by Pence right there, I don't really like the choice to swing at that one there, just because it was high in the zone. You don't have a very good chance of driving that ball anywhere. And the count was 2-0. So why didn't he wait for a better one? That could have possibly been called a ball, and then you wait for something thrown more over the middle of the plate. I mean, he got a single from it, so it all worked out. But if I were him up there, that wouldn't have been my choice to swing at.
2 balls and no strikes. Sandoval nearing 1,300 career hits. Could potentially, will likely pass that at some point this season. Cool little milestone for him, kind of at the tail end of his career.
I guess a question for you, Aiden. Hall of Famer, what do you think?
I would think so. Can't remember if he won the World Series with that Red Sox team. I think he did. I believe he did before he came to Boston, or before he came back to San Francisco. Gets his first hit of the afternoon.
He is a
wide turnaround first. But
so yeah.
I think he did win a World Championship with Boston. That'll be a question for the Twitch chat.
Well, it just depends. Did he win just 2 with the Giants, or did he win all 3 with the Giants?
He might have won all 3. I believe he did, actually.
And then he definitely didn't win with the Red Sox, because he only won 3. Only won 3.
And they get the 4th out to end it. But Yastrzemski gets San Francisco on the board and also gives him the lead into the bullpen, and it's 2-1 Giants mid-3. So they retired Posey to end the inning, and now Michael Wacha is set to stand in for the first time today. Going back to Sandoval, yeah, you're absolutely right. It'll be a good question for the Twitch chat to figure it out.
I would say, I think no, but I might be wrong, but I would say no.
If he won 3 championships with the Giants, I think he looks stronger than ever right now. He's had a great season. I would say at least get him on the ballot.
Yeah, well, I think he'll definitely be on the ballot. I think it just depends. I personally think he'll get in. I think it just depends if he's first ballot or, like, after.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's a first ballot.
Yeah, that's the question, I guess.
Doesn't necessarily strike me as a first ballot Hall of Famer, but at some point within the next few years, once he retires, he certainly could be. And
he's no David Ortiz, so.
No, but he was a good, strong pickup.
He definitely was. He reminds me a little bit of David Ortiz, though. Just like big guy in the box hitting. I don't know.
Yeah, he absolutely does. I think the one difference would probably be he can field a little bit better. He can play the infield a little bit better than Ortiz ever could.
Oh, he's definitely good at that first base position. He made a beautiful diving catch in the first game of the series that Eddie Kalegi, who's a friend of both of ours, and I covered. And he had some very nice defensive plays, so that age definitely isn't getting to him there.
3 balls and 2 strikes on Michael Wacha. Standing in to start off the bottom of the 3rd.
Wacha doing a good job of
nearly as good a hitter as Jeff Samardzija.
Nope, that's down. Ball 4.
But he does draw a walk. They'll likely put him on first base to start this inning. And we're back to the top of the order with Ahmed Rosario.
I just can't say it enough how much I'm going to miss seeing, if in the future the league decides to keep the full universal DH for both sides of, baseball, I'm going to be disappointed because I love seeing pitchers hit. I think it brings such an element to the game that you don't have, just strategically, and just pitchers against pitchers is such a rivalry. I think it's so fun to watch.
We did get a catch from the Twitch chat that Yastrzemski is now homered at back-to-back games. 2-1. Giants leading the Mets. Fouled away 0-1. Just underway from Citi Field on a weekday afternoon. Very odd day here on Bot Ball. The first 2 games of the day ran very much ahead of schedule, ended early. And then our final game today, or previous game today, the Giants and Dodgers, or beg your pardon, the Reds and the Dodgers ended up going a little late to put things behind.
That would have looked like it was going to be early, though, because we were in the on-deck circle, and we were looking at it, and it looked like it was going to end like 15 minutes early, and then that 9th inning took a solid 30 minutes. Yeah,
a lot of offense late in that game. Base hit for Rosario, so now Wacha on second, Rosario on first, and Jeff McNeil standing in. Could give the Mets the lead with a base hit here.
Jeff McNeil's been struggling a little bit. Obviously still hitting above 300, but in the last couple of weeks, definitely falling down in those ranks. He used to be, leading everyone in hits, and now falling down just a little bit.
He nearly got a home run. Did he get a home run? He did. A 3-run shot of the offense all over the place today. Jeff McNeil sends one out, and the Mets will regain that lead. They take it 4-2.
I am known for jinxing things, but I have to say I'm not mad about that jinx. I appreciate that one. It's always fun to see a home run, especially from a guy who has been struggling a little bit. To see them get back in the groove, especially with a guy like Jeff McNeil, who's just so likable in himself. It's nice to see him succeed.
So McNeil homers, and now Pete Alonso standing in, and the Mets had the lead, lost it. Potentially now have it back again, 4-2. They lead it bottom 3.
I said it last time, so I'll
grab it out back at the first.
Pete Alonso is another guy who's definitely been in the slump more than most. We talked about this his last at bat, but just really has struggled to be comfortable there. And obviously, no one really expected him to hit the mark he hit last year, because that's not something that you would expect from someone who's so young. It's only his second year in the league. But I definitely think everyone expected a little more production than he's given them this year.
1-1. Popped up. This should be playable, but bounces foul before Posey could get to it.
Because he just kept running.
Yeah, he was headed toward the stands. Maybe wanted a hot dog or a beer.
Yeah.
1-2. This is away, now 2-2.
You just need a little bit of that, refreshment. It's a little sunny, dehydrated. A pattern with Pete Alonso is he just hasn't looked comfortable in the zone whatsoever. He'll stand there in the box and he'll look off balance, off timing. He just has been struggling to really connect to a pitch. You see it even on that one. He just completely missed it. His timing was totally off.
Way off, and it's Samardzija's second strikeout. Neither pitcher has been dominant in any fashion today. See how long it takes for the bullpens to take over, but good strikeout there for Samardzija after letting the first 3 batters connect with the ball. And now Michael Conforto standing in. Fly ball right field. Back at the wall and carrying to go. Third home run of the day on either end. Second for the Mets, and Conforto, with his 21st of the season, makes it 5-2.
I was going to say there's definitely some wind out there. I know we mentioned it, but completely. And Conforto's also a guy who's been on a little bit of a tear. I know we mentioned Yastrzemski, but Conforto has caught a home run in the first game of the match, and then in the first game of the series, and then has one today. And he was coming into this game, he was tied 9th in home runs, but now it's probably moved up because he just went from 20 to 21.
Whatever it is out there, it has carried 3 balls over the fence. The McNeil home run, maybe not so much, but certainly the Conforto and the Yastrzemski home run have both been in that direction and carried a lot further than they looked like they were going to pop out to Sandoval, only the second out of the inning.
A little bit of a long inning here, but it's always fun to watch an offense go to work, guys on base, home runs. An exciting one, definitely.
Hayden Blank and Zoe Alter, there's been offense all over the place. The Mets 5 and the Giants 2. Bottom 3, 2 outs in the finale of this 3-game set at Citi Field. Another National League West opponent is coming, and that ball ain't coming back. Robinson Cano is going to get in on the home run party. The Mets' third of the afternoon, and now it's 6-2. We've seen 8 runs over these 3 innings, and Samardzija just getting rocked.
He's leaving them way over the plate too much. He's not only are his balls coming in slow, but they're just so hittable. There's not that much movement on them. Hitters are just seeing them completely, squaring it up, and sending them right out. And you gotta think that there might be a pitching change coming here, right?
Yeah, the bullpen may be up and running at some point, but you can think that there's wind out there, and there probably is, but whatever it was, Cano didn't need it. He goes to the second deck and nearly over it in right field at a 6-2 lead for the Mets. And now Wilson Ramos trying to get in on this home run party. Mets 2 batters away from sending all 9 to the plate in this 3rd inning. Popped out of the 2nd.
Definitely an issue once you start getting into a home run party like this, though, is that you're going to see these Mets hitters start to pop everything up. They already have been popping things up, but you're going to see them hit things right up in the air because they're going to be taking huge... You saw it right there. He just fell. He took a huge hack at the ball because they wanted to go over the fence, but they're going to end up not being very productive when they do that.
3 home runs in 6 batters for the Mets. And all but 2 batters, now 3, made connection with the baseball. A huge offensive inning for the Mets. And they lead it 6-2 as we go to the 4th.
Welcome back here to Flushing. Thank you, Aiden. I'll be taking over play-by-play for the next 2 innings. So, you know, see some guys down there, but you'll hear us on the call, obviously. Brandon Belt stepping up to the plate now for the Giants. As we mentioned, moved down in the order today in this series, but had a single his first time up. Wacha misses high and outside for ball 1 of the inning.
That's a ball.
And there he misses downstairs, 2-0. We talked about World Series champions. Brandon Belt is also a 2-time World Series champion. As that one is fouled off, the ball boy is there to, you know, make a nice play with his glove. Belt takes a hack at that one. We'll push it foul to the left side. Aiden, you got to be a little worried about Michael Wacha's pitch count if you're Luis Rojas. Already at 62 in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, and Jeff Samardzija, too, both starting pitchers. We thought after watching them basically mow down their opponents in the first that maybe we'd see some defensive baseball, but clearly not the case. 8 runs over 4 innings. Less than 4 innings, actually.
I believe you even mentioned a pitcher's duel earlier.
I did, and clearly I was absolutely 100% wrong.
A swing on that one dropped third. Ramos will chuck it over to first base, and Pete Alonso will be there to make the catch.
Now batting.
Not really sure why Brandon Belt swung at that one. Looked like it was way inside off the plate, but he might have just seen it coming in over the plate, I guess.
Yeah, and again, he got jammed. Walker's done a very good job with the inside pitches that have, for whatever reason, fooled the San Francisco lineup. And now Mauricio Dubon standing in.
And as we talked about Wacha working the outside portion of the plate, and inside really, but he was working the outside one there twice on those 2 pitches. Grounds that one over to third base. Jeff McNeil will be there to lay it into Pete Alonso's glove at first. 2 outs, and the count will reset for the pitcher, Jeff Samardzija, as he stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, another pitcher versus pitcher matchup. Samardzija, as we mentioned, one of the harder hitting pitchers one of the better hitting pitchers in this league.
Take a strike there, though, looking like he wasn't really ready for that one.
That's the ball.
That one will fall downstairs, evening the count at 1s. Michael Wacha looking to retire Samardzija and head to the bottom of the 4th, let his team do some work. But not before a nice diving play by Alonso. Looks like a little hesitation there to throw it to first, but he got it there. Mr. Met excited about that one. We'll be back for the bottom of the 4th. Mets lead by 4. Welcome back here to Flushing, New York. I'm Zoe Alter here with Aiden Blink. We'll hear a little bit from Heidi Watney, and now's a good time to remind you to donate to RAIN. We have different causes each week, all very worthy causes. Anything you can spare does a lot. Nimmo will be stepping up to the plate for the Mets. Struck out his first time up in the 2nd. We'll look to do something a little better than that this time up. Samardzija will throw a strike there and get Nimmo on the inside portion of the plate. I know we talked about Wacha's pitch count, but Samardzija's is up there, but really not as bad. Only 42 pitches, you know, roughly 10 pitches an inning, or because it's only been 3, but not too bad for him. Definitely Wacha's was more concerning. He was at 60 already.
Yeah, and he was lucky that those home runs came early in the at-bat. He didn't necessarily get to a 3-2 count to give it up. He was giving it up on a 1-0 counter run in Cadeau's case on the first pitch of the at-bat.
Cano was ready, you know, he saw the home runs, he's like, oh, let me have a piece of that. Nimmo will take a hack at this one, sends it up the middle, and will stand on first. That'll be a leadoff single for him, and it will bring the pitcher, Michael Wacha, up to the plate.
Surprised we've seen no action in the San Francisco bullpen. Yeah, they trust him, but clearly this is not a win thing. He's made some mistakes, and if he can't bounce back soon, and now we do see some action in the San Francisco bullpen, if he can't bounce back soon, they will bring a new pitcher in.
See, a bunt attempt here, it'll be popped up. Buster Posey did not even attempt to go for that one, just sat there. Michael Wacha, usually a good bunter, sometimes has a little bit of trouble popping it up. Just have to make sure to keep the bat head on the angle above the ball is really important.
Nope, ball 1.
He'll take back that one, and it will be called a ball, 1-1. And we talked about Wacha earlier. He was acquired in free agency for this team, and he's really been valuable for the Mets, someone that they've really leaned on this season especially. Pops that one up again, having definitely some trouble bunting. Now we have 1 out, Brandon Nimmo on first, and we'll go to the top of the order with Ahmed Rosario stepping up to the plate. Rosario had a single that he ended up scoring on earlier in this game in the 3rd. He'll take that one low and out in the zone. You see that stat there, 11 stolen bases, picking up another one yesterday. If he gets on base, definitely look for him to be a speedy guy in the base paths. But no, we'll see a different stealer. Brandon Nimmo slides in there with the steal to second base. Posey's throw was quick, but not quick enough.
Yeah, Posey is one of the better catchers in the National League, even at his age still. As a world champion, he can really hit. He's a good, solid guy for them to have when they have their struggles as they do in this season.
Also, if you go back to the pitch that he just threw that on, that was a changeup. So he did have to wait for the ball to get to him, which gave Nimmo that extra second to get to the base. Rosario hanging in there with an even 2-2 count. He'll get a piece of this one, flies it out to left. Brandon Belt there in left field will make that play. 2 outs now, still a runner on second in Brandon Nimmo after the steal, and Jeff McNeil will come up to the plate with a home run his last time up.
Yeah, McNeil, a dangerous hitter, 1 for 2 today. Gonna try and connect here.
A strike thrown there, but if you're Samardzija, I don't know why or how you're throwing that pitch. That was over the heart of the plate. I get that it had some movement on it, but that really can't be a pitch you're throwing, especially to a guy like Jeff McNeil.
1 ball, 1 strike.
You see him try to go to a different pitch. That one is way up there. 1-1 count now. That will be called a strike on the inside portion of the plate. Jeff McNeil, 1-2 count now. Jeff McNeil's usually pretty reliable with runners on base, is good at getting in those RBIs. We'll see what he can do here, though. And he will make connection. This one will be popped up shallow to right field. And there to make the catch will be Hunter Pence for the 3rd out of the 4th. We'll end to the top. We'll go to the top of the 5th in a moment to the Mets go to the field. Welcome back here to Citi Field in Flushing, New York. The Mets have had the edge for the whole game over the Giants on this one. Giants looking to add some more to the board, however. Top of their lineup coming up in Brandon Crawford. Take a quick look at Evan Longoria on the on-deck circle over there. And that is Gabe Kapler in the dugout.
Yeah, Gabe, the former manager of the Phillies. Now out in San Francisco enjoying himself.
Crawford gets a piece of that one. We'll rip it foul. Goes to nobody but the ball boy on that one. And Crawford's really been pretty much the lifeline for the Giants in this game. Made all those plays in the field and has been really solid at the plate as well.
Yeah, good numbers for him out of Wacha. You get a look, Paul Sewald and Jason Shreve coming up in the Met bullpen, but you like the numbers for Crawford against Wacha. He's hitting over 500.
You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
Certainly a guy that could rack up a nice big hit for them.
Absolutely, always a danger at the plate. And you see both teams, the Mets and the Giants, leaving these starting pitchers in a little bit long, you know, the 5th, when both of them are struggling. But the issue is that both of these ballpens are weak. Got him to chase on that one. I don't know what the heck Crawford was thinking. Swung it one way outside the zone and at his head. 2-2 even count now after that horrendous swing.
Full count, 3-2.
Won't chase that one, however. That one will be low and outside. Back to Longoria warming up that swing.
No, that's in. Ball 4.
Close one there, called a ball. It will send Crawford to first on a walk, and Longoria, after 2 shots at him, we'll see him finally get his chance at the plate.
Evan Longoria.
Yeah, good selection from Crawford. You don't always need a big hit out of your star.
In this situation, 1 hit's not going to do anything for you if you're down 4. You got to start a rally, and a walk is as good as a hit when you're starting a rally and just getting on base. Longoria looks to continue that trend as he hits that one foul over to the right side.
Big Fun reminding us of one of the great calls in New York sports talk history in the Twitch chat. From the Mike Francesa show, a caller asked if the New York Giants and the San Francisco Giants ever get together and, you know, hang out.
You know, I would think that the one time they would is when the Giants are in New York, so definitely would say it's possible.
You're a little bit more optimistic than Mike was.
Yastrzemski at the plate now. Michael Wacha has him down a strike, and now has him down 2 strikes, 0-2. And I'll finish him off there. A big swing and a miss for Mike Yastrzemski. Michael Wacha picks up his 6th strikeout on the game on that low ball.
Yeah, his 2nd in a row. He's done a very good job in this inning, making sure he stays in the game. And why not? You got a 4-run buffer. Luis Rojas probably going to give him a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, that's Michael Wacha's way of saying, hey, coach, give me a second. Let me stay in for a minute. He knows he can do it. He just got to prove it to everyone else. Hunter Pence had a single his last time up. Looks like a little bit of a check swing there. Still landed in the strike zone. 1-1, 2 outs. Brandon Crawford still remains on first after that walk. Swing and a miss there on that moving curveball. 1-2 now, and there's Wacha flashing a little bit of what we were talking about before with the speed changes. Pence is able to make contact with that one, sends it back to Nimmo in center field, and that'll do it for the Giants in the top of the 5th. We'll be back in a moment for Pete Alonso, Michael Conforto, and Yoenis Cespedes. And as we return, we'll see Pete Alonso stepping up to the plate. We've mentioned his struggles this season, and especially as of late. 0 for 2 today. That average just dropping every time he steps up to the plate. Only at 242 currently, which for him, not very good. He will make contact in this one, but it will go foul. Has been doing a good job getting those RBIs, as you saw that stat flash there. 58 on the year. One of the leaders in the National League currently. But he will swing and miss at that one. 0-2 now. Dug himself a little bit of a hole here, Aiden.
Yeah, I gotta try and dig out of it.
He will not be able to. Swing and a miss there. Goes down 1-2-3 on strikes.
The right fielder, Michael Conforto.
And that might have just been what Samardzija needed to get back in his groove. You see him throw a strike there on the lower outside portion of the plate to Conforto. Conforto, now remember, part of that little home run spree, hit a home run his last time up in the 3rd inning. Looks like he took a little bit of a big hack at that one. Was not able to send it anywhere in fair territory. That one will be low and inside, bouncing around his knees. 4th pitch of the at-bat coming here. That will be in the zone. Conforto will fend it off as he fouls it off to the left side. And Samardzija now reaching around that 60 pitch mark. 64 in the bottom of the 5th here. He will miss downstairs there. 2-2 even count. That's also a reason why both these pitchers, in Samardzija and Wacha, have been going to longer counts, because they keep extending and throwing balls when really they should just start throwing strikes. But you will see him throw a strike there. 4th strikeout of the game. Conforto goes down swinging for the 2nd out of the beginning.
Yeah, Samardzija's got 4 strikeouts, and 2 of them have come in this inning, so good start for him. Cespedes doubled, scored a run. A better day than he usually has.
He's been pretty good the past 2 days. Obviously, today had the double in the 2nd, and yesterday had the home run. But he'll make contact there. Looking at least he's on time. Samardzija hanging in there the best he can. 2 outs here, keeping anyone off the base paths. And generates a swing and a miss from Cespedes there. This will be his 70th pitch of the outing. Will be inside and will generate his 5th strikeout. Working the inside there, getting Cespedes to jam up and swing. We'll head to the top of the 6th as the Giants try to get back in this game.
3 strikeout inning, really good one for Samardzija trying to stay in this game. Other than that,
a pitching change
3rd inning, he's been pretty good.
Chasen Shreve will come into the game. The youngster here. And he will be a lefty. This lineup facing a righty in Wacha before. Sandoval fine hitting against anyone. Obviously, we talked about his hitting potential and his power. Shreve misses low in the zone. That one looking like it skipped the dirt a little bit. So we're in the top of the 6th, and through 6, the Mets have 6. The Giants trail by 4 at 2. No outs yet in this inning, however. Sandoval will let that one go as it misses high. He had a single his last time up in the 3rd inning. Looks like he might get another. He drops that one into left field. And it will stay a single. The big man not able to make it to second, but definitely getting a base runner on and possibly starting a rally here for this Giants team.
Yeah, good piece of hitting from Sandoval. We mentioned potential Hall of Famer, likely Hall of Famer. Good piece of hitting there.
Buster Posey will take a hack at this one, sending it back into left. Cespedes going back and will be there to make the catch. We'll send it in, and you will not see Sandoval going to second there.
Now batting. The left fielder.
Whatever jet stream was going out to right earlier in the game, maybe switched and is going out to left now. We've seen a couple of balls travel out there, hitting. The ball's just been flying all over the ballpark today.
It happens, especially with the juiced balls that the MLB introduced last season. We've seen a lot more hitting than we have in the past. Brandon Belt still looking to redeem himself in this lineup and move his way back up to that 3 spot. He'll let that one float high. As we'll take a look at the Mets bullpen, this is something you'll see. As soon as they take out their starter, you'll see the bullpen going for the rest of the game. Both these teams have very shaky bullpens. The Mets certainly on that end of the spectrum, and you'll always see them have new pitchers in there. Probably for good reason as well, as Shreve misses inside on that one, sending the count to 3-0. No strikes thrown yet here. He'll manage to lay one in there, though, the top half of the zone. 3-1 now. Sandoval on first. Belt manages to ground that one over to second. We'll turn to Ahmed Rosario at second base, and we'll hand it back to Alonso at first. Mr. Met certainly happy about that one. The Mets still lead by 4 as we head to the bottom of the 6th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching
Sean Anderson out of the bullpen.
Number 64.
Been pretty good so far this season. Now both of these teams taking deep into their bullpen.
Yeah, Sean Anderson, a young kid too, only his 2nd year in the league, 25 years old out of Florida. He'll face Robinson Cano here, throwing that one outside, not even near the strike zone. Got to adjust to that mound here at Citi Field. We've talked about Hall of Famers, but here at the plate is another very potential Hall of Famer. Cano, an 8-time All-Star, World Series winner. He'll face Anderson with a 1-1 count here.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Looks like he swung it that one, or they'll call it a swing at least. 1-2 now, trying to protect himself from the out and the strikeout. Manages to get a little piece of that one, floats it into center. Running back will be the second baseman, Dubon, to make the catch for the first out of the inning and retire Cano.
Number 40, Wilson Ramos.
Good start for him coming out of the bullpen. Need to have a solid first inning, and so far he's done just that.
And that there was one of those pitches that in the upper half of the strike zone, with 2 strikes, as he had, obviously you got to swing at that, but in a situation where you don't have 2 strikes, that's not a pitch you want to be swinging at, because more than likely you're going to do just what he just did, and pop it right up.
0-1's the count.
Ramos swings at that one low in the zone, and we'll see Sam Coonrod warming up for the Giants. Definitely keeping that bullpen active if anything goes awry. But first, Wilson Ramos will look to do some damage against Anderson. We'll let that one fall low. Will be called ball. 1-1 on that slider. Ramos not having his best day. 0 for 2.
That's ball 2.
He'll let it go again downstairs. Second miss low in the zone for Anderson. A 93-mile-per-hour fastball there. That one will hit the zone, though. And Ramos will drive it into right field for the single, starting off this Mets base running with a single.
The center fielder, number 9, Brandon Nimmo.
And Brandon Nimmo will step up to the plate. He had a single already today. We'll look to possibly get another one in advance of Ramos. Mr. Met looking to hype up the crowd here that isn't very large, but you know, can still make some noise there. Nimmo sends that one away, and it will not be coming back. A 2-run home run here in the bottom of the 6th will extend the Mets' lead over the Giants. A 417-foot bomb for Nimmo. The Mets will now go up 8-2 versus the Giants. Kind of a devastating outing here for the Giants, Aiden.
Yeah, what a tough way to finish things. 8-2, how things went last night. They're going to get swept in this series in all likelihood. It has not been a great year for them. And this is not helping. I mean, this is one of the more humiliating stretches that they'll have this season. Coming to New York with very lackluster crowds and losing 3 in a row.
Your attention, please.
Nice swing by Nimmo there, though. Really just extending the pain on the Giants here. So we'll see a pinch hitter for the first time this game. Eduardo Nunez will come up to the plate, hitting .261 on the year. Not too bad for a pinch hitter, as he'll let that one go low in the zone. He's been used quite a few times this year, but this is a good low-pressure situation to keep getting him accustomed to playing here. That one will be inside for ball 2. You gotta think Anderson's day might be over in a couple seconds. He's only thrown 11 pitches and he's already given up 2 runs. Finds a strike zone on that one. Nunez will send it foul.
Nunez has bounced around the major leagues. Yankees, Mets, Red Sox, Twins at one point.
That one will be called a strike, slicing through the zone to the inside portion. Even count now at 2-2. Nunez, as a swing of last hope, takes a hack at that one, almost at his head. Sends it foul and stays alive here. Swing at this one too, sending it flying into left field. Brendan Belt will be there to make the catch. That one won't carry too much like the others. 2 outs now, and we'll head back to the top of the lineup with Ahmed Rosario stepping up to the plate.
Rosario.
Rosario did the same thing that Nunez just did his last at bat. Flew out to left field. Anderson will throw that one low. Rosario almost swings at it, but holds back. Is called a ball.
Nope.
Same pitch, same outcome. 2 balls and no strikes here for Rosario. Anderson manages to slice that one through the zone, catching a corner. 2-1 now. And if you had any question about those lineups, obviously you see them on the screen right now. We mentioned Belt moving down, a little bit of a change from what you'd normally see here versus a righty pitcher. Another one falls inside. 3-1 now. Rosario looking for that perfect pitch to swing at. No runners on, but 2 runners have already come into home this inning after the Nimmo home run. Rosario swings at this one, stays alive by fouling it over. If Rosario can get on base, Jeff McNeil will step up to the plate next. he will hit that one over to second base, and there to make the play will be Dubon for the third out of the inning. But not before we take a look back at that nice home run by Brandon Nimmo. 417 feet, scoring 2.
Your attention, please.
So we go to the
Now
7th.
pitching for the New York Mets.
Kevin Smith coming on for New York.
Kevin.
His second game of the season. He's had a little bit of an odd year so far.
San Francisco. The second
I believe he was called up in night moves at some point. Faced Mauricio Dubon, 8-9-1, due up for the Giants. Foul back to the screen, 0-1.
Kevin Smith actually got his MLB debut earlier in this series, back on Tuesday. So definitely new to the league, getting adjusted on that mound.
Inside corner, 0-2. Going from the windup, something you don't see every day out of the bullpen. Wine steals. Ball that's hit in the air, foul down the first baseline, out of play. So we'll do it again. San Francisco trailing 8-2 here in Flushing Meadows. Aiden Blank and Zoe Alter. Plenty still to come today. Winds of deals, hit, foul up against the Met dugout. Duggo has the solo call. The Brewers and the Cubs up next. Then 9 o'clock Twins and Tigers with Cookie and Beardy Buddha. Line drive to left, caught by Cespedes for the first out.
Now batting.
And then 10:45, it'll be the Astros and Indians. Probably the most interesting matchup of the day. Tim Moore and Cook Guy 40 on the call for that one.
Pinch hitting for the Giants. Number 41.
Just a quick shout out to Cespedes in left field, doing a good job covering some ground, even, at his age.
And with his health, too.
Yeah.
He's going to get some more action. Another fly ball, another catch by Cespedes.
And that right there was actually Wilmer Flores, the former Met, whose Mets fans know all too well. Cried after he found out he may have been traded, then proceeded to hit a grand slam and did not get traded. The infamous story.
So they did pull a double switch. Flores now in left will likely hit in Cespedes' spot as well. 1 ball, no strikes.
There
It'll bounce down in left and another base hit.
The old man doesn't have that speed anymore, not able to lay a glove on that one.
The third baseman, Evan Longoria.
8-2, the Mets on top, and Evan Longoria set to hit. No balls, 1 strike. Double and a run for him.
Longoria also has quite the few awards of his own. He was the 3rd overall pick in the 2006 draft by the Rays. Went on to win 2008 Rookie of the Year, and then is also a 3-time Gold Glove and 3-time All-Star.
Ball, action time.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Longoria and Kevin Smith facing off with 2 down, top 7 on what is no doubt a steamy day at Citi Field. Could be a main reason that these fans are shying away. The heat has not been great. It's been kind of rainy around here the last few days, and I know it's certainly been that way in New York. But on the first nice day we've had in a while, it's heat and humidity. Line out to second that was actually caught by Cano, so we are on to the 8th. The Mets on top, 8-2. McNeil, Alonso, Conforto all set to hit when we come back.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
Here's Sam Coonrod,
Number
his 45th game of the season.
Sam
Certainly not a newbie coming out of the Giant bullpen. He will face 2, 3, and 4, a very tough order. Generally, at least, maybe not now, but generally a very tough order due up for the Mets.
Coonrod also a part of this fairly young pitching staff, 27 years old, so not too young, but only his second year in the majors.
Popped up, left center field. It is going to go, and one hop the wall. He'll turn, go to second, and McNeil on with a double. After homering back in the second, or rather the third, he gets on here.
It looks like McNeil might be finding his groove once again, a little bit in that slump that we talked about, but as you just mentioned, the home run in the third and then the double here. Don't want to say anything too much about it, but it's looking good for him. Anyone who watches these Mets bot ball games consistently will know that I jinx the game far too often. So I've been really making an effort not to, because it's become a real issue.
I don't know if even you could jinx this. A swing and a miss to strike out Alonso, who's now got 3 on the day. Certainly not his day, certainly not his year in the bot ball universe. Met fans certainly hoping that this ends up being a lot more fictional than it currently looks like it is.
Can only hope, right? However, I mean, you talk about a struggling Pete Alonso, but then you see Michael Conforto, who's been on fire.
Yeah, Michael Conforto 1 for 3 today, so maybe not on fire in this game, but certainly on fire overall. Has hit the ball pretty well with a runner on second and 1 out. Ball misses upstairs. After the leadoff double from McNeil. Porto, the cleanup hitter, standing in. The right field hitter. From the stretch, Coonrod's 2-0 in for a strike 2 and 1. Was knee high, decided not to swing at it. 2-1. Same location and same result, now 2-2.
Sometimes those pitches are the ones that are hard to judge, because you know you could leave them down there, but they could be called strikes.
Fouled away, and now it's 2-2.
Every umpire changes, but usually around the knees is like a gray area. You gotta figure it out, test it out with the umpire. But here in the bottom of the 7th, Conforto should know what he's dealing with by now.
2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out, bottom 7. Coonrod from the stretch. Inside, struck him out. And a big pitch to strike out Conforto. And now Cespedes will hit with a runner on at 2 out. A beautiful pitch, maybe not the best pitch from Coonrod, but hey, it broke the way he wanted it to, so.
Coonrod definitely watched earlier in the game, saw all the jamming of hitters, and wanted to get in on that action. Just to mention, the score right now, 8-2, was actually the final score in yesterday's game.
Cespedes up with the count 1-0, and he's going to bring in that run. A base hit back up the middle. McNeil's fast enough to score, make it 9-2. The Mets score more today than they did last night, and I don't think, Zoe, after watching that game last night, that you would have thought that would be possible.
No, it looks like a beating, but I didn't know it could be even more of a beating. I guess when Cespedes actually figures out how to hit again, it kind of opens up for the Mets, yeah. I mean, talk about a guy who's having a day. Robinson Cano, a double and a home run.
First pitch, misses down low, ball into strikes. Ball at a strike. Coonrod facing Robinson Cano. Home run already today. What do you think of this pickup, Zoe? They brought him in a few years ago, or not even a few years ago, 2 years ago. What do you think of the overall now, having watched him play a little bit in Mets uniform? Do you think it was a good pickup?
I gotta say, at first I was nervous because you had just lost Curtis Granderson, right? And for me, these guys both play on the Yankees. I don't know. I always confuse the two of them. So even if they play different positions, I don't even understand why I would confuse them. But it was just like the Yankee thing of it. They brought Cano in. I was like, oh, great. They're bringing in another old guy. Yay. But then he's actually turned into something that's been really helpful. He's been really good there at second base for them, been an anchor, especially when, you know, sometimes they'll bring J.D. Davis into third and shift Jeff McNeil over to second. But Jeff McNeil is so much better at third. So having Cano there at second, as we saw last inning when he caught that line out, just really, really good. Makes you feel good about having him in the field. So I'd say, overall, I like it.
Well, he does a good job there. He's going to finish the day at least 3 for 4, a base hit, a double, and a home run.
His swing is just so nice. Every time you see it, even on bot ball, it's so...
I agree. It is a thing of beauty. You love to watch him swing, and now Wilson Ramos, very different. Cano's more of a slim, kind of smooth guy with that swing. Ramos comes in, he's got a very muscly posture, and he's going to hit the ball very hard, but maybe not the prettiest swing to watch, 0-2.
Yeah, Ramos, he's definitely had that issue, as you mentioned, his arms, of just using his arms a little too much and not getting his hips involved, because when he just swings with his arms and doesn't use his hips, that ball's not going to go as far as if he were to get his whole body involved. He's a heavy guy. If he could get it all involved, that ball would fly.
1-2, misses away, 2-2.
We talk about him being a heavy guy, so you'd assume he's hard to move, but he was actually abducted by 4 men when he visited Venezuela in 2011 to see his mother.
Got a full count. 3-2.
Can you imagine kidnapping Wilson Ramos?
It must have been another one of those David Ortiz kind of mistakes where they got the wrong guy.
Yeah. Still weird, though.
Big payoff pitch to Ramos with 2 on. It's down the line, foul. Almost took out the umpire.
No, ball 4.
And now he walks the bases loaded in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, that was a big walk there. Now, as you said, bases are loaded, 2 outs, and the guy who hit a home run his last time up, Brandon Nimmo, steps up to the plate. This is how they'll cope with it, bringing in a new pitcher, but I don't know how much it's going to do.
Jandel Gustav, a veteran, although I hadn't really heard of him until just about now for San Francisco, coming in to throw for the Giants, and he'll face 8, 9, and 1. Nimmo, whoever hits in Wacha's spot, and then Maeda Rosario this afternoon. Mets on top by 7, bases loaded, and 2 out in the 7th.
Just based on the patterns of Nimmo's general hitting, he definitely struggles a lot after he hits a home run. He goes up expecting to hit another home run, and I think you might see that here. As you see that, he'll pop it up. That one was foul, but he'll pop it up, kind of not get a good swing on the ball because he'll be trying to rip it over the fence. And with 2 outs and bases loaded, a hit would be just as good as anything else right now.
No, inside.
2 balls and 1 strike.
Down at 3-1.
Now 3 balls and 1 strike.
You mentioned Gustav on the mound. It's only his 2nd year with the Giants, but it is his 4th year in the major leagues. He did have 2 years with Houston before. So there's where that veteran experience comes in, I guess.
We got 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Now, the last thing Brandon Nimmo wants to do here is go down looking. It's the bottom of the 7th, huge opportunity. Bases loaded, full count, 2 outs. Your runners will be going. He wants to do anything but go down looking right here.
A big payoff pitch. 3-2, bases loaded, 2 out, bottom 7, struck him out. What a big pitch from Gustave. And the Giants avoid giving up another run. They trail by 7. We go to the 8th at Citi Fields.
Leading off for the Giants.
If we just go back to that Nimmo, whatever that was for a minute, that was literally the worst thing that could have came out of that scenario. You have a perfect scoring opportunity, and he lets a ball straight over the heart of the plate just go by him.
Ball 1, no strike.
12,825 the attendance this afternoon. Strike 1 and 1. Certainly not the numbers you would like if you're the Mets.
Yeah, definitely feels like a
record that's understandable.
Yeah. Especially for Citi Field that has pretty big capacity. It's one of the larger ballparks. It can hold a lot more than 12,000.
1 ball, 2 strikes, and a 9-2 lead for the Mets in front of about 12,000 of our closest friends. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 1 down in the 8th, and a big start for Kevin Smith, his first major league strikeout. Get some more good news for the Mets this afternoon. Looks like they may have a nice reliever coming up in the bullpen.
Nice for Kevin Smith to get that one, but definitely doesn't feel good for Yastrzemski. He had a home run earlier in the game, and his last 2 at-bats has gone down on strikeouts. Especially going down on a strikeout with a guy who just got his first major league strikeout has got to hurt at least a little bit.
In for a strike, 0-1.
These Giants hitters being really conservative. There's something to be said about, you know, taking a pitch maybe and slowing down the pace of the game and like resetting the pace so it doesn't move too fast. But there's also something to be said about not being aggressive enough. And that's definitely something you've seen from these Giants. He just took 3 pitches, and yeah, his count might be 2-1. But even before then, just too many looking strikes that we've seen.
2 balls and 1 strike to Hunter Pence, the center fielder. San Francisco. Love his stance. I think it's one of the cooler stances in baseball. Always looks like he's confident in the box, about to hit one out. He knows that you know he comes to hit. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I mean, he might come to hit, but he's not really doing that this at bat. Taking a bunch of pitches here. If you're the Giants, you're down 7. And it's the top of the 8th. If you're not going to start swinging now, when are you going to start swinging?
Bouncing ball to second. Good play by Cano. Off balance throw for out number 2.
I mean, you asked me last inning about Cano, right? And we'll take a look at the pitchers, but you asked me last inning about Cano, and that right there is his defense. Just a ball that looks like it could have gotten by, a little bit of like a weird hop. He fields it perfectly.
So now it's Sandoval versus Kevin Smith. Smith, certainly a big guy on the mound. I'm now kind of noticing that. So you look, he's a pretty tall guy. Certainly the guy you would expect to be a pitcher.
Yeah. Might be young, but he's definitely got that height on him. He is 6'5", so saying the mound, I mean, from where like Ramos is, definitely looks a lot taller than 6'5".
0-2. Misses on Sandoval 1-2, but hey, you know, a bright side for the Mets this season. Looks like they've started to develop a very good young prospect out of the bullpen. I know their starting pitching is basically good. It's the bullpen work that they've really had to revitalize, but they do get it there. Smith is dancing off the field as we go to the bottom of the 8th.
For the Mets, it is
leading by 7.
It's always been the bullpen. They've had the starters. You know, you have Jacob deGrom, Noah Syndergaard. The bullpen's always been the issue. Edwin Diaz, Jerry's Familia. It keeps getting worse.
Hopefully with Smith, it'll keep getting better. Unfortunately, he's not coming back for a 9th inning. This is J.D. Davis. Not a save opportunity, so really no reason he would continue to go. They'll get another arm warmed up, although they do have a very tough slate ahead of them. So maybe not the brightest decision to bring in another arm. You got San Diego coming for 3 this weekend, and then a few big games during the week with the Yankees.
Subway Series.
1 ball and 2 strikes as Nick Vincent and Trevor got both warm up. Maybe a little reason to worry if you're the Giants. From the stretch, and the 1-2 checked his swing. He went around. Very good start for Gustave in the inning.
JD Davis
Now
gets
struck out 2 Mets in a row.
He gets one at bat and he does that with it. Pretty classic, you know. Well, you're a Yankees fan, right? So you probably don't watch the Mets as often as I do, but that's
I watch the Mets very little.
That was classic JD Davis for you. Just, you know, so you know.
Here's Amed Rosario, 1 ball, 1 strike. Yeah, I don't watch the Mets nearly as much as I probably should. If they go through with the whole no road TV thing, I will probably watch the Mets a lot more because the National League East is one of my favorite broadcaster divisions. Bob Carpenter with the Nationals, obviously Gary Keith and Rob with the Mets. Paul Severino doing the Marlins games, Chip Carey with the Braves, Pat McCarthy with the Phillies. If they end up syndicating those home feeds to SNY, I'd probably watch them. I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably tune in more than often to watch some of my favorite TV guys in the game. 1-2, struck out 3 Mets in a row. Hey, Gustave's starting to work into a pretty good groove. If the Giants could ever make a playoff run, he'd be a very good anchor in that bullpen.
Second one looking of the day for him as well.
Inside corner just misses to Jeff McNeil. 2 for 2. Good day for him. Beg your pardon, 2 for 4, that is. Home run, double, 3 RBIs. Pretty good afternoon for him. It's a good afternoon for the Mets in general. 17 runs in less than 24 hours. 2-0.
You mentioned you don't watch the Mets very often. I was saying there's probably a good reason why, because this is not your usual Mets game here. This whole series is not your usual Mets series. Usually it would be the opposite way around. They'd be the ones losing, so.
Pete Alonso waiting on deck. 3 balls and no strikes to Jeff McNeil. From the stretch.
That's ball 4. Take the base.
Walks him. Just barely misses. And a tough one for Gustave, who thought he might be out of the water.
Yeah, he was looking for that 4th strikeout there.
He can still get it. Give Alonso, how many do you need to have the golden sombrero? 4, 5?
I don't even know. He'd do it though.
We'll have to look it up, but if it's 4, Alonso could potentially have that right now.
Yeah, he's got 3 already, so this would be his 4th.
It'd be a 1-0. Bouncy ball foul, 1-1.
I mean, Alonso's definitely had a strikeout issue this season. Coming into this game, he had 111. So now he's sitting at 114. This would be his 115th if it ends in a strikeout.
2 balls and 1 strike. Via Google, the golden sombrero is 4 strikeouts. Alonso's going to get it. He can't do anything right now. 2-1, now 3-1, although he's looking like he might fight it off.
Now he won't get it because you said that, I guarantee.
Popped up down the line. Well, he's a strike away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Gustave versus Alonso. From the stretch with a man on. Struck him out. A golden sombrero in golden sombrero fashion as Alonso falls out of the box. One last chance for the Giants, trying to put up 7 to keep this game alive.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the New York Mets.
Paul Sewald is coming in out of the bullpen to close things out for the Mets, although important, it is not a save opportunity by any stretch. A 7-run lead, it would be pretty funny if the Giants were to come back here, but chances are we'll be done within a few minutes.
It would be hilarious. Just, hilarious. Great. It'd be so fun to watch, of course. If any team could end up blowing this, it would 100% be the Mets. I'll just say that right now. So.
And we know that Duggo is patiently waiting to call the Cubs and Brewers. Brewers, a fun story. They're going to play next. It's been very odd. They were in the wild card game last year, National League Championship Series 2 years ago, and they just kind of fallen off the map in Bot Bowl this year. First out as Alonso catches it over at first base. The Brewers have kind of just struggled. I mean, they were a playoff team these past few years, have made real serious waves, were a good game away from playing in a National League Division Series, but just hasn't been that way for them this year.
I mean, the hard thing is they can't just rely on Yelich to get them anywhere, to get them everywhere.
In for a strike, 0-1. Edwin Diaz, Brad Botch, both in the bullpen. Am I saying that right, Zoe? Botch or Bach?
I think it's Botch, but I could be wrong.
All right. Again, not a Mets guy, as you probably figured it out.
There have become so many. This bullpen changes so often that it's very hard to keep track of.
This is low, 2-2 with one out in the top of the ninth. Swing and a miss and a good start. Fly out at a strikeout, and the Giants down to their final out of the afternoon. Those measly 12,000 people on their feet here at Citi Field.
Sewald's been taking over this closing position a little bit more. Usually he uses that long reliever, but recently in the past couple series, he's been that guy coming in the last couple innings just to finish it off and make sure the Mets don't blow a big lead.
Ball and no strikes. Mauricio Dubon, the last chance for the Giants to measle and hit. In for a strike, 1-1.
Brad Brock. We were wrong.
Okay.
It happens, you know.
1-1. Fouled off 1-2. Strike away are the Mets from sweeping this series. Not sure they've swept a series in a long time. But they do today. Perfectly placed pitch for Sewald, and the Mets win it 9-2. Hey, a pretty dominant win after things were a little shaky in the beginning for Michael Wacha. He's able to go, 5 innings, a little bit over 5 innings. And a good day for the Mets, a good few days for the Mets in a season which they've had very few of those.
That right there, when Dubon went down looking just now, that sums up the entire game. It was pitching that was mediocre but good. The Mets pitching was pretty good, and it was just Giants hitters just kept letting the ball go by them. And that sums up the whole game entirely.
The Mets win it 9-2. You get a look. We'll get a look at the highlight reel right now, and it all started with that RBI from Robinson Cano, doubled out to center field, and we thought maybe the Mets would get a good start. They certainly did. Then it was Mike Yastrzemski who got that lead to the Giants. Hey, they didn't score outside of that inning at all in this game. Now that you think about it, Yastrzemski poked one over the wall, made it 2-1, and then the Mets offense just came alive. Jeff McNeil homered to right, 369. You look at these distances, other than the Cano home run, nothing really traveled very far.
Yeah, it was just pop-ups that the wind took.
There's another one as Conforto hit one 359, I can't tell, 357. An RBI for him, made it 5-2, barely got out. And this one had no problem getting out. Robinson Cano, a no-doubt moonshot. That hit is the reason why they brought him here. He's had times where he's been one of the best hitters in baseball, second deck power.
Yeah, this was the other big home run, the 417-foot one. So this and Cano's were the real home runs of the day, I guess you could say.
Yeah, Nimmo out to right field. Made it 8-2. They would get one more. Cespedes made it 9-2 on a base hit back up the middle. It was just not a great day for the Giant pitching staff and Jeff Samardzija. They got rocked, and a game that they were kind of hoping would turn the tide for them, not so much. Dubon strikes him out to end the game, and a 9-2 win for the Mets. We're waiting on Duggo, who's going to call the 7:15 matchup between the Cubs and the Brewers. Still to come, Cookie and Beardy Buddha have the Twins and the Tigers. And later at 10:45, the Indians and the Astros with Tim Moore and Cook Guy 40. The Mets will host San Diego this weekend. The Giants are off to Colorado. Both of these teams will play tomorrow. The Mets will take on the Padres. It's Richards versus Oswalt. And in the Giant Rocky game, it's Gosman versus Gray. Duggo's here. Hoping we didn't take all the offense away from his game. What's up, Duggo?
Dude, honestly, I don't think there's a way that you're not going to see offense in this one. I mean, there's one team that might not put up a whole lot of offense, especially with one of their big contributors down for a couple days right now. But the way the Chicago Cubs have been playing, man, a lot of offense and a stingy pitching staff. So probably going to be one-sided, but I've said that before. It's ended the other way, and, you know, ultimately that's why we don't play the games on paper.
We talked about it a little bit during our game. Yes, the Cubs have been great, and I don't think that really surprises anybody. They've been a pretty good team these last 5-6 years, but the Brewers have been a team that were competing for titles the last 2 years and really playing meaningful games in September, October, and that just has not necessarily happened, and it likely won't be the case for them this year. They've just struggled.
I mean, I've said it, you know, it's my personal belief. I've had plenty of Brewers fans disagree with me, but the way that they handled their offseason with, you know, letting big guys walk like Yaz and Moose and replacing them with what? Omar Narvaez, Eric Sogard, Jed Jerko, and that's about it? Like, no, obviously that team's going to take a step back. It doesn't matter how many Christian Yelich's you have on a team. Clearly it didn't work out for Miami, rocking a team with Yelich, Stanton, and Ozuna, and Real Muto. Nothing happened there. You know, baseball has always been a more than one guy sport.
Well, the best news of the day, the Snakes are in first place, 2 games up, and probably more after the Dodgers lost. They're now 3 games up if they can measle a win. You got a first-place ball club in the desert.
Dude, I'm stoked about it. I loved seeing that sweep. The only thing that scares me, and it's a big only, is that now Cincinnati comes to Chase Field after they just went on a massive streak there against the Dodgers, and that's scary.
All right, well, we're going to get out of your hair. Enjoy the first place, at least for the next few days. That's the good thing about being 3 games up. You can lose a few and remain in first place. Enjoy the Cubs and the Brewers, and we'll hope to hear you on a Snake game very soon.
I'll be there tomorrow, baby. But thank you, guys. As this one should be good here at the friendly confines. It'll be the lovely John Lester on the last year of that big deal that Theo signed him to, taking the start today for the Chicago Cubs, hosting the Milwaukee Brewers. This game being Game 4 of a 4-game set. The first 3 games went the way of the Cubs. Game 1 was blown in the 8th inning by Josh Hader, something that Milwaukee fans have been used to as of late. Josh Hader recently demoted from the closer's role, allowing Corey Knebel to get back into that 9th inning spot. Final score, Game 1, 4-3 Chicago. Game 2, a little bit more decisive. Chicago taking that one 8-0 on the back of a solid start by Yu Darvish. Last night, Jose Quintana helped propel these Cubs to another shutout victory. that one 4-0. And it will be Leicester against Alec Bettinger. And if history serves us any purpose here in baseball, you know, some can argue it doesn't, the way everything's so volatile, we might see 3 in a row. So Cubs looking for the sweep, as that's going to be Avisail Garcia, the first batter of the day, going down on strikes. First out of the ball game.
Ryan Braun.
Brings up a man very derided here in Chicago.
Counts 1-0.
Ryan Braun takes a ball high, 1-0. Don't think you're going to find too many people with positive things to say about this man outside of the state of Wisconsin. And even probably in southern Wisconsin, not a whole lot of positive things. A little bit too close to that Illinois border. Ryan Braun seeing a little bit more time with the day-to-day injury to Lorenzo Cain. Out right now with a shin contusion. Out for a couple days. Nothing serious. 2-1 count to Braun. That one's lifted into the gap. No one's going to get there. Bounces off the ivy. And Braun will be in there with a 1-out double. Just his 12th of the year.
The second baseman, Keston Urias.
That righty on lefty matchup working out from Braun's favor as that one's in the gap. So it could be some life for a team that has not been able to score a run in the last at least 18 innings. Bringing up Keston Hira. A prospect built on power, which has not been represented here well in the bop ball world. Currently slashing 260, 345, 377, as that's going to be an RBI opportunity trickled through the gut. RBI single here for Keston Hira. And right on cue, these Milwaukee Brewers have their first run since I think the 7th inning on Monday. One nothing Milwaukee now as Christian Yelich comes in here. And he's swinging at the first pitch. Great grab by Rizzo. Tags the bag, and the throw will be in time. Baez with the tag. That is a very, very slick 3-6 double play. If you're a Cubs fan, you love to see that. If you're a Milwaukee fan, you're loving the scoreboard right now. Milwaukee jumping out to a quick 1-0 lead. So, in very stark opposition to John Lester, going on the mound is rookie Alec Bettinger. That record in ERA, nothing great. That whip, also not great there. 1.64 whip, 5.73 ERA, and a 2-5 record. So I will be one of those guys that'll tell you that pitcher records aren't the most important thing in baseball. Talking about a beautiful way this Cubs team has been able to make things work this year. Chris Bryant leading off. Been a topic of conversation here on the north side since the departure of Dexter Fowler following the 2016 championship season. Cubs have been really left without a good leadoff option.
Nope, that's inside.
Pitch comes inside. It's 2-0 here to KB. No real option there. They've tried out options like Albert Almora Jr., Ian Happ for a little bit.
I got 2-1 to count.
Nothing's really stuck for these Cubs. With the new manager, former catcher David Ross coming in. You know, that was one of the big questions they had for him is how are you going to construct this lineup? And throwing up there, Chris Bryant, a guy with a great on-base percentage, ability to take a lot of pitches in that bat as there we go. Leadoff walk doing exactly what he needed for his team here, Chris Bryant. Aboard here with Anthony Rizzo now coming to the plate. No outs, man on first. This man has been touted by his team as the perfect leadoff option. Rizzo has said it himself. There's the lovely clip of him after blasting a leadoff dinger a couple of years back. Him walking through the dugout, smiling, screaming. Anthony loves hitting leadoff. I love you hitting leadoff too, Anthony, but Bryant 1, Rizzo 2 has been working out for these Cubs so far as he fouls the first pitch off. 0-1. The tune of a 58-29 start to this season. Very handily taking the NL Central as it stands. Coming into play, 6 games up on the Cincinnati Reds. Coming into today, 6 games up on the Reds. A Reds win in a routing of the Dodgers out west. Puts it at 5.5 coming into play today. As Rizzo looks at that, count runs to 2-2. Bryant still at first, no outs. Bettinger delivers one outside, rings it full. Javi Baez stands on deck. You know, speaking of the Dodgers over there out west, you know, I've talked about them plenty enough as a Arizona Diamondbacks guy. Payoff pitch to Rizzo, swings at one in the dirt. It's in the catcher's glove before it even starts his swing. And oh my God, Rizzo, what are you thinking? Should have had 2 on, no outs. Instead, 1 on, 1 out for Javi Baez. Bettinger gets gifted his first strikeout of the day. But as the Arizona Diamondbacks unofficial voice here on ML Bop Ball, you know, I've had a good chance to look at the Dodgers, but not Dodgers today. Javi Baez puts one into right field through the infield for 1 out single. Could have been bases juiced, but no, Anthony Rizzo making that strikeout look even worse. So 2 on, 1 out for the baby Bambino, Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber has been a monster against right-handed pitching in his career. This year, no different. You see there, the 56 ribbies leads his team. Swings through that 1-2. That's, oh my God, that slugging percentage up at 576. 21 doubles, 23 dingers. It's just a couple. It's 23 home runs, tied for 4th in the National League with Christian Yelich, actually. As Schwarber starts to go, but it hits him. Honestly, Bettinger may have lucked out. Schwarber swinging a mean bat could have easily tied this game up. Instead, bases juiced for the right-handed Wilson Contreras. Dangerous spot. Contreras, no stranger to a strong bat. OPS up at 860. 20 doubles, 12 home runs. He still managed to find 37 ribbies in there, even though he's batting behind Baez and Schwarber. Pretty impressive when you think about that. Swings to that one. That'll rope foul into those right field seats. Count is 1-1 here to Contreras. Northsiders getting excited. As he looks at that one, that's 1-2 now to Contreras. Bettinger got bailed out on that Rizzo strikeout. Can get bailed out yet again, and oh my God, he does. Blues got it in for these Cubs today. Bettinger gets his second strikeout of the day as Contreras looks at a called strike 3. Oh. We'll see what number 1 in my heart, Jason Hayward, can do here at the plate. Found a little bit of a retooled swing last year. Was able to really kind of show us what everybody thought he was going to be. Coming up in the Atlanta system, Hayward really profiled very, very well with all 5 tools. And basically since he left Atlanta, even in that season there with St. Louis, he never really seemed to put it together. The glove is there, the arm absolutely there. There's a reason that Hayward is going to be a perennial Gold Glover. 2-1 on the ground and right to Hura. The toss is in time. Cubs gifted an opportunity and wasted. They strand the bases here. 1 hit, no runs at the end of 1.
Leading off from Milwaukee, the third baseman, number 5, Jed Jurko.
5, 6, 7 due up for these Milwaukee Brewers. Jed Jurko going to start it off here, playing third base today. Jed Jurko, a career journeyman. Played all around. Spent some time in the NL Central as that one's over the head of a jumping Javi Baez into the left center gap, and Jurko is going to stop at 1. That speed, not exactly a part of Jed Jurko's tool set. I've seen him thrown out at second before, trying to stretch a single into a double, and good job stopping here. So Jed Jurko leads it off with a single to start off the second inning. The face of the MLB, Eric Sogard, up now. Swinging a light bat on this 2020 season. Quickly behind 0-2. Batting a paltry .215. Just a pair of dingers on the season. As Lester gets the better of him in the lefty-lefty matchup. Lester racks up his second strikeout on just 3 pitches here to Sogard.
Number 12, Justin Smoke.
So now it'll be Justin Smoke. Switch hitting, DH type. Playing first base pretty much every day now for these Milwaukee Brewers with Kane out of the lineup. Cutter from Lester goes outside. Count is 1-0. As the not-so-fleet of foot Jed Jurko takes his lead over there at first base. Curious to see if the more speedy options for this Milwaukee team maybe take advantage of that. John Lester. You want to talk about problems that guys have? Lester's yips throwing to first base have been well documented. Unable to pick off, make a toss over, pretty much anything. I think he's been more successful at throwing his glove with ball in hand over to first than he has actually making the move. As a 3-0 pitch goes in the zone, looked at for Justin Smoke. Count runs to 3-1. Lester back in it. You know, we've seen the speed that Avi Garcia can potentially have, just 2 stolen bases on the year. You know, Christian Yelich definitely has the speed, has currently got 15 stolen bases, good for 3rd in the National League, if I'm not mistaken. Tied for 5th, excuse me. Payoff pitch is swung on and missed. A big swooping curveball by Lester as he earns back-to-back punch-outs.
The catcher, number 9, Manny Urias.
So now a man who has seen much love here in Discord on Bot Ball, Manny the Goat Pena. The OPS back around 700, which is not great, but a lot better than where it's been. Pena seems to have kind of gotten it worked out a little bit. He and Narvaez behind the plate, as I was saying a little bit before we really got started with the crew before me. Lovely crew of Aiden and Zoe, but before we got started, that Yasmani Grandal was a big part of the players that left in the offseason for Milwaukee. And I am not convinced that they did an adequate enough job of trying to fill that. You know, I know catcher's always going to be a rough spot to try to fill as Lester loses him there. Curveball outside to Pena puts him on base. So 2 on, 2 out.
The pitcher, number 31.
The pitcher, Alex Bettinger, comes up. Bettinger 2 for 16 on the year with an RBI. Realize, why do I even bother having headphones in? I can't even hear myself. Trying to get myself situated here in the lovely office. And I'm like, why am I even wearing these? I got nobody else to listen to. Just the thought, just my own thoughts and my own lovely voice. As Bettinger swings at one inside, tries to check it, but does not have the discipline. Count runs to 0-2 here with 2 outs, 2 on. Lester trying to get out of this one. Pitch comes in, and that will be fouled off. Just able to get enough of that is Bettinger, so we will do it again. Lester looking for punch out number 4, looking to strike out the side. Just enough of that to stay alive yet again. Another 0-2.
The count is 1-2.
Great waist pitch, that change up low and away. Especially to a guy like the pitcher, man. That's bait. But there we go. Go with the hard stuff low in the zone. Bettinger swings, misses. Lester bails himself out. Strikes out the side after allowing a hit and a walk. 2 more stranded for Milwaukee, but Milwaukee still with that 1-0 lead. Cubs going to counter. Hap, Lester, Almora.
Leading off for the Cubs, the second baseman, Ian.
See here, Ian Happ coming to the plate. And life is a lot weirder when I take off my headphones, so I'm going to stop doing that. Something comforting about not hearing my own voice rattle around the office. Happ looks at strike 1 here to start off the bottom of the second. Ian Happ, loudly, highly lauded, I think that's the word I was going for there, as a first-round draft pick for these Cubs back in 2015. Supposed to be the next Ben Zobrist type for these Cubs. Has not been able to live up to that hype, especially now with Zobrist calling it a career in the offseason. Fastball in the dirt brings the count here to 2-2. And fouls it off to stay alive. That wasn't quite lived up there, but seeing a little bit more promise here as right on cue, Happ strikes out to start off the inning. 3rd strikeout of the day for Bettinger.
The pitcher, Lester.
This can never go the way you really want him to, can you? Brings up John Lester. And man, I would love like a real breakdown on John Lester's swing. That man crushes baseballs. I know it was always the joke that John Lester was one of the worst swing in the bat pitchers in all of the major leagues, but a look at the data says that he is up there in percentiles for hard hit contact, but the problem is he just barrels it straight into the ground as that one is a laser. See, they come off the bat like lasers, but not where you want them to. That one actually had enough positive lift to make it in the air. Unfortunately, Jed Jerko's stupid face standing right there at third. Pretty much right at him, didn't have to move. That's the second out of the inning. Brings up Albert Almora Jr. Seems to be having a renaissance of his own. Hasn't quite seen everyday playing time here for these Cubs, but seen a good chunk of at-bats. It was his defensive skills that have kept him up in the majors, but a very bad 2019 by defensive metrics have left him on the bubble here in 2020. But man, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the on-base percentage, man. A 366 on-base percentage. As he rips that one in to the seats, it's 1-2. And 29 strikeouts to 21 walks, man. That is something. That is the kind of stuff you don't see so much anymore. As that one's up the chute just past Bettinger. Zogard is there, but not in time. So that's a 2-out single here for Albert Almora Jr. And just like she wrote it up, this lineup's going to flip over. And modern-day leadoff man Chris Bryant's up here with a chance to do some damage. This is exactly why more of these National League teams have chosen to maybe take somebody who doesn't need a ton of at-bats, but bring something to the table. To go in that 9 spot and allow it to toss over to their leadoff guy. Especially with the profile of a leadoff guy changing in the past 5-10 years or so. 0-1 to Bryant's ripped hard, and they're going to call that a fair ball. Almora is going to go first to third on a 2-out single. So that will be third hit allowed by Bettinger. Back-to-back hits here with 2 outs. These Cubs are starting to threaten. Now the left-handed big bat of Anthony Rizzo is going to come in here against the right-handed Bettinger. Something wicked this way may come. And it's Clark. Somebody put some pants on that kid. First pitch to Rizzo is going to be high. Look at that. Ball 1. Rizzo could easily do some damage, and he will. That's down the right field or the left field line. That's good enough to score Almora. Chris moves up to second. Anthony takes first, and that is a tied ball game, folks. This is the kind of stuff you'll see out of a struggling rookie, man. You allow that one that you get the first 2 quick outs on the inning. You give up a 2-out single, and quickly it turns into 3 straight 2-out singles. And now you have lost the lead you entered the inning with. Javi Baez looks at a juicy one to bring the count to 0-1 to start it off here. Swings at one in the dirt. Perfect. Perfect example of Javier Baez. Why capitalize on the easy one when you can swing and a miss? That's something worse. 0-2 here, 2 outs, 2 on. Baez hits that one a mile. It's going to hook, foul down the left field line. Stay at 0-2. 2 on, 2 outs, 2 strikes here in inning number 2. Baez, he's capitalizing. That's going to score 1 at least. See if Rizzo takes the turn at third. He won't. Bryant comes across to score. It's 2-1. Javier Baez has his 17th double of the year. Chicago takes the lead on an RBI double by Javier Baez, the 4th straight hit given up by Alec Bettinger. See if a talk from the pitching coach can do anything to calm him down. Looked fairly all right in that first inning, not so much here in the second inning. Milwaukee's bullpen definitely leaves something to be desired. So an early exit to the bullpen is far from ideal. Schwarber up now, looks at a 2-1 count. Baez at second. Rizzo just 90 feet away. Chicago has made it a 2-1 ball game. 2 runs here in the second. Schwarber gets that one inside, but right at Justin Smoke. Cubs bring it now to 5 left on base, but a bevy of 2-out hits have given Chicago the lead. Heading now to the top of the third. Cubs on top, 2-1. You can see there, it has been the pitching for the Chicago Cubs that has made them the powerhouse here in the National League that they are. That ERA right up at the top, that whip also at the top. And that's not just in the National League, that's in all of baseball. Coming into play today,
the center fielder, number 24.
Their 390 runs scored is for third over there in the National League. Trailing the Nationals and the Snakes. But they are the only team so far in all of Major League Baseball to not have allowed 300 runs. And so far with this 1-run game, 1 run given up by Lester, that brings them to 270 runs scored on the year. They have 30 runs yet to go, and everybody has passed that mark. 3-0 to Avi Garcia. Lester sneaks a fastball in the zone, brings it to 3-1. So yeah, it's been an incredible job of this Cubs pitching staff to limit the runs, and when you pair it with an incredible offense, beautiful things are going to happen. That one's lifted out into the gap by Garcia, and that's going to get into the basket. Right on cue for talking about giving up or not allowing runs. Avisail Garcia been doing a great job of hitting the cover off the ball lately. That is his 14th home run of the year. Been mostly doubles through the month of April, but May and June and now July, he has been putting him in the seats. Avisail Garcia ties it up here.
The left fielder, number 8.
Now a 2-2 ball game. Maybe it's just being back in Chicago, the former White Sox. Getting into that a little bit more later. Because now it's time for some vitriol. It's Ryan Braun at the plate. Swings to that one outside. Count runs to 1-1. The former convicted PED user Pops that one up in foul territory, brings the count to 1-2. Got to watch myself. I got to stay a little bit positive. Trying to keep it excited here. Foul balls bring it to 1-2 here to Broughton. Lester going for the strikeout. He gets it. Swinging a big curveball in the dirt. Drop third strike. Toss in time for the first out of the inning. Fifth strikeout of the day for John Lester. Lester came into play today. 8th in the National League in ERA. As Urias is going to get that down the line, but just foul the first base bag. 8th in the National League in ERA. 7th in the good league in walks and hits per inning pitch. Strikeouts, not something that Lester's excelled at in recent years, as that one's going to be left hanging to Hira, and that will be another home run on this inning for these Brewers. Everything, man, I am just making everything come to light. I am glad this is not a Snakes game that I'm calling this on. Right on cue that Hira's not been represented well with power on this season. I think that's the first one I've seen him put yard, as that is now a 3-2 ball game. We are just going to go back and forth in this one. Sounds like it's going to be anybody's ball game the way this keeps going.
Now batting, right fielder, Christian Yelich.
Yep, that ball went out.
So now Christian Yelich up here looks at a ball 1-0. Yelich currently 7th in slugging percentage. Looks at a strike, 1-1. Tied for 4th with 23 home runs. Tied for 5th with 57 runs. Tied for 5th with 61 RBIs. And doing it also with 15 stolen bases. That one's going to be a one-out hit here as well. Christian Yelich redeeming himself after grounding into that inning-ending double play back in the first. Depending on if this stays close, that could come back to bite him, but good job now. 6 hits given up by Lester as he's going for second. 16 stolen bases on the year for Yelich. Ties him up with my Arizona Diamondbacks Starling Marte. Good for 3rd in the National League now. As that one's going to be out into the gap by Jerko. Hayward will be there. No tag from Yelich wisely. Hayward's arm is not to be trifled with.
Next for Milwaukee, the shortstop, Eric Sogard.
So now 2 outs, man on second. For a man with some beautiful glasses, Eric Sogard. Lester with a pickoff move. I don't believe any of that. That's not John Lester, especially to second. What is that? That's 2 in a row. Javi isn't even ready for him, man. Nobody's covering the bag. I don't know what Lester's thinking. That one's going to be inside there to Sogard. Generous call by Blue. Brings it to 1-0. All right, big guy, I see you over there. I've not been ignoring you.
Nope.
I need to get myself in this trivia. I'll read it out for you guys. Of the players with 400 home runs, which 5 have the fewest walks per home run? Lester gets that one in the zone. 2-1 here to Sogard. Struck out in his last plate appearance. Gets that one on the ground, but Happ will be there. Toss to Rizzo is in time, so Lester finally gets out of that one. After giving up 2 solo shots, Milwaukee is leapfrogged to take the lead back here. So now heading to the bottom of the 3rd, Milwaukee 3, Chicago 2. Another Heidi Watney break gives me a perfect time to talk about what we're doing here at ML Bot Ball. Everything we do is on our own time, on your dime at times, but anything we get from you guys, we never actually see directly. It all goes to charity. We run ourselves a lovely charitable outfit. Right now, the charity getting your donations is RAIN, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. One of the largest in the world for anti-assault. Largest in the States. They do an amazing job of helping out everybody that needs their help. So if you can, I know many folks are like myself, currently out of work, hence why I can be here so many days of the week to bring you some lovely baseball, but, you know, if you can, it's always appreciated. Because at the end of the day, all we have is each other. Gotta look out for each other, folks. Looking out here, though. Wilson Contreras starting off the inning here. He went down looking in his last plate appearance. Count now at 2-2 here to start it off. Bettinger would like to settle down after giving up those 2 runs in that last inning, but that's going to be a shot up the gut, and Contreras has his first hit of the day. 6th hit given up by Bettinger through 2+ now. All right, so 400 home runs. There's 5 guys. 4 of the 5 have played for the Cubs at some point in their career. So the fewest walks per home run. So somebody who just crushes balls has no semblance of discipline. Javi Baez could be soon to be up there as soon as he hits 400 home runs. You know, because that's totally guaranteed, you know. What about, give me like an Andre Dawson. How about that? As Hayward's up here looking at a 2-0 count. Got a man on first, no outs. The ball in the dirt, 3-0 here. Ian Happ and his overly muscular bot ball figure stand on deck. A little bit confusing to me. Ian Happ is not that yoked. 3-0. Outside. Walks him on 4 pitches. Second walk issued up by Bettinger today. Snell, men at first and second with no outs. For a switch hitter with some pop, Ian Happ. Done a very good job as of late as well. 280, 373, 463 on the line for him. 12 doubles, 11 home runs. He's averaging a run a game over this series. A 1 to Happ's going to be outside, 1-1. Talked about earlier, Bettinger making his Major League debut in this 2020 season. Not here today, but started up with the team to start the season. Spent last year at Biloxi at AAA, or AA, excuse me. Looked all right down there. 146 innings pitched to the tune of a 3.44 ERA. Gets Happ to swing at that, makes the count 2-2. Did have over a strikeout an inning. As Happ just able to get a piece of that one to stay alive. I thought that was going to segue perfect into that. Instead, another 2-2. On the ground is that tailor-made Sogart to Hura to Smoke, and that is a double play if I have ever seen one. He and Hab making 2 outs with 1 swing of the bat. Not what you want to do, especially down a run. Every runner is so important in a close game like this. You can't be giving it up, especially now with John Lester at the plate. Get it over their heads, John. You want a positive launch angle. Give me like that, like, oh my God, don't look at that. You are a monster, John Lester. Why do you have to do me like this? Oh and 1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Chicago started the inning off in a great spot. Single and a walk to start it off, but now 2 outs, man on third, pitcher's up. John Lester gifted a ball outside on a changeup 1-2. Bettinger over the nice mark now as the slider runs inside 2-2. Bettinger trying to get out of this. The Cubs trying to keep it alive. Who wins this battle? It's the rookie. Swing and a miss on that one. That is now the 4th strikeout of his day. As we are through 3. Milwaukee 3. Chicago 2. There's no reason to cut to Heidi Watney that many times, especially not in a row. You know, usually you give me the nice, beautiful on-screen message, and I can riff on that, and it's great. And it's like I have a production team, and it's like things make sense. You know, time number 2 gives me a time to talk about donations and what we do this for, and mission statements and all that stuff. Got 2 or 3 half innings in a row, and believe in me, I'm running out of options here, man. Seven, 8, 9 here for the Brewers. Justin Smoke starting it off after striking out back in the 2nd inning.
The count 1-1.
1-1 is the count. Lester sneaks that one in the zone. Swing and a miss, and Lester, not been a strikeout guy this late in his career, but 6 strikeouts already here. Pitch counts not quite as economical as one might prefer. 60 pitches here through 3 1/3. Leads me to a lovely point that I had scrawled up here. So we saw the numbers talking about the pitching dominance of the Chicago Cubs, right? First in the major leagues in ERA and WHIP. But one thing, it's not just that the starters have been good, you know, and the bullpen's been passable, you know, like you'd think. All of these starters, man, are just going, they're playing out of their minds this year, with the exception of Tyler Chatwood, which everybody could have told you. You know, Lester coming into play today, 10th in the National League in innings pitched, as that strikeout number 7, back-to-back punch-outs, as he gets Pena swinging here for his 7th strikeout of the day.
Alex.
You know, Lester, 10th in innings pitched. Yu Darvish, 11th in innings pitched. Kyle Hendricks, 12th in innings pitched. Jose Quintana tied for 3rd in the most innings pitched in the National League. So it's not just that these starters are going out there and giving you quality innings. They are giving you a ton of quality innings. The only thing I'm starting to fear looking at that, you know, with no other data in there, is how sustainable is that over the course of 162 games and a playoff push. Bettinger finally puts one into play for this inning, but they go down 1-2-3. 5-3 is the putout. Nothing happening there. Game still stands where it's been. 3-2 Milwaukee lead. Almora, Bryant, and Rizzo do it.
Leading off for the Cubs, the center fielder.
Before I get too far away from it, I just forget. You know, that's the thing I worry about with this Cubs team is how sustainable is it that you can have these guys, you know, all four of them are on pace to pitch, like 210 innings over the course of the regular season, and that's not counting a 5-game DS, you know, a 7-game CS, and a 7-game series. You know, I mean, all of that's hypothetical. All the postseason stuff is hypothetical, but it seems like such a huge load. You know, they've stayed healthy. You know, as that one's a broken bat by Albert Almora Jr. Good job of avoiding the shrapnel, everybody out there. Counts 1-2 here. That one went foul. That one went outside. Counts 2-2. Almora kept it alive with a single in the second, which started off a little bit of a rally there. Cubs able to get 2 runs off of it. Almora not able to get anything there. Grounds back to the pitcher. 1-3 is the first out here in the bottom of the 4th. You know, if I'm the Cubs, like it's great that you've kept the ball out of your bullpen's hands, but I don't see that being, you know, I don't see that being a great thing by the time you get to September, by the time you get to October. You know, I guess a positive thing is you're not going to be looking at bullpen arms at the deadline, as that one's going to be right at the shifted second baseman. Urias toss will beat Bryant to the bag. Quick 2 outs here for Bettinger in the bottom of the 4th. Two outs, brings up Anthony Rizzo. Struck out and singled in a run so far. You know, if I'm playing Theo and Jed, you know, maybe I'm almost thinking about bringing in another starter just to help take off some of the workload on these guys. You know, doesn't have to be anything great, just enough to just eat some innings so your main guys don't. Maybe you go to a 6-man rotation. You know, it seems like a playoff spot's all but guaranteed. As Rizzo goes opposite field with that one, the aggressive shift is going to bite Milwaukee and Craig Counsell there. So Rizzo's going to be in there with a double. It's 2-out double here by Rizzo.
The batter, number 9.
First hit his team has had since Contreras led it off with a single back in the 3rd. That aggressive shift time and time again coming to bite some of these guys. It's now 2 outs. Rizzo on second for Javi Baez. But, you know, maybe you look at somebody that can eat innings, man. Your Ivan Nova types. Javi gets some of that up at the top of the zone, but under it. So under it will be Avisail Garcia. Rizzo's left stranded here. 6th runner left on base for the Cubs. Unable to do anything with it. Score sits where it's been, 3-2. You are watching the ML Botball Network.
Leading off for the Brewers, the center fielder, number 24, Avisail Garcia.
Lester's going to start this inning off with the nicest pitch he's thrown today. Will be a ball low and away here to Avi Garcia. Made the last out in the last inning and starting it off here. His last plate appearance where he started off the 3rd He was able to take that into the basket and tie it up. So Lester's got to have that on the mind. Followed up 2 batters later by another home run by Keston Hura this time. But where we're at right now with that 3-2 lead. That one's going to be on the ground. Rizzo showing off the Gold Glove stuff over there at first. 3 unassisted for the first out.
Ryan Braun.
Now our boy Ryan Braun. 1 for 2 on his day. Had a double to start the game off, but struck out in his other plate appearance. Gets under that one, but similar to how the last half inning ended, it's going to be just under that out to center. Happ out there. Excuse me, Almora Jr. out there.
Now back
to make the second out.
Keston Hura.
So now Keston Hura rocking a good day, 2 for 2. Solo home run was the go-ahead run in this one. See, it's been more doubles that have kept that slugging percentage up as he swings at one, saws him off. Up on the hands, brings the count to 1-1.
That's ball 2. 2 balls, 1
17
strike.
doubles, third on his team. Just the 6 home runs now. Rated as a 60 power guy. Just have not seen it here in 2020. Another one under it. Everybody seems to be looking at it, but Happ will be the one to get there for the third out. 1-2-3, another scoreless inning. This would be a good spot to not have another scoreless inning. Schwarber, Contreras, and Hayward due up for the Cubs here, bottom of the 5th. Kyle Schwarber is hit by a pitch back in the first inning. Saw there, he's been great at working walks. The discipline has been there for Schwarber as he very undisciplinedly swings through that. 52 walks, tied for second in the National League. Trailing only Paul Goldschmidt, now a National League Central rival. Under that, lofted out to right center. Garcia there for the putout. 1 out here, bottom 5.
Number 40, Wilson Contreras.
Bettinger's got to be happy he's still in this one. He's looking rough, man, through that first inning and that second, especially with the 2 runs given up. All with 2 outs as well. But he's been able to get himself back into this one. You know, you'd like a little bit more than just looking like 5 innings. But for a guy rocking an almost 6 ERA, a rookie rocking an almost 6 ERA, don't think you could ask for much more. Sure that Craig Counsell's going to be asking for multiple innings out of some of his guys in there. Zach Brown would be the long guy that they would go to in that bullpen. Faria, Phelps, Claudio, all guys that can also give you multiple innings. Brent Suter as well, but don't worry about the man on the mound now. Bettinger walks Contreras. 4 straight pitches here. Gives the Cubs the tying run on base here with 1 out. I guess that's enough, man. Craig Counsell's out here. And Bettinger's day is done. 4 1/3 innings pitched.
Your attention, please.
3 walks, 7 hits, and 4 strikeouts over 95 pitches. 91 pitches, excuse me. And it will be Zach Brown, the solo act, not the band, coming on here. Solid ERA. 2.68 over 50 innings pitched. We're 5-6 due up for Milwaukee in the next half inning, so he'll probably be asked to get these 2 and probably another 3 after that. The book on Bettinger won't be closed, though. Still responsible for that runner at first. So Hayward here grounded out and walked so far in this one. 0 for 1. Brown seems to be firing balls out of the pen here. 3-0 quickly to Hayward with Happ on deck. Happ hasn't swung a hot bat today, but either means one of 2 things. It's time to redeem himself, or it's time to continue the failures. There's no gray area. It's one or the other. Count runs 3-1 here to Hayward. Brown able to find the zone for the first time. Delivers to Hayward. He gets that one on the ground into the outfield. Abisail Garcia throws it back in, and now the Cubs have men at first and second, 1 out. See what Happ can do. Hayward there with a nice little piece of hitting right up the gut, man. That's kind of how they teach you. Just drive it right back where it came from. Indeed, what he did, his first hit of the day. Now, Happ has made 3 outs in 2 plate appearances. Struck out and grounded into a 6-4-3. Not inning-ending double play, but John Lester ended it with a strikeout immediately after. Happ gets under that one. But Ryan Braun will be there for the second out of the inning, making a lovely catch out there in the gap. It is so weird to see Ryan Braun still out there in the outfield. I know he's talked that he's excited to see the DH in the National League, and that makes me like him even less. But John Lester's day is done. After just 5 innings pitched himself, he'll be pinch hit for with Victor Caratini here, the switch hitting catcher. Caratini doing a good job. Did a phenomenal job in 2019. Good enough that there were plenty of rumors in the offseason that Contreras might be moved. They thought that Caratini was good enough behind the plate, at least until Amaya could come up, the top catching prospect in the Cubs system. Instead, Caratini goes down looking. He leaves 2 on base. That is going to be a huge blow to these Cubs here. So now it's a battle of the bullpens in a 1-run game through the end of 5. Milwaukee 3, Chicago 2.
Now pitching for the Chicago Cubs, number 30, Alec Mills.
So the Cubs will go to Alec Mills here.
Lead off to the blue, the right fielder.
Also done a serviceable job in long relief for these Cubs. First task is going to be Christian Yelich. Trevor McGill, the other long man for the Cubs, warming up in the pen. Count 1-0 to Yelich. Alec Mills made his debut last year with the Cubs. Or exceeded his rookie limits with the Cubs, did see time in 2016 with the Royals, 2018 with the Cubs.
inside, ball 3.
He's unable to find the zone out of the pen, too. 3-0 here to Yelich. We saw Mills start and finish games last year. 4 games started, 3 games finished. Did earn a save. Did it to the tune of a 2.75 ERA, as that's going to be a 4-pitch walk to Yelich right out the bat for Mills.
The third baseman, number 5, Jed Jerko.
Not exactly what your manager wants to see. But, you know, it's Christian Yelich, man. Maybe not the worst thing that could have ever happened. So now the man on no outs. It's Jed Jerko, 1 for 2 today.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Mills goes outside, so 5 straight balls. Still looking for something in the zone since coming into the ballgame. Gets one in the zone. Good job of Jerko to not swing at that one. I guess maybe a bad job of Jerko not swinging at that one. If you're rooting for Milwaukee, that's a gimme right there. If you're wanting Mills to turn it around, that's what you want to see. That one's going to be in the dirt, and staying at first is Yelich. Could have been a good pitch to go on, but good job of Contreras keeping it in front of him. Stopping Yelich from taking the extra base.
Count, 3-1.
So Mills, just that 1 pitch in the zone. 1 strike to 7 balls on his 8 pitches. Sogard on deck. Yelich at first. 3-1 pitch to Jerko. Called a ball, and this continues to be a bad inning for Alec Mills, a guy that was likely to be tasked with going a couple innings. And it looks like he'll be happy to see the end of this one if he continues on the path he's going down. So now just the 2nd strike he's thrown, and another looping breaking ball right down the heart of the plate. That is not a recipe for success. Speaking of recipes, if you got a good recipe, drop it in the Discord for me. I'm really bad at figuring out anything to eat. God knows I've got all the time on my hands to learn how to cook something deliciously. Foul ball from Sogard brings it to 0-2. Sogard almost swinging at that one, very clearly out of the zone. Held off for ball 1. 3 strikes, 9 balls for Mills. Swung on, foul. Oh my God, somebody actually did message me a recipe. This is lovely. 1-2 to Sogard. Another foul ball for garlic shrimp pasta. It actually sounds really good. I can dig that. Keep tagging me in recipes, folks. Let's get weird here on a lovely Thursday afternoon, as that is going to be now into double digits for balls thrown by Alec Mills. Not good. Not good at all. But he will have to get through Sogard before manager David Ross can do anything about it now with the 3-batter minimum. Oh, I will enjoy. Thank you. 2-2 to Sogard. In on the feet, and I swear to God, if that's another walk, we riot. Count full. Justin Smoke on deck. No outs. You know, and I say I enjoy, but you know, if history has taught me anything, I'm probably just going to end up getting Little Caesars by the end of this game. As that one's going to be popped out into foul territory. Chris Bryant there for the first out. Alec Mills finally able to retire a batter. And it'll be now the power of Justin Smoke at the plate. 0 for 2 today, 3 for 10 over the last 3 games, now 4 games. This being game 4 of a 4-game set. Talked about it earlier. Chicago very handily took games 1 through 3. The last 2 were shutouts. Combined score of games 2 of 3 of 12-0. Different story here, though. 3-2 is the score. Milwaukee on top as we play out this 6th inning. Alec Mills is leaving that off-speed stuff just way too high in the zone. Smoke way too early to that. Did not expect it, as he should not have been. 1-1 to Smoke. It's going to be dribbled up the chute. Tap on the bag by Happ. And 4-3 will be the double play. Mills somehow gets out of it without giving up a run. That is luck right there, folks. Heading down to the bottom of the 6th. See if Chicago's got anything up their sleeves.
Leading off for the Cubs, the center fielder, Albert Alvarez.
So we did it in the 4th, and we'll do it here again in the 6th. 9-1-2 for the Cubs. Almora 1 for 2. Did get a single back in that 2nd. It was that single that started a 2-out rally, which got the Cubs their 2 runs. Nothing since that big rally in the 2nd. Cubs are now up to 8 men left on base. Not going to win too many ball games doing that. Zach Brown's out here for another inning of work, and that one's going to be playable by Hira. Good job getting to that one. Right up the gut. Ground ball goes 4-3 to start the inning. See there, Hira ranging over. Good job making the catch. Thrown across his body. Bringing up KB. 2015 Rookie of the Year, 2016 MVP.
0-1's the count.
Bryant also with 50 walks as well. Doing what you want out of a leadoff guy. Quickly 0-2 from Brown.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Good job of Bryant to lay off the 0-2 fastball. So we'll do 1-2 now.
2-2 count.
Nothing doing on a curveball in the dirt. 2-2. And nothing doing on that swing. KB comes up empty. That is another strikeout. Just the 2nd strikeout by Zach Brown today, but Cubs have been no stranger to striking out here in this contest. So quick 2 outs brings up Anthony Rizzo. Strikeout, single, double. Obviously means it's triple time for Rizzo. I'd love to see it. You'd love to see it. Zach Brown probably wouldn't love to see it. And instead of a triple, that will be lofted incredibly high into the stratosphere. And by the time it comes down to earth, it will be in the glove of Christian Yelich. 1-2-3 for Zach Brown. Looking good over his couple innings of work. He'll be due up 2nd. Pena, Brown, Garcia.
Leading off from Milwaukee, the catcher, number 9, Manny Pena.
man, I hate it because I feel like I have all these fun facts coming into the game, and I feel like I just blow my load like 3 innings in.
It really do be like that.
It does, man. Like, I'm like, oh, look at this guy. I've got relevant information, and then bam, it's gone. So by the time I'm hitting these late innings, it's like, ugh. You know, it's like working a 9 to 6 job, man. You know, you get back from lunch at like 1 and like start at like 2:30, time just crawls.
You need to use like a highlighter and like color code and be like, I won't use this back before the 5th inning.
Except I'm not like writing any of this down. This is just stuff I know. Like, this is what happens when I call like a game I know, you know. I was born with Cubby Blue in my veins, man. This is just normal stuff.
Yeah, in that case, it's a bit more difficult.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It sucks. I mean, hopefully y'all are enjoying that as Manny Pena is enjoying the hell out of that one. Until it hooks just foul. That is the problem with being on the shores of Lake Michigan, folks. That wind blowing in has made and broken. Really doesn't have the same ring as make or break. But has made and broken some long foul balls and wind don't match.
Yep. There it is.
Payoff pitch is another foul ball. Yeah, see, this is the second wind I needed. It's always good. And Alec Mills, that's going to be another walk issued by him. He started off the last inning with back-to-back walks. And he'll start off this inning with a walk.
Your attention, please.
See if David Ross still going to leave him in there.
Number 10.
But not to be outdone, Craig Counsell also goes to his backup catcher here to pinch hit. Because nothing says, I don't feel like this one's going to extras, and I have faith in the health of my catcher, like using your backup catcher as your first pinch hitter.
It's a big-brained move.
Dude, it is, man. It's like, it's pure galaxy brain stuff, man. Been doing it all damn season, too. Narvaez has always been the first guy off the bat pinch hitting, or off the bench pinch hitting. With the bat, off the bench. I think I need to eat something, man.
Probably not the worst idea.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's why I'm like, come on, drop me your recipes. Let's get weird. Counts 0-2 to Narvaez. He looks at strike 3. First strikeout for Mills today. But it'll be Avisail Garcia, and perfect timing. I was about to say it, that third inning home run. The first homer of the game for either team. Followed up in short order by a Keston Hiura home run. This one tied the game. Hiura with the go-ahead home run. Cubs have been unable to answer since that third inning. So Avisail Garcia, oh my God, I have a fun fact that I haven't said yet. Avisail Garcia, many folks here in Chicago may know him from his time down on the south side with the White Sox. But did you know, and did you know, Mark, that Avi actually started out as a Tiger?
That's something that once you mention it, I'm like, that sounds very familiar, but I wouldn't have been able to just pull it up.
Right.
Like, it's back there in the filing cabinets gathering dust.
So, back in 2013, after spending his time since 2007 as an amateur free agent, international free agent with the Tigers organization, as he hits that one into right field. A quick single there. Almost had the put out at second base. Hayward came in firing, man. Avi Garcia now 2 for 4 today. Keeps it all rolling. Avi Garcia at the deadline 2013, sent as part of a 3-team trade to the White Sox. The White Sox most notably sending Jake Peavy to the Red Sox. The Tigers getting Jose Iglesias from the Red Sox. Tigers sending Brian Villarreal to the Red Sox. But a couple names that a little bit more relevant nowadays. The Red Sox sent notably Frankie Montas and J.B. Wendelken to the White Sox, both part of the Oakland A's organization. Montas having a monster year last year until he got popped for PEDs. That will happen. So I totally missed it because I was like balls deep in Baseball Reference. We got a pitching change. Ryan Braun grounds out to first, advances the runners on a swinging bunt. But the day will be over. Oh, my God.
Uh-oh.
I don't like this. Avisail Garcia heard too many beautiful things and is now coming up with a bum knee. Not good considering their best outfielder is currently day-to-day at the moment. Lorenzo Cain still out for the next week or so. And I guess Christian Yelich is probably their best outfielder. But, man, options running thin now. Likely going to mean this man right here, Keon Broxton, is going to have to pick up a couple starts out in the outfield.
That's mentioning the short season versus long season, and like I feel like injuries racking up during a long season are partly why a team can fall apart after having such a hot start. Just not even specifically talking about these teams, but just as historically.
No, it's going to be it's going to be tricky, man, because, okay, so Diamondbacks right now, right? Yeah. Mike Leake's out for 2 months with a broken hand. David Peralta's out with a bum calf muscle, right? 2 months, 1 to 2 months in a 60-day season, 60-game season, you're screwed. Yeah. That's it. And Schwarber's back at the wall and makes the catch. Milwaukee strands another couple. Scary moment for Avisail Garcia, but it is stretch time here at the friendly confines. See, man, we just need to get some Harry Carey going. Really what we need. See, the problem is I just don't drink enough anymore to do that.
Also true.
With all this going on, I'm just trying not to drink myself into a stupor when, I'm maybe working a couple times a month and barely getting out of the house. That's how you develop bad habits, kids.
Yeah, it is. I haven't had anything to drink in probably over a month at this point. Partially because I haven't really been out to a store to get it, but also because I'm like, I probably shouldn't.
We were both in not great shape when we started this bot ball season. It's like, let's just get smashed every day and call some games. It's gonna be awesome. And then all of a sudden you realize it's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. That one's gonna be popped out for the first out of the end.
Games are easier to focus on for sure with a relatively clear mind.
Right.
Yeah, like you were saying though, on the shortened season, like a 2 month in a 60-game season, that's just all right. See ya. And I can't help but wonder how it's going to affect a player's attitude with they're kind of questionable. Like you're starting to feel some sort of pain. Like, are you going to start to play a lot more conservatively and not want to risk anything?
I think with the way that it sounds like, a lot of these guys want to get back to it because they love the game, right? But there was so much hang up with health concerns, financial concerns, every sort of concern. Do you maybe see the opposite? Do you see guys saying, oh, my knee feels bad, like screw it, I'm only getting paid prorated this year anyway. Might as well take the L, sit out, get paid to just sit on the bench. sit on my own couch.
That is a very good point, and I will definitely have to be kind of paying attention to the way injuries work this year, because and potentially could go both ways.
As Kyle Schwarber, only going one way back to the bench, strikes out. First strikeout for Castillo here in the bottom of the 7th.
Top-notch segue.
Try, man. It's what I get for doing this just about every day. None of this is professional. I've never been paid. I've been paid to be put in front of a microphone before, but nothing near sports. Unless like announcing a dance concert is sports. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Madison patrons, to this lovely performance of the Nutcracker Suite. We ask that you please silence your cell phones and locate your emergency exits. Thank you and enjoy the show. That's about it. That's really
my job at the call center. Thank you for calling Credit Card Services. May I please have your first and last name?
Oh my God! Now I'm going down the route of all the jeez. Like I used to be able to pick up the phone and do like how I'd answer the phone as a delivery driver too. My first job delivering pizzas.
Oh man, I would love to hear that. It's a throwback.
Yeah, man. It was. Thank you for calling Gumby's Pizza. This is going to be for pickup or delivery. Obviously rattled off as quick as possible so I can get back to slinging pies. But that's going to be a walk here to Wilson Contreras. So a little bit of 2-out magic happening here. Cubs have been quiet since that second inning. The only 2 runs of their ball game came there. And now with a walk by Contreras, Brent Suter is going to be coming into the game. So they're going to go lefty on lefty for Jason Hayward. The switch hitting Ian Happ after that. Craig Counsell maybe likes that matchup just a little bit more. I don't know if I believe in that, man, for that 4 ERA versus the... Actually, no. Jesus Castillo had a 5.5 ERA. I'd take that back. See what Suter's got up his sleeves here. First pitch to Hayward's going to be in the zone, 0-1. But going back to the pizza delivery stuff, I remember a night where we had a contest. We were open till like 3 in the morning, college town. So we had a contest one night between myself and another couple of the other guys working inside answering phones that night as to who could answer the phone in the most outrageous way possible. I think up there was, Gumby's Pizza, where your dreams come true. Gumby's Pizza, where unicorns are born. But the time I stone cold answered the phone with Gumby's Pizza, where our looks come first and your food comes second, that one took the cake. That was the winner that night.
Oh man, I forgot about that story. That's such a good one.
I miss that, man. I miss slinging za and being a degenerate college kid. As Jason Hayward is not going to have any magic working here today. Unicorns not born here at Wrigley, at least through 7. Milwaukee with the 1-run lead here. As the outs are ticking away, Milwaukee due up here, top of the 8th.
Wrigley Field, where looks come first and hits come second.
Wrigley Field, where drinking old style and pissing in a trough comes first, and the product on the field comes second lately, it feels like.
These changes for the
As Kyle Ryan's going to be in here on a double switch.
In the 6th spot, number 56.
Curious to see how that double switch ends up.
Yeah, getting through that 7th, I can either keep you company in here or let you get back to your solo music. It's up to you.
I don't know, man. You wanna give me another inning? Give me another inning, sure.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Kristen Yelich doesn't need to wait any time. The first pitch he sees from Kyle Ryan's in the seats. And Milwaukee has now taken a 2-run lead 3 home runs today for Milwaukee. The wind is clearly blowing in their favor here.
Oh, man.
It's not exactly how I wanted to
feet.
It's not exactly how I wanted to see this one play out. But, man, Milwaukee is going to need a little bit of something on their side, especially if they're going to be out of Avi Garcia as well. Oh, man, like I said, 3rd home run of the day. All coming on solo shots here for Milwaukee. And now Christian Yelich has joined the parade.
I don't like this parade.
I really don't either. But that happens, man.
This is like a parade when you're 4 years old and it's too loud. Just make it stop.
I mean, there's always a chance. Give me that, Dumb and Dumber. So you're telling me there's a chance, not Jeff. Like, that's where we're at.
We've seen like 7 runs in like an inning recently, I think.
Right.
We said that like 2 days ago, didn't they?
I wouldn't doubt it, man. We've seen some big innings. We've seen some batting around. We saw the Cincinnati Reds putting the Spurs to the Dodgers today to the tune of a 10-2 victory.
Love to see it.
I did love to see it. Milwaukee fans surely would love to see this one end in a similar fashion here. Count is 2-2 to Jed Jerko. That one's going to be on the ground, playable for Bryant. First out of the inning. Trying to get a handle on who that double switch brought in. Probably should have done the proper thing and listened, but why do that when I can talk about pizza delivery during this, baseball broadcast? That makes sense, right?
It's in Chicago. Pizza is
adjacently
topical.
That is true. Now you got me thinking pizza. Eric Sogard not thinking about what's at the plate. Oh, my God. The wind has to be blowing out, dude. There is no way the wind is not blowing out. Sogard barely got under that, and that almost got into the basket. Instead, Schwarber is there for the 2nd out. Oh.
Does the show have flags blow in the actual direction of the wind?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I saw the flag coming, back into the left to make a reference to.
I was about to say, I don't think anybody's been able to say back into the left since the 60s, with a straight face.
Yeah.
Or a face, I guess.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, as I was saying that, I realized I don't know if I should say that, but I don't know who knows it still, and that's a nice snag there.
Spicy liner by Justin Smoke to Chris Bryant, but Christian Yelich, 3rd home run for the Brewers today. Brewers now up on top, 4-2.
You can see the flags there kind of blowing quite a bit with that wind, so I would not be surprised if that has something to do with the way these balls are behaving.
Oh, no. We saw that one that went into the left field corner as well, and that was close, but see, look at that, man. There is just the big ol' updraft. That is the joy of playing at friendly confines, man. You are, blocks away from Lake Michigan, and God knows things can get weird with the currents coming off the lake. Whew.
Certainly can.
Quick out number 1 here for Ian Happ. Brings up David Bodie. He's the guy now entered into the game on the double switch. So now Corey Kniebel, the newly appointed closer for these Brewers, getting ready in the pen, along with Jake Faria. I've seen Faria blow some games, so if the Chicago's got a chance, then maybe they'll see him, but likely going to toss it over to Kniebel here with the 2-run lead if it stays as is. No change from Milwaukee, no change from Chicago. Curious to see how the Cubs counter with the pitcher. And maybe they stick with Kyle Ryan for another inning. And Cole, I have no idea why Faria's still here. Sounds like maybe you need to check in on your AAA pitchers. As Bodie goes down looking, Suter with the changeup across the zone. Got enough of the plate apparently, but that's the joy of that wide delivery from a lefty. That definitely in the zone.
Swept across, yeah.
And there we go. He's signaling for the lefty. Maybe gonna be, oh no, is it gonna be Josh Hader? Josh Hader, struggling as of late to say the least. ERA north of 6. Has blown, I think, led like 3 straight save opportunities. This is, hold on to your butts. That's all I got to say about that one.
You're gonna have shades of Kevin Ginkel here.
It's not gonna be pretty, dude. Like, I can tell you that. Granted, it's just the one out that Hader is tasked with getting. You know, and since he will reach the end of the inning, he doesn't have to worry about the 3-out nonsense. Almora Jr. digging in, looking for another 1 for 3. Have that single that has been the Cubs' only hope so far. But Hader's ahead 2-0. One more strike will get him out of this one. Will earn him earn him a hold. And he'll get it. 3 pitches and 3 strikes. He sends down Almora Jr. And that's the only Hader I think we need to see here today. At the end of 8, 3 home runs have made it 4-2.
Number 52.
Ryan Tepera is going to be tasked with getting the last 3 outs here for these Cubs. Toss it over to their bats. And it'll be a doozy, man. It'll be the top of the order for the Cubs. Bryant Rizzo Baez. This could get juicy.
Before I bounce on out and let you finish this call off, what do you think of that pitching change?
Which?
Tepera.
Out of the options available, I don't really have a problem with it. You know, Kimbrel, I mean, you could go to your late inning stuff. You know, but then you're starting to run out of options to go a little bit longer. Maybe I don't like Tepera if you've got to pitch a couple innings. You know, maybe you go to a Kimbrel here. I don't know, man. It really just depends on who's pitched lately as well. I didn't get quite a good a handle on that as I wanted to, as that one's going to be lifted out into shallow right. He didn't get the handle he wanted in on it. That's the first out of the inning.
Being top 9, I was thinking if Cubs having their guys up in the order, if you tie it up, you want to have a guy in that can go a little bit extra. So that's kind of my thought process.
Right. That's I guess where I could see saving Tepera being the move. But I don't know. We'll see. Again, I say it every time, man. There's a reason I don't get paid the big bucks. So, you know, I'm gonna leave these virtual guys to it. It's clearly worked to the tune of a 58-29 record. Rocking a 4-game win streak at the moment, hoping to keep it alive. Looking like that might break, but that one is gonna break in. Oh my God, the wind! Do you see that?
Yeah.
That should have been an easy fly out. Instead, that's almost into the basket as well. Good job of Almora getting there. Oh my God.
Great awareness of the ball movement.
Dude, like these guys playing on the lake here, they've got something special to actually call those things out, man.
Kind of like with the Mets having to deal with the airplanes causing wacky air currents.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Being so close to LaGuardia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with that, like I said, I'll let you get back to calling the end of this game here. Hopefully the Cubs can pull this out, so have a great rest of this call here.
Definitely will. Appreciate it, Mark. Give a special shout out to Dwight as well. I see you listening. I see you chatting. But so that was Luis Urias flying out to center for the second out, and now entered into the game off the injury to Abisail Garcia. Keon Broxton trying to stay alive quickly behind 0-2. Para doing a good job trying to get through this one quickly. Trying to toss it over to his boys, see what they can counter with. Trying to keep a 4-game winning streak intact, trying to stop the Brewers from stopping this skid. said, the Brewers have lost their 3 straight, those 3 straight being the first 3 games of this series. Chicago was going for the sweep, but not looking so likely here. Broxton identifies what the wind is doing and gets under that, but not so much assistance from the wind. Another fly out into center field. Chicago, 3 outs, 2 runs. Bryant Rizzo Baez. Let's go.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Brewers.
So the newly minted closer, Corey Knebel, comes on here. The numbers don't look so great, but we know he's been doing a little bit better than that. There just has not been an option for Milwaukee in the back end of this bullpen. If they were any closer to playoff contention, you know, one might assume that that's exactly where they'd be going at the deadline here. But currently sitting at 34-51, 23 games back in the Central. Not exactly buyers, to say the least. We said Chicago's got 3 outs now to make up 2 runs. Chris Bryant, good as anybody in the league to get this done if possible. Count runs to 2-2 here to Bryant on a check swing. One-two pitch, swing on and miss by Bryant. First strikeout of the day for Knebel. 2 outs remaining for the Northsiders.
Anthony Rizzo.
Knebel, the former closer in his own right, had been usurped by Josh Hader. But Josh Hader's struggles here have put him back into that fireman role. Less of the closer role and more of that role we saw Andrew Miller take up in 2016 with the Indians. So now the left-handed Rizzo against right-handed Knebel. Always a recipe for something big. Rizzo with a single and double today. RBI on that single. And brought in the first run for the Cubs. Just one after that, and that's all they've been able to do. Rizzo swings, and these bats are looking helpless at the plate. Count runs to 2-2. Rizzo looking to extend this inning, extend this game any way he can. As he looks at strike 3, that will not get it done, Anthony.
Now batting.
Cubs down to their last out, and it will be Javier Baez with the weight of the world on his shoulders. 18 home runs to his name, 55 RBI. Would love to add to those columns here. Keep up the hopes of all these old-style drinking Cubs fans here. Didn't really know where to go with that after that. 0-1 to Baez on the ground. Sogard to smoke. That is the ball game. Milwaukee avoids the sweep. The Cubs drop their first in 5 games. And this one is over here on the north side. Milwaukee takes it. The final score here, Milwaukee 4, your Chicago Cubs 2. Had a feeling this was going to go the other way, and I talked about it, man. I said no matter what I think this one's going to be, no matter how I can predict it, There's a reason we play these games. And Aiden, here you go. Here's your proof. Milwaukee with the upset here today. They're giving player of the game to Christian Yelich. I think I'd have to agree. That was the nail in the coffin here for these Cubs. See there, scoring started out early, getting on John Lester there in the first inning, made it a one-run ball game on a Urias single. Talked at length coming into it about how good this Cubs team has been doing with their starters, not allowing runs. And there, the rookie Bettinger gives up the first run of his ball game on a Rizzo single, followed very quickly by a Javi Baez double into the gap. Brought around that second runner, made it 2-1. But very quickly, as soon as that half inning was over, Avi Garcia steps up, first man in the top of the third. Solo shot out to center field. Made it a tie ball game. Ryan Braun goes down swinging immediately after. But Keston Hiura wasn't happy with just one RBI. He needed two. 2 home runs in the inning, made it 3-2 Milwaukee. And scoring would stop there. Big opportunity for Milwaukee. Had the bases juiced. Hiura flies out to end the top half of the 7th. Could have been the big hero for these Brewers. Instead, he'll have to settle for just mostly a hero. There is that nail. It is Christian Yelich demolishing one out to right field, put one into the bleachers. At least those fans have that hot dogs booth out there in the bleachers to drown their sorrows. God knows I would kill for a hot dog sausage right about now. But that is the end of the ball game. Baez, 5-3 put out. Jerko to smoke. There's your ball game. See it there, 8 hits, both teams. Milwaukee just the one to get it done. I saw it racking up early, man. Chicago just leaving guys on base left and right. I gave up counting after a while. I stopped counting about 8. You know, you're not going to win ball games doing that, man. You got to find ways to string the hits together, and if you can't, put them in the seats, man. Chicago unable to do that. Milwaukee, they were, man, and that's just how it goes over the course of 162 games. Sometimes you're just going to get them in all the right places. Milwaukee able to do that here today. So running a little bit behind as usual. Who would expect us ever to be on schedule? Going to be followed up here by Cookie and Beardy. It'll be a lovely time. They're going to take you over from one Central to another. Minnesota at Detroit for this one. As you see there, an MCL sprain for Avi Garcia, 1 to 2 weeks. See what happens there. Yeah, one Central matchup to another. One game that probably should have gone one way on paper to another. We'll see what kind of maybe is there upsets in the water over there in Flint, or is that just lead? As Cookie's here to join me. What's going on, my man?
Nothing much, and luckily we're not in Flint. We're in Detroit tonight, so
I meant to say East Side, but like my brain said lead. Just say Flint. Just do it. Didn't make sense, but here we are.
yeah, it's gonna be a surprise solo call. Beardy had something come up, so we'll be missing him in the booth, but the show must go on.
So, oh my God! So instead of getting all this action back-to-back in prime times, they get our solo voices to lull them into a false sense of security. Love it. I love it. Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to this one, man. Like I said, the one I was on should have gone one way. It went the other. So there's some hope, man. Holding out hope for you and these Motor City Kitties.
Well, Dougal, I appreciate that. We'll see if they can pull out a win with a rookie on the mound making his major league debut. It's going to be Burrows tonight. How about that?
See, some things happen. You get some rookie magic, man. Maybe not so much, from pitchers. You get a lot from hitters that there's not tape on them. But man, sometimes you get that rookie magic. So I'll let you get this rookie here. So for myself, Dougal, I'll see you tomorrow with the Snakes, but keep watching. There'll be some good games here tonight.
All right, thanks, Dougal. Good call as always. And welcome everybody to Tigers and Twins here in the Motor City. And we'll see Burrows, the rookie, make his major league debut tonight at age 23, the first round draft pick for the Tigers back in 2015. After having a hot start in AAA, coming up with Matthew Boyd going down with a head contusion last night. Boyd will be out through the All-Star break, so we'll see Burrows get a cup of tea at least. And, hopefully, we'll see Mize and Burrows back down in AAA as we'll welcome back Boyd and Michael Fulmer after the All-Star break passes here in just a few short weeks, as the first pitch of his major league career will be a strike to Max Kepler, the German product, out in right field. Kepler had a huge game in game 1 of the series. Robbed a home run, hit a home run. See that average up over 300. Nice in that leadoff spot from Minnesota. Takes the 0-2 inside. Nice yellow hammer, as Jim Price would say. Ball 1. Yeah, these Twins come in a game up in the NL Central, and Max Kepler will go down chasing a curveball, and Burrows has his first major league punch out and his first major league batter faced, I suppose would be the name of the stat. So there's going to be one away. Will step Jorge Polanco, the bat first shortstop. He hit home runs from both sides of the plate last night. Talking about earlier this series, it's going to be a running trend seeing these Twins do well. They obliterated the Tigers both Tuesday and Wednesday nights, looking for the sweep here today.
That's ball 2.
Is not looking quite as sharp here. 2-0. For those who are hoping for some Beardy magic, Beardy Buddha had a last-second emergency come up, so he won't be with us in the booth today. But
that's ball 3.
He'll be back before you know it. Maybe he'll jump in at the end. Who knows? Then you'll get Cookie solo call. Burrows, right after getting his first major league punch out, will issue his first major league walk and send Polanco down to first base.
Nelson Cruz.
See, he's not too happy about that. Probably some nerves making his first ever major league appearance. I mean, I can't imagine what that would be like. All the excitement and nervousness.
No, who's in there?
Checks the runner. Now he's going to face the boomstick Nelson Cruz, coming in fourth in the American League home run leaderboard. That's good enough. He should get a spot in the home run derby next week, or a couple weeks from now, actually. Monday the 13th.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Nice slide piece by Burrows there. Swing and miss. Double play is going to be in order with Polanco on second. Both him and Cruz don't have that much speed. Of course, you need competitive pitches to get a double play. That one nearly a wild pitch, but a nice block by Romine. Boomstick now 40 years and 1 day old. Celebrated the big 4-0 last night, and he'll fly one to right field. Maben has it. Throw it in. Hold Polanco to first.
Batting
out number 2.
The left fielder, number 20, Eddie Rosario.
Brings up Eddie Rosario. Best all-around hitter. 5-2 player. Even I've seen quite a while. I mean, you know, outside of Mike Trout, I don't think he really counts. But man, Eddie's defense, his speed, his hitting, his power. I mean, there's no tool not to like about this guy. See Polanco take second base, so nice job by the Twins to get a runner in scoring position. And oh, would you look at that, high and deep. And that's going to stay fair for Eddie Rosario. Number 24 on the year, and the Twins strike first yet again. It's 2-0. You love to see it if you're a Minnesota fan. If you're a Tiger fan, not so much. We saw Casey Mize get roughed up. His first 3 major league starts so far have not bared much fruit. And Bo Burrows looked like he was on the right track after that strikeout. Now, walk, fly out, home run. Don't want to see the wheels completely fall off the wagon for him. Just getting a little loose right now. See if he can retire Miguel Sano, kind of get back on track.
We got 2 balls, 1 strike.
Dirt.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
That slider has been working for Burrows today. Sometimes it's maybe lacked control, but the movement on it has definitely been nice. So I got the swinging miss from Sano on it for the then moved it to 2-2. Now a couple curves in a row down. Bring it full. Mitch Garver, back from injury, stands on deck, and boy, he's had a heck of a season. First, we'll see Sano rip one foul, stay alive. Definitely control issues for Burrows, throwing more balls than strikes this inning. But hey, he'll get 2 strikeouts, so that's not too shabby. A couple Ks, but the big bomb by Eddie Rosario puts Minnesota up by 2. Tigers look to respond and stay competitive and prevent the sweep. You're watching ML Baseball. Kenta Maeda, the former Dodger, going to be on the mound for the Twins. 2.18 ERA, a perfect 9-0 record, with standing just over 1. There's a guy who you want to have on the mound if you're the Twins, it's this guy. Really, if you're anybody, this is the guy you want. He's a heck of a campaign. We missed over in LA with David Price sticking things up for him. So, here's what it is.
At the ball.
He'll start his day with ball 1. Nico Goodrum leading it off. Be followed by Harold Castro and Jonathan Scope here in the bottom of the first. See, at 56 and 31, the Twins lead the AL Central. Briefly, let the Indians catch them a bit, but going to get back firmly on top. White Sox have been sitting right there as well. It's really going to be a fun three-team race to observe in this AL Central. Nico Goodrum going to hit a high fly ball to center, and Buxton will handle it with ease for out number 1.
Batting second, the center fielder, Harold Castro.
Gotta bring in Harold Castro. Yo. That'll just be grounded to Sano, flip to Maeda covering for out number 2. So Castro, one of the Tigers' better hitters, goes down on 1 pitch. Believe it or not, folks, looking at these Tigers uniforms, it is actually a throwback uni. They switched the look of the Old English D on the uniform just 2 or 3 seasons ago now. I personally hate the new version, but yeah, they're rocking the old version of the Old English D tonight, and man, I miss it. Wish we would wear it every single game. Those home unis they rocked for 40 plus years. And Jonathan Scope's gonna line one to Luis Urias. He'll handle it on the hop, flip it to Sano. So 1-2-3 inning for Kenta Maeda, looking nice for the Twins. And we'll see Bo Burrows head back to the mound, looking to do better and allowing 2 runs on 1 hit here in the second tier, watching at no bat ball.
Leading off for the Twins,
Carver to lead things off on a 12-game hit streak. Another 300-plus average, 20-plus homer guy for these Twins. It seems like they just collect those kind of guys.
Count 1-0. Ball, that's kicked out. Ball 3.
Throws him as highs, make it 3-0. Luis Urias stands on deck. Burrows in danger of walking his second batter of the day. 3-0 pitch, misses in the dirt, so an easy 4-pitch walk for Mitch Garver, and that'll put a runner on.
The second baseman, Luis Urias.
No, inside. Ball.
Still no strikes thrown by Burrows this inning. Now 6 straight balls. 2-0 to Mr. Urias.
Three balls, no strike.
Look at 3-0, missing outside. Finally shoots one down. Shoots one down the chute. Try saying that 5 times fast. Strike 1, so after 7 straight balls, they'll get back into it a little bit. For missing high for ball 4, so now a couple walks for Burrows, and yeah, pitching coach Rick Anderson's not going to let that fly. He's going to come out and give a quick little talk.
Astudillo.
apologies for my lack of focus, folks. I got work stuff going on the side panel, so I'm trying to address that really quickly so I can get back to giving you guys my full attention. As La Tortuga Williams Estadio steps in and to bust this one open.
Count is 2-1. I got to count 2-2.
To count Burrows looking for his third big league K. Instead, they'll say, oh! They'll say La Tortuga won around. Oh, it looked like it almost hit him there for a second. Byron Buxton will come in with one down now. Well, double B's, Byron Buxton, Bo Burrows. Bo Burrows baffled Byron Buxton. Batting and baseball. Some alliteration for you folks here. We'll see Buxton foul one off. We'll see if he can actually baffle him though. So far, dice to Buxton, but he does have the count 0-2. We'll see if he goes to the curve or the slider for that out pitch. Tries the curve, but it's just fouled off. After a little dribble foul. Swing and a miss through the slider, and that'll be out number 2.
Now batting, the right fielder, Matt Kepler.
Now with 2 away, Max Kepler.
Hey.
1-0 taken. Fastball down the chute for strike 1. Burrows' pitch count not quite there. Definitely allowing a lot of free passes like we saw. You know, he ended the first inning on 24 pitches, 12 balls, 12 walks, and obviously that walk came around to bite him on the homer by Rosario, which is the only solid contact today. But a couple walks here in the second before a couple Ks, and now maybe another big home run, or maybe not. Deep to center, and Harold Castro, what a job to track it down. For out number 3, so make it 3 walks and 4 strikeouts and just 2 innings for Bo Burrows. And we'll head now to the bottom of the second. Minnesota still just up by 2. You're watching ML Ball. A nice job to work around a couple of leadoff walks here of Mr. Burrows. Will be the lefty Christian Stewart, followed by the righties Crone and Cabrera. Face Kenta Maeda here in the second. Stewart had a 2-run bomb in game 1 of the series. One of the few runs the Tigers have managed to force across. They had something of a 9th inning rally going last night.
That's ball 3.
In game 1, it was all Stewart on a 2-run bomb. Maeda looking like Burrows here, 3-0 walk. So that'll put a base runner on to start the second inning for Detroit. Brings up the former twin CJ Crone. The well-traveled CJ Crone, for that matter. Finally starting to see that average get somewhat respectable up to 225. Get up another 10 to 15 points. He would be decent, at least platoon bat on a competing team. Powers in the sack. Or stick, I don't know why I call that a sack. My own mental ineptitude. He'll swing through a slider though, 0-2, so Maeda bouncing back strong.
Inside, ball one.
One, two, grounded to third base. Quick throw to second for one. A jump throw by Urias, not in time. And that wasn't even in time to second. That's my bad.
The designated hitter.
So an error for La Tortuga. What could have been a double play ball instead leaves 2 on with nobody out. That would have had highlight reel written all over it, folks. Instead, Miguel Cabrera looks to flash his former self here. We give these Tigers a go-ahead bomb. Is that too much to ask here on July 2nd? Give some fireworks here to these Tigers fans as they get ready for 4th of July weekend. Only hope. If you're a Tiger fan, at least, I suppose if you're a Twin fan, I'm really hoping Maeda can buckle down here, work past the walk-in error, and work a scoreless inning. Year 2 will be in the dirt. Slider. Nice slider, but didn't get the chase. Nice outside, maybe still holding up. When there's not 2 out, we could do our favorite saying, 2 on, 2 out here in number 2, but it's 2 on, no out. Miggy almost made it nobody on with that swing, but it just goes foul. Holds the count at 2-2 though, second half of the second inning. Jimmer Candelario's on deck. And we'll see if they do anything funky, as it's now 3-2 to Miguel Cabrera. It'll just be a harmless walk, so the Tigers load him with nobody out in the second. Candelario Romine lead in the bottom 3 for Detroit. They have a chance to give these kiddies a hope. Stewart at third, Crone at second, Cabrera at first. Candelario takes strike 1 on the 4-seamer down the zone. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Beautiful curve from Maeda. My bad. Circle change had so much break to it that it looked like a curve. Goes back to that pitch again, but it's fouled off. Candy's still a bit late on it though, probably looking for that, apparently something slower.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Nice curve, fouled back. See on the side panel, Simborn Cook guy coming up, Astros and Indians. These Indians will be rooting for the Tigers right now. see if that works out for him. The 2-2 pitch to Candy inside, so it'll go full. Danger time. Don't want to walk in a run. Not characteristic behavior for Maeda. I suppose, folks, if there is one thing worth noting, there's a chance for a triple play here at least. It could be a fun little thing. Doesn't look like we'll get one though, but it will be two. Throw by Urias to Polanco for one, and really to Snow will be in time, but a run will come in to score, and we'll see Crone advance to third on the play as well. Give me a second to remember Polanco's name. Nice scoop, quick flip by Urias. Probably not super necessary with Mickey running, but you know, better practice for when you see her with Brian Buxton's and Tim LaCastro's on the base paths. That'll put a runner on third for Austin Romine taking ball one, and you see Maeda up to 26 pitches this inning, 50-50 if it'll be in the zone or not. So, like you said, uncharacteristic control issues. He looked phenomenal in the first, not so much here in the second. 2-0, going to be ground back up the middle. Urias sends it over to Snow for the out. So, all things considered, could have been a lot worse. Bases were loaded with nobody out. It turns into just one run for Detroit. And we'll see 2-3-4 due up for these Twins as they look to cushion a narrow the lead. You're watching ML Botball. Rookie Bo Burrows along to sit down, but first Heidi Watney checks in. Reminds you all to donate to charity, raising money for RAIN this week, a sexual assault relief charity, if I'm not mistaken. So feel free to toss some coin their way. However you wish to do so. There's exclamation point donate in chat for a direct link, or you can subscribe to the channel, whatever you want. It's all up to you, but you got to spare change. We encourage you. Any of the charities we support, all great charities, to just help out those who need it, whenever it may be this any particular week. We've had all sorts of things come through these halls. Continue to do so with a new weekly charity every week. Jorge Polanco will swing on a 1-1 pitch from Burrows, foul territory, but Crone will he be able to get there? Oh, apparently he will. That looks like some wonky physics. But sure, I will not complain. Might have bounced off the netting or something, it seems like. Good old Nelly will step in now. His team leads by a run. He'll swing in line one past Jamer Candelario. That's a fair ball. Will he make the big turn and head to second? He won't. A nice job by Stewart to get there quickly. And that'll hold Nelson Cruz to a long single. Ball rocketed down. The third base line just stays fair. And now, guy who hit a home run his last time will have a guy on base. Here, though, there'll be a 3-6-1 double play. Burrows turns his first Major League double play. Makes his first Major League putout, too. We'll head to the bottom of the third. 9-1-2 for Detroit. You're watching ML Botball.
Leading up for the Tigers.
Looking at the bottom of the order, really starting to heat up a little bit. Doing better than he was leading off. Just really struggles with the walks. That's why he hasn't been able to hold down that leadoff spot. First pitch swinging will just be a fly out to the German product Max Kepler for out number one.
Nico. Good draw.
Gets us back to the top. Nico. You know, Beardy mentioned this in game one. Maybe an underrated potential trade piece for these Tigers. Nico's definitely not going to be around the next time this team's competitive. And he has some offensive value, some defensive versatility. So there could be teams interested in him at the trade deadline. You got to think if the price is right, they would be willing to deal. That was off the four seam and moves it to 0-2. He'll ground one up the middle. Urias a long way to get it. Throw over will not be in time. My bad. That was Polanco. You could always never tell what those shifts are. Who the guy is up the middle. But is a shortstop in that case.
Runner, runner, runner.
Yeah, good run safe. So I believe that's actually the first base hit of the day for the Tigers. The walks and an error back in the second, followed by an RBI, or RBI in quote, double play with the runner home. Maeda keeping a sharp eye on Goodrum over there, thinking the steal might be in order with the Tigers' best hitter, Harold Castro, up. They'll harmlessly pop this up for Urias, though. That'll be out number 2.
The batter, number 8, second baseman.
Fine play by Luis. Took over the current Tiger second baseman coming up to bat now. Jonathan Scope's job last year. Urias with a breakout rookie campaign, keeping all the momentum going this year. Sent Scope to the bench and eventually here to Detroit this offseason. See there, acquired in free agency, along with his other former teammate, CJ Crone. Brady mentioned this last night too. Both those players nearly identical stats. Scope has a slightly better batting average, but pretty much everything else between Scope and Crone is the same. He's down 0-2 though. Doesn't want to strand that runner on first. We'll see what he can do. The 0-2 outside. Tried to drop the curve, but didn't find the release point.
I got to count 2-2.
See the signs coming from the dugout. Really love this Twins uniform. The powder blue reminds me of the Expos a little bit even. 2-2, going to be a swing and a miss though, so that's a strikeout. Maeda. Nice bounce back here in the third, and we'll see Bo Burrows get his 4th inning Major League work here in just a second. Guess what, folks? You're watching ML Bat Ball. Who'd have thunk it, you know?
Moving off to Minnesota.
As not Miguel Cabrera Mickey, but Miggy Sano struck out his last time up. Will come in now. That punch out ended first inning. And here he'll take a big rip. That's hit high. It's hit deep. And oh, he did not like that strikeout last time. That ball is gone, folks. Into the bullpen, left center. Number 14 on the year for Sano. Hit over 100 miles per hour, 422 feet. And that'll give the Twins back their 2-run lead. Yeah, that was just an off-speed pitch, and a guy with a lot of bat speed who can just say, nope, that ball's gone.
The catcher, number 8, Mitch Garver.
And Mitch Garver, too. Oh, boy, that one's hit even further. Oh, 113.6 miles per hour, almost 470 feet. Number 22 for Garver, and now it's a 4-1 lead. And these twins must had a heads-in discussion, or Burrows maybe getting a little bit too comfy, or I don't know what, but they are lighting things up here in the 4th inning.
The batter number 2, second baseman.
Without Luis Urias, not known for his power, but he could get in on the fun. We'll start by taking ball 1, though. Burrows probably well shaken up now. No homer here, but that'll split the gap in left center. It's going to be a double. Maybe a turn towards third. No, looks like he'll hold up. But a double for Urias. And
up next for Minnesota.
Well, after Boyd got knocked out in the 4th inning yesterday, Mize didn't get through 2 on Tuesday. You really got to think the Tigers don't want to go to their bullpen, but that might be in order here pretty soon. If Burrows doesn't settle down, now with La Tortuga at the dish.
Inside, ball 2.
Tigers have a trio of guys who can go long. Xiao Ching, Ivan Nova, and Kyle Funkhauser out there. Chang and Funk both pitched last night. Nova, Chang, and Funk all pitched 2 nights ago, and we'll see it's Funk and Nova up right now. Gotta assume Xiao Ching gets the night off, but those other long men could not be that far away. La Tortuga's just gonna get a high fly ball to right. Maven gets there and a strong throw prevents the runner advancing, but that's just out number 1.
The center fielder, number 25, Byron Buxton.
Well, folks, we got another run. Byron Buxton, an RBI single, drives in. The 5th run of the day. Urias will come around to score fairly easily. Lucky that didn't hit Burrows' head, though, looking at the replay. Gotta think next base runner is the end of Burrows' day. He works with the slide step, pitching to Kepler with the speedy Buxton on. It's ball 1, just misses, getting squeezed a bit. If you're Bo Burrows, it really comes down to thinking about the pros and cons. Obviously, he gave up quite a few long balls, but before coming here in the 4th inning, your first 3 innings of work were really nice. Maybe some control issues, but got some nice strikeouts. Showed some nice stuff, but those mistakes, especially those walks, definitely made the day more stressful than it had to be. Turned that 1-run shot into a 2-run shot in the first. And, well, here in the 4th, wheels have kind of come off, but gotta think the potential's definitely there, and he's showed it. It'll be the full count to Kepler now. 3-2. Well, yeah, I already said it was a 3-2 count. But with 1 away, Buxton at first. We might see him running on the pitch. Doesn't look like that'll be the case, but we will see another walk from Burrows, and I would be really surprised if Ron Gardenhire doesn't make the slow trot out to the mound. I guess that means count me really surprised, because it's going to be Jorge Polanco now to face Burrows. Steve Ritra, thank you very much. Having a nice night here in Detroit. Seeing, well, Bill Burrows hopefully have something of a major league debut, but that is a home run to the deepest part of right center. Oh boy. He hit 2 last night, and he hits a third one here today. A 2-run bomb for Polanco makes it, my bad, a 3-run bomb. I'm awake and aware of my surroundings. That makes it 8-0 Minnesota. Can't hit it much deeper than that here at America and just get out. And now Gardenhire will come make the move. So a tough way to end the day if you're Burrows, but you know, you can't let it get you down. You got to look at the pros. You're facing one of the toughest lineups in baseball.
Your attention, please.
You just got to try and bounce back your next time out. Kyle Funkhauser will make his 7th appearance. ERA under 1. Absolutely beautiful peripherals as well. Going to try and eat a few innings for the Tigers.
Now batting, designated hitter, Nelson.
Still roughly 17 outs left to get. Ball game is over. Down by 7. Boomstick will swing and miss at a slider. 0-2.
Nope. Ball 1.
I'm showing a lot of favoritism towards Detroit. But, looking at things as Funkhauser will get his first strikeout. See Burrows' final numbers: 3 1/3 innings pitched, 8 runs on 7 hits and 4 walks, striking out 4. So, yeah, in other words, not the best. These Twins, you know, they have a great shot to get the sweep here. They are killing the baseball in this series, and not to discredit their bats, because they're some of the best in all of baseball. I even go so far as to say I think the Twins have the best lineup, especially when Josh Donaldson's healthy and joins Garver and Cano and Rosario and Cruz and Polanco and Kepler. I mean, we could name these guys all day. Facing this Tigers pitching staff, I mean, they destroyed Mize in game 1. He didn't last 2 innings. Did a decent job against Boyd in game 2 before Sano hit him with the line drive in the head. Knocked him out after 3 and some change, and now obviously knocking out Burrows in game 3 in just the 4th. I don't know if they're going easier or what, but the 3 longmen for Detroit, Chang, Nova, and Funkhauser, have in general done a pretty good job to limit further damage, but by the time they're in the game, it's way too late for Detroit to make a comeback, especially when you're facing this Twins pitching staff, which has a lot of really great arms. So Funkhauser got 1K. Now the full count to Eddie Rosario is going to be another high, deep fly ball, and that's another home run. I was about to say Funkhauser gets his 2nd strikeout or a walk, but no, Rosario just sends one flying out at 107. His 25th bomb of the year. A dark horse candidate maybe to be in the home run derby, and well, now it's a 9-1 game for Minnesota. Well, 2 or 3, 4 rows up even. Miguel Sano, who started the inning with a home run, is back up now, and Funkhauser will get a favorable call on the fastball low for strike 1. So Twins bat around, bring in 7 runs this inning. So 7 in, 2 retired so far. Nobody left on base, and that'll be the final tally. 7 runs. And still double-barreled action out in that Tigers' pen. Oh yeah, it's not a great day to be a Tiger. Detroit looks to maybe try and put something together against Kenta Maeda as we head to the bottom of the 4th.
Left fielder, number 14.
If you're a Detroit fan, I don't mind. I don't blame you guys for not sticking around at this point. This is, rough, but it also kind of opens up a talking point. There's a lot of a movement in Major League Baseball right now on the whole tank to rebuild kind of thing, because we saw the Cubs and Astros both make it work and turn it into Major League World Series, but that's kind of led to basically half the league tanking the last few years. Detroit showed us tonight, no matter how many first-round picks you get, that doesn't mean anything. It takes a lot more than just that to be competitive. I also see a raid from Thune coming in. Hello, Twins fans. Welcome to the broadcast. You're not going to like this, but you'll like the scores. Christian Stewart hits his 2nd home run of the series. But you just missed a Twins offensive explosion here in the top of the 4th inning, putting up 7 runs. Put this game well out of reach and knocked Tigers rookie Bo Burrows out of the ballgame. Maybe not the outcome you guys wanted to jump in just now to see, but we got to give these kiddies something. I mentioned Stewart's 2nd bomb of the series, hit a big one in Game 1 a couple nights ago. Now we'll see a former Twin, CJ Cron, on. Kenta Maeda has been having a heck of a season. Whip sitting right about an ERA at just about 2, yet to allow a loss. Had a bit of a shaky 2nd inning. Outside of that, has pitched a masterful ball game. Miguel Cabrera on deck. CJ Cron with the 3-0 count. Nobody out in the bottom of the 4th. Down the chute.
Down to 3-1.
God, I think he would have had the red light. Otherwise, that just wasn't his pitch. Knock one foul to fill her up. That's funny. Stewart hit a home run. Game 2. Easy fly ball for Buxton in center for Cron. Outfield defense today for Minnesota. Rosario in left, Buxton in center, Kepler in right. Around the infield, La Tortuga Castillo is at 3rd. Blanco at short, Urias at second, Sano at first, with Mitch Garver catching Kenta Maeda. Miguel Cabrera up now. Rips one foul. Big Guy 73, our trivia question of the game, saying when he retired, he was one of 4 second basemen in Major League history, maybe singles center. One of 4 second basemen in Major League history with 1,000 runs, 1,000 RBI, 2,000 hits, and 200 home runs. 3 he joined are in the Hall of Famers, but he is not. Who is he? Oh my gosh, I can't speak for the life of me. Miggy, I mean, that was just not much to analyze. A nice clear-cut swing up the middle. Big Guy, my guess for that trivia question is Lou Whitaker. Sweet Lou, former Tiger.
One ball, one strike.
Swing and miss by Jamie Candelario. So Tigers get one on the solo shot, maybe looking for more. I suppose it is somewhat early, so they're not completely out of the ball game yet. Yeah. Tigers legend Lou Whitaker was the correct answer. We'll see his number retired here in Comerica Park this summer. Normally we don't see non-Hall of Famers get their numbers retired, but boy, it just doesn't seem right. In fact, he's really one of the best second basemen of all time. Of course, his longtime double play duo partner Alan Trammell inducted to the Hall of Fame and had his number 3 retired just a few seasons ago. So,
Ball, that's off the plate.
Tram and Lou. I think the older Tigers fans will remember for all their life that double play duel won the 1984 World Championship Series team. Long at bat for Candelario. It's 3-2. And will be fouled back. Just keeping it alive is Candy. Yeah, talking about Sweet Lou, he was on the whatever you call it ballot, the Veterans Committee, whatever, the 16-player one where they could go back to all the old eras. This last off season, after we saw Trammell and Morris inducted off that 2 or 3 years ago now. Yeah. Lou Whitaker didn't get the votes, so he'll get another shot in a few years, but for now the Tigers will just retire his number and hopefully make something of a statement. Maybe raise some awareness to it. What a great career he had. Saw the flashback to Stewart's homers. We head to the top of the 5th. Garver now. And face Kyle Funkhauser trying to look a second inning in relief. Bro Burrows.
One ball, one strike.
Garver's had a heck of an offensive season this year. It's insane the number he's putting up, especially all the way down the 6th hole. And here he's going to punish this ball into the gap. That's going to be at least a stand-up double. I don't think he's going to try for 3. We'll have a runner in scoring position off the bat for the Twins. Garver really hasn't slowed down at all after his brief stint on the injured list a few weeks ago. Bounced back with nothing but authority these last couple games.
Hey! 0-1.
Funkhauser drops the yellow hammer. And Luis Urias for strike one. Not sure if I mentioned this since the raid for all the Twins fans. We'll see Funkhauser, a nice job to snag that and make the throw over to first for out number one, but
Now batting.
Twins have been offensively exploding in this series as you'd expect, winning games 1 and 2 by 5+ run margins both times. They knocked the rookie Casey Mize out after 1 2/3 on Tuesday. Miguel Sano hit Matthew Boyd in the head with a liner in the 4th inning last night. And now obviously Bill Burrows goes down in the 4th inning here today. So 3 straight days the Tigers bullpen's been asked to eat 5 or more innings. So they're definitely leaning on Funkhauser to give them some sort of length out of the pen.
Look out, 1-1.
So it is La Tortuga. At the dish, he'll hit a high fly ball, but Maben doesn't have to move too far to get that. Be out number 2.
Up next for Minnesota, the center fielder, Byron
Garver holds at second base, and now it's one of the fastest men in baseball, Byron Buxton, with 2 out. Buxton won the Gold Glove back in 2017. One of the premier defensive center fielders.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Has that plus speed. Really, anything you get from his bat is more of a bonus. He'll tap this one out to second base. A nice job by Jonathan Scope to flip it on to Crone for out number 3. I don't know if that jump throw is necessary, but you know, you do you, Jonathan. You're getting paid the big bucks and not me for a reason. Heidi Watney checks in, saying these Tigers have no bats. Saw in our game last night, the graphic, they're last place in the major leagues in almost every major league category except for steals.
leading up for the Tigers.
And that's largely due in part to Miguel Cabrera stealing 2 bags on 8 attempts on the season.
Ball, that's upstairs.
Fernando Romero and Chessin up for the Twins in the pen. Maeda, like we mentioned, hasn't been awful today. Really just the solo shot that only saw contact. But the control hasn't exactly been there either, so. Now with a bullpen that hasn't really needed to get much work in the last couple of days, they might go out there just to stop things if Maeda keeps having those control problems and get some guys some work so they don't forget how to pitch. Ground ball up the middle, it'll be a base hit.
The right fielder.
Austin Wallmine showing off the bat. He was the Tigers' 3-hitter for a while, but struggled after starting off the season hot. Now we'll see Cameron Maven in the 9 spot come up. Bridgewell will stick around as later in the ball game, say maybe the 8th inning, I'll do it. I'll be continuing to leak more details about the All-Star break.
That's a ball. Third eye, we're going to ball, 1 strike.
1-1 to Cameron Maben. Yeah, definitely a close AL Central here in the Ball universe. The Twins, Indians, and White Sox have kind of all been neck and neck fighting for that top spot. High pop-up Snow will cruise back and make the catch.
Now batting, shortstop, Nico.
Minnesota actually had a pretty sizable lead, at least to start. Sizable, perhaps, being just in the form of a few runs, but we've seen teams come to catch, and as that'll be the end of the day for Kenta. Why? I'm not exactly sure. He didn't look awful, but
for Minnesota, number 77.
oh well. Fernando Romo making his 14th appearance. 3.63 ERA. He's blowing a save, but has a 3-1 record. Otherwise, kind of just mopping up here. And well, I suppose he'd technically be in line for the win, with Maeda exiting after just 4 1/3. So he won't be eligible for the win. Goodwin will take strike 1. Yeah, right. Nothing for KC. The real second race here in the AL Central is a nice double play ball. Oh, not a double play ball, but almost induced. Nice job by Urias to get the play at second. Could have probably just slapped the tag on, but oh well. These virtual ball players sometimes just don't have the sharpest minds. Two-way for Harold Castro, though, one of the Tigers' best hitters. 2 for 4 last night. He's got a 19-game hit streak going, if I'm not mistaken, so he's looking to make that an even 20 here today. Not going to do it in this at-bat. Again, throw over to second. Not sure why you wouldn't go to first in that situation, but they'll just get Goodrum for the force out to end things here in the 5th. But yeah, kind of a secondary race in the AL Central right now is Detroit and KC for either 4th place or the better draft position, depending on how you want to think about it.
The right fielder, Matt Kepler.
Meanwhile, we've seen the Astros maybe struggle without their trash cans in the West. The Athletics running away there. Yankees a pretty sizable lead on the Rays in the AL East. See, looks like Tampa's done a nice job to start to close the gap. See, Cleveland and Chicago, who are both a game back of the Twins coming into play today, would have led either of the other 2 AL divisions. NL East, it's been the reigning champ Nationals, really only been contested by the Braves. NL Central, the Cubs running away with it, and the Cincinnati Reds coming up hot on their heels, finishing off the sweep of the Dodgers today. And that sweep of the Dodgers has let the Arizona Diamondbacks, in what's been a back and forth NL West, finally re-grab something of a more firm lead. We'll see the Diamondbacks game simulated later tonight. They could extend that lead to 3 today.
Got him.
2 out here in the 6th, while Randall Wong, Blanco, and Kepler both retired. Funkhauser looking pretty, well, he's bringing the funk on those pitches, I suppose. As the 40-year-old plus one-day man, Nelson Cruz, will step in.
Nope, outside. That's ball 2.
Way up high. It'll be ball 2. Let's hope. One thing we got here on Botbo is the reverse jinx. Anytime you say something, odds are the opposite's about to happen. So if I compliment Funkhauser's game, we'll see something like that. Nelson Cruz, bring out the boomstick. That ball is out, and that is the 10th run of the day for the Twins. Reverse stinks taunts up to 71. Cruz belts his 27th of the season. And that'll do nothing but help secure his home run derby spot. I'll maybe talk about that home run derby in a second. As Funk knew it off the bat. I knew it before the pitch was even thrown because of the reverse jinx. But yeah, mercy. Boomstick goes boom, and Eddie Rosario belted out a 3-run or 2-run shot earlier today. I don't remember which. He had a 3-run bomb last night. Maybe that was a couple nights ago. They all blend together. These Twins have been hitting them out like they're playing at Camden Yards, though. We'll see if Funkhauser can recalibrate. Far and away the worst outing of his young major league career so far, giving up 2 runs so far, and what'll be 2 2/3 innings. Rosario broken back ground out, but the highlight of the inning is the boomstick goes boom. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. It's now 10-2 Twins.
Leading up for the Tigers, the second baseman.
A couple more former Twins, Scope and Stewart, or not Stewart, Scope and Crone do up this inning with Christian Stewart sandwiched in between. Only Tiger, no, Cabrera got a hit too, but I think he's one of 2 Tigers with a hit today. Yeah, looking at our home run derby coming up in just about a week and a half now. Scope will fly out, the 1-0 pitch to center. Buxton's there easily, but it'll be Yordan Alvarez, Jorge Soler, Giancarlo Stanton, and Nelson Cruz, as it would stand today. The top 4 home run getters in the AL League would participate. On the AL side, not much we can control, and Cruz kind of cushions that lead a little bit with the homer here today.
Yep, that ball went out.
Stewart will check it. From our National League, it'll be Freddie Freeman, Eugenio Suarez, Bryce Hoskins, and there's a 5-way tie for 4th, but we'll have to wait a second because Christian Stewart's having himself a day in that cleanup spot, a home run and now a double.
The first baseman, CJ.
6 bases so far, and he'll get another at bat.
Ball that's outside.
Yeah, our resident Twins guy, Beardy Buddha, will presumably be calling Nelson Cruz in the home run derby. Fun guy, unfortunately had a emergency visit to the vet, so leaving me alone for the game today. For those of you who are new around here, I'm a Tigers and Dodgers guy, so I seem biased towards the Kitties, that's why, but Beardy's a really great dude, and I've learned a lot about the Twins calling games with him just because he's so fun to talk to and work with. So
Outside, that's the ball.
I got your boomsticks and La Tortugas covered. (3-1) to CJ Crone, going to be grounded foul to bring it full. Nando Romo's back out there. Just getting a piece. It's Chrome. Our next 3-2. Let's see it, folks. Another one rocketed foul. A lot of long at-bats for these Tigers today. They had a few off Kenta Maeda. Now CJ Crone off Fernando Romo, really making them work. (3-2) line just over the head of Blanco at short. That's going to get up against the wall in the gap. It's an RBI double. CJ Crone, old friend of the Twins, and will be 10-3. Just a 7-run lead. You can believe it. Yeah, big Nelson Cruz solo shot in the last half inning.
Counts 1-0.
Now here's another guy who could maybe benefit from sitting down and talking to Nelson Cruz. Miguel Cabrera, suffering some injury problems the last few years and just hasn't been the same hitter. Walk and a base hit today, but on the season, batting just about .220, only 3 homers, and for a guy who won back-to-back MVPs and a Triple Crown just, 7-8 years ago. I guess saying just 7-8 years ago makes it sound really far away, but feels like just yesterday, but he's kind of fallen off a cliff, and he'll strike out here.
Now batting, third baseman, Jamer Candelario.
Definitely frustrated with himself. Candyman Jamer Candelario, 2 groundouts today. Take strike 1. 2 outs here in the 6th. Romo looking to strand that runner at second. Leave it to a run. 1 run of damage. That's not the way to say that in proper English, but too bad. Up high for strike 2.
The count is 1-2.
Way high, 1-2. Cubbies lost and a Cincinnati win earlier. I mean, that Cincinnati's now just 7 back in the NL Central. My bad, 5 back. Boy, you gotta wake me up. Good thing there should be a stretch coming here pretty soon.
2 strikes.
Someone has to get us out of the 6th, though, before we can think about the 7th. Next 2-2, going to be a swing and a miss, and he'll go down, and that'll do it here in the 6th inning. So CJ Crone, the RBI double, brings in Christian Stewart. But Detroit's still down by 7 and down to their last 9 outs. The league's worst offense. You can't like their odds of coming back. But hey, we don't play them on paper for a reason. Watching ML Bop Ball, Ronnie Garcia coming out of the pen now to relieve Funkhauser. Making his 35th appearance, in ERA a hair over 4. Up 2 strikeouts for every 1 walk, and he'll be facing 5, 6, 7. Sano, Garver, and Urias. Ivan Nova's still up in the pen. Buck Farmer joining him. Looks like we also see Gregory Soto getting a bit of a stretch in out there.
Ooh, ugly swing and a miss there. Baseball just coming in at 91 for Garcia today. That's the 0-2 count, though. Just looking for damage control, really, if you're Detroit.
Ball one. One ball, 2 strikes.
Foul ball, hard hit, but foul. If that was just another foot or two, that would have been a double. Oh, a foot or two more to the left, staying fair.
Ball, that's out.
I digress. It's 2-2 to Miggy Sano now. Doing a nice job working the count after getting down quick. Now it'll be full, so even better job. Ooh, look at Garver. His average up to 333 now on deck.
That's ball 4. Take your base.
It's ball 4, so there'll be a runner on for Mitch, and
The catcher,
it doesn't look like our resident shark is going to be swimming in the milk. Play us a stretch, so oh, no, I'm going to hold up a second still because Mitch Garver's 2 for 2 with a homer and a double today. And he is just smacking the crap out of the ball, and I want to see it. Give it my full attention. I'll take ball 1. Not sure where it missed, but it did. Hey now. That'll make it 2-0. Breaking out the good old Spanish. That one would be shot foul though to make it 2-1. I'm not sad. Sometimes I regret not getting more Spanish in high school because I don't know, it's just cool to be able to speak a second language. Me too, big swing and a big foul. More high fly ball deep. Going back is that was Castro, but he'll tumble. Now he'll hop over the wall. It's the second double of the day for Mitch Garver. This one of ground rule fashion. Got a play by Castro out there, trying to make the catch, knock it down, do anything, but I suppose might have worked out to let it hop over the wall because that holds the runner at third. Probably would have scored otherwise. Urias will ground it to second base, so make the throw to first, allow the runner to score, so leads back to 8 for Minnesota, 11-3 now. They'll still have a runner at third base, now with 1 away for La Tortuga. Estudillo steps in. Had a base hit last night, but over 3 today.
Ball. Count 1-0. Oh, no way.
I do also apologize if it sounds like there's bombs blowing up or something. There's fireworks going off in the area, so yeah, just testing out the post-game fireworks here at Comerica Park. That's really all that we got going on. It's no threat to the public, as we'll see a nice base hit down the line for La Tortuga. And that'll bring in a run. It's 12-3 Minnesota.
Number 25, Byron Buxton.
What do you say about this? I mean, he just ripped it fair, pulled it, stayed fair down the line, and that'll advance the runner 90 feet, that's for sure. Byron Buxton will step up now, looking to keep the hit parade going. But yeah, let's enjoy this ride, folks.
Too high. Ball. Come on, Drew, open your eyes.
Ground ball to second. Quick throw by Scope for one. Good room. A rocket of a relay to get out of the inning. So, not mentioning double play works to my advantage as the Tigers get out of it, but give up a couple more runs. It's now a 9-run lead for Minnesota. So we'll see 8-9-1 up for the Tigers after the 7th inning stretch. They're all stretched out now. Full arms up in the pen for the Twins, but they'll keep Romero out there for now. But yeah, let's talk All-Star break. I guess some of you probably don't care so much because you're new here, but for those of you who don't know, we air 7 games a day, usually of the Major League variety, although if we can't do a full 7 games of Major League, we'll dabble with the minor leagues. But our first real disruption in service is coming up with the All-Star break just a few weeks away, and I'm kind of doing a lot of the planning for that as Urias didn't throw out Roma in it first. So we'll be airing the All-Star Futures game Sunday night. We'll be airing the Home Run Derby Monday night. There'll be 4 players from each league in that. And each will have their own personal announcer. Is currently the plan. We'll be airing the All-Star game on Tuesday night. I'll be airing all 3 AA All-Star games and the AAA All-Star games Wednesday afternoon and early evening. And then we'll be having a minor league day the Thursday of that All-Star week. We'll have 6 AAA games on your slate, as well as the Dodgers squaring off against the Giants to kick off the second half. Hayden takes a strike, 2-2. But yeah, I just mentioned, kind of what we're doing Monday, Tuesday. A lot of you are probably thinking, so what exactly else is supposed to go on there? The Derby and All-Star game aren't going to take all day. See a fly out to Rosario from Maben. But we're excited to announce we're going to do a broadcasters tournament here to fill the time for Bat Ball. So we're going to have 16 of our various broadcasters hop in, and we'll be playing each other with either MLB teams or our Diamond Dynasty squads in MLB The Show. We haven't quite decided yet, but Everyone's worth count 2-0. See where Romero goes with it. He'll be up in the zone. But yeah, that's going to be our kind of our big final piece of that. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll have our kind of Sweet 16 on Monday, our quarterfinals on Tuesday, and then we'll have the semis and finals after the minor league all-star games finish up on Wednesday. So that's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll also have a couple special episodes of Bop Ball tonight, we're hoping, from Aiden and Eddie. Have done a great job putting that together to help lead into those Derby and All-Star game games. So, we got lots of fun stuff on our sleeves here at Bop Ball to help keep your baseball fix going through the All-Star break as we continue to simulate out 162 games across the league. Full count pitch to Goodrum. He'll rip it foul. Now see the high fly ball deep, but again, I suppose it wasn't really that deep, but Rosario gets there. That'll be the third out of the inning. We're heading to the 8th inning. No damage by Detroit. Nice inning by Romero. We'll go ahead and see Rony Garcia stay in there, top of the order for the Twins. It feels like there's going to be at least one more run across this inning. Yeah, just soul-crushing if you're a Detroit fan. I suppose anything's better than the Indians leading the division. So 2. I also see some emoji fun going on in the chat. Yeah, we got our Heidi Watney from Bop Ball. That monstrosity of an animation. It's one of our emotes. Then we also got Big Sexy Bartolo Colon because I think you all saw when you first hopped in, we have a trivia question of the game every game. Almost every game, at least, from the big guy who's done a great job with that. But I myself always guess Big Sexy, even if it doesn't make any sense. Because, let's be real, what doesn't Big Sexy do? And it's kind of just grown into a meme around these parts. Full count high and deep for Kepler, but oh, what a play by Stewart. Have yourself a day, Christian. It's out number 1.
Jorge Polanco.
As we see Jorge Polanco, 3 bombs in his last 2 games up there. I'll go ahead and do our kind of obligatory rundown. So we'll get a base hit into right. If you like what you see, enjoy it. Go ahead and join our Discord. I'll throw the link for that. In the chat, we'd love to have you all around if you want to get your fix of Twins, Tigers, or any of the other 28 Major League teams. We air 7 games a day, every day, all with guest announcers. We've had some minor league guys hop in. We've had some not minor league guys hop in. So, I know I myself, I'm a college student, computer science, data science, and
Let's go. Shut him down.
I'm just here. So
Back outside.
I've been having fun. Also, feel free to check out our Twitter, our subreddit, our Instagram, our website. We have daily fantasy on there if you want to submit your guest picks. Fantasy isn't good for anything, but we like to have some fun. Cruz goes down on strikes for out number 2. Rosario already 2 homers on the day, looking for number 3. Step in facing Roney. He'll just rip one to first, an easy do except for Crone to end at the top of the 8th. But yeah, only real other thing to touch on would be our charity of the week. That's the one thing we do. We don't keep any money for ourselves. So if you donate, if you subscribe, use bits, whatever kind of fun monetary system you prefer, all the money we're raising will be sending directly to charity. This week it's RAIN, which is a sexual assault response charity. I don't know a good way to put it. I haven't done a ton of reading on them myself, but I know it's one a lot of our announcers are very passionate about. And like all the charities we've supported, we've done Meals on Wheels, Trevor Project, BLM, great causes, and we will see Harold Castro get that base hit down the line and left to extend the hit streak. So, hooray for him to keep that thing going. It's been late the last couple games to get it back up and going, but he's kept on motoring through. With him on, that'll give Jonathan Scope a opportunity to do something productive for the first time today. 0 for 3 so far.
Oh, that's good.
Also, that's why I'm plugging things while this game's a complete shutout and I'm talking to myself. 2-1 is going to be a high fly ball to center. Buxton has the speed to get there, though. He'll make the catch route number 1. But if you like what you hear from me, tune in tomorrow at 7:15 as these kiddies take on the Royals. I'll be joined by Tim Moore calling the game after this one as well. And we'll give you that call. Should be a fun matchup. 2 evenly matched teams. So we'll see how that turns out.
Nope.
Stewart's hit a home run and double today. Scored 2 of the 3 runs for Detroit. He's in a 2-0 count. Rome was up to 50 pitches out of the pen. I imagine he has to be a long guy. I don't really know who he is, but it's really working. And he'll get a fly ball out of Stewart for out number 2.
Now batting, first baseman, CJ Crow.
Oh, I should mention too, 7:15 Eastern time for that. All times here in Ball Park Eastern time. CJ Crone takes one down low, ball 1. And I mentioned Stewart 2 of the 3 runs. Is also 2 of the 3 RBI. That last RBI goes to Mr. Crone, who doubled in Stewart his last time. Has his teammate Castro at first. They'll just ground it to short though, and there'll be a flip over. Get the out there, so a nice heads up play by Polanco going the short way. Urias, nice job to cover. And we're through 8. The carnage Not over yet. Sano, Garver, Urias look to.
Leading off for the Twins.
Well, do you think they need more insurance runs? Imaginary color guy. They're up by 9, but we'll see what they have going here in inning number 9. Yeah, Astros and Indians coming up. Looks like the Twins are going to solidify, at least not falling back into a tie for first place here today, but they could see an Indians loss to pick up a game on them. Likewise, cheaters are playing. Always fun to see the Astros lose. Couple of near spectacular plays there. Candy with the jump and Stewart with the dive, but neither able to get it in. So Snow's going to double to start the inning. At least Stewart managed to keep that ball in front of him. If it went to the wall, that could have been worse. So Mitch Garver, 3 for 3 with a homer, 2 doubles, and a walk. Yet to be retired today. 4 for 7 in this series. You can't... I'd say these are video game-like numbers, folks, but I suppose technically this is a video game. Swing and a miss makes it 0-2. And that'll go down on K's. So Mitch won't be 4 for 4 tonight. Will be out number 1 here in the 9th. And now the double plays in order. If Garcia can work it, get Urias to ground into it. Deep fly ball down the line, goes foul. It's really exciting to see what this Twins squad can do this year. You gotta think, if only they could take care of the Yankees in the postseason. They look nearly unstoppable. Base hit into center, just keeping things rolling.
Now batting, the third baseman, William Astudillo. Ladies and gentlemen,
that'll end Garcia's day. He'll bring in Buck Farmer, making his 40th appearance. ERA at 3.63. No one here at runners on first and second with 1 out here in the top of the 9th. His team down by 9. But La Tortuga, Astudillo's up. Why would Twins fans love to see him make this maybe a 12-run lead instead of 12 runs on the board? The 0-1 swing and a high fly ball, but shallow for Maben. He will get there and make the catch route number 2, and that means all hope will lie for the all-important 10th run of insurance from Byron Buxton.
Ball, that's inside.
Inside 1-0 to Byron. Well, I don't know if I get that scope, but hey, he'll go to second with his momentum taking him towards first. I suppose maybe he thinks Buxton's too fast to get the play up first. I don't know, but the Twins threaten, don't capitalize though. We'll see Cabrera, Candelario, and Austin Romine face the Twins closer Taylor Rogers, making his 33rd appearance 24 for 25 in saves. 2.6 CRA, looking to just close this one out, and we'll see how he does in a non-save situation. Sometimes we'll see closers struggle when that is the case. Have an imposing presence in Miguel Cabrera to start things. High.
At the ball. I got the count. 1 and 2.
Miss on the 1-1, 1 and 2. That was a sinker right down the chute. Rogers has filthy stuff. I'll get the ground ball. Easy for Polanco to throw out the ever slow Miguel Cabrera.
Now batting, the third baseman, Jamer Candelario.
Jamer Candelario fouls one off.
Ball, that's in. Let's go, Tiger! The count is 1 and 2.
Missed by Candy makes it 1 and 2. He'll go down on Case. Folks, I apologize. There is no enthusiasm left in this voice at this point. I don't care if it's the home stretch. We know how this one's ending. We've known it for about 5-6 innings, and it's still the case here. Boston Romine is the last hope the Tigers want to start a 9-run rally. I'll foul one off. He's sending you right down into that dreaded state of Ohio, where Astros Indians as soon as this one finishes up.
Nope, that's the ball.
Well, thank you all for tuning in preemptively. I'll see the highlights really quick after, but it's been a lot of fun to have you all along tonight on this fine Friday night, Thursday night. No, it's not Friday yet. Don't get excited, folks. This Thursday night here on the 4th of July weekend, and the game is over as we see a nice line out for Byron Buxton to end the ball game. Rogers, a nice 1-2-3 inning. No save working in the 9-run game, though, and long at last, this game is over. Let's see. Kobe Jones, he didn't even play today, but he's upset. So the win goes to Romero, the loss goes to Bill Burrows. And we'll go ahead and see those stats. Fernando Romero, 3 2/3 innings pitched, allowed a run on 3 hits and no walks. Burrows,
For joining us here this afternoon. And we remind you to please
8 runs on 7 hits. And that started off early, walked a guy, and then Mr. Rosario hit one out to right. 2-run shot gave Minnesota the early lead. Other than that, Burrows did a good job to kind of bounce back for a few innings, got some strikeouts. Maeda looks like the ace we know him to be. We'll skip over the Tigers running on the double play with the bases loaded in the second. We'll just go right to that home run by Minnesota out to the bullpen, followed by another home run out to the bullpen, this one by Mitch Garver, and that was actually beyond the bullpen, way up in the stands. Burrows was looking shaky. I thought the day might be done, but they kept him in there until we saw this monster shot. Jorge Polanco to the deepest part of the park. 3 runs made it an even 8 for Burrows on the day. That's what knocked him out. Then saw Kyle Funkhauser give up the solo shot to Eddie Rosario before we would close the scoring in the 9th. Again, our continued sailing through the game. Christian Stewart responded with a home run to start to dent the lead. Made it look like maybe Detroit had some sort of a semblance of hope, but that was all they'd managed to get done. Nelson Cruz, the solo shot in the 6th, made it 10-2. I don't know if you're picking up on this, folks. Homer's the theme of the game. Throwing driving in Stewart on back-to-back doubles in the 6th to again bring it within 7. As if that's an accomplishment. And we just saw things keep on rolling. A rally in the 7th. That's Dio La Tortuga. RBI single to make it 12-3, and that's where the scoring would finish, and we'd see Austin Romine fly out to center to end this cursed ball game. Twins pick up the game, and they'll be rooting for Cleveland. The loss is have the Astros in town, and pretty fun crew joining me in the booth, or at least they were in the booth. I see JD Gregory here. Tim Moore on the call for that one too. Not sure where he went, but JD, how are you doing?
I am excellent. How are you tonight?
I'm as good as I can be for seeing my team get beat 12-3 and having a solo call and just having nothing to wallow in but my own disappointment.
Well, I can definitely understand that. It was a long night for you this evening, that is for sure.
But yeah, we got Cleveland and Houston coming up. Anything exciting to look forward to in that one?
Well, just looking to see if the Indians can rebound from what was a disappointing loss last night. They got off to a rather slow start. Justin Verlander historically doesn't pitch very well against the Indians, so you really got to jump on a guy like that, and they didn't do it. So we'll have to see how they rebound from that this evening.
Oh yeah, us Tigers fans know more than any that JB's struggles in not Cincinnati and Cleveland are well documented. As now Tim Moore is hopped back in too. So Tim, if you want to say hi.
Oh, just had a little bit of connection issue, but just got it fixed. Tell you what, an interesting game there, Cookie. You saw, the Twins kind of break out in that one, having big innings put together. It was a struggling Detroit team, but overall, we got to see a pretty good ball game overall. And I know 9 runs differential, not necessarily promising if you're a Tigers fan, but you have to remember this is a team still learning and rebuilding. And I'm excited to see the future necessarily of the Tigers down the road.
Yeah, we saw one of their starters, future potentially starters going today, Bo Burrows, might end up in the bullpen eventually, but there were definitely flashes of hope. But with that said, Tim, I'm looking forward to calling the Royals with you tomorrow, but with 15 minutes behind, I think I'm going to hop out and go ahead and let you guys get going for what's going to be a big game for Cleveland here in for Cleveland in Cleveland.
Well, Cookie, thank you so much. The year was 1994. In fact, July 15th to be the exact date. Chicago White Sox manager Gene Lamont was tipped off before the game that Indians batter and hitter star player Albert Bell might be using a corked baseball bat. It was arguably debated as the greatest cheating scandal in history. 23 years later, as Astros fans would say, necessarily the term hold my beer as arguably maybe what could be the greatest and most interesting cheating scandal in all of baseball of the trash cans banging to figure out which pitch was being thrown was great in the year 2017. The only difference from the Indians and the Astros in that scenario was that 2017 and the trash cans just a little bit of a better ring to it. Hello everyone, my name is Tim Woodmark, and of course that reference being of course the Astros winning the World Series in 2017 alongside J.D. Gregory as we present to you the Cleveland Indians taking on the Houston Astros here on Major League Baseball After Dark here at the 10:45 time slot. And I'll tell you, JD, this is going to be a good one. Carlos Carrasco taking on Lance McCullers as we are about to get underway as Jose Altuve will step into the box.
Looking forward to this one. Always a treat to see Carlos Carrasco on the mound, especially after everything he went through last season.
The first pitch from Carrasco misses outside 1-0. Jose Altuve leads off. Here's the lineup for the Houston Astros. It'll be Jose Altuve, the second baseman, followed by the left fielder Michael Brantley. Alex Bregman will bat third. The player to watch tonight, Yordan Alvarez, he'll bat fourth. Carlos Correa bats fifth, the shortstop, as the 1-0 misses outside 2-0. Urias will bat fifth at first base. Springer will bat seventh, playing center. Josh Reddick gets to start in right field, batting eighth. And Garrett Stubbs, the catcher, will round up the Houston Astros lineup. The 2-0 from Carrasco hit high into the air. The right fielder of Naquin moving over towards foul territory, but catches it in fair for the first down.
Well, a little fact I'll have for you here on Carlos Carrasco. On June 27th of 2002, the Indians traded Bartolo Colon to the Montreal Expos, and one of the players that they got in return for Bartolo Colon was a player by the name of Cliff Lee. And the reason that's important is because at the trading deadline of 2009, the Indians traded Cliff Lee to the Philadelphia Phillies, and one of the players they got in return was Carlos Carrasco. And Carrasco has been a huge part of this Indians pitching rotation ever since then.
Indeed, as Carrasco getting a ground out there to Lindor. So that'll be Alex Bregman who steps in, the runner-up MVP for last year, as the first pitch called for a strike. Bregman really wants to turn it around, JD. I mean, what a start. 353, hits for average, defensive stud, to say the least. And he's been a huge leader for this Astros team, trying to get them back into a division race. They sit right now below 500 as the pitch popped up. One's going to be caught behind the plate to end the inning by Perez. So 1-2-3 go the Astros in the top of the first. Carrasco perfect through the first half. It'll be Francisco Lindor, Oscar Mercado, and Carlos Santana to lead it off for the Indians in the bottom half of the first inning. It's McCullers Jr. takes them out. 5-6 record, 4.63 ERA. And JD, not ideally a good start for McCullers, but he has a tough task facing this very solid Indians team, as it'll be Francisco Lindor leading it off for the Indians.
Well, there's a lot of power here in this Indians lineup, and McCullers is a really good pitcher, so we'll have to see how he handles it, but he can't make a lot of mistakes because this Indians lineup will make you pay if you do.
Well, the first pitch from McCullers called for a strike, 0-1. Lindor struggling a little bit this year in terms of average, a 248. 19 home runs. The power persists. And JD, you being an Indians fan, I have to ask, is it fair to make the argument in his young career that Carlos Carrasco, or Francisco Lindor, as the one, though once take the low 1-1, he may be arguably the greatest switch-hitting shortstop baseball has ever seen. That once fouled away the count 1-2.
Well, I absolutely believe that, and that's probably a little bit of a bias, but I have not seen anybody with both the speed and power that Lindor possesses playing from that shortstop position.
There isn't many like Francisco Lindor, and he's incredible. It's not just the debate that is he the greatest shortstop in baseball. It's more than that. He's a young special talent. Here's the payoff pitch from McCullers. That one hit against the shift, and it's going to be fair. It'll roll to the corner. Moving over and getting it will be the left fielder Brantley. It's going to be a leadoff double for Francisco Lindor, and the Indians threatening early on here at the bottom half of the first.
Well, Lindor is an impact bat. He proves it right there, taking it the other way. And we talked about him being a special player. That's part of what he does right there that makes him so special.
See the Indians in those wonderful uniforms as well. As now it'll be Mercado stepping in. How about Mercado's average? Right-hander 322 against right-handed pitching. That's below 300 against left-handed. And he hits evenly for power between both sides in terms of pitching, but overall, a great hitter against right-handed pitchers. Is the first pitch misses high and in 1-0.
Well, one of the things the Indians have lacked in years past has been power from a right-handed hitter. That's definitely what Oscar Mercado provides for them.
The Indians have also had a lot of incredible outfielders throughout their system as well and over the years. And this is a team, again, that had low expectations coming to the year. They have surpassed them, and they're a playoff caliber team as usual. And this one's hitting the right center field. That one is going to be caught on a hop. Rounding and scoring will be Francisco Lindor, and the Indians take the first lead of the night off an RBI single for Oscar Mercado.
Well, it was a very disappointing letdown yesterday for the Indians if they lost to Justin Verlander, and today they come back out swinging, and right now they're not letting Lance McCullers off the hook right now.
Well, here's Carlos Santana, and you see the numbers. Tied for 5th in the AL, 25 home runs. Knew Santana was always great in power, but who knew going to have the start he's had this year with the power on the bat? I mean, this has been absolutely incredible for Santana. As the one in high tune-up.
Well, Santana's kind of seen a little bit of a resurgence ever since he's come back to the Indians, being traded back last year. There were some times early in his career when he really struggled, but he has really stepped it up the last couple of years.
It'll be a 2-0 from McCullers. One a slap behind the plate foul. The count 2-1. JD, do you remember when Santana was the leadoff hitter? A leadoff spot for the Indians a long time ago. Tough to think, especially when he was a catcher. It's incredible.
It is very incredible, and you talked about him being a power hitter and being a great hitter. There wasn't a lot of power or hitting at the Indians' positions at that time.
He's proven to be a key piece this Indians team. Here's the 2-2. One misses outside. Full count for the second time here. 3 batters for McCullers. But yeah, sits on deck. Apologies.
I even remember Santana played center field in the World Series game a few years ago. I was going to bring up.
3-2. That one hit on the ground. That will get through for a base hit. Well, the Indians going on their hitting parade early on. Back-to-back hits. And still threatening with runners on first and second. Now the cleanup hitter of Franmil Reyes, the DH, to step up to the dish.
Well, I really like this Franmil Reyes. He was part of a trade that brought him to Cleveland from the Padres last year. He struggled a little bit when he got here, but he caught on, and he caught on in a real big way.
No ball, 1 strike.
Well, the average isn't necessarily there early on. As you mentioned, JD, he brings a pop, a big pop to his bat, and I'm excited to see how his career really turns out, especially in an Indians uniform.
Absolutely.
It'll be another one. One misses low, 1-1.
Well, Reyes definitely has that power that they need. There were times last year where he would hit 2 home runs a game, and that's pretty special for a power hitter.
Has up that's incredible. That one misses outside, 2-1. That reminds me a little bit in terms of Reds third baseman of Eugenio Suarez a little bit.
Absolutely. He's a big-time hitter just like that. I agree.
His swing to miss to count 2-2. This is a big opportunity, though. You would say this is the only criticism Reyes has had early on in his career is obviously the strikeouts tend to come a little bit, but as every player happens, you go through your struggles, and that one misses outside, and for the third consecutive batter, it'll be another 3-2 count with Cleveland Indians hitter.
Well, hanging in tough like this is a good way to break out of those slumps. We'll see if he can force his way on base here.
3-2, that one swung on and missed. First out for McCullers goes down as a strikeout, but still, Indians by one. A long way to go in this inning. See if McCullers can get a double play here, as now he'll face the lefty of Jose Ramirez. This has been an underwhelming year for Ramirez, as weird as it sounds. In terms of the hitting aspect, that is, first pitch is called for a strike. 298, 13 home runs, and 42 RBIs, but he's been a little bit cold to late, JD rather. He's been doing a good job switch hitting third baseman. He struggled in his last 10 games.
Well, consistency over the last couple of years has been an issue for Jose Ramirez. He, let's say a couple of years ago, started out hot and finished cold, and then last year he started cold and finished hot. So it's kind of like a tale of two stories with Jose. We'll see how well he's able to recover from this.
It's more of a streaky type of player. It'll be a 2-1 count from McCullers. 24, this is about to be his 25th pitch here in the first inning. He deals. One shot foul, 2-2, and the question is, will we see yet another 3-2 count here, JD?
I believe we will. I believe that Ramirez is going to be patient here.
Let's see, here's the pitch. One hit in the air. Coming in is Brantley. Rather, Lee Brantley to make the catch. And oh, the ball goes wide. It'll be gone up back there by the catcher of Stubbs to avoid extra bases. I almost hesitate when you hear Michael Brantley, because you just don't think about him in an Astros uniform still here today, to say the least. That's the reason why I hesitated for a second. Needless to say, Brantley makes the second out, but that ball was terribly thrown, and that could have been dangerous. As Cesar Hernandez steps up, first pitch misses low, 1-0.
But it's certainly interesting for Indians fans to see Michael Brantley in any other uniform other than an Indians uniform. He was such a big part of this team, and he played his heart out here, resounded well with the fans. It was a disappointment that they didn't bring him back.
So, JD, here's another guy that you can make a big argument as a leadoff hitter down the road for Cleveland. Hernandez right now leads the team with 101 hits and a .312 average, but that one's going to be chopped to McCullers and ultimately will end the inning. Cleveland Indians strike first here on Ball After Dark. 1 run, 3 hits, and 2 runners left on. We head to the top of the second. Alvarez, Correa, and Gurriel due up for the Stros in the top half of the second. Watch Major League Ball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the Astros, the designated hitter.
More JD Gregory as welcome you back to Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. Red hot Yordan Alvarez steps up to the plate. 353, 33 home runs. You see that RBI total. I mean, Alvarez is a specimen of his own, and probably SDH in baseball in a very long time, as the first pitch is called for a strike, 0-1. See Lindor shifted down the middle as they will shift Alvarez.
Well, Alvarez is just picking up where he left off. He debuted on June 9th of last year, and all he did after that was hit 27 home runs and 78 RBIs. Those are big, big numbers to put up in such a short time, I believe.
That's all he did, JD? I don't know. That's incredible. All jokes aside, but to say that's all he did. Now don't get me wrong. He struggled in his first postseason, but he turned it around this year. And this is a team that if they make the playoffs, are going to be a threat. This one hit down center field. It's going to fall down for a base hit. So a leadoff single for Alvarez. Now the Astros have their first hit of the ball game, and Carlos Correa step up to the dish. Correa, another one, a little bit cold to start off the year, as you see Alvarez with 117 hits that leads the American League alongside with teammate Alex Bregman. Correa, 61. You see the stat line much better against left-handed pitching compared to right-handed pitching, 225 to be exact. I'm eager to see how Correa does here against Carrasco, especially a pitcher he hasn't hit necessarily well in his career.
Well, you got to believe that Correa is one of those team leaders. He'll find a way to break out of this and make a better impact here at the plate at some point.
In the stat as well, he's grounded into 10 double plays. It'll be a 1-0 from Carrasco. Misses high 2-0. Only 10 pitches, by the way, or correction, rather 8 pitches in that first inning by Carrasco. He's dealt 4 here in this inning. 2-0. There's a strike 2-1 on a good fastball there from Carlos. There's a strike. This time it goes to the changeup. One thing about Carrasco, it's really good with that changeup. Down in the zone, getting hitters to ground out. He's, again, one of those important pieces for this Indians team. 2-2. Taking a miss for the first out.
He's definitely one of those pitchers that is able to get a double play ball whenever you need it. Here he just absolutely overmatches Carlos Correa to get strike 3.
Now Yuli Gurriel steps in and mentioned JD. He blew that fastball right on by. First pitch to Gurriel misses inside 1-0. You see Gurriel's stats. He's produced some RBIs this year, 42, which is solid going into the midway point of this season. Only 8 home runs. Kind of raised the average a little bit. He's overall a very average player getting up there in age. That one misses low, 2-0. You see his last 3 games in particular, 5 for 12. A very good batting average for Gurriel as he tries to continue the hot streak. One pop foul on a play. We'll move to 2-1.
If I remember correctly, Gurriel had a really good showing in the World Series a few years back. Kind of established himself a little bit.
He's established himself as a key piece for this Astros team. The only thing for the Astros that hurt them a little bit is that there hasn't been much change since that 2017 team. As he won, hit high into the air. Moving back is the left fielder, and he's going to watch this off the wall. Fielding will be the left fielder of Ludlow, and he'll hold that one to the cutoff as it'll be an RBI double. Gurriel.
The center fielder, number 4.
Well, I'm not sure what happened there. If the ball just hung up there, or if the left fielder just lost that ball in the sun, or what. But obviously, there was some kind of a problem tracking that ball.
Ludlow, it looked like he was ready to get that off the hop. I think he was smart in that he thought he wasn't going to get to it. First pitch swinging is Springer. That one hit up in the center field. It'll be fielded by Mercado. Again, we'll throw to third to prevent the runner from tagging. It'll be 2 away, and by the way, tied ball game yet again. Here in Cleveland early on, 1-1 tie. Carrasco still at 21 pitches. Now the next hitter of Josh Reddick will step in. 253, 7 home runs, 32 RBIs. And he is a very utility defensive piece more than his bats provided, at least for Houston. I mean, there was a year in which he batted relatively well, especially for hits. His offensive production's gone away a little bit, but still very solid out there in the defensive end. That one slap foul, and the count will go to 0-2.
I was going to mention, I believe Reddick's a little bit of an older player, but he's the type of guy that you want on a team that is still trying to contend. He can definitely rub off a good attitude on some of the other younger players.
That one called strike 3 as Carrasco escapes further trouble. The Astros answer back with a run of their own. 1 run on 2 hits. Runner left on. We head to the bottom of the second. The Indians this time answer back. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Get to the bottom of the second. Lucklow up to the plate. McCullers in that first inning had 59 pitches, including 3 consecutive hitters, which he had faced a 3-2 count against. This inning, it'll be for the Indians. Up low, Perez, Naquin, 7, 8, 9, before they head back to the top of the order. Hit on the ground, foul, and the count 1-1.
Well, Luclo is one of those players that's pretty good against right-handed hitting. He had a really good year last year against right-handed pitching.
As you mentioned that, JD, he gets a base hit on a choppy ground ball right down the middle, so Lupo leads off with a single. And you see it again right there. 1 hop, 2 hops, 3 hop, gets by Altuve. A good job there to lead off yet again another inning. Now the struggling Roberto Perez will step up. 177 under the Mendoza line. But we'll see here again, at every swing, if you can find a little bit of productivity, turn your season around.
Well, Perez has always been known to be able to get you a big hit when you need it. And he's never hit much for average, but if you've needed a big hit, he's been able to get it for you in the past.
One player on the opposite side of the diamond that you can make a great example of is George Springer. Springer's season to start the year was abysmal. In fact, he was underneath the Mendoza line and struggling. Another example as well is the Mets' Yoenis Cespedes. Perhaps Perez can find a little bit of oomph going to the All-Star break as this one hit in the air center field. Going back as Springer jumps, but he can't make the catch. Ball's going to roll against the wall, moving to third and now coming home is Luclo. He'll slide to the plate in time, and the Indians take a 2-1 lead.
Well, that's what I'm talking about when I say that Roberto Perez is able to get hits right when you need it. There, the Indians needed a hit, and he got it for him.
I don't know if Springer misread that ball, but he took a big leap to try to make the catch, and the ball was well over his head. It took a one-hopper off the ball. Luclo also hesitated rounding third like he was going to hold and realized he had a lot more time. He ended up scoring easily, even though he slid into home. He had a good, maybe I would say 10 feet in regards to the distance. Regardless, the Indians take a 2-1 lead. Tyler Naquin, the 9-hitter, picking up as that one misses outside 2-0. Naquin 0 for 4 yesterday. But he can also, I would say, hit against right-handed pitching pretty well.
He always has been a pretty good hitter against right-handed pitching. I think he's got a lot of potential. He was a first-round pick by the Indians, and he's had some injuries hamper his career, but when he's been healthy, he's been quite good.
Now he's a little bit behind as he fouls that one off to count 2-2. McCullers is about to deal his 40th pitch here in the second inning. One misses downstairs, and yet another full count with McCullers on the mound. Lindor sits on deck. He led off this game for the Indians with a double. Off pitch. One line down the left field line, and it'll carry foul. We'll try it yet again.
Well, I like this approach right here by these Indians hitters. They're making McCullers throw a lot of pitches with a lot of good patient at-bats, trying to wait the right pitch.
Fouls off another one, and the pitch count slowly creeping up. McCullers still looking for his first out here in the inning. Pitch. This is outside, ball 4. A walk drawn by Tyler Naquin. They're going to quickly come out here to talk to McCullers. I'll tell you, this is huge because you can't keep on having 3-2 counts, and McCullers right now has been struggling at this point in the game.
But he can't find the strike zone. That is for sure, so I'm sure that's what's being addressed on the mound right there.
It'll be Lindor who steps up, and as mentioned, pulled his last time up, now 3 for 11 in the series. An opposite field single, needless to say, against the shift, or rather a double against the shift. Rolled into the corner, allowed him to get the second defease, and then he would end up scoring the following at bat. As it'll be a 1-0. It's outside 2-0, and again, McCullers behind in the count.
But then the Indians need to get a few more hits right here. You can't continue to strand runners on base like you did in the third inning. That's kind of letting the Astros creep back into it. You gotta keep your foot on the gas pedal and keep finding ways to get runs across the plate.
Lindor takes there, the count 3-0. Imagine he's going to take here, as he'll get a call for a strike to count 3-1 now. I would think here yet again, JD, you're going to want to take another pitch. I think McCullers has been all over the place. I want to take one more here.
Absolutely. He makes a full out of us there swinging at it, but absolutely, McCullers has not been able to find the strike zone this far, so make him find it. Don't reward him with swinging at bad pitches.
Well, that one was a good pitch to swing at, so don't blame him there. This one hit on the ground. It's going to be fielded at short, fired to second, over to first, but that throw wide. Good save by Urias, as that one was going to sail in the stand, and a wild throw from Altuve, but Correa at least got the flip over to second, and they got one out of it.
And that's a nice athletic job there by Burrows, because if that ball sails into the stands or into the dugout, that could be a disaster, letting a run get across the plate and then you're even further down.
Well, regardless, it saves the run for the moment. Indians have a 2-1 lead here in this one. As the pitch hit on the ground, they'll say it's foul. By the way, it's Mercado at the dish. He had the RBI the last time up, RBI single. Brought home Lindor. Still won that one outside 1-1. Now 51 pitches during this one early on, only 1 1/3 inning for McCullers. Pitch hit on the ground, that's going to get through for a base hit. To another RBI single, no. Quickly bobbled it there, but holding it second is Lindor. So it's a 3-1 lead for the Indians as Mercado comes up clutch again with his second RBI single of the game.
Well, what I just can't believe is that we're not seeing anybody from the Astros up in the bullpen, because McCullers clearly does not have this. And here you're getting Santana at the plate, another dangerous hitter.
Santana, as you mentioned, JD, Santana had a single his last time up, and apologies, there's a little bit of a latency there, perhaps on my end. But Santana 1 for 1, as mentioned, and he has the capability to get the job done. But the Indians up 3-1, and we knew this was going to be an offensive fest, necessarily because of the cheating scandal references that really technically hurt pitchers overall, as we did on the top of the broadcast. But, good hacks by both teams, and the Indians, especially right now, bringing it to a struggling Lance McCullers.
Well, both of these teams offensively have a lot of power in their lineup, so the offensive showing would have been expected.
The 1-2, that one fouled off, and they'll try it again. I wonder as well, JD, I mean, I know you don't want to make the final out of the inning at third. Let's say Santana strikes out, but maybe you think about stealing here in a double steal attempt.
Well, you've definitely got the speed on the bases with Mercado and Lindor. Lindor can find ways to steal bases. I'd try it if I were Terry Francona.
Obviously, Terry's not scared to try things. Remember, he had Jacoby Ellsbury to go back when he was with Boston, and he didn't steal a bunch, as that's going to be a swing and a miss for the second out as Santana goes down on strikes. Second strikeout of right now the 5 for McCullers. Now here's Reyes, who was the first strikeout victim of the game, up back in the first.
But that's a big out right there by McCullers. Let's see if this gives him a little bit of confidence to finish this game out.
That's a great knuckle curve there for a swing and a miss on Reyes to count now 0-1. You have Lindor on second, Mercado on first. Rez and Aluplo scored in this inning for the Indians. And one that did not score was Tyler Naquin for Cleveland. It was erased on a fielder's choice to the shortstop of Correa. It's the 0-2. One's fouled off and that will remain. Players will deal again. The pitch, that one outside, 1-2. Again, averaging over 30-plus pitches an inning. I've seen now 3 consecutive games of this where pitchers won't last more than 3 innings if you keep on doing this. As now this one misses inside 2-2. And McCullers is just absolutely laboring out there right now, JD. He finishes this inning with 65-plus pitches. It's not a promising start at all. 2, that one fouled off, and indeed he will see number 65 here this inning.
You are absolutely right about that point with McCullers, and for a struggling team like Houston, you need all you can get out of them, so this is a discouraging thing.
Pitch, that one fouled off, and make it now number 66. He will have to throw here early on this ball game. Houston definitely didn't want to go to the pen early on, but it looks like that's going to be the case. Be a bullpen game. This is a 2-2. That one's outside, and it'll be full count. As mentioned, Lindor on second, Mercado on first. The runners will release when the pitch is gone. As will either try to, rip one into the gap or ultimately send one out of the ballpark or take ball 4. That's the goal as a hitter. Here's the 3-2. One's fouled off, and they'll try it again.
Looks like Reyes took option C there, Tim.
Live's important. The payoff pitch, swing and a miss. And just like that, Reyes goes down for second time today on strikes. So McCullers, again, escaping a little bit of trouble. Cleveland scores 2 runs on 3 hits and 2 runners left on. Head to the top of the third. Will Houston answer back for the second time today? As Garrett Stubbs steps in, it'll be 9-1-2. Stubbs, Altuve, Brantley due up for the Stros here in the top half of the third inning. Carrasco deals the first pitch, swinging a miss to count 0-1. Carrasco's done a good job, I will say, JD. When the pitch count low, only had 25 pitches here going to the top of the third. One's fouled off 0-2.
This is a vintage Carlos Carrasco performance over the last couple of years. There's been times where he's been absolutely locked down, and that's what he has been today.
He threw 8 pitches in the first inning. This one misses inside 1-2. Labored a little bit in that last inning, but he only allowed 1 run and escaped further trouble. And he'll face the top of this lineup yet again for Houston. It was Yordan Alvarez in the middle of the lineup that started the threats for this Astros team. 1-2 called, strike 3. Carrasco in a beautiful 2-seam over the outside corner gets Stubbs looking for the first out.
The second baseman, Jose.
Well, it's always good to start with a strikeout regardless of whether it's the top or bottom of an order. That sets the team back a little bit, or your opponent's back, so let's see how Altuve can recover.
Well, the standings graphic there, the Indians a game and a half off the division. Right now they sit in that second wild card spot. Is anyone's race? The Twins started off hot. We thought they were going to be the best team in baseball. Well, the Indians and the White Sox said, no, not today. We're going to try to answer and make a good run at it. And they literally sit less than 2 games back. Again, the Indians 1.5. White Sox a full 1. One misses inside 2-0 to the leadoff hitter of Altuve. Altuve an MVP respective of his own. He's been that consistent player as well for Houston. He's been here through the good and the bad. One's called for a strike, 2-1.
Well, he's won Major League Player of the Year twice. He is an ALCS MVP. Those is an impressive resume, that is for sure.
I'm having a little bit of lag here, but that looks to be called for a strike, so the count 2-2.
I'm having the same issue.
Carrasco will deal. This one line foul, and they'll try it again. No, you look at it for Altuve, JD. Obviously, you mentioned in Player of the Year and such, but he's got to be an inspiration for so many baseball players as well, because people at his height do not come very often to major leagues. It's very, I don't want to say it's stereotyped, but it always seems to be that it's the more bigger, taller, stronger players that go to the majors compared to the little speedy guys. Altuve being an inspiration to many, saying, hey, the short guys can play too. As this one's popped into the air. Moving over and making the catch will be Naquin for the second out.
Well, getting back to talking about the point about Altuve, he's not the tallest guy, but that guy absolutely mashes. 31 home runs last year. Again, not something that you would expect out of a small guy at all.
Now, I'll tell you, being a Yankees fan and getting to see him hit a bunch, as this one's hitting right field. Moving back is Naquin. Make the catch on the run to end the inning. So the Astros, for the second time in the game, go down 1-2-3. Jose Ramirez, Cesar Hernandez, and Jordan Luplow do up for the Indians in the bottom half of the third. Watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. We welcome you back. More JD Gregory. We ask you to donate to RAIN. With the link attached below. Again, Major League Baseball and all of us, JD, having the opportunity to do a lot of things for good causes for charities. Major League Baseball being a part of multiple charities. RAIN being necessarily the one of choice here for this designated week. But we're so thankful to have part of this and have an impact on so many people's lives. So any donation is necessarily generous. Again, you can find it in the Twitch chat in the link down below. First pitch to Urias is fouled off. Apologies.
It's definitely important to support some of these organizations and get them their recognition, because with what they do on a daily basis, they definitely deserve it.
0-2. This one hit on the ground. It'll be fielded by Altuve. He'll make the easy throw to first for the first down as Ramirez shifted up. And again, JD, you just mentioned it. Having the positive impact goes a very long way. It can change someone's life. And it's critical, changing the path or helping someone get through life. That's the most important part. And that's, again, why we do this. None of us get paid here in Major League Baseball. We do this all for a generous cause, and we're glad to be a part of this and helping in any way possible for all these charities that we've been able to donate to here in Major League Baseball.
Well, McCullers has kind of settled down here a little bit, but for your Dusty Baker, you have to hope it's not too late, though.
We'll see as this one's chopped in the ground. McCullers fields himself over to first for the second out. And for the first time today, not only did the Indians, as last at-bat, not get a leadoff hit, but also McCullers getting 2 consecutive outs. Now it'll be Luplow, who was the start of the rally last inning for the Indians. Let it off with a single and then scored off a Perez extra base hit, who sits on deck. First one misses outside, 1-0. He saw last game 1 for 3. Today, right now, he is 1 for 1.
Goes to show what a funny game baseball really is.
You can go 0 for 4, 4 strikeouts one day, and you can turn around the following day, go 5 for 5, and hit 3 home runs and a couple extra base hits. It works out, as that one's going to be a swing and miss 1 and 2. Blow doing a job at least. It looks like he's on McCullers a little bit. That time he's a little bit out in front, but he's getting good reads on the pitches.
That's what he does against right-handed hitters. That's why Terry Francona puts him in the lineup.
Well, a lot of hitters for times for Terry Francona where you always wonder, well, why is this guy in the game? It's because Terry has a lot of faith in players. Ultimately works out, which is why he's always been necessarily known as a winning manager. That one's fouled off 1-2. And I mean, Francona's been now a long piece after was his quote-unquote retirement from Boston. One misses inside 2-2 to come to Cleveland, bring this team to a World Series. And obviously, they didn't necessarily beat the Cubs, but it was something this Indians team needed. And while they haven't gotten back yet, this is a team that's proving that they can win no matter who's on the field. One misses inside 3-2. I mean, you would think losing guys like Corey Kluber, Trevor Bauer, this Indians team would not be doing well. But yet, with a bunch of quote-unquote underrated players, they've done the job as that one misses outside ball 4. He draws a walk, does loop low, and there will be a base runner on with 2 away.
And that's a testament to the leadership that Terry Francona brings to this team. They did not have that same type of leadership really going back to the Mike Hargrove days. They didn't have it very well with Charlie Manuel, and it certainly wasn't there with Eric Wedge or Manny Acta either.
A lot of the questions as well about this Indians team came in what do you do to get this bullpen better. You'll see a pitcher that's been a critical acquisition. In fact, the closer perhaps later in this game, Brad Hand, for example, has been huge, as that one's called for a strike 1-1. Has again had an RBI double his last time up, and he has another opportunity here if he can put the ball in play. 83 pitches McCullers is at. Deals another knuckle curve for a strike. The count now 1-2.
Well, I think that Roberto Perez is about as good as they come. And again, he doesn't hit for the average, but there's other parts of his game that are good. He's a solid defensive catcher. He calls a great game. The pitchers on the staff absolutely love him. So he's a great piece for this Indians team to have.
You know what they say, defense wins championships even in baseball. The 2-2, that one hit on the ground, fielded by Bregman, the second Altuve, and the inning. The Indians do get a runner on, but it's via walk. No runs, no hits, and again, that runner left on. We head to the top of the 4th inning. Houston trying to dig back in this one. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for Houston, the third baseman, number 2.
It's Bregman stepping up to the dish. As you're watching Ball After Dark, Tim Moore, JD Gregory. As Bregman again, 0-for-1, but he's due for a hit, needless to say. Again, batting around that 350 mark this year. And both him and Yordan Alvarez, who's on deck, seems to get a hit every single game, it feels like.
Well, I can tell you that Bregman has always been a nightmare for the Indians, even going back to the 2018 ALDS. He had 2 home runs, 4 RBIs, but the big stat that he had is he had 5 hits and 9 plate appearances during that series. So he has not been easy for the Indians to try and contain.
He has it as the 2-1. Swing and a miss. He was well out in front, 2-2. And the thing about Bregman that's scary is it's not even like he's an average hitter that, hey, just slaps singles and doubles. He hits extra base hits and home runs like it is nothing. His majority of his hits, in fact, put in play is that one misses downstairs 3-2. I mean, both him and Alvarez are on a tear. Bregman is a major league leader in extra bases, as that one called strike 3. So Carrasco gets him down looking on the slider for the first down.
He has been on today. He has really pulled a lot of hitters. And he's thrown the ball hard, 98 miles an hour. That's a good sign for Carlos Carrasco.
I'm going to say, and JD, you mentioned the past for Carlos Carrasco and all he's had to go through earlier on this game. Would think with everything he's gone through, still throwing 98 miles an hour in the gun. That's just absolutely incredible.
Well, I certainly would not have thought that because his body, dealing with leukemia last year, could have really worn him down. But to come back and pitch like he did, that's part of a warrior right now.
All he wanted to do through that leukemia treatment was get back in the field as fast and as healthy as he could. Obviously, every Major League Baseball fan's glad to see him back in the field. Everyone, I'll tell you, felt the best wishes for him because it's a scary experience. I'll tell you, it's not the best thing in the world. As Alvarez hits this one down the middle for his second hit of the ball game. So Alvarez gets on again. The last time he got on, the Astros brought home a run, and you see the average leaders. Well, Bregman was the average leader, but now Alvarez 2 for 2, and he's slowly creeping back up towards that AL batting average lead.
That's a solid middle part of your order right there, Tim. That's what you want to build around.
So Correa now steps up 0 for 1 his last time up, as that one misses high 1-0. Of Gurriel, who brought home Alvarez via an RBI double off the wall his last time up sitting on deck. Ground ball, though, would ultimately end the inning. Carrasco deals a strike on a slider, and they count 1-1. The Indians, after a tough game yesterday, trying to answer back and pick up a win to put themselves within a game of the American League Central. And you know what's funny, JD, about it is it seems like going to this All-Star break, no matter who wins the division, the AL Central, it looks like they're going to be the number 1 seed in terms of the playoffs. Because, I mean, every team in the AL Central is just dominating, especially compared to the struggling AL West, and the Yankees are really doing their best battling through injuries in the AL East.
Well, all those 3 teams in the Central Division, looking at the standings, have like the upper 50s, like over 55 wins, and to me that's amazing, especially since I can remember days when the AL Central was not exactly that competitive of a division. The first few years of the AL Central, it was dominated by the Indians, so it's good to see some competition.
The first baseman, number 10.
That one misses outside to Correa. They'll draw a walk, so Gurriel steps in. Indeed, this is the most competitive the AL Central has been in a good while. For White Sox fans, it's critical, because you haven't seen a team this competitive since they've last won a World Series. So, you know, you're excited if you're a White Sox fan, to say the least. This one's called for a strike 0-1. Obviously, the Indians always consistent, always a playoff team, but no one expected them to play to this level. They thought it was a rebuilding Cleveland. If obviously, you know, hey, the question is, remember, and obviously you, JD, being an Indians fan, the question is, was Cleveland this offseason going to trade Lindor? One's hit down the left field line, but it'll carry foul, and they count 0-2.
And that was a question that dominated a lot of the talk shows, and still does, is what's going to happen with Francisco Lindor? Can they afford to keep him? Can they make some kind of a deal with him? It doesn't seem to be a lot of answers right now.
Gurriel lines that one just foul. And indeed, not a lot of answers, but I don't think now when you're competing for a chance at the World Series, you even consider trading him away. That one misses outside 1-2. Instead, now you're going to be talking about trying to answer, you know, the issues you have. For example, and again, no dig at Perez because he's done a good job in clutch moments. Maybe trying to find, an average hitting catcher. The 1-2 swung on and missed. Gets him swinging for the second out. 5th strikeout of the game for Carlos Carrasco.
But one of the things I'd like to see the Indians do down the stretch here too is add a bottom of the line rotation starter, somebody that's a little bit more of a proven commodity. It doesn't have to be a number 1 guy, but somebody that can make an impact on the younger guys the Indians have on that staff.
At the right field, Naquin on the run makes the catch to end the inning. So Naquin makes the last out, and he'll lead off for the Indians in the bottom half of the 4th. As the Astros strand 2 runners on via hit and a walk in the top half 4th of the inning. As Naquin now steps in. McCullers still out there at 86 pitches, and I'm, to be honest, very shocked he still is. Brad Peacock warming up. The Astros, I feel like you're flirting with danger here with the top of the lineup coming up. I think if Naquin gets a single, that's all you could see here on the day for McCullers.
Well, I would agree with that. He showed a little bit of signs that he might be getting this outing turned around last inning, but you only have one inning to bank on here. You can't base that off of that at all.
I have to remember he was at 67 pitches after inning number 2. This one hit high into the air. This one is going to go a long way. Tyler Naquin goes yard for one Indians lead, 427 feet. Oh my, what a shot. 9th home run on the year.
Well, that's a good time to get it there in the leadoff. And McCullers just doesn't have it today, Tim. I don't see him staying in this game much longer.
McCullers is now allowed his 4th home run of the game. And again, you go back and look at this. I mean, he hung this fastball. Notable for Naquin. And we know Naquin hit for power against right-handed pitching. And he knew that baby was long gone. 113 miles an hour off the bat. Look where that landed. I mean, it didn't land second deck, but nearly did. That's a long way, as indeed McCullers' day done. As, Wojciechowski Baker's going to go to the bullpen.
Oh, you couldn't leave him out there after that. He struggled way too much.
So let's see if it is Peacock who gets the call.
Now
Looks like it will be. So Brad Peacock comes in. 4-4 record, 1-for-1 in save opportunities. He is the long relief pitcher. 5.75 ERA, 51 2/3 innings. See the strikeout to walk ratio, 68-24. But most importantly, that 198 versus right-handed pitching, or right-handed hitting rather, it's necessarily remarkable as the first pitch to Lindor misses high 1-0.
Well, they need to find some kind of a answer for the right-handed hitting of the Indians today, because that's kind of what's gotten them.
The one thing for the Astros that's been a downhill motion, that one's fouled off 1-1, is that since the 2017 World Series victory, the bullpen seems to have faltered and they've really relied on the starters. For example, Cole, Greinke, and Verlander, obviously Cole now in the Yankees, trying to have them go innings. You had guys like Chris Davinsky, used to be incredibly reliable, but have faded of late. That one swung on a miss. Peacock getting a big strikeout there for the first half of the inning.
But that was something I was going to bring up earlier about this Houston team. They are not getting any younger. You have questions of guys like Verlander and Greinke. How much longer are they going to be able to maintain, because they're at the end of their careers at this point?
Another comparison, too, is, teams in the past that are fading. Obviously, I know the Cubs are off to a remarkable start this year, but they were a perfect example of it as well over the past few years. It seemed like the Cubs had the same players every year, obviously because of financial situations. You would imagine the Astros are going to fall into the same boat very, very soon, as it'll be an 0-1. Next swing, did he go? No, he didn't. It'll be a 1-1 count. Good hold there by Mercado.
That's why it's so important to do what the Indians have done and stack your minor leagues with really good young players.
As that one swung and a missed 1-2, and it's crazy to think too, because the Yankees they made a big deal for Clint Frazier back then. Obviously, the Indians doing a very good job with Andrew Miller and then make that big World Series run, but he's another one too that I would still like to think if he was an Indian, he's another one of those great outfielders alongside Mercado that would have a very bright future on this Indians team for Terry Francona.
Absolutely, and the plethora of outfielders is a really good problem for Terry Francona to have. Francona likes guys that he can move around, and typically that's what his outfielders can do.
The only thing for the Indians, though, that's been the unfortunate part is plagued by injuries over the years. One swung on a miss. Second strikeout for Peacock as he gets the right-handed hitting Mercado out for the first time today. So now he moves to 2 for 3. And now Carlos Santana, first baseman, will step up to the dish.
Well, Peacock has done a great job coming in here and shutting these Indians hitters down. This is going to give his team a chance going forward.
Tanner, you seeing the